That's one of the weakest breaches I've seen. It's still normally good enough to win,
but not when you're this behind on
no,
board.
We needed some 12-12s.
Any creature in either graveyard.
So you have the entire graveyard to choose from, but again,
没有分账，没有割。
Nothicorn has 2 Galtas in his deck, did not flip any of them here on the breach.
That's a bit of a beat, considering that we're fairly deep
真
into
的
this
假
game.
的？这是真实发生的吗？
Yeah, on a read side, what's the best card
He
here?
does
Ayara?
an Ayara. Could he transform it and try?
只是这个翻10张好像也不一定能救场。
And Finn the Fang Bearer because it has Death Touch.
Right, and it puts them into play. Like,
Death
doesn't
Touch.
It
cast
does.
them, right? So you don't get a trigger from the Furia.
Transform this one.
OK，
And on end step there, Nothicorn is going to transform his now 6/6 Incubator token.
太可怕
All
了
right,。is it time to flip? I'm just curious what.
刚刚的场面非常惊
Can
悚
he，attack there?
For Vorinclex?
Yeah.
刚场面一度非常
You
惊
have the
悚，
attack with the flyer.
有够可
right?
怕。
Yes,
So that's and reads on 7, but you don't have a good attack with the Vorinclex anymore.
right?
死
Can
处，
certainly try to
死
get in
处的
with
生物造成
some
伤
of the other
害。
creatures that you
I
have in
mean,
play.
会那个
I
吗？
wonder if that attack, what that attack actually looks like, because Reed is at 7,
Yeah,
and he is scheduled to take 4 in the air.
right.
He only needs to get 3 in there, and Reed is tapped out
死
as
处生物
well.
造成伤害，你知道吗？
Only card is
改成
Collective
放2
Nightmare to
毒
even，
会
consider
会
here for
顺便给
Nothicorn.
2毒是吧？
Nothicorn
And I
just-
think he's lining up
Yeah.
his options as far as an Alpha Strike goes here.
Right. And it's not great. Well, so now you got to think about the Vorinclex. If the Vorinclex also gets in, right, then how will Reed block? Because that one has trample,
哇
and，that makes blocks kind of difficult here.
好难哦。
Now, Furia does have lifelink. This would put Reed up to 9, right? Once combat occurs.
Correct.
完了
If，Vorinclex gets it,
哥哥
is，that Galta?
That is Galta, so it was the next card.
Oh
or he had it in
goodness.
his hand, but yeah. That is
And
nasty.
he's got another rare in his
He
hand.
does,
住
yes,
手
so
啊！
you
要
gotta
被
get
扁
Rogue
的
Monster
没
to
呼
follow 'cause
吸
Galta
了，
and Maverick.
Everything
已
getting
经要被
in.
扁的没呼吸了，
The other thing worth noting
哥，
here,
住手啊！
Paul, on the transforming Vorinclex plan is that you do mill 10 on chapter 1, and he already got milled for 10. Like,
Yeah.
got to be a little nervous,
Yeah,
right?
and now we have a 6/6 trampler. I
哥，
don't think
不
Reed
要
can
再
block
扁
through all this.
了，已
It
经没呼
does,
吸
and I don't think
了。
Nothicorn thinks so either, because
Right.
he lined all of it
He's
up.
just like, these are the normal blocks.
我
But
们
then wait, hold on, I
Radio
got
哥已
this
经被
Galta
扁
real
的
quick.
没
So
呼
I'd like
吸
another 6/6
了，
dinosaur with trample, thank
不
you.
要再
Two
扁
6/6 tramplers
了，
getting in
应该是
and
没
a
救
4/4
了。
flyer.
我是不觉得
This
有
just
什么
has to be
救
too
了
much for，
这样
Reed
子。
to endure.
I mean, Reed is just going to put everything just so he survives, so he can put himself in a position where if he top decks an
好
invasion,
像
of
没
Fiora,
救
he
哎，
can
还有
block it.
6
I
只
don't
吸
see
血
it. This
鬼
just looks like way
哇操
too much damage.
到底
That
要怎么
Ayara
打
is sick, so you won't see Reed being able to
我就问
activate
这
the
要怎么
Ayara to
办
gain some life.
Funny,
我
this
们
has to be
Radio
Reed's
哥就被
nightmare matchup.
一
Somebody
坨
with
炸
a
弹
greedy
给
mana
车
base
掉
who
了。
just put every, 7 mana plus
我以
bomb
为
into their
Radio 哥
deck,
已
and
经
he
这个
just
抓
can't
的够
answer
猛
any of
了
them.，
Yeah,
没想到还
He
不
has
够
to, he
啊！
has to
And he
sweep. And
missed.
对面这个才是真
the
猛
only
啊！
upside are that his
全
good
部
cards get
丢
better,
进去
his
Right.
breaches are better, and his
有什么
sweepers
多
better.
色炸弹
Like,
不要
come
的，
on.
全部塞进
How
来，
is he supposed to
太猛
deal
了！
with this? I mean, Nothicorn
Wow,
is just pedal
God.
to the metal, make a bunch of colors and a bunch of mana, and put out huge stuff. Imagine if Reed had 4 removal spells. He'd just be like, oh, yeah, kill your
Oh,
Galta,
yeah.
no big deal.
Right.
Oh my god！
Although Galta is so huge, there's not too many removal spells that can actually kill it, right? Because when
You
we
need the
talk
black
about
ones,
when you
yeah.
talk about the removal spells in the format, even
对，现在 Radio
Realm
哥
Breakers
非常需要右手摸那个 fail 啦，不然没救。
Usually you think about the
This
white
is major.
removal, a few good black
这
removal
个到底怎
spells.
样？
Deadly Derision,
Derision's the best common answer.
Merciless repurposing, right? From that's an uncommon.
Uncommon, yep.
Block. Okay. Damage step.
不然要
Okay,
没
Reed says
救
block, and
了。
Nothicorn says let's go to damage.
3, 6,
Duke 哦，这么炸，对面比我还炸，没救啊！对 Duke 吃了至少5张炸弹了，我跟你讲。
Okay, plus gain 2 life, and I'm at 7, right?
什么？你比我还猛？
So that's GG to Nothicorn, who picks up game 1 in
没有了。
extremely impressive
不要再
fashion. Paul, I
扁
mean, that
了
Get some！style points. in
他
that
下
one.
大
we
口
kinda
那一
thought
瞬间，我
that
就
Reed
知道
would be the one
没
bringing
了
the。haymakers.
Right.
No,
No.
No, no, no. Not the corn had something to say about
被
it.
扁的
As
没
we
呼吸
zoom
了
into。game number 2 here. How does Reed's
所以
hand
说
look?
啊，这
Little
个
slow.
Little
怎么
as
打好
well.
这个
Super
系列，
slow,
大家
but
应该
again, not the
也
corn, not with the
都
most
看到了
aggressive
吧？
deck.
That's true.
Right.
Good point.
So-
Long
用各
game
种流
will
氓炸弹
happen
干
most
死
likely.
对手就
Look
对
at that
了。
render inert.
Oh.
Not sure if
只
that's
好
in
炸
his main deck configuration.
又来了
However,
对面
against not the corn, you see, for example, a card like Tangled
雷杜格什么
Skyline.
骑手让他
Excellent
了
way to
吧？
kind of deal with some of
有
those
阿雅拉的
activated
骑手，
tokens.
Definitely. And
让他
this
彻底放弃
improved
那个
greatly over that last draw.
完全
step.
放
We see
弃那
Ara
个
on the battlefield
二费
now.
曲线，
And if Reed can follow that up with the
这包
creature,
底炸弹
get
真
some
的。
sickness off and start doing
对
the
面
thing,
比
right?
你还炸，
Get
对
pretty
面有
nasty.
6
Also
张
reached
以
just
上
a
的
couple
炸
of
弹
mana away，from
我操，
transforming Ira.
我也是没想
And we haven't seen much removal from Not the Corn either.
Right.
太牛
He's too
了。
busy trying to get his own stuff on
Look,
the battlefield, much like Reed.
look, you have all those rares. You need mana
应
fixing.
该不会
It's
换
like,
吧？哪有
just
在
don't have room for the
那个
removal spells.
That's right.
哎呀
And it's true though. He
就
really
这样
just
爆了
doesn't, right?
算
Like
了。
the mana fixing stuff just takes those slots.
Oh, best card in his deck probably.
Light of Burgeoning
Lighted
is
Burgeoning.
clutch for him. That could open up a lot
多一
of
个孵
doors
化
for
2
Not the Corn. He passes the
太
turn
猛
back.
了。
What a nice sequence for him there.
好像这杜格有，其实有方法把阿雅拉
However,
接
if
回
we
来，
just
好像
kinda
有，
fire off
他
this
有
render
2个
nerf
那
if he has
个
nothing else to do.
捞炸弹的牌。
Just to see another card.
干，我要看他手牌啦。哦，左边。
Can't just get that. Currently not a 2/2 creature, but it's still just a permanent on the
来看一下。
battlefield that he has the option of
真的。
removing. Doesn't have anything else to do. Okay.
先抹。
In playing this main phase, because he does
好
have some
猛哦！
1-drops in his deck.
对，杜格也蛮绕赛的这一番啊，只翻了1张
Not
阿雅拉
the,
回
not the
来，
strongest
好
unsealed in
亏
Necropolis.
哦！
This is a really bad start for Reed.
我觉得
Like,
好
down the
亏
game
哦，
and
瑞
now,
杜克
like。he's just spinning his wheels, not really getting anywhere.
我觉得瑞杜克这个交换就有点太亏了。
Five.
5 mana.
哦，我以为弗林凯又要来操人了，哦，好
Yeah,
可怕
Render
哦！
Nerd. Render Nerd's going to be fantastic
Target
there.
acquired.
Yeah.
孵化6嘛，我孵化5
That's
Kill
gonna
your
put-
5/5
孵
drop
化
card.
5
Yeah, it's going to put Not the Corn
无
up to
血，这也太顶
25.
了吧！非瑞人有 Reach，
Life gain, probably not very relevant in this matchup. This
Right.
is more about
15个豆子
presence
抽
of
一张，
bombs. There's a
免
render
钱
there.
杀对面一只那个东西啊。
Oh, right. It's still just a permanent on the battlefield.
Right. If you transform it, it becomes a 0/0 and dies, but you can
他
sacrifice
不
it.
会
You
死，
can
就是转化那一瞬间就
He
爆
did
掉
find
而已啊。
a land and a 2-drop here with the drag
对
recycler.
他只是
but
以
again,
5个豆
this
子啊
is，
他不会
outside
爆
of the
啊，
IR.
他还是
This is
在那
all
里。
low end stuff here for Reed. He is leaning on that Phyrexian Gargantua hugely.
Fed.
That needs to power him
1-30
into the late
出
game.
2 cards?
And not
拔牙的那个
there
嘛。
with the 2/2.
OK，
Wonder what else not.
Don't know if he's woken it up yet.
Right. So
帮
I'm
大
wondering if
蛇
he's
拔
got
牙
something
的
here
那
to
个
play at instant speed.
Yeah, could be.
6费会有什么？哦
Maybe Fertilid's
哦，
favor.
不错诶，
something
瑞
like
杜
that.
格这次
Yeah,
节奏，
but-
主要是
so
对
this
手
was
也
a big
没
play for Reed.
Oh,
Did
没
he
出
find
什么
what
炸
he
弹
needed?
哦。
Yeah.
Oh, very nice.
Really good
Sandstalker
card.
Moloch.
完了，
When you can
我
trigger
觉得
it,
弗林凯要来
especially,
操
but
人
it's okay
了，
otherwise.
太可怕了
It's。a fine card to play, but then there's that upside.
Yeah, so he's gonna. Oh, you can see on the screen there. He's gonna look
哎
at，the
所以
top
杜
four
格这
cards
把节奏
because
忽然又
Reed
好
played a
了，
black card this turn,
忽然啊，
So
怎么
needs
忽然又
land
好
number
起来？
7
and he can get a permanent.
to play Galta.
闪现这个
Yeah,
真
you
的
have
不
to show
错
him
Not the
because it
land,
is a
and
permanent.
so
哪一个
now
东
we're gonna
西？
see a Galta here just get slammed down. Reed doesn't have a lot of removal
对
in
手
his
有个
deck.
大
He
恐
did
龙
just
要来
resolve
喽。
His Gargantua, so you know,
大
Not the
恐
Corn is
龙
gonna have to consider
让他抽到一张地，
what
大
he
恐
could
龙
have
来
found,
了
but。he's gonna force the issue here.
Just Galta get in with your 4/2, make another
不要再
4/4
扁
trampling
了
attacker.
Yeah, they stay around, by the
要没
way.
呼吸啊
That's the other thing about Galta and Mavrin is that we're used to getting
完
these
了要被
tokens when they
操
go
了
away on end step.
Right.
This one doesn't.
大恐龙
Beat
操人数，
downs. Get you for 9.
太狠了吧！
And by the way, if Reed doesn't have an answer for Galta,
吸
get
血
you for
鬼。
12.
Yeah, and I'm curious. To see,
24.
I'm curious to see how Reed decides to block here, because he may already be in a position
完
where
了
he's starting to plan for I need to draw
这
my
边是
Mage
选
of
择被
Fury to
操
even
吗
get out of this at
太
some
可怕
point.
了吧！
Right.
割他，
The situation that you only
Good
want to
old
avoid is that you take a
boy.
bunch of damage and then you draw it. Because if you need to draw it to win anyway, you have to sort of play accordingly.
And this block makes sense here. Reed,
Yeah.
again, doesn't have, only has the invasion as a way to kill Galta. There's
Oh,
no other card in his deck that can actually just get that off
赚烂
the
了对
battlefield.
手。
Let's see what Reed can do with this big turn. Land breach would be amazing, although we
Big
see he
draw.
only has the land, so he'd need to top
fail
up
啦，
the
没有
breach.
fail 啦，
Now,
就白
he
了
might be able to survive this turn. You can go Furia into Scorn Blade Berserker, and then you
对
can
面
trigger
场
the
场大
Furia.
怪兽，我
Look
怎
at
么
the top 3
玩？
cards, right? So
没
you're digging,
救啊，
chumping,
没
but then
救
he has
啊
to find the
他
answer.
抽了
right?
个什么
He
平
would
原
have
是不
enough
是
mana to
下去吧
sacrifice the Berserker after a block on Galta as
对面真的
well.
太猛
Would
了，他
have
那
a
道牌到
3/5
底怎么
flying
做？
lifelinker, which
我真的
would
不
that
知
be
道。
enough? I think
You
so.
know, that hangs. I
还
mean,
中一个
Galta will
两
win
个
that battle eventually, but
Fur
you're
down.
around.
Cast and trigger.
So this is a good line here for Reed to prolong this game a little bit and try to
Invasion,
get him to where he
invasion.
他要
needs to
找
go.
fail 啦，
Invasion.
不然没救。Reduke
He's just thinking about invasion
That's
and
the only
about
card.
breach. Breach
Right?
and
Yes,
invasion
of
are the
course.
two
Breach would be
cards.
great too.
Enters the battlefield.
Put it on the
Back
lifelinker.
up.
So that's 24 trampled. Does the token?
No, it's only other. It's
Okay,
it's
okay.
the biggest power among other
One.
attacking
Oh,
creatures.
got it. Got
And he
it,
just
got
has Finn,
对面那
so
个
it's
恐
only a
龙真的好
1/1, but he does
猛
have
哦
access to the 2/2 that he can
他
raise
手上还有
earlier.
一个可以抽
Yeah,
捕
but
手
those
牌
are
的
good。against 3/5 flying lifeline.
Okay.
Just
你看
Tribute,
Reduke
many
现在
hits
很
in this
无
deck
奈，
here.
你知道吗？我就只能给你
And
操
he，still gets to
我什么都
attack.
做不了。
Right.
With Maverick, it's still
他那个一个
12-12,
脸
like,
就
the
是
thing's
这样
just
子。
massive.
With all these three.
And he can also just leave behind a bunch of 1/1s if he'd like.
Dinosaur with power 2.
He's just going to make another
Okay.
哎
2/2.
So，
那个
2/2
配合起来，
Become the.
Oh, that's
哦
4/4.
好恶哦。
So he's trying to mark that it's a 2/2 at base, and then
With
he's
two
going to add
counters.
2
12
counters
至
onto
33
it.
right?
正在进行攻击，是不是？12至33击
But
命，然后正
really,
在进
this
行
is an
攻
attack
击
with，a
哇塞！
12-12, and then
17, 25.
Reed gets
Right.
to eat up.
Yep.
So we're gonna
Either a
see
2/2
we're
or a
gonna see Furia go in front of the 4/4.
哇，这个不会有
Right,
救
as it's
了
a 3/5 lifelinker.
先睡
Yeah,
了，我不
Then
行
the
啊！
0/1
你们就
problem
玩
getting in
玩
front。of the 2/2 because the Galt has trample. Sack to draw a card.
I don't. Does
Hi,
Galta
sir.
have trample?
Galta does have trample.
Okay, so then he doesn't
Good,
need to
I will get that.
bother blocking that.
没有吧？
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, just look at it. If it doesn't have trample, I'd be very disappointed.
I would be too.
Of other attacking creature，是不是？没救了啦，
Okay.
应
This is interesting.
该
Perhaps
没有
playing
救吗？
around combat trick, maybe? Oh, there is a collective nightmare here in Reed's hand. Did draw his one removal
Oh, Reed
effect.
has a collective nightmare. Okay.
Yeah.
Block.
应该这样。
Draw a card.
He's just going to sacrifice. Remember, the new Dino definitely has trample as well.
16 and
16,
gain 3.
gain 3, 13. Down to
Yikes,
4.
that's a big hit.
哦，
That
真
is
是
a very large hit here.
Oh, Reed found Ether Blade
我要
Aegis,
抽
but he needed
下一
it
抽
for
要
last
那个
turn.
才
At
可以，
4.
下一抽要那个，不然没救。
12 is a
Breach
very
and invasion.
large. Yeah, breach and invasion.
Here we go.
这一抽决定
Can Reed
扫
Duke
场，
find his way out here in round number 1?
没有，没有，
Gift of completion.
什
off
么
the
都没
top.
有。
Not going to be.
So now the
enough.
question
Ah,
is,
how
literally,
sweet.
can he survive this turn?
Right, because now we can copy the 4/4, right, and have two 4/4s attacking.
Well, and then it would trigger the tribute, so a 6.
Well, no, it would draw a card.
好
because it's higher.
像
Oh, it's
没
power, not-
救哎，
mana value. Right. I don't know how you
这
get
样
out
好
of this.
像没救。
I mean,
我觉
getting
得
out of this is
Reduke
one
会
thing. I
落
don't even
握
know how
手吧
Reed，survives a turn.
Yeah.
太难了啦，没办法。先挨呀啦。
Normally, a 3/5 lifelink is
Yeah.
really great, but it's just being outclassed quite solidly here.
Yeah, I mean, Reed
文
probably
化
just
不
needs to
理
try to put 2 spells,
更挨呀啦。
cast 2 spells, trigger the Furia again, right? Look for something. But
他
I
要
just
让
don't know
他
if he
那
has
个
a
才
card
行。
here that gets him out of it, considering that he's at 4. Now, if he had the Ether
就
Blade
是
Agent in
没
the
有肥，
previous
这一
turn,
抽没
he
肥
would
欧
still
啦，
been in
就
it, right? He'd be at 4.
我就觉得没
But all
救
of a sudden,
了
you know,
啦。
you,
对
you
面那
wouldn't
哥
have
哥
to
打
worry
还
about
会
the
那
Galt
个
of it
呢，
now. I mean,
12
looking at
践踏呢。
just a little too much damage coming in here, I
你看
think.
对手
Even
笑得
if
多
the
开心。
Furia gets in front of the Galta, right?
Right, which
Because
is what you want to
big
avoid.
toughness, you trample over for 7,
对手笑得很开心哦。
and Reed would gain 3.
Mm-hmm.
So that's
That's
that would
on
put
its
him dead,
own is lethal.
right?
Yeah.
And then he has to deal with 2 4/4s and a 1/3 Death Toucher.
I'm going to need you to make
That's a lot.
So you need to put
文化
And the 2
富裕
4/4s both will have trample, by the way.
Gate 3.
right.
That's a lot. So he has to deal with 20 trample damage
That's it.
and then 1 regular
Hell,
damage.
Joe.
1 regular damage.
And he does
没
get
有
to
啦，
trigger
来了，这时候
Fury
才来
here
啊！
thanks to
我
double
靠
spelling，off of gift to
可能
completion
来
and
不及
Etherblade
了
agent.
妈，
But
What
要
power?
顶
That
住
costs
这一
4
整个回合。
mana.
菲欧拉这时候来
I
了
think he just found the invasion. He
Oh,
did.
and there's the breach in the yard.
啊
Breach in the yard.
两个
And they-
哦，
look
好
at
衰
look at
哦。
Nothingorn's hit face.
另一个
So
翻盘
the
的炸弹也
question
没
is,
有。
can the combination of at least 2
有够衰
blockers, we'll call it 3,
哎呀，拉不
does
下
plus
嘛。
collective
Collective
nightmare,
Nightmare, so he
can
can go
he be at
3/3?
one? That's the
Oh,
question. Can he
right.
somehow defend against 20 trample damage coming across? -3 for collective post blocks. 5, 8. He can put 9 toughness in front.
Yeah.
-3, so that's
So 12.
12.
That's
Plus
12
3
Thinking.
because of his
15.
lifelink.
哦
So that's
15.
15 versus 20 coming in.
另一个
19
时候
of which is
时候是
trample.
不是
And he's at
You
4.
choose the mode of the trigger when it goes.
20
on
of which is
staff, or-
trample.
Yes.
Yeah, correct.
He's facing
要怎么
21
办
total.
21 damage
Yeah.
with a 1/3
现
death
在
punch.
你该怎么办呢，Ray Duke？
Feels like he's going to be a couple short here, Paul.
Yep.
你要怎么那个？你有一张那
Is
个
there a world?
消灭3公升
I
的
mean, no,
杀
not the,
I was wondering if he could collective nightmare now to shrink the biggest other creature from Galta, which would make the new creature
but then
smaller.
you have to tap.
But you
something
have
that
to
you
wake
have.
up your creature and tap a creature. Oh, he is
Oh,
going to
he
do
is
this.
going to do this.
So this would make this a 1/1, and that would
Yeah.
also make the new Dino a 3/3.
Right, because yeah, so it doesn't do much, right? Because
It
now you
doesn't
get
do
the
much.
counters instead of drawing the
哦
card.
不会给他
So
抽
now
牌
you have a 1/1 and a 3/3.
And you took a blocker off the table if you read.
Right. Although blockers don't really matter because everything has trample, especially when you're tapping down a 1/1.
He took a 1 toughness, yeah.
Done.
So that's the 3/3. Do you survive here?
I mean, that's what Reed's going for, but we saw him line up blocks last time and then say, yep, I'm dead.
Trample for 7. 7, 8, 9.
9。
And gain 3, and good game.
And that's going to
Yep.
do it.
没有用
Nonthicorn
了
asked for Reed Duke, got Reed Duke, and dispatched of Reed Duke in the first
太难了。
round. What a
直接被
win for
操
him.
了
I mean, it
That's
was-
insane.
Can you imagine? You put that down and you're just like, it
没
was one
办
of those
法
be careful what you wish for situations,
就是
but not
so.
really.
套牌
He knew
本
something
地
not
强
really
度
know.
的差
That is
距啦。
incredible victory there for Nonthicorn.
对面抓的这
Awesome
个真
stuff.
的太厉害了，
Reed
我也
even
没看
got
过
to
这么
resolve
虎
his
小的
bond,
套
like
牌
in。game 1, right? Cast the breach, not enough.
我从来没看过
Nonthicorn's
这么
even
胡乱的
more
套牌啊。
powerful than what Reed has.
That's
八
right.
八
You know,
准
they
时
had a
出
similar
大
game
怪
plan in that they
哦
were basically
有够
removal-less
靠北
or removal light, and they were trying to overpower the late game. But Nonthicorn's deck actually had more bombs and a bigger late game, which is kind of hard to imagine given what we saw Reed Duke open in the
Yeah,
draft.
and this was something that we highlighted during the course of Reed's draft. It's like, okay, this is solid. It wants to get to the late game,
真的，
but no removal
等
whatsoever.
到炸弹准时
Right?
出真的蛮
And
夸张
this。was
前面
specifically
看
that
起来
matchup where
是
if he had a couple of ways
Ray
to deal with
Duke
that
节奏比较
Galta, it
好
would have been okay. But you know,
但是呢
he
但是
obviously
呢
would have taken any removal spell that came in.
恐
anyway.
龙出的那一瞬间，
No, this was a nightmare matchup for Reed. This is exactly
那
what he
个
wanted to
被他
avoid.
占了2回合
Now you
便
see
宜
why，
基本上
that
就
was a
再
loss
也
for
赢不了了。
in our first round. But he still has a very strong deck and 2 more rounds to go of draft here, so he is not done
那个
just
12
yet.
12
We're going to be taking a short break here.
直接
We've
被
got
占
the
便
news
宜一
desk
样，
on the other side
没有办法解掉。
with a special guest host. Don't go anywhere.
哎，Ray Duke 无奈的被大恐龙骑脸。呵呵啊，上一把应该是第1轮的其他桌了，我们还在打，其他地方的战局可能没有这么一面倒啊。对，是这一桌太一面倒了，这一桌直接一个碾压，有够那个的，有够快的。 太神仙了，绕牌，神仙绕牌，我只能这样讲。对，这么神仙的绕牌真的没看过。重点是，一把都没卡，对他刚都没卡、都顺顺的在做，太厉害了，真的有够厉害。
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, wherever you are around the world. Welcome to our ongoing coverage of Pro Tour March of the Machine from Minneapolis in the United States of America. I'm your host, Rich Hagan, sitting alongside Marnie Davudi. Maria is on assignment for a couple of rounds out at the main stage with her adoring many fans. All right, well, we're underway, Marnie, and so it must be time for the headlines. Pro Tour March of the Machine begins. The energy in this room is off the charts. 252 players made it to the start line, and that means in a couple of hours from now, 31 will still have perfect records. One of those 31 will not be Reed Duke. He's looking to defend his title, but he's opened up 0-1. And Marnie Elish Norn, there are so many great cards you can open in the draft, but that's the kind of card that really gets the pulse racing.
Rich, double face cards are back in a big way in March of the Machine, and the biggest, baddest of them all, Elish Norn, she's already made an appearance in our featured draft pod.
Yeah, certainly did. You open that, you just feel great. All right, so as I mentioned already, there was the player party yesterday. The 250 came in. There were lots of hugs. The number of people who haven't seen each other for multiple years. Like I say, it was just a phenomenal event. And along the way, our Cedric Phillips got to find out a little bit more about this draft format. Let's go inside the draft.
I'm here with Magic content creator Jim Davis. Jim, how do you feel about March of the Machine Limited?
It's pretty awesome, actually. People were saying it's kind of like Cube.
牛皮
I kind of agree.
我也
There's a lot
知
of
道
rares, a lot of power level, a lot of colors. You go to pack 2 and you open
炸
like
弹
a
湖
color
人
rare
啊
and you're
当
like,
然很
can I
awesome
play
哦
this? Maybe I can play this. So it's really fun.
可能被操翻
What
的
color
人不会这么
combination
想
or
就
colors
是
do
了
you want to avoid?
I think white and red suffer a bit because they're
有
fairly
些炸
aggressive.
弹的
And the
直
format
接一
is
面倒
pretty bomb heavy and pretty late game.
因为
You
六个
get
的
to a
套
spot
牌
where it's like turn
缺点
6.
就是
I've used 2 drops. I didn't really
他
kill
没有
them
他的
fast
杀
enough.
都
And
很
my card's
笨
gonna suck.
笨
White
重
and red 或 shirt
者
on,
不离
huh?
谱。
Battles, let's
好
talk
用的
about
杀
them.
太
How
少
do you feel about Magic's newest card type?
They're pretty wild. They
对
kind of
于
encourage
套
like
牌
a
来讲
snowball game if you can win a battle early. But if you don't, you hit like turn 6 or 7. Both players are at a pretty high life because they haven't been actually attacked yet. And the game can go longer because of it as well. A lot of value also from the abilities too. So they're cool. Very cool texture.
I am here with top 4 Worlds competitor Ely Cassis. Ely, it's time to talk about March of the Machine Limited, a crazy format. How do you like it?
I like it a lot. It's just got so many new dimensions, and battles are almost like
哦
this
我也
new
好喜
level
欢
of
哦
Planeswalker
这
that's
个
been
接了轮
introduced,
之后
giving
我
it
也好
another
喜
new
欢
dimension. So it's almost
大家
like
都点个
changing
赞
this game that I've played for 30 years and giving it like more elements. So I'm loving it.
有
Well,
时
let's
候
talk
呢
about battles because it seems like everyone's loving these things. This new
来
way
看
and
我
new
频道
card
的
type
观
in
众怎么
Magic.
想。
See, I like it because it's delicately balanced. It's not like when Planeswalkers first came out and they were just busted mythic.
大概
If you play too many,
6
it's
成的
actually a
人觉
mistake.
得
You
好
play
玩
too
啊
few, you're
有
deck
4
hurting.
成的人觉得
So
很
you want
愤啊
just the right number and to figure out like where the right line is of using them and not using them. So that's the part I love is that it's not just so obvious and it's more delicate.
好坏参半。
I am here with Andrea Mengucci. We're going to talk a little March of the Machine Limited, or as many people call it, Cube, which I know you love.
Definitely, yeah, I love to draft Cube. I love to draft, cultivate multicolor decks. So yeah, this fits perfectly. You have Omnath, you have Invasion of Alara, Atraxa. I just recently had this deck with these 3 cards. It's beautiful.
太猛了。
But is there a color that you don't want to avoid in this crazy 5-color format?
Yeah, I don't like white aggressive. I can't play white if I have like Sunfall or Elish Norn Grand Cenobite, then I can play them in my 5-color deck. But otherwise, I'll try to pass the Knights and the Pyrexians white decks.
I'm here with Magic Hall of Famer Raph Levy. Raph, March of the Machine Limited is a wild format. How you liking it?
I actually love it. Yeah, it has a lot of variety, the multiverse cards, the battles, a lot of things we hadn't seen before. So makes up for a brand new and open format.
I am here with Marcio Carvalho. Marcio, we're going to talk March of the Machine Limited. How are you liking the format?
I think it's pretty fun, and I think I like it. There's a lot of bombs, and there's a lot of sweet stuff that you can do.
There is a lot of sweet stuff you can do, but is there some sweet stuff you don't want to do? What color do you want to avoid?
Well, I kind of want to avoid red unless I open Ragavan.
So battles, you've been playing Magic for a long time. How are you feeling about this new card type that's been introduced?
I think it's a pretty new archetype, and it's kind of hard to understand at the beginning, but I think it's very fun. You don't want to overload on battles because it's going to be very difficult to flip them all, but I like the tension that you can think about maybe drafting 2 or 1 or 3. Kind of like it, yeah.
It is time for feature matches in round 2. Who have we got lined up on the big stage for you? Let's take a look at our head-to-head for you as we head into round number 2. It is once again Reed Duke. This time he is up against Marco Camiluzzi. Now, this is not necessarily great news for Reed Duke because at 0-1,
完全没有机会
you don't
发
want to
挥
face
啊
someone with a Pro
来看
Tour
这把有没
top
有
8.
机
Let's
会
dig in a little more to our competitors here in round 2.
刚那把
Reed
就
Duke,
是
of course,
就
the
被
Hall
碾
of
过
Famer
去了
and the reigning
真
Pro
的
Tour
就是
champion,
被
but
碾
he's
过
won
去
just about everything in the
有
game.
够惨
A Magic
刚那把
Online champion, multiple Grand Prix, a Team Series champion, World Championship finalist. Maybe he tries to go one better this time around. On the other side of the table, I mentioned Marco Camiluzzi, the great Italian player, been around forever, in addition to his Pro Tour top 8 at Dragons of Tarkir in 2015, tons of Grand Prix top 8s, and I can confirm, research shows us he is the only Pro Tour competitor in history with 4 pairs of letters in his last name. Double M, double I, double L, double Z. That's why they pay me the big bucks, ladies and gentlemen. All right, Marnie, let's get to the important stuff, the deck lists.
Yeah, absolutely. We already did see Reed as our featured drafter taking a look at his deck. We heard Marshall and Paul talking about it. This deck is very bomb heavy, very top heavy, but that early game, and most importantly, that removal suite, not looking too hot. If he is able to stabilize, he can get to the late game. But as we saw in that first match, even in the late game, if his opponents are matching his bombs, or if he is not drawing those bombs, it can really be a problem. So Reed has a very powerful deck, but some of the pieces are not there, and that can definitely be scary when you're in a pod like this. On the other side, Marco Camiluzzi, he drafted red-white. This is perhaps the archetype that players least want to draft. It is the consensus worst 2 colors in the format. Marco has a pretty decent aggressive curve. One of the highlights of this deck definitely is those 3 copies of Seal from Existence, giving him a lot of removal for those bombs that we talked about from Reed. So he does have the answer. One of the things that is really rough for Reed here, Marco's deck is red-white creatures, and Reed, one of his bombs is Breach the Multiverse. You're not really getting good things from Marco's deck, so you're relying on your own deck to provide, and this could go either way. It's a tough one.
Yeah, it certainly is. 0-2 is not where you want to be kicking off a Pro Tour campaign. It is super tough to come back from. All right, we're going to head down to the casters. For my first time ever, and for the first time this weekend, it is such an honor to welcome to the booth Corey Baumeister and first, Ailey Loney.
Thank you so much, Rich. Yes, indeed. Welcome, everybody, to the feature match area. I'm Ailey Loney alongside Corey Baumeister.
Hey.
We're in Minneapolis. We're going to crown a champion this weekend, and we cannot wait to jump into another round of draft here. We were sitting backstage watching Reed Duke drafting this, and we were all going, OMG, how does he lose this? And it turns out you just play 5-color nonsense with the big bombs, like Atraxes. Oh my goodness. Unbelievable stuff indeed.
That was an awesome first match, I must say. I'm
在
excited.
想他要怎么
So
输
we're going to
啊
have to see how
结果对
Reed
面
Duke,
对
our
面更
reigning
胡乱
Pro Tour
哦
champion, can hold up against Marco
对面五
Camiluzzi,
色各种
who's
大怪
playing
兽啊
a color pair that, you know, we don't
直接
often
踩
see
过
as
去
like the favorite pick, the yes, I want to be
有
in
够
these
猛
colors. It's not first choice.
Yeah, Boros definitely not exactly what you want, but when you can get a really strong, aggressive curve and you have great removal, which Marco
就希望
does,
不要
you
被
can
那个
really do some damage here in this format. Definitely just relies on the curve a little bit more, where if you have a nice smooth one, it's going to be pretty good, but if you miss some of the spots, it's
Yeah.
going to be a little brutal.
It's going to be rough indeed. So players are ready to rock and roll. Let's jump into it. Take a look at the hand of both players here. As we saw 3 sealed from existence for Marco Camilleri. So if there are any big haymakers coming down from Reed Duke, he's got to be wary of those taking his goodies.
Yeah, absolutely. And Reed definitely has a lot of bombs. You know, not that many removals is kind of the main thing that Reed's deck is really missing. But seal from existence to be able to take Boom Valkyrie is going to be a problem.
Yeah, that card is so good. It's an absolute house when it comes down. So
放个豆
kicking things off here,
放豆
we have both players finding their land drops, which is always a good place to start off with here, as we have a knight down on the battlefield, ready to get ready to get attacking here. The Sigilled Sentinel from Marco Camilleri.
Yep, decides not to attack into that. I did see the Invasion of Fiora in hand already for Reed, so maybe trying to hold off the battlefield a little bit and then set up a really nice turn to just wrath the board.
Hits the board too, so Vigilance plenty here is going to add another creature to the board. So Reed Duke has to deal with this ever-growing spread of creatures now from the Italian side of things.
Yep, absolutely. And look at Reed's hand. That's really impressive. You have Boonbringer Valkyrie, Furja, and Invasion here with Unsealed to bring some stuff back. And, probably my favorite card in the set. I love Phyrexian Gargantuan.
You do?
Phyrexian Ranger, just two of them. Combine them.
It's fine. Yeah, it's not the best thing you want to be doing on turn 6, but yes, it can get you out of a pickle if you find yourself doing 4/4 that brings you cards at the cost of 2 life. But, you know, it's a small price to pay for some card advantage.
Yep, absolutely. And with these players starting 0-1, going down 0-2 is really brutal start for these players. So a very important match to make sure that they don't fall into that hole, because your chances of winning the Pro Tour when you start with 2 losses already definitely diminishes.
Definitely so. We're going to see a Convoke here, as well as the Seraph of Nuka Penna hitting the battlefield, one of the transform cards. So piece of removal, Etched Familiar is going to get taken down. Poor little guy.
And Reed's going to be pretty happy with this, actually. Like, it looks really bad right now, you know, with this battlefield being so overwhelming, but as long as Reed can pick up some removal spells here for Invasion, it's going to be great. But as I say that, no lands in hand, so you really do need to hit this pretty quickly.
也是够废的。
Breach of the multiverse in the bin. That's
好惨哦！为什么 Reed Duke 这么惨啊
？Feels so bad to put that one into the graveyard.
Yeah, that's man. I understand the need for Unsealed and Necropolis
又失去那个了，一张大的哦，有地有希望了。
Play this.
Yeah, I was like, if it's gonna mill anything.
对，然后他把那个还是把女武神放回来了。
But a swamp off the top
那个飞行先攻警戒的女武
deciding
神。
how much does Reed want to commit to the battlefield?
用
This is a really smart play, committing a legend, so that if you do top deck, Invasion can just get rid of everything but for
legends.
再
There
见。
is one of those sealed from existence, so Furia goes bye
再
bye
见，
for
改
now.
编。
And that's a lot
不管
of damage.
编
That all have vigilance, so
This is gonna be
almost
a big
expected
好
Marcus
像要死哎，这6哎。
big draw step. Big draw step here for Reed.
Land.
D.
Is it a land?
Yes.
Okay, we're in
总
business.
算
Let's
第一次
go.
释放。
Get out of here. Everything is deaded. And of course,
第一次释放这张牌是吧？
that invasion of Fiora, so all the creatures dead. And now back to
总算是顶住了这一波了
Let's see what Reed
太
can
难
build
了。
from here.
And the thing for Marco that's really
刚这
brutal
个
is, well,
运气一个
the
不好
Boros deck doesn't do that great of a job of recuperating after a Wrath effect like this, but Reed, especially with Bringer Valkyrie, has
给
a
你个
nice
啦
restock here
我
for
不
next
在乎
turn, and just hoping to dodge another one
加
of the
攻的
seals,
情况
which
就
Marco
算了
does
哈。
have.
哦
It's under the gateway. It's going to make a little itty bitty token. And then we see invasion of Kylem here, I believe.
Do you mind if I take it out of the sleeve?
Sure. Yeah, read the
那张是什
backside.
么？其实这一张的效果我也没有记得哎。
This is the wordiest
他从来没有
set
入
of
我
lost
法
set,
眼
I'll have
过
you know.
啊
Yes,
这
but I
张牌
believe
的
it.
效
When you
果。
have so many different card names on the front and the back here, that ends up being quite strong.
Yeah, so this doesn't really do much right now. Just gives vigilance +2. Oh, and haste. So the little 2/2 is now a little
Oh,
bigger. And is gonna
剩二。
get 4/4, taking Reed Duke down to 2.
All right, so Phyrexian Gargantua is not castable, and Marco does have a Seal of Existence, so if Reed only has one threat, this 2/2 is just going to win the game straight away.
That is going to be game over, so land, Boonbringer Valkyrie. Here is the big old angel.
And that's
Can
it.
this save Reed Duke? The answer is no. With that Seal of Existence, like you mentioned. So little Tutu gets the job done here for Marco Camiluzzi.
哦，好可惜
Corey
哦。
not looking so hot here for our
对面2个杀那个。
Yeah, Reed was so close to stabilizing there, but just even if Reed was at 3, being able to start casting those other cards, get some edge champions down there, and be able to stabilize a little bit, or edge familiar.
这样也输。 对 Duke 运气到头了嘛？感觉好衰哦。
Chorus from the previous set when Marshall absolutely loved that card.
He couldn't get enough of it.
Yeah, Ikadrinka kind of fills that spot too. It's like, oh yeah, I like this guy because you know it's 2 creatures in 1.
Exactly. Yeah, really good with different sack outlets for, especially for black-white.
Yep.
I'm a big fan. Black-white also not necessarily everybody's
对
favorite
面有个
archetype.
13废人，
Pretty low
也不
on
废，
the,
他给敏捷有时候蛮可
on
怕
the data points as far as
的。
the most successful ones, but definitely an archetype that I love quite a bit as well, with all the incubate synergies.
Yeah, incubate's such a cool mechanic. I
It
like
is
it a lot.
great.
You know, and the inclusion of battles in this set too. I think it's just a home run.
And to convoke, I mean, every
我又是这
single
个
mechanic
很
like
顶
that
的小
really
狐
just
狸呀，
screams that this is a very skill-intensive
非常
limited
顶。
format. So I think our 3-0s, our 6-0s for limited are really going to be some star players.
Yeah. So Ikadrinka, Etched Familiar, down on the battlefield here. This Trailblazing Historian. Yeah, these haste givers. They always spell bad news. Oh, I like them. You know, I like turning things sideways, don't get me wrong, but you know that there's something big and dumb that's going to hit the board, and that guy is going to give it haste. So for now, it's a harried artisan. Excuse me, that's the...
后援。
The Scrounger, yep.
Yeah,
the Scrounger.
yeah,
横置就会气抽嘛。
Him getting haste, just being able to get you a card there and then, you know, that's excellent.
Definitely. Marco picked up a nice draw there, just picking up the planes. Didn't have second white for Seal of Existence ×2 in the hand, so very huge play here for Marco. And Marco's hand looks great, and Reed's kind of out of steam already, but has some really big draws in his deck.
Yeah, this completed Hunt Monster, excuse me, you talked about sack outlets earlier. Hitting Ikadrinker, getting to incubate 3. That's so cool. You're just upgrading all of your tokens if you get a 1/1 or a 2/2. You know, oh, cool, 3/3.
100% agree. And just to be able to have basically infinite chump blockers too. If you're facing down a really large creature, just block, sack, incubate it, and step block, sack, rinse and repeat. Ends up being one of my favorite uncommons.
It's definitely something that Marco would like to get off this board. You know, perhaps via Volcanic Spite, something along those lines. So let's see if he can get rid of that. Seal from Existence available to him. So pick your poison here. What would you like to do?
All the removal spells. Picked up a Prankster for the turn, so has a nice curve. If Marco wants it, doesn't discard a land, for instance. See what was discarded. And
it's going to send back that Prankster.
新时代的烧啊。
Play the land and hold up.
都以前的烧都没这么厉害过。
Yeah, that was interesting because that was a nice little curve that you could just play after this, but doesn't decide to do it.
那是古早年代就是。文化富裕。
Gifted Completion, Drag Recycler, Scroll Shift in hand. So Gifted Completion will allow a Scry whenever Phyrexian dies for him. Brings along a little buddy too.
It's one of my favorite cards. I love Gift of Completion. Like just the surveils that you get off of it, really great enough. But the fact that it is still just 2 mana essentially for a 3/3. Of course, you have to commit a little bit more mana, but really, really nice in black-white. And there's some strong synergies if you ever blink that and just be able to incubate token, which we did see that Reed had in his hand.
So I'm going to see an attack here with the Scrounger, the draw on the discard.
Yeah, scroll shift in hand, being able to make another creature at some point.
Yep. Give me a trade, a drain, and a surveil. Good to see the block there. So the Scrounger is a Scrounger no more. Has to go and dig around in the graveyard. As we see a follow-up there. Another Knight brings a 2/2 friend along with it.
Yep, not the best attacks into the mana open for a 3/3 incubate creature, so just forced to pass the turn. And Reed has stabilized from Marco's really fast start. And that's good news for Reed, because Reed's deck definitely has the bigger top decks, where Marco has the more consistent, aggressive style of deck here.
Yeah, for sure. You know, at some point, though, Marco is going to run out of steam a little bit, whereas Reed has the propensity to go over the top with the big heavy hitters like the Boonbringer, Valkyrie, like the March, the Breach the Multiverse. But, you know, Seal, if he can keep Reed in check and just get these blockers off the board, you know, that's Marco's avenue to victory here.
100% agree. Looks like that is another Knight of New Coalition in hand. They're going to be able to just really put a lot of pressure here on Reed.
Yeah, doing a good job of that. He is sitting at 23 though, so quite comfortable for the time being. Icar Drinker can jump in the way of something big when it needs to. You know, the Dreg Recycler's there. But, you know, unfortunately losing that completed Hunt Master, so none of that fun stuff that we were
totally
about just a few turns ago.
刺探，对他刺探他的每次刺探他的手牌都会变更好。
I kind of want to see City on Fire just because.
这时候积极的交换应该是没什么问题啊。
So tough to get down, and I feel like every time I get that card to land, my opponent has dealt with all my creatures, and I'm like, all right, this is but if it ever connects, and you can really get something going with that, it's incredible.
Yeah.
Stoke the Flames, anyone?
Yeah, sure. Lucky Scrap Chomper, one of the best named cards in the set. I love it. It's just a cute little 1/1 that can just munch on some artifacts or lands if you have spare.
Yep.
When do you ever have spare lands in a Boros deck, though?
You know, I mean, when you're kind of saying it though, when you run out of steam, like the Boros deck definitely does. So this card makes a little bit of sense. At least you can get in a couple of points of damage early, and then late game, after you've really deployed all your threats and you're up to land 5, land 6, basically what Marco finds is completely unneeded, you know, in a deck that is very much focused on the curve of 4 drops or less, with a couple exceptions. Then you can just start getting rid of some lands to try to close the game. So
他怕女武神又被贴啊，那个女武神，这也是正确的，因为对手手上确实有贴，不是贴笔啦，那个放逐了。
I believe it did.
有压啦，手上有压。
Double life, yeah?
Double life link, yep, sure does.
Curses
sure
be
does
upon us.
not.
有压。
There goes our pretty angel, sealed away from existence once again.
Yeah, Boonbringer Valkyrie has to just be one of the most incredible cards in this set. We've already seen cards like that in the past, Lyra Dawnbringer being one of them, where it's just so great already. When you can kind of give it a Baneslayer ability, Baneslayer or Lyra, to another creature and get an attack in right away, even if you lose it, getting to gain a little bit of life ends up being excellent.
You know, when you're looking at or assessing your cards that you open, you're looking for bombs, you're looking for removal and evasion. You know, you get a bomb and evasion on one glorious angelic stick.
Yes.
Which is the Boonbringer Valkyrie. So.
Yep, totally agree.
It'd be nice if it could actually, like, you know, stick on the board for a little bit here.
No
but
kidding.
These seals, oof.
These seals have come in very handy against Reed, and I mean, most of the time, Seal is just a great card, but if you play against a deck that's really trying to go wide, makes a bunch of tokens, it ends up looking pretty bad. But Reed's deck is all about, you know, a couple removal spells here and there, and then just haymakers. So Marco's deck is lining up quite well against Reed so far.
Definitely. Now we're going to see Invasion of Belanon hit the board too, adding further creatures. And then if that flips, you know, I'm wondering if we might see an attack on this battle here shortly.
Yeah.
To give that anthem effect.
Absolutely. Got to clear out the 2/4 fire here. It's really brick walling everything here from Marco.
其实他进攻好像也没比较好。
4 attackers currently, 2 blockers.
他手上感觉也是真的没有那个。
Yeah, you can't really increase the amount of attackers with that other.
手上也是真的没有招。
Oh, he is gonna chomp on lands.
Okay, chomps away. Interesting to chomp
手上没有招，
因
为有招他刚刚可能就会用掉
to be
了。
on top, but you have so many seals that you would think that you want to keep it. Okay, Plains was already in the hand. That makes a lot of sense. And yeah, now that little 1-drop is going to be doing some really good work here on this battlefield as Marco is flooding out a little bit.
Didn't your mama ever tell you not to eat dirt?
We all had to learn the hard way.
Yeah.
哦，第3张放逐。
Oh boy. Seal from Existence, Shatter the
然后
Source.
Red Duke 有个对策啦 ，Score Shift。
Again? How many knights did he end up with?
Kidding.
That was a fair few 3.
Red Duke 这边其实有对策，
here.
对，他有个原意啊。我对面要直接贴是不是？还是直接烧？哦，直接烧了是不是？
Alrighty, let's see where Marco Camiluzzi of Italy is gonna go with this. We're tapping out.
我没有先叫
This is
人
gonna be our knight, so 2 more creatures added to the board. I bet Reed Duke is just hoping for a board wipe.
可是 Red Duke 血量很健康
would be
就是
so incredible. Getting to keep Furja around and get rid of everything else and attack it would be excellent. But Reed's getting to the point where the battlefield's going so wide for Marco that you really kind of need it at this point. You know,
it's not going to matter. You know, a couple of life here and there is just going to get outweighed heavily.
Yeah, exactly.
By what, I don't know, he's got A bunch of damage coming through here. 2, 4, 6, 7. At fear at
Okay, so this was the attackers attacked at
应该要
invasion,
云移了啦，移了
and
啦
then。this, but here we go. We see scroll shift to be able to blink this at instant speed to be an excellent card here. And Reed's been very, very, conservative with that card. We're not trying to play it too early, even though you're really incentivized to try to play the cards in your hand to activate Persia. So, ends up being a really, really nice thing here.
哦，没有，
The source doesn't get a target there. Fury back on the battlefield. Scroll shift gets a card. So let's see what Reed can do. Just a swamp in hand, so isn't
那个
able
云
to
移
cost
打乱
the
对
double
手了。
spells like you mentioned,
对，
Corey,
那
to
个云
get that ability off of
移的漂亮啊！
Absolutely. Deciding on the surveil here.
对面是
Persia. I guess I'm wrong, huh?
对面是整个 all in
Until someone corrects us.
all in 要烧死那个 Forja， 然后直接撞掉那个
Furia. Okay, I'll stick with you. You're
撞掉那
Sure,
个
Twitch chat
那个战役的，
will enlighten us as to
但很不幸啊，
Yeah, absolutely.
被那个的
Incredible card though, a card we've seen
It's
in
great.
previous
Yeah, I love
sets
it. And the
that I
art
really
is
liked.
just,
咒语
these multiverse legends, oh, they're so good.
I love it. Yorian, anyone?
I dislike that card immensely, and I know how much you love it.
Yes,
So.
yes.
Alrighty, little buddy Icar Drinker at the bin, gonna create that the 2 countered incubation token.
And unfortunately for Reed, just trying to play 2 spells. And well, that was probably the worst card to top deck to be able to play since it is a
再压
legend.
一次，
There is another
，Okay,
seal.
that's
好
the third
棒
one. He's done. He's out now.
整个靠背怎么有3张？
Goodness me.
哇，这是 Yuka， 他还有3张，
Yeah, Marco must have felt
你
so
怎么
great
又
getting the
有？
third one.
Yeah, no kidding.
气炸了。
Well, good news for Reed Duke fans a little bit is you do have a backup Angel to be able to play, and well, it won't be getting Seal of Existence, and I think Marco is basically out of removal.
Yeah,
we see one Alabaster,
转化
right?
了
Like，
完蛋
one， Alabaster
然后刺探一
host
下。
that's- And has the 6 land, so that's pretty much the only other removal spell in Marco's deck to deal with it. But Reed is still
还好
trying to
啦
knock the top of the
，Reduke
deck.
还有
Is it
资
a
源可以
breach?
打，
Is it an invasion?
不怕，他都留那一张了，应该就是有
Or
料。
breach into invasion?
Oh, yeah.
You a fan?
Okay, cool.
Forja
Alright, just gonna be Furia and double spell. There we go, Edge Familiar. So the top of the deck lining
that's
up.
breach. That's breach.
Yeah.
What an
The other 2, icky. Other 2 swamps.
大招
Get
来了
out of there, but yes, breach.
What an incredible
大招来
tactic, though.
了
Just something that Reed could play with Persia here to be able to activate that. So huge.
虽然说对手的生物大一圈就
So
是，
so good here for Reed Duke.
Okay. Now Reed
Reed
has
Duke
really
还找到
weathered the
大
storm
招
here.
了
He's at 25, so still
制
doing
胜的大
fine.
招是吧？
And gets to play this powerful spell next turn. Huge advantage back to Reed Duke.
再想要不要
Yeah,
进攻？
and more creatures getting committed to the board here. You
他生
wanna
物也不
see
足以那个啊。
that invasion of Fiora off the battle, off the top of the library, excuse me, or off the invasion. Actually, no, it mustn't be on the top because we want to hit it.
Yes, there you go.
Yeah.
Second down.
Yeah. Zolfiran Lancer hits the board, gets a hasty buff.
我觉得血量这么健康，也可以考虑不要打。
Against this Boros deck, removal is probably the best thing that you want to be hitting. Marco doesn't have a lot of that left. And now Marco just doesn't have really heavy hitters. The Alabaster is probably the main card that'll be a good hit, but not the best ones.
Oh, breach.
Can we count
breach is
our
just-
library?
Yes, let's count libraries.
必须来
Breach
了
is， this creature or planeswalker.
Okay,
so
so
it's
can't
not
hit
gonna
the
hit the
invasion.
battle. Yeah.
Absolutely.
必
Okay.
须是
Okay,
可以
so
的
let's not mill the
台库
invasion.
厚度
There
都
we
还
go.
够。
We're just putting in our
Absolutely.
orders. Apologies to our waitress. We'll give you a good tip at the end, promise.
不会魔空应该会做吧？
Yeah, that question you never
有
really
不
want to
做
be
的
asked.
道
Let's
理
count
吗
our libraries real quick.
What's worse, cards in hand or how many cards in library?
对，反正
I think
啊
the
，New
absolute
神不
worst
在，
is
等一下等
you're
等
tapped
等
out,
等，有点
right?
危险。
That's probably the worst.
New
question
神
to
不
be
在
asked.
里面
Yeah.
，New 神在放主区啊。
Oh boy.
Based on the
想一下
library count, maybe
我是会直接做啦，因为不做好像会被操
casting the
了。
breach, I kind of doubt it.
不做
But
是不
if
是
your
也会被
library
操
is so
呢？
little, maybe you have 13 cards or something like that,
Yeah.
it can be a real cost.
Yeah, because you have to then
做了
calculate. All right, how can I kill you quick enough with the cards that I have left? So here we go, 10 cards off the top. Let's take a look. See, do we have any good
有
hits?
什么大招？
Lands. Yara's
阿雅拉
pretty
在里
neat.
面。
That's a
Very
good one.
good. And not hitting invasion is
Yeah, yeah,
excellent
yeah.
with that
That's
not being
great.
able to
对
hit
手的
those,
也
so.
可以拿啊。 对手的牌也很好嘛，就拿。
City on fire in the bin, so that's not a problem.
人场的其他的生物。
There's a knight in there.
对，那个骑士啊，升2个那个的骑士也不错。
Reed might just wanna take
4点进场叫2-2，进场叫2-2跟阿雅拉吧。
Bodies to block and Ayara.
There you go.
Okay.
对，果然是拿这2个，因为也没什么好拿。我的女武神被绑架了。
So cool. I just built a commander deck around her because I was just like, oh my gosh.
女武神
It is an incredible magic card, that's for sure.
Yeah. No, this
然后阿雅拉等下转化，还有其他的那个手段。阿雅拉还可以转化嘞，拜托。
Yeah, and I believe in the bottom right-hand corner of our deck, we do see Phyrexian Gargantua in the graveyard. So something available for Reed is just pay 5, flip it, bring back Phyrexian Gargantua, draw 2 cards, or go to 25 at such a high life total. Basically, that is just dependent on how many cards is in Reed's library, because you can't get too close here.
Yeah, cutting it a little close there. Just gotta be wary of that.
哦，对，果然要杀啦，这个要杀啦。
Collective Nightmare gonna take care of the knight.
对手浪费了一点点那个，等于只叫个2-2 警
With the
戒。
Anthem there, the backup ability would have put it to a 4-4.
Yeah.
So
对
it's
手
able
没有
to
任何
stop
手
that before the problem comes
该
out.
来换我们
And
撬
now
他
Reed
们
is handless,
了。
but starting with an Ayara available to be flipped, no
Ayara.
cards in hand for Marco. So yeah, time to pick up that graveyard and see
我
what
是
kind
会
of
直
goodies we
接
have.
翻阿雅拉开咒了。
It's like having a whole other hand available.
开始不顾一切的开扁。
And Ayara is
叫
just
阿雅
such a
拉
cool card.
Yeah, incredibly powerful. Yeah,
And with
returning-
other sack outlets too, like he doesn't have one available now, but you know, whatever you bring back, it gets exiled at the end step.
都是他牌库也不够，要剩下几个就要打死他。
A beautiful combo there.
You just get some lovely little interactions with the sacrifice decks, but for now, it looks like we're just happy to chill for the time being.
Interesting. Reed did not want
还
to
不用
flip that
呢
at all. It's just
是的
keeping Ayara's front ability available, which definitely adds up. You know, if you're sacking this knight, deal 4, gain 4. If
Yeah.
you're sacking Edge Familiar, take
Invasion
5.
开狠。
With the ability from Edge Familiar as well, with the drain too. So it adds up pretty quickly where, you know, it's really impressive for Ayara when you have to kind of debate, is the front half better or is the back half? Yeah, exactly. And most of the time, surprisingly, the front is better.
Yep, that's exactly what we're going to do. So Edge Familiar, goodbye, cute little bud.
Gets a surveil off of it as well. Reed does have just a swamp in hand, so looking to get a little bit more action.
Down to 9 goes Marco Camaluzzi.
敲掉那个
This is what he wanted the deck to do.
Yep.
You know.
And there is only 4 cards
会
left
翻
in
吗？还不会
library
翻吗？
for Reed, and that's really, I think, what Marco's looking for right now. Probably
Yeah,
not even
just
going to
trying to-
attack this game anymore. Just hold back and hope Reed decks
32
himself
点
with
生命，
milling 10 cards from Breach.
还想用阿雅拉慢慢磨，是不是？
All right, looking at graveyards again.
炸掉骑士再打4D。
So at this point, Reed's looking at graveyard not necessarily for something that he
把骑
wants
士
to
炸掉
reanimate
就是在
from
打
Marco,
4D。
but what is left in your deck at
Yeah.
this point? Players get to see their pools, so they get to see
管你
exactly
打死
what was drafted by
我
them,
回
so
是
process of elimination can kind of figure it out.
And Ayara doing what she does. She knows her armies and her suitors are expendable, so she is just throwing them to the wind, darling. Yes, yes, go out there, go do things.
That's a beautiful Ayara
Thank you. I imagine
voice.
she
I
sounds
like
like
it.
this, yes.
36比5。
But yeah, no, an excellent card. And, you know, the transforming cards, just having an excellent either side.
Yes.
You know, it's just like having another card.
3张牌哦，剩
Yeah,
下3张
adds
牌的
just
牌库。
another layer of complexity. You know, trying to play around cards.
这样
when
该
they're tapped out,
不
when you
会
have to invoke
输
cards.
吧
Transforming, so you have to know the backsides of a bunch
这
of
样会
cards.
输
And the
吗？
battles, creating these like sub games. This set is
对
just
于
amazing.
Marco 来
I
说，这就是
absolutely
防守
love it.
战
It's one
啊
of，my
能不能
favorites.
守
He's
住
not
最后
my
这5滴，
favorite
也是要
of
抽
all
爆
time.
自己
I've been
血。
having so much fun playing
Flippity flop,
this.
flippity flop.
All
Here
right, here we
comes
go.
the Furnace Queen.
来啦，我要开扁了哦！
Oh, little familiar
你
coming
敢
back.
挡就会死，不
So
挡也会
familiar
死。
coming back to attack. Now it is, if it is just taken, it exiles and it will
It
not.
exiles. You won't get the death trigger.
You won't get the death trigger, but if you block, then you do get the trigger. So at some point, Marco will have to start blocking these creatures, but this is not exactly the one to start with.
No.
牺牲的那一瞬间就爆了。
End of turn, exile.
哦，我放逐而已，我放逐啊，放逐还不会有事情。放逐还不会有事情。
Fantastic indeed, as we're going to see.
输。
Lovely death
哦，
touch.
还有第三局啊。
That's going to be too much there for Marco to deal with. So jumping into game 3 here. Breach the multiverse in hand.
我觉得6个骑手可以吗？要2个地才能接哦。好像可以，Reduke。手牌好像不错。我看到女武神跟 Bridge 的 Bridge 对，女武神跟 Bridge 都在手上。
So kicking things off there with a lovely 2-drop. That's where you want to be as the Boros player. You need to get Reed Duke dead and fast because the longer the game goes, the more it favors him.
Definitely, and that card can be really scary if you're able to transform it right on turn 3, which Marco
还有2个地在手上哦。 那就是可以顺顺的到那个了吧？哦，没有，还没有，只有1个而已，剩1个地，3个地。
So like blue red, it's really good in. Maybe
不要
black
卡
red,
地
you have a
就
lot of
好
removal
了。
and stuff like that. So not
对我们
ideal,
Reduke
but the
来
spell
说，
spear can really
不要
really
卡
create a
地
fast clock transformed
最
on
重
the
要。
other side.
I mean, what more do you want from a 2-drop?
只要成功过渡到5A 后，就会压力就小很多了。对 Reduke 这边了，最好是再抽一张白地啊！现在这样的话
Maybe flying. I'll take flying on that card. Yeah.
Get
Depending if I'm playing it versus if my opponent's playing it.
再2期。
All right, look at this curve from Marco.
这样就是无警戒。
2-drop, 3-drop, 4-drop, go.
Okay. Lancer is getting that boost there as well from both knights.
Oh yeah.
把血线拉高，
It's not just one or
未来才有本钱打那个了。
Just 5 damage coming in, and all of a sudden, Reduke is very much up against it. That is a ton of power here with that beautiful curve.
Lands. Let's hope we can survive to hit that breach the multiverse. If you're a Reed Duke fan, it's gonna be a 1000 oil cost.
对手0-0G 啦。
Not great right now. It's just a 2-4, but it can die.
没有。
Yep.
哦。
has a great curve.
自摸平原。
6 into 7 with Boone, Valkyrie into
他刚刚就
Gargantuan
是
to
卡那
breach,
个啦。
but no planes. So right now you can't even cast Boone
他
Valkyrie,
刚
which
就
is
是
a
卡
card
的
that
那
would
个
very
卡
much
白啊。
help Reed out here. But Marco
他
also
卡
just
白
has
啊。
that plane for
现在可以压
Seal
了。
of Existence in hand, has the invasion to pump the team. This is looking really bad for Reed Duke
只
here.
是压的
You know,
话
at this point, Shark,
，Reduke 可以
Lone
选
Order,
择那
go.
个
Marco
吃掉
has。Invasion of Kylum, being able to give his creatures, you know,
Reduke
the
这边可以
buff
选
and
择
take
吃
it
掉。
down immediately and get the flip side of it. So,
Yeah.
ooh,
2个
And
嘛
the flip
加
side,
加
just getting 2
0
3-2s out
yeah,
of it
just casually,
immediately.
you know, you like to go wide
先进
here,
攻
have
凯
some
韩吧。
extra buddies.
All right.
Yeah, give it to the spell spear too.
So Spell Spear is getting prowess, and now we decide where we want to point this at.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be the knight and the spell spear.
Okay.
So Zalfira Knight, rather large.
All right, that is an attack for 10,
Yeah.
and it looks like both of them are going at invasion.
哦。
So that's saying,
好
Reed, you have to
痛。
double chump to stop the invasion from flipping here.
Yeah.
好痛，这真的有痛
How。does he come back from that?
这个应该是要，我是觉得
Super dead, super
交换一下
When you have an
啦。
invasion of Fiora in
这
your
个
deck,
太
there's
痛
always a
了。
way. But
2个
right
加起
now,
来
he
10
doesn't have
点
land
伤
six
害
and doesn't have
Yeah.
the namesake card, so
10点伤害
pretty brutal here.
That didn't even matter in game 1.
而且你现在可以
He was able to
无
clear the
痛。
board, and Marco was just like, okay, still had all these.
只是可能有招而已啊。对，有招比较
Battle is
危险。
defeated.
哦，没有，只打这个，那好像随便。
Yep. Flippity flop, casting the spell.
还不一定。
2 3-2s.
Okay. Yep, 3-2s, and whenever this creature, or at least one other creature token attacks, put a 1/1 counter on this creature. So
That's just silly.
完了
they。work together.
Yeah,
they
yeah.
are a tag team
They're
here.
buddies.
So yeah,
like you and me.
absolutely.
See, we're in the right colors today.
Absolutely.
Yeah, let's go, bud.
完蛋
All。right, so land 6 is
卡
picked
白
up
色
from Reed here, and you have some things to
卡
do
白
some
色，然
blocking,
后
but
要
it
要
might be
自
getting to
摸
the
菲
point
欧拉的
where
可以啊
it's。got to be either on the top of the deck or
这
maybe
个对面
second
这
from
个
the
有点太
top
凶
to
猛
just
了。
stay alive here.
对面的进攻。
Yeah, land 7 will be helpful for sure. You know, Phyrexian Gargantuan
翻过来
can get in the way of one of these and kill these, like the Zalfira Knight, for example, if
Yeah.
there's no
翻过
extra
来
friends coming.
0-0G。
Yeah, but
Those 2 3-2s, they scare me the most right now.
100%. They're not going to be 3-2s
手
for
握
long.
0-0
I'll
激进
tell you
呐。
that. So, and even if you play Gargantuan, the seal of existence to be able to take that
有人要被
away if he doesn't just fire it off now. But
Gets action. Spellstalker, the flip side of
Red
the
Duke.
Spellspear. Ward 2 now with prowess. So the problems are just doubling here. I'm sensing a theme in this deck. This is double trouble for sure.
So seal comes into play here. You get that double prowess trigger to make that creature a 5/5 and targeting Reed's best blocker here. I think I have to take it back. It
唯一
can't
解
be
真的
second
是
from
菲
the
欧
top.
拉
Looks
了
like Reed needs
不
invasion
然
on
真
the
的没
top.
办法。
This is bad news bears right now for Reed Duke, our reigning Pro Tour champion.
他现在5-5践踏守护2，
O2 is not
应
how
该
you
是
want to
吃
start.
啊。
Definitely not, but you know we have seen, you know, Utah did go
他需要
0-3
补
into
血啊。
winning one of these tournaments, so it's
He
not
sure did.
impossible.
It's not impossible, but
it's not where you want to start.
No.
You can basically win the tournament with 4 losses, so you can lose 1 round in constructed if you start 0-3. So that is a really big deal.
Here we go, getting counters, getting some blockers in here. That's such a lot of damage.
2 5 2 9
18?
9 8 17。
Yeah, 18 damage.
17
Putting Reed down to 4. Is it invasion? I think it's the only top deck.
That is the question here. It's either going to be invasion or handshake, so. Just doing some quick math here with the judge.
等下算数有问题啊。
Yep, that's a prowess trigger.
18
Trigger trigger, actually.
Yep.
哇，唯一解菲欧拉，不然没
Big
救。
draw.
What is it?
Oh, swamp.
Oh, man. Another swamp. Good game.
Oh,
there
Red Duke.
Dispatching of Reed Duke with an
这么猛的套牌
like we mentioned,
结果
this
一轮
format
都赢
is
不
so
下来。
close in terms of what is viable, and we're just seeing Marco
Red
absolutely
Duke
crushing it there.
太惨
Those
了
seal from existence and
这
just
个
going wide. What do you do against that board, Corey?
怎么会
Yeah,
这样
you
呢？
got a top deck invasion. That's pretty much what you got to do. But yeah,
太
seal of
衰
existence,
小了
these kind of O-ring effects
Yeah.
are always incredible and limited. To
真的有
have
够
3 of
衰
them and to have it have ward, just
打
in
得很
case it's
挣
ever
扎
able to be
我觉
destroyed.
得
Really strong in this
他
set
就
and
是
looked really good in
杀
Marco's
都
deck
不够
here
强。
to be able to pick up his first win.
It really did. And we're going to
杀
have
得不够
plenty
强。
more magic right after this break, friends. So don't go anywhere. Round 3 coming up after this.
太难了，太难了，杀不够强。又卡白，刚不卡白其实还好。虽然说那个也会被干掉，就是了他也被压掉，太衰了啊 ，Red Duke 出师不利啊，这一次。对，这一次他整个蛮那个了。这一次他那个整个出师不利啊，我只能这样讲。感觉抓得很好哎，结果也没有那个，好像那个世界赛的那时候一样。世界赛也是，我记得有个抓得很强，抓2个基克斯暴行路啊，结果一把都赢不下来。搭配还是有差哦，是不是？真的太可惜了，Red Duke。哎，真的是，来看一下，真是这等下一轮然后。
Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour March of the Machine. I'm Ailey Loney alongside Corey Baumeister. He's having a great time here in the booth, just jamming to the tunes and the lights that are going off behind us. Excellent atmosphere here indeed. Everyone's super, super excited.
What a beautiful venue.
I know, right? I feel like we can launch rockets out of this, but you know.
I bet we can.
We'll get to that later, yeah. We have Magic and draft matches to get to, friends. So let's jump in here to game number 3 of Autumn Burchett versus James Arthur. So they are both at 1.
Now
we are into the players who have yet to lose a match. So let's jump in and take a look. See what's happening between these two players from our featured pod.
Yep, absolutely. And it looks like for Autumn, we have a really nice Boros deck once again. Pretty close to Marco's list, except with a bit more bombs. We see a couple Fearless Scalds there, going to be excellent. And yeah,
Jeru and Hazaret being
Jeru and
Hazaret.
Very, very powerful here as well. For James, a good blue-white deck, a good Azorius deck, has really highlighted by Wrath, one of my favorite cards, and then Sunfall.
Yeah.
What a lot of players are saying is just the best. Right? Like, it's got to be close.
Sunfall is an amazing card indeed, and it's just such a great way to, you know, it's almost like a one-sided board wipe. Because you get a big down creature depending on the amount of creatures that you get to board. So.
Exactly. One of the cards that we're seeing not only obviously dominate Limited, but a card we're going to be seeing a lot in the constructed rounds as well.
Yeah. Kicking things off here, Wrath, unfortunately not sticking around. A very powerful card in the late game. Volcanic Spite taking care of that from the side of Autumn Burchett.
I don't think I've ever had Wrath live.
No.
It's such a must kill that it just gets really carried away.
Carried Artisan, he's in a hurry, he's got to get places. Has haste in the backside of this card, is excellent indeed. If you're able to flip this, you have a flyer that's got, you know, a pretty big butt too, so it's not going to be taken care of very quickly.
Really incredible card there, 3/4 flyer, doing some damage.
The outside of things, getting the little vampire down, the Dusk Legion Duelist. Likes to get counters put on it, so that'll definitely be a good target for removal as well as the backup abilities for James Arthur.
Yeah, we don't see a ton of backup. That's really the trick with Dusk Legion Duelist. So we see 2 cards here in the list as far as backup goes. But the one thing that card does is it just is a removal magnet. Because you just think like, wow, if my opponent has this perfect deck and they're going to draw a card every backup creature they play, well, I'm going to lose. So it attracts removal even if it's not that powerful in a deck.
Yeah, the red-white deck really wants to be in the backup. You know, it wants to call for backup quite often, as we see Zada Hedron Grinder, one of the other Multiverse Legends also is an enjoyer of targeted spells, especially when the board gets to go wide.
That card terrifies me. Absolutely terrifies me. The first time that card kind of does the thing, you know, it's just absolutely terrifying.
Yep. Captain Weird now, another excellent card. You flip this over and you are in business. Blue-red deck specifically, but also very good here.
And just a good blocker. You know, that card on the draw in an Azorius deck, which is largely thought of as the best color pair. You know, it's at least statistically what people are winning the most with. That and Demir are kind of the top 2. Which necessarily when I was playing leading into this, I wouldn't have thought blue was absolutely the best color. Like everything's so close and so narrow together. Yeah, that I wouldn't have expected it that much, but
blue's very versatile in this format, and we can see Knight Errant of Eos hit the board here. Getting helped out by the 2 creatures that are down on the board already for James. So a good setup here for both players so far. It's curious to see what Autumn follows up with. If we can get, you know, perhaps a transform artisan, or if we're going to get any targeted spells.
Yep, see what we have for the follow-up here. Any pump spells, anything like that? I believe I may have saw Hazaret in hand. Ooh. Yeah, a couple aerial boosts are definitely cards that Autumn has available in the deck. So being able to convoke that out for free would be nice.
Yeah. It's always nice getting free stuff. Generally Hazaret, though. They scare me. You talk about scary things? This card's a little bit terrifying. Big old 5/4. Digs through the deck. You know, it's something typically that Boros doesn't do very well. So all the help they can get, the better.
Yep. And yeah, like you said, if you can ever get aerial boost targeting on Zada, all of a sudden your entire team is getting +2/+2. And yeah, why not? Flying. So you have Inspired Charge in decks like this to kind of do that effect, but when you can give them flying as well, ends up being even better.
Yeah.
Okay, so Autumn did play a creature first, left open a plane. This could very easily be aerial boost. And so if that 4/4 gets in the way of anything, this is going to be a great boost. Yep.
Boost indeed. So target.
The value.
Big old value indeed.
Yeah, no matter what, if James blocked there, it was going to be a bit of a blowout in Autumn's favor.
Yeah. You know, you can always use aerial boost either as evasion or as like, combat trick removal. Just get rid of something that's blocking and make it a lot more difficult for James to do so favorably. Is that a sunball?
That was a sunball. We're like about to play it, but how about I attack first? Bang.
What's that, Incubate 5?
Incubate 5, just a Wrath of God effect, but also leaving behind a pay to create a 5/5. And oh yeah, it can attack that next turn as well, instead of having to incubate, transform, and then attack, being able to immediately attack with it. Just really shows why Sunfall is one of the best, if not the best, rares in this set.
Yeah, no, it's so good. You know, you are very, very happy to see that if you are in white. White anything basically.
And what do you do as the Boros deck? You know, I mean, you have to play into it.
More creatures.
Exactly. You just hope it's not there. Similar to the Reed match that we just saw.
Yeah.
What do you do? Just not play into Invasion? Then you just fall
lose.
behind.
You just sit there and wait to lose, basically.
Exactly. So now we'll just see how much of a follow-up Autumn has, how much gas is still in the tank.
For now, it's just a red cap heal slasher, a couple of lands being missed here on Autumn's side of things. James, though, looking pretty darn good after clearing that board out, making land drops, and has a 5/5 available, but it's just going to hang out for now.
Okay. Doesn't want to get in there, and doesn't have any kind of flash threats or anything, so this really is James just holding back to just transform and block, which is good news for Autumn. That's not a great follow-up for James.
Yeah.
And kind of awkward that James played extra creatures into James's Wrath, where you'd love to keep that weird in hand and then flip it and get an additional card.
Oh, nice. Fearless Scald. Ooh, double striking. What would that be, a 5 now?
Yeah.
No,
it'd be a 4.
Yeah, 4/5.
So it could trade with it.
That doesn't feel good, though, right?
Yeah, it doesn't feel amazing, but, I mean, you got to get that token out of the way somehow. And at least it kind of fights through different pump spells if James were to have that. With the double strike dealing 8, it plays around aerial boost, other +3/+3 effects, so still not bad. And then, I mean, you have a 3/2 double striker that is a 2-turn clock against James.
Yeah. This is a big decision here because, like, you get the same power, double striking, whichever way you go, but, you get to kill a thing right now. So let's see if we're going to see a removal spell perhaps here from James, or if we're just going to see this incubator token come to life.
Yeah, James just had Golden Scale, Aeronaut, and a land in hand, so really no tricks here. And this Aeronaut can come down as a 3/4 and trade with Scald at least, so kind of at board parity here. But Autumn definitely had a spell. I didn't see exactly which one she had, but...
There's the Aeronaut counter on that, like you mentioned. Good old 3/4. Yeah, what card is that there?
看秋天这边有没有招吧。真的都刚都没看到他手。
About to find out potentially here as the Fearless Scald hangs out on the board, looking at this Golden Scale Aeronaut. Kind of like the attack here anyway, just, bluff it, fake it till you make it.
Yep, there we go, getting in. Trading. James does have one card, but there we go. There is the follow-up play. Flips it into a card that was made pretty good use in the last game.
Protection
from Marco.
Spellstalker. Gonna hit the board here. And hey, something you don't see often, a Halo frog guy.
Yeah, no, and not that I play a lot. Do you play that very often?
小青蛙。
I mean, it can definitely be awesome if you're able to go
如果没有
a
007
nice little curve where you can play some creatures and then have that as an additional creature.
珍
It's
贵的
pretty
007
good, but
要
it
在
really
这
looks
边
like in
跟
this deck
青
for
蛙互
James,
换吗？干
it's
嘛？
a product of I didn't have enough playables
Wow.
because James's deck doesn't look like, you know, an A here or anything. It has an A+ card in the form of Sunfall, but outside of that, it's just a pretty decently low-powered blue-white Knights deck, which is still a great deck, but yeah, the frog, not necessarily what you want.
Also, it doesn't have the 1 toughness or power.
哇，这边一直自摸地。
Like to make use of, you know, there's some cheeky things you
有
can do when you
007 但什么
have
都
a
做
whiteboard.
不
Two goes
了
down, you attack after blockers.
最
Wrath
惨
will
的
then
那
be
一
able to
种。
pump up your entire board. So
Yep, absolutely.
that's like the ideal
哎
situation, but
青
Wrath,
蛙拿
alas,
掉
is
啦
dead.
哦
Well, I think the ideal is Ragavan
我想看
into
抽牌啊
Tatsuku,
你
but
们
that's
不要以为
close,
这样
you
就可以
know,
偷懒
that's probably the ultimate ideal thing that you can do in this format.
Listen here,
Yes,
we
you
call
can
我
draw
想
the
看他
Ragavan.
抽手。
Yeah. It seemed like
我
everyone,
不要看青
everyone and their son was drafting Ragavans.
That
in
was
Da家
the
都
first
在
draft.
比
Was a
烂的
blue-red deck
抽
with
牌
those 2 cards. I
看谁
peaked.
先 top
I
deck。
I've never had a deck as good.
That's where you retire, Corey.
哦，这个很好，这很好。
All right, here we go. We got an invasion to be able to draw some cards, and it
Yep.
looks like the equation has been changed.
Invasion of Mercadia here, so let's see what
连
Autumn
这
can
个
dig
都
out.
不给。
But not
至少
right
007 可以
now,
打了。
says
呜。
James Arthur.
But that does trigger the prowess. So you're still attacking for 5 here.
55啊
And you did see Autumn discard a card
触发到一
immediately.
次007，
When
没关
it
系啊，
gets
我
countered, you
有
don't
机会
have
打
to
出去
discard
就
it,
好。
unlike kind of Thrill Possibility,
被
which
飘
is
屏捡的
pretty
那
similar to what this is.
个
Yeah.
回手，
Oh, Forest Dispersal, okay.
受不了。
So that's going to send back our lovely little tramply friend. Can Spell Spear back in hand.
Okay,
试探
and gets to do
更多
some
试探
trying, and looks like both of those
都
cards
放
were
回
kept
去
on top, and one of James's best cards, Astral Wingspan, was
Oh,
left
that
on
card's
top.
我就再
absolute
下一次。
house.
And I didn't see the other card, but James is going to be able to draw it
再
immediately
下一次
since you're able to flip it right
太
away,
惨
or excuse me, draw the card off this
Yeah.
boost.
This little hopper's about to fly high, man.
Frogs in space, here we go.
Oh my god！
Well, if a rhino can have wings,
贴
so
皮
can a
青
frog.
蛙，
Yeah,
青蛙会贴
Plus
皮
two,
的
plus
打
two.
五
Got some
是不是？
evasion going. Got some extra card draw. This is looking really, really good now
Wow.
for James Arthur.
All right, let's see what
这
the
边要怎么办
follow-up
啊？
is for Autumn. There's got to be something. There's still
哦
some
对，一
big
定要
draws in her deck here.
抽个什么吧。
Hazoret being
那
one
个
of the
青
main
蛙
ones.
无法无天了，他
Yeah, but how do you deal with a flying frog?
Yeah, you have to race. You have to race. So here is
漂亮
double
一
prowess.
Reinforcements, yeah, yeah.
So that is creating 5
007
points of
可以
damage.
打
If
5
it's another spell, all of a
还不
sudden
错
James is, you know, down to 4.
还不
Oh,
错
it's
嘛。
a cut short.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, that's a cut short?
That'll deal with a frog.
Wow. Okay, let's see what James's last card in hand was.
Can you protect the
放
frog?
注意，消灭恒
If
志。
not, this is 7 damage coming in, and then Autumn presenting lethal to James, and this would be
这边直接
advancing
做
Autumn
得
to
最
2-0
好，
to be
然后
playing for the pod
Yeah,
next round.
that is an
多出牌
excellent
子，啊哈
spot
哈
to be in for Autumn to
青
check.
蛙就这样爆掉了
Big。cross step there for
哦，
Autumn.
打7。
Froggy down.
Of course, Autumn being our mythic champion.
哦，没有，这边
Chip 1
也
winner,
是
taking down that tournament with Mono Blue.
再回去。
Oh, Forest Dispersal taking care of the attacker once again. Excuse me,
哇，
that's a
又被
flipped
赶回
invasion
来了，
of Mercadia.
又被赶
No.
回来
No,
了，是吧？
the double prowess creature
prowess
sent
guy,
back
yeah, yeah.
again, and didn't have to pay. Well, did have to pay the ward too,
Yeah.
but since it was attacking, cost 2 less. So kind of there. So here we go. We see that surveil again, and there is another dispersal
Jeez.
and the 2-1 flyer.
So many dispersals.
Yeah.
Unbelievable stuff.
Such a great
好多
card.
回手
Skyclave
Aerialist,
Aerialist.
yeah.
I'm a huge fan.
Yeah, I like this
I'm a
card
huge
too.
fan. I don't like
我就再下
Cynic
一次，
in
再
this
转化一
format
次。
that much, but the fact that it can just be blue, you know, you can
然后
transform
青
it.
蛙
If
刚
you
刚
need
白
to
了
just，flip it
好
and start
惨。
digging. It's great.
Yeah, absolutely. So here we go, and you can just pay 2, flip it right away, get a 2-4, and
我要
try
翻
to
了，我受不
find
了啊！
something.
太连王了
The
都。
land off the top of the library, otherwise
资源
hard
不
to
够。
hand.
Well, so far those
那一张还可以再
dispersals
再
have
再那个
prevented 12 damage from this
再看一下。
one creature at James's face here.
再上手
Unbelievable.
了。
Not bad.
Four
Not bad.
dispersals. Jeez. Yeah, it's kind of like the Bury-in books of the format, you know, from Strixhaven.
Yeah.
Just like,
0-0季出发了。
Every single time that happens, just such a loss of tempo for the
6-6警戒是吧？
Just imagine
现在是6-6 警
James had
戒。
that Astral Wingspan still in play. I mean, this game was completely over.
Yeah.
But instead, here we
6-6
go.
警戒。再回首。
Would you like another one? Good
Adam's like, come on.
疯狂回首。
Yeah, get in the bin. Goodness me. Careful you don't mill yourself there, James.
Yup.
Don't want to go decking. Okay, let's see if the Spell Spear will stick now. It's kind of like teaching your dog to
我
sit
受
and
不了
stay.
了。
It's just not
一
listening.
直被回首，哎，他是为了这个被痛0-0季痛6滴
know
血
that。with my own pup, that's for sure. Absolutely.
为了这个痛6滴
And
血
the
啊
thing is, with Autumn playing a Boros deck and the fact that this Spell Spear transforms with blue mana, Autumn has been taking 2 every single time to flip this. So
painful.
Autumn has taken 6 damage from this card, which is actually more
觉得
damage than
James
James
会
has taken from
因为 James
from
刚
the flip
刺
side
探
of
掉
Spell Spear.
又有2
Ifara's
张深
Dispersal
度
is， basically just Ifara's Dispersing Shock.
Yeah.
又有2个深度哎。
Autumn's
你
down
看
to
James
three.
这边进攻，表示他根本没有那个后顾之忧
Alrighty.
啊。
Let's just swing. This is a race now. All the critters in.
好痛苦
Alright,
哦，
this
这个
is an
局
attack here for 6.
疯狂的
Right now,
平排
Autumn's
护
winning
顶
the。race, but there's so many cards that can
0-0季现在
flip this
是
in favor of
4
James. Just being able to get in
6
one more point of
6
damage
打
here with this
打
flyer.
6。
Yeah. Any other backup ability if we see the Bola Slinger? I don't think we've seen that card
Even
yet.
just a blocker for Gataxian Spellstalker right now.
Yeah.
这样好吗？
That's a land and a smite, I believe. Yeah,
Elspeth
Elspeth Smite.
Yeah. 3 damage to an attacking creature.
That's not enough because it's 4. It's a 4/4 here from Autumn. Otherwise, James could have attacked and used that. But since that spear was being put on
改
that,
成贴这个了，
Oh, we're splitting up.
是不是有招了？开扁。
Damage now.
That was
poor
the best
Hellberg.
thing for James.
Yeah.
That was the best thing that could have happened for James. Because now James can eat the 2/2 elemental and deal with this. You really want to smite first to make sure there's no pump spell. Or any spell. Any spell giving double prowess
可
would
能有
mean
招
that
哦。
James really should do this first. When you pick up the
这个
card,
减
you're
2减
kinda,
2，
saying you're going to blocking. This is a little riskier, but
难这2个怎么办？有招了，
Response.
in response,
我也有
Fair words.
啊，没有那
Aerial
就白了。
boost. There we go. Autumn Chet getting that.
拼到最后一掏哎！
That aerial boost just what you needed to get over the finish line there.
这一把有够那个的。
That was cool.
that was an incredible
最后的那个呢
even from the sunfall, it really
拼
looked
到最后一
like,
掏
there was
最
gonna
后
be
一张
big
摸啊
advantage points there to
最后个
James,
自
but
摸
just able to keep grinding and Autumn able to
厉害了
flip that card 3 different times, deal a bunch of damage to herself, but then is just able to stabilize and win at the
对
very
面那个
second.
青蛙被
Last
剪
second.
掉
The
也是蛮
metrics are
亏的
so
哦。
so good in this format. So watch out if there's open mana. Beware.
You don't even need open mana. You can
You
convoke.
don't. You can just convoke
Easy.
it. Yeah.
还有一把
Brennan Crawford up against non
那个炸弹魔来了
Check out this matchup.
5色炸弹魔，
So
我的
far,
天啊！
who is going to take this
来
one
看炸弹
down?
魔会几胜？炸弹魔会赢吧？
We're jumping into game number 2 here, Corey.
炸弹魔一目前领先。哇，这个炸弹魔这个有料，
This
等一
is
下
a。crazy deck we saw up
我的
against
天啊
Duke earlier with running a Traxa.
掉路了一。
Oh goodness me! It
炸
was
弹魔后手。
insane.
I know we're not supposed to be biased, but
来
that
看
deck
他
is
的炸弹
awesome.
套牌
It is
多
We
牛
saw。Galtas galore. We saw proliferating all kinds of good stuff
It's like,
here.
what would you like to play?
这
'Cause I
么
have many. Ooh,
5
Botanical
色套牌
Lord
竟然能
down
准
first
时
here.
做这个
And looks
咒
like
语
both players here with that opening hand,
太神
6
奇了
cards, both took a mulligan here. It's probably going to
对面也
favor
在调色
Brennan
加
a
速
little more with not playing a 5-color deck. Mulligans really hurt when you are doing that.
哦，菲瑞人有警戒，
Sure
孵化
does,
师。
but, so far, so good for both players, and this Botanical Brawler can run away with the game. You know, we might not even need to see any of those massively.
哇，好强！
those
为什么他
massive
那个
beaters
这
on
么
board
猛都
Deltas
不会
and
卡
Mavericks,？that sort of thing,
我
but,
就觉得很奇怪。
May
North
not
Horn
need
looking
to,
good
but we
here.
still want
他都
to.
这么
we want
顺
to,
都
of
不会
course.
卡。
But this Brawler
对，
guy
好猛哦！
This is going to be
那个泰国的玩家
something that needs
为什么
answering
他
very
都不会
quickly here
卡
from？Brennan. Let's take a
对
look at
我玩
this
这种
list.
套牌，我一天到晚都在卡，
Well, Brennan has an Elish Norn. That's pretty
Yeah,
excellent.
that's
太
pretty
神
cool.
奇了吧！
It's got an Alabaster Host Intercessor that can deal with that.
太
A cut
猛了。
short.
Yeah, and 4 colors. 4 colors in this deck as well, so
5色套牌，然后每回合费用都刚好用满。
And sometimes this is what you see at a pro draft like this, is you just gotta hope your mana agrees because, well, players are taking the best cards a lot more than maybe, you know, if you're on arena drafting or something, you're probably gonna get some really powerful cards a little later than you would think.
Yeah.
Not so much here at the featured table at a pro tour.
Yeah, these players are so disciplined, you know, when it comes to either sticking in their lane or committing to something. They're gonna go one way or the other. There's no middle ground.
Yes.
Just like, okay, I'm gonna do this.
飞瑞人都有那个
So huge
打8点
attack here.
8点打点。
This brawler doing some really big stuff here. With the incubate, whenever you put counters on the incubation, it does grow every single time. So getting a 4/4, but dispersal to deal with at least the incubate trigger.
Yeah, no, we won't see those ones back. They won't be making like a third appearance to the buffet table.
Yes, absolutely.
打4哎，
That token's out of
不是
there.
被打4吗？
Flip token here now from Brennan.
哦，还是不需要，没关系。
Where are we off to? Up against a board that's looking quite formidable indeed, as well as that Phyrexian awakening down on the battlefield.
Yeah.
The Anthem effect.
Absolutely.
Excuse me, no, Vigilance.
And not the corn drawing probably his best card, Blighted Burgeoning on turn 3 here. We saw that in the first couple rounds, or the first round, excuse me. That was pretty much the key thing against Reed. Having it on turn 3 here as well, so helpful.
Yeah.
With just fixing the mana base.
Another really good addition for
5连血。
the Phyrexian decks, Tangled Skyline, gaining some life, giving things reach. So any flyers you have, they're just going to get swatted out the sky.
打。
So that creates
是说刚刚那个打4到底有没有？没有，他有打。他不是飞瑞人吗？
What a great story too.
哦，他不是飞瑞人啊。
Says the one person I want to play is Reed Duke, and then 2-0's Reed Duke at the first pro tour.
我还以为他飞瑞人。
Memory forever, right?
这个构图让我以为他是飞瑞人，就不
You just
是。
killed my thing. That's totally fine.
Yes.
You know, still very much on the front foot here as Brandon just has to pass the turn back and hope for something off the top of the library.
Looks like Brennan has Alabaster Host, but both of these incubate tokens were not creatures yet, so didn't have a good play that turn.
所以刚刚是没打了，
because you
我还以为
cannot
少
take
那
the
个
token
雷，
itself.
怎
You
么
have to wait till it's a creature.
完了
So，
大恐龙
Brennan
感觉要
had
来
his
了，
mana
是不是？
taxed here.
然后这边有个偷懒的，这个就不记那个牌了，我们懒了。
Now we see
太
our
懒了吧，
little
这
tracker
个。
friend. Super good with the Blighted Burgeoning on the lands, just being able to ramp yourself into oblivion.
Yep.
难道说
Fix your mana nicely.
And definitely some powerful cards here
压
in Brennan's deck
掉
as
是不
well.
是？
Emote, being able to cascade.
应该是只
maybe
能给
into
他
Elish
压。
Norn. Would that be good?
I don't know, Elish Norn's not the best card.
Yeah.
大恐龙该出来了吧？
So many times, so that card always stands out to me.
Yeah, and Cascade is such a cool mechanic too.
Agreed.
大恐龙感觉是要
One
来
of my
了。
favorite cards. Yeah.
So now we have Alabaster Host Intercessor taking care of the other pesky token. Where are we going? Alrighty, got a Converter Beast.
天哪！
Okay, creating another 5/5. Not the Corn has a lot of ways to make 5/5 incubate tokens.
没错，那是符号
Oh,
5，
he's just
4倍
Incubate flooded. Yeah.
进场符号5就是这样
And
子
his，deck
这么
is
可怕
definitely。focused around Phyrexians.
Yeah, love the mana base. 6 plains, 7 forest, 1 swamp, 1 island, 1 mountain. Love it.
It's got Skittering
是不
Severity
是也有
too,
什
or
么
no?
也有大恐
No,
龙？
it
是不
didn't
是
need
Get a
it.
Skitter.
Yeah, probably was begging for one by the end of it. That's for sure. So.
都合适。
Corruption of
go.
Tawashi. Okay. Every time something
和
flippity
歌
flops, he
进
gets to
攻
draw a
和
card.
歌是什么？还
That's
是
that's the new
不知道
the new
我不知道那个
It's
中文
flippity flop.
Flippity
That's, yep,
flops.
that's the professional lingo for sure.
Yes,
For
sir.
sure. As we are.
一次转化就是抽一张牌嘛。
So things looking a little better now here for
战地
Brennan. You know, he's not being absolutely smashed at this point.
因为你做的那个我可以做的好强哦
There we go. We got the Stalker
都
to be
不会
able to
卡。
activate this. One of the most powerful things. And there is
哇
Vorinclex. No need to put any more words.
福
after
林盖要
Vorinclex.
开
This is
操
one
了，
of
太
the
可
most
怕了。
powerful creatures of its cycle. Elish Norn being excellent as well,
Yeah.
which both players have.
This
But
guy.
我们
I
最
am a
猛最猛
huge
的
fan
福
of
林
Vorinclex.
凯啊！
The front is incredible. It's already just great. And then, oh yeah, once you get to the flip side,
我只用了那个。
Yeah,
I'll tell you that.
There's
Look
quite a bit
at
of
that.
stuff. Well, I'm just gonna mill stuff. We're just gonna put some counters on things, and then.
No, that's fine. I was just checking because you weren't sure.
OK， 我只是确认一下。
Put 2 creatures into play immediately.
福林盖开操了。
7 counters.
And then fighting some stuff too.
And then fight, and then you get it back.
Yeah.
Then you get Vorinclex back.
Just get more land, you know.
Get more lands. This card really does everything for you.
I guess you do have to be a little concerned about how late it is in the game if you're gonna be at risk of milling yourself out.
Reina 这边也站得稳。
That is a concern.
You
Yeah.
don't just want to be
有手段对付福林凯了。
Yeah, maybe don't put Vorinclex
资源还够，
double
应该这样讲。
Behold the Beyond deck or something.
虽然我不知道他目前手牌，他目前是2张手牌，是不是？
Probably.
可以再抽一
I
张。
hope you're playing a Yorion deck then at that point
I
because you'll need
always
60
am
cards.
Ailey, you know that. Yeah, one thing we haven't seen so far is companions in this metagame where you can actually use them as companions. A little trickier, but they're all really good cards as well.
Yeah, no, they're solid inclusions in the main deck themselves. They don't necessarily have to be put in the companion slot, but I mean, Nonthorn doesn't need any of that right now as he is sitting quite pretty here with a rather large battlefield indeed.
Yep. Looks like Brennan has a cut short in hand and the Cryptomancer, which Cryptomancer has just been overperforming for me. And the very, very powerful flyer, Zephyr Singer.
Yeah, that's like the winningest card if you go by.
Is it really?
Yeah, if you go by.
他手上我有看到有个飞行的那个赛脸，对不对？给飞行指数的赛脸。
Is one of the top rares in the set.
So now, I mean, with Zephyr Singer here, and maybe I missaw that. Maybe that's not in the hand right away. But being able to tap all 3 of the creatures from Brennan. To be able to give them all flying is great, but
there's reach on the other side.
Well, and you're just staring down such a huge battlefield here that maybe you can't commit to that straight away.
It's like Convoke's a little.
Yeah, there it is.
A little tougher in this format.
但是什么都没做。
Yes, you want to get the benefit off of the Convoke, but you don't want to leave yourself shields down. So if you're on the back foot, Convoke gets worse.
100% agree.
够3.5。
At sorcery speed at least.
Wow, cut shorting.
Cut. 哦，福林凯下一回合就翻不过来了哦。
Oh, I love this guy. It's a 1/1. I agree. I would say the exact same thing in this situation.
这样福林凯就确定翻不过来了，下一回合。
But what that does stop is Vorinclex flipping right now.
Yeah.
You know, so.
It's not just a 1/1, sir.
这只是个1/1啊！你为什么这么残忍
？That was awesome.
回合早解这种操。
Yeah, let's get to the smack step.
开别
Here we go.
A lot of damage
好可怕
Can't
哦！
block it. Isn't
福林
super
凯
close
本
to
体
dead, but
66。
might be shortly.
Yeah, can't really try to hope that, you know,
4266
Vorinclex turns sideways because, well, it doesn't do that. So, yeah, cut short being actually pretty bad against specifically that threat.
福林凯可能会被交换掉
Just
吧？
the vigilance from
我不确定那个手上有什么
that
招。
White Enchantment up there as well.
Yeah.
From Phyrexian Awakening being really, really difficult to deal with. Cut short is coming up short for sure.
全部要对付福林凯。
Go team.
Is it too early in the tournament to already have a favorite? Yeah,
34
is awesome. And really
Thinking.
giving me some really fun vibes here, that's for sure.
Brennan getting in the tank here, doing math.
是不是什么招保福林凯？有招保福林凯。
Yep. Ordering
So
blockers
now
here.
we'll see if there is a removal spell or a
还
pump
有什么
spell
招能保
to
福林凯
keep
啊？
Vorinclex alive. And
好啦，好
here's
像有
some
很多
mana
招
being
了。
tapped.
啊，要保福林凯。
This one to this one.
哦，互斗。
Okay, that's only
哦。
6 damage being dealt to Vorinclex. Oh my!
Double! Goodness me!
Wow.
Double Cosmic Hunger. It's just like, yep, Trample will get it that done. You know how many times I've died to
这就是
double
炸
removal
弹
spells
炮
during
牌的厉害啊！
It's the
大家
worst
看
way
到
to
了
go.
吗？
Yeah.
我不得不服啊！
You get to do it.
Especially when Vorinclex
真的就是费用
is
转
quite
起来
hungry, dealing a ton of
然后
damage
踩死
there.
对
So,
手
yeah, impressive stuff. Looks like we have the stage set.
炸弹
With
套牌的
Autumn
厉害。
and not the corn.
Nothicorn,
Yep,
yeah, it's gonna be great.
absolutely. It's going to be great.
Can't wait to see that matchup. It's going to be awesome, friends. So don't go anywhere after this. We'll be back at the
太夸
desk
张了。
with Rich.
感觉那个轮抽打完会那个 进那个会小休息一下，应该吧。来看第3轮。哦，好累哦，我已经累了，因为我从10点其实就开始开了，我有点累啊。
You are looking at Minneapolis and you are watching Pro Tour March of the Machine live from Minneapolis. What a delight it is to be here with you. Rich Hagan at the news desk for one final time, sitting alongside Marnie Davudi and Cedric Phillips. Well, 2 rounds are done. Somebody roll those headlines. So what are we looking at here? Well, this was a good one. The draft pod finals are ahead. That means
这牌厉害，就是吃了点白啊，有点差。
That means it's going to be Auden Bachet and non-Thorn
太白了这张牌。
top the table. Now, you might think it's early in the tournament. It is, but consider this. Last time around, Pro Tour Phyrexia, the eventual top 8 went a combined 22-2 in the Friday morning draft. And Marnie, in this round, in round number 2, Seal from Existence stole the show.
March of the Machine, very bomb-heavy format, Rich, and when you have a format like this, universal removal, non-conditional, very powerful. Marco had 3 of these, and they really shut the door on Reed.
Certainly did. Universal removal, we like words like that. We also like words like embedded with the players. And Cedric Phillips, that's what you've been. Have you ever been embedded with the players before, Cedric?
Many moons ago.
Okay.
Yeah, now I'm embedded with you guys at the desk, which also works for me.
All right. So let's talk limited. What's going on out on the floor?
Boy, there's a lot going on the floor. So as I said in the early stages of this show, I've been talking to everybody on the floor yesterday during the players meeting and everything. And how do you guys like the format? We're still batting 1,000, which is every person's like, this format is awesome, and I love playing it, and there's so many crazy things that's going to happen, which, again, Magic players, not notable for their positivity. But here we are. Literally everyone loves the format, myself included. So we saw some awesome matchups. We saw Brian Kibler against Raph Levy last round. We saw Nathan Stoyer, our reigning world champion, against Masahiro Mahara from 2006 world champion. So that was really awesome. But the note from this round, the biggest one here, is Eli Cassis, who is not hyperbolic, the Neon Dynasty champion. He said, this is the best deck I've ever drafted in competitive play, ever. And again, Eli, I am hyperbolic. He is not hyperbolic at all. And he said, this is the actual best deck I've ever had in competitive play in an event ever. He is breaching and milling people out. Now, on the other side of this pod, Eli Loveman, who's also a champion, said, my deck is busted, but I talked to Ely after the pod was over, and I said, I don't think anyone can beat me. So we've got 2 players here in this pod that are basically like, my deck is completely insane, and I don't think I can lose. The thing is that I guess there could be a draw, but technically someone has to lose.
Yep, because they're both 2-0, which means
and
they will face each other in the pod. That is going to be one of our feature matches next round. But it's not where we start because we want to put a bow on our feature pod. So who is going to bat 1,000? To use the analogy from Cedric there, it is Nonthakorn Kozadaporn from Thailand against Autumn Bachet. 3 top finishes for Bachet.
来，我要看这炸弹魔，这炸弹魔的套牌太精彩了，
Let's dig in a
这不
little
能
bit
错
deeper
过的。
and let's start with the man from Thailand, played in the first
Thailand
ever
player.
World Magic Cup in
Top
2012.
北
Wanted to play
京
Reduce,
GP
did
的
beat him. Wanted to keep winning, did. Playing now for the pod Grand Prix Top 8, best part of a decade ago. On the other side, it is Rule Britannia. It's Autumn Bachet, 2-0, 3 top finishes. I say, been playing for a decade or so. Over $300,000 in lifetime earnings, helped in no small measure by becoming the champion of Mythic Championship 1 in 2019. So that is the matchup. Marnie, what about those limited decks?
Yeah, we have an absolute banger coming out from Kozadaporn here. Taking a look at this deck, this deck is green-white-ish, but then we see where it gets really spicy. Invasion of Alara, Thalia, and the Get Monster, and Tracks of Craters, headlined by Vorinclex and 2 copies of Galta and Maverick. We saw against Reed's slower deck in round 1. This deck was able to go over top with bombs, but when we checked in on the second game here in round 2 on those back tables, Kozadaporn was going aggressive. He was going onto the ground with the Botanical Brawler, going really fast and beating down on the opponent. And we know he can do that with a card like Tribute to the World Tree. So this deck can seemingly play both sides of gameplay, and that can be a real problem if his mana works out. That's the big caveat. On the other side, we have we haven't taken a look at the full list yet. So here it is in all of its glory. This is a pretty standard, typical red-white deck. What you're hoping to see in some pieces, of course, you have the Mirror Shield Hoplite. That is the signpost uncommon for this red-white archetype, enabling your backup shenanigans. You do see 2 copies of Fearless Skull to go along with that Hoplite, which is a nice bit of your end game, but one of the big things this deck is trying to assemble is Zada Hedron Grinder with Aerial Boost. This 2-card combo can just kill your opponents out of nowhere. We have seen Autumn steal a game that was looking pretty rough there in round 2, and this aggressive deck might pose some problems for Kozadaporn.
Alright, so round number 3, it's all about the 2-0s transitioning to 3-0 to be in the perfect place as we head into Standard. We're going to be in the company of Paul Cheon and Marshall Sutcliffe. At the end of round 3, as we head into Standard, Maria will be back in her rightful seat, which means it's time for me to head backstage to my day job, which is as producer of this show. And there are so many great people back there, 50 people and more, bringing you all the action all day long over the weekend under the wisdom and guidance of exec producer Greg Collins. But be kind to each other. Until we meet again, I'm your host, Rich Hagan, saying bye.
Thank you, Rich, and welcome to the booth here. We got our last round to decide our winner of the pod, and this is, of course, huge, right? When you lead in to your tournament with a 3-0 in draft, it means the unexpected, the part that you can't really predict, you've managed to nail it, and then, of course, you hope that you did a good job designing your standard deck from there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, anytime you see kind of the records of players and what it takes to make it into the top 8, more often than not, you're looking at somebody who had a 5-1 or a 6-0 in the limited portion. So starting out with that 3-0 gives you a lot of that momentum, and of course also means that you only need to pick up one more win to lock yourself into day 2.
That's right, and that is what our 2 players in the main feature match are going to be duking it out for here. You see 2 of the spicier ones. We saw Autumn Bachet pull out a crazy victory there in that last round, and Nonthakorn Kozadaporn on the other side. it's funny, you start to browse the deck list and you're like, all right, green, white, okay, there's some tokeny stuff, and then it just kind of goes, you know, and all of a sudden you see Invasion of Alara in there, you see 2 copies of Galton Mavrin, and the deck actually has a ramp/fixing sub-theme that allows it to go very, very big, as we saw it did in round 1 versus round 2.
I will note, though, it does look like, you look at some of those gold cards in Nonthecorn's deck, you're like, oh, wow, he's going kind of nuts. But only has a couple of cards that are other colors. For the most part, you saw that in the last round, too. He can just curve out and beat people down with just that solid green-white kind of that solid green-white base, and then of course, once you get to 7 mana, it's Galta time.
对，排版
His
微妙
deck
的。
that actually happens quite
掉到
consistently.
5是不是？
Yeah, when you have 2
of them, doesn't hurt.
这个手牌量
See
是
one
掉
of
到
the key
5
cards here for Nonthecorn.
第2位就
It's got his
6 张
port
手
tracker, and this is the type of card that can help him ramp.
场
And
上
then
都
in his deck, it actually does help him fix as well, particularly if you see Blighted Burgeoning. Wow, no 2-drop here from Autumn. Just going to pass the turn back over.
就做 Autumn 那边展开慢了
When
一点。
you are playing this red-white strategy, you absolutely need to curve out because you're not. Most of the time, it's going to be hard to overpower other decks in the late game.
See, for once, Nonthecorn's actually going to kind of hope that Autumn taps out.
Oh, and this is going to be
Fertile
brutal.
its favor.
If Autumn goes Harried Artisan, attack you, you can go block, Fertile its favor, put 2 counters, kill the 2/3, and put a land into play.
哦，1-3。
Looks like
Autumn sees it coming.
sidestep that little.
哦，做放豆。
So Kithkin Billy Rider there. And now we're going to see Nonthecorn not get full value, but at least find a clean window for Fertilid's favor to get resolved. And that, of course, means that a Plains is going to hit the battlefield. We see that there already is a Galton Mavrin in the hand here
早
for
上基本地
Nonthecorn.
进场，
So
横置进场，然后放
working
2
his way
个
up.
豆在一个生物神器上。
Currently sitting on 5 mana available.
不是很显
With
眼
the
的
land
牌
drop here,
就
that
是
would be number 6. And then next turn, we could see the big Dino hit.
Looks like there's a place to suggest needs
哇，
one more land here.
割他，还差几倍？他下一回自摸地就有费了。
Yeah, you see a little bit of the downside
就
to
很
the
可怕
splashing
咯。
here.
自摸
Nonthecorn
随便一
actually
个基本
had
地
the
就好了。
Botanical Brawler in hand from the get-go.
占
Couldn't
尽的
cast it
地就好。
until all the way
随便一
here
个
turn
占尽的地。
4 because that swamp.
Right.
都很可怕。
It's not free, right? Nonthecorn
场面
does
会
have
直接
the
爆
kind
炸
of,
的。
when you math out, how many sources do I need to cast all my spells? He kind of has it, but that'll also delay you in casting some of those spells, right? You go,
自摸地
okay,
吗？
well, I have 5 planes in my deck, but
没有。
I have a burgeoning, I have a fertility favor.
啊，
I'll
好
eventually
像
get
还
there.
是很
But that, of
猛
course,
哎。
means you're giving up percentage
趁敌
points
卡。
to play that brawler onto. Oh,
And here
one of
we
my
go.
favorite cards in the format here, Marshall.
Mewtwo Invasion of Zendikar comes down, and this is one of those that hits the real sweet spot, right? This has a meaningful
找
effect
2地进场，好
on the
强
board right
哦
now. As you
占
can
地
see,
卡。
it's going to set up
哎，占地卡的
Nonthecorn
豆
to be
好
able to
少
cast
哦，
that
很容易就
Galton
敲掉
Mavrin
了
next。turn. Also cast any card
占地
in
卡的
his
豆，
deck.
Right.
Thanks to
对于
getting
任
the
何
other
套
two
牌来
basic
说
land，types there, but also
随
you
便一
have
只
to
飞
judge
机
a
冲过
battle
去
based on
撞
what
掉
it
就好
turns
了，
into. And this one turns into a very
就
solid
撞
creature.
掉了，
4/4,
马
it's
上
got
多一个
haste,
生物。
which usually doesn't matter, but it can make mana. It is a good card that you want onto the battlefield, and he is going to attack it right now.
Looks like just going to choose to use the tracker's ability
我
to
只是要
remove a
移
counter
动，你不要
from the
紧
invasion.
张。嘿嘿嘿。
Right?
And so 2 turns away from playing it, but
只
that's
是
a
从
really
那上
another
面
nice
移走
thing.
豆子，
How
没有要
much
打。
defense these battles have
我
is
刚刚也以
extremely
为是要
important.
打嘛
And when you look at
真
something
认
like
真。
Invasion of Zendikar, you're looking at just
没有
3.
啦。
It's so cheap. It's so easy to flip.
It is.
And that's the difference because there are other battles
太
that
廉
look like
价
they'd be
了，真
really
的。
powerful if you can flip it, but they have a defense of 5, defense of 6. And
手
those
上
are
还
cards
是
that are
大
actually
爆
not
了。
the types of cards that you want in your deck a lot of the time.
Yeah, 4 is the baseline, and if you see anything above that, it's a lot more than you think.
Right.
But it goes the other way too. 3 is significant. It's often one attack, right? It can just be one single attack that can get it transformed. That's very difficult with 4.
可以进攻吗？
Right, so this is a potential big attack this turn here from Autumn.
Yeah, Autumn's deciding what to do
我可能也会担
with the
心占领
backup
卡翻过
ability
来啊。
on the Scald here.
You
在
put
你
it
给他
there
翻过来
that
是
you
吗？
can attack with both creatures, but of course you also
走
have
这个
to
东
be
西
mindful of the fact that there
人
is an
有
invasion of
就很多
Zendikar
马
in play.
拿。
So how many creatures do you want to attack with? Do you just attack with 1 to make sure you have enough blockers?
Right.
But there's also that inevitability because you know that there's a tracker in
留
play.
个打
So
就
within 2
好了
turns,
连
that
击
Zendikar is
是不
going
是
to flip.
By the way, all of Autumn's creatures have double strike at the moment.
6点
8
点上
That is true.
I have not seen that before, although that will fade away for the Harrier. But we're going to see a massive play here from Nanthakorn.
Oh, yes.
As he's got Galton Maverick. There it is on the battlefield. Nothing that Autumn Burchett can do. She's got no mana available, only one creature back, and you know, likely to see this Invasion of Zendikar get transformed in addition to some damage.
So, couple of things you can do here. If you want, you can just guaranteed flip the Avenger of Zendikar, attack with both creatures, right? And then perhaps make 2 1/1 lifelink tokens. That is an option here. Because there's a 3/2 double striker in play, you don't have a great attack with the creatures that you have.
3-2连击，顶住大恐龙了。
Now Nanthakorn has to think about, of course, what kind of removal
看他要不要
spells
用个生物去换战力卡回来了。
And you know, I'll tell you, if I'm Nanthakorn, I'm 100% thinking about aerial boost as well.
Right.
Like, I don't want to lose.
Sure. Yeah,
right?
absolutely. Wow, okay.
Oh.
That's some respect. Not even a single attack?
Yeah, and Autumn very patient with that Realm Breaker's Grasp.
Oh.
Very, very juicy target here. Get that 12-toe Trampler out of the way.
反杀。对面也怕。Autumn 手上有一个不知道，那应该是飞了。
Nanthakorn sitting back.
哦，没有，是贴笔，不
Got
能
a
空气
3/3 and a
2/2.
2/2.
Now remember,
启动式技能也是锁。
Realm Breaker's Grasp is
下面
fantastic.
的人真的
It
让自己
will
带这
prevent
一排来
Galta
打
from，attacking, but
胡
the
烂
triggered
的
abilities from Galta will
炸
still
弹
happen.
魔啊！
So,
我操
you certainly a great way to
！7
deal
张
with the
炸
Galta
弹的
that's
盗
in play,
牌，我
but if
从
you
来
attack
没
with
看
other
过，而且
creatures,
重
you
点
still
它
have the
都不会
ability to
卡
make
的，
a big trampling
对，
creature
它都不会
or
卡的，
some X11 tokens.
对，有够胡烂的，好夸张哦！主办晚安啊，
Nanthakorn
这
able
么
to
晚还来
deploy
看。
the ramp fixing game plan
虽
even
然说
into
本来
a
就是
big
这个时
card,
间
but once
我
again we
们
see
应
the
该是不
relative
会
lack
享
of
受到正
removal
常时区的比
hurting
赛啦，
Nanthakorn here.
除非是办在东京或者哪里啊，对，
Planes.
不然应该正常。如果比赛都是这个时
This is
区，没有
another
错，
angle on battles
洗白
as
魔
well,
术
Paul. We talked about
应该是没有
how
魔
much
术啦
defense they have and what you
他
get
是
on
真
the
的
other
蛮夸
side.
张的。
But there's a few of them
没
that
看
only
过
cost
这
2
种
mana,
这
and
种
that's a
号
game
牌，
changer too. Most of them cost 4
至
or
少
5.
这个系列我没
And
看过有人
for
抓住这
this
种
one,
号
it's
牌。
one of those, hey, this card just on rate by itself is just a fine card to play in most decks, right? We're looking at,
7张牌
you know,
抽2
this
张牌，
Tormenting Voice is a
先
card that's
送
existed
你这个
previously
皮
where
然后
it's not the best card, but
你
you'll
的
play
大
it in
恐
some
龙
decks just to filter.
先不要乱
You
动。
get that effect, and then there's that bonus,
Yeah,
right?
you just get this
It's
huge
all
bonus.
upside.
Yeah, really great card.
连击，
Looks like the Fearless Scald is deciding whether to rumble, and if so, in what direction.
攻击他那个。
Looks like we want a creature here.
Yeah, no obvious blocks here for Nanthakorn.
What the?
You would prefer to go for a double block if you knew everything, but
给你，
that
给你
isn't even great
他
for
应该会
you.
选择给啦。
There's just, I mean, you can just put the Brawler in front of it. Oh.
I mean, this is the best block.
哦，
Like assuming no
合
tricks.
挡哦。
This will kill both of the creatures.
Yes, all of them.
合挡。
All of them, and Nanthakorn can then remove a counter, but
竟然
still
选
one
择合
short.
挡，
Well, it's a sorcery speed, so
Oh, excuse me.
yeah.
合挡。
No,
3-3
Nanthakorn has
合
work to
挡。
do, no doubt
Yeah.
about it. I think what Nanthakorn's thinking is that the
这边
Fearless Scald
松
is a
挡
way that he can get kind of cheesed
松
out,
挡。
right?
Right.
Just like, oh, you're dead, you know?
哎，啊不移一下吗？
Autumn also has multiple
哎，
copies
不
of
移一
Fairy
下
Boost.
吗？
Exactly.
哥，
Terrifying.
哥，不移一
I
下
mean,
吗？
Nanthakorn has nothing now, right?
That does seem to be the case, Paul.
哥，你不移一下那个
Hey,
豆
needs
子
to
吗？
find something
It just
here.
needs to find a couple of creatures, really.
啊？
Something big?
还是那个不能
Something big
翻
would？be
可以翻吧？
amazing. And Nanthakorn has plenty of big stuff.
换一下
I mean,
，Galta number 2?
什么都
yeah,
没有
Galta
了。
number 2 would be great. Invasion of Alara would be amazing. Oh, he's just passed the turn back, though.
He's got a pair of lands.
什么没有？炸弹魔难道
This could fall apart very
这一
quickly
次
here
炸弹
for
魔终于
Nanthakorn.
踢到铁板
I
了
wouldn't
吗
be？surprised to see
对，这炸弹魔，
Autumn, use some resources to try to get.
难道
Invasion
炸弹
of
魔终于
Arcadia
吃了一次
transformed.
鳖吗？ OK， 我觉得他那个一路2020下来，好像也不要太那个，不要太轻松。
Really has to make the big decisions on whether attack battles
简直
is
不
the
要
one
太
she's
轻松。
playing.
2020下来，
Most of the others are like if you can transform a battle, you
大
do
部分慢牌
so.
对
This
他
is
那
the
一套
one
都
where
没
it's
什么
like
抵
I
抗
may be
力。
able to just kill you in 2 turns.
他那个咒语都太厉害
Yeah,
了。
the question is, do you just
especially with this?
Do you even attack the battle, or do you just?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's,
this is going to be transform the Dune
11
Shaper,
damage.
and by the way, the new guy has haste too.
Yeah, so this is 11
artisan.
damage.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
1 short. Perhaps kill the invasion
11
and deal 7. And Nanticorn doesn't have any sweepers. Next turn,
应该留个档。
that's an additional attack.
不对，可
Sounds
能
weird, but I don't think it matters.
谨慎一点是留2
Like
个。
it might actually just be better to just
因为
put you
这
to
边的
1
问
and
题
say you have to
是
block 4 things next
Yeah.
turn.
Yeah.
如果摸个
Get you to one.
那个
Yeah, I
拆
like
把
it.
那个
That-
贴笔
that's what I
拆
would do
了，
too. Because you don't care about
摸个
Galton
拆把
Labyrinth,
贴
you
笔
know,
拆了就那个。
realistically, even Invasion of
结束。
Alara wouldn't be enough.
哪一个？
Oh yeah, and that's going to be a
That's a-
scoop there. So game number 1.
拆啊！
Boy, there was a window there
绿
for
色有拆。
Nanticorn to top deck something huge, and he didn't hit it.
那个
and
那
the
只恐龙
constant
攻击
pressure
会
from
升
Autumn
一个
Protect,
X
way
践
too
踏
much。to handle.
啊，2只都践踏，24点打脸会直接死掉。
Really, really annoying,
所
especially
以
if
谨
you're
慎一
that
点
kind
是
of backs
留2
removal.
个。
Definitely.
可是他好像也
Nanticorn
不用谨
again
慎了，
also
可能
doesn't have
确
a
认
whole
没
lot
什
of
么
removal.
拆
A
吧
lot。of great cards at the top of the
拆
curve, but
又是那个洋人了，
Oh,
每
does
把
have
把
cosmic
都
counters,
有
though.
啊，把把都2跳4，
Ooh,
好
and look
好
at。this curve here from
有
Autumn.
够
We
厉害。
have the signpost uncommon of the set here.
完了，
The,
哦
the Mirror Shield Hoplite, and this card,
，backup
if you
关
just
键
play
牌
a，couple of backup spells,
复
it
制
can get
backup
out
的
of hand
异
real
能。
fast.
This is a reason to play red-white. I'll be honest, there's not a lot
Yeah.
of reasons to play red-white, but that Mirror Shield Hoplite,
Absolutely.
that is one of them.
放豆子。
Nice little curve out here for Nanticorn.
And I wonder if Nanticorn's going to fire off the Hunger
要2
immediately,
跳5了吗？
or wait.
现在几
You
个
got？your answer.
There you go.
又反
Cosmic
哦
Hunger right now, and it's
直
like
接
you
抖掉
guarantee you
了。
that's the correct
哦
decision.
Absolutely.
You can
好
nab
亏
a
哦，
backup counter sometimes by waiting.
直接被斗掉了
My
那只。
goodness. If you
But
get, if you
Alton
get
的
aerial
展开原
boosted,
本应该是很漂亮的，对，但是遇到这种情况就
Yeah,
绕
that
塞
is，that is the disaster situation. For
变
sure.
成严重落后。
All right, there's a Harriet Artisan coming in, down to 19.
Nanticorn's
有
hand is
招了
pretty,
哦
yeah,，pretty nice there.
炸弹
Tangled
魔来
in the
了，
Skyline, adding a counter to the brawler.
不
gaining
选
5.
孵化
5, and
物。
now all your incubate
然后
tokens
我
will
放
also
个
have
豆
reach,
子
so these artisans, even
Oh
when they
my god，
transform,
好
won't
可
be
怕
that！ effective.
That's really
这一
strong.
张牌也是厉害啊。
Wow, Tangled
其
Skyline,
实
which I believe he has
几
two
张
of,
那
is
个飞
really
瑞
a card
的
that Autumn does not
转化
want to see
结
on
界
the
都
other
不错。
side. You know, again, we've talked a lot about aerial boost, especially in
至少
Autumn's
都是有
build.
收
Very
益的，
scary, easy way to end the
都能
game.
给收益就很
Combos
可
with
怕。
Zada. If you can just get a couple,
对，
like
买一
already
送
there's
一
a
啦，
5/5
简
that
而
will
言
be
之那个结
awoken
界。
soon. Even one more of them,
翻得
and
过来
it's
就是
just,
买
that
一
doesn't
送
do
一。
It's
anything
like
anymore.
my red-white deck just goes, well, how can I actually even get you? Now all your
Right.
creatures have reach. I mean, just a 5/5 with reach is
只有
so
这
so
5
So
hard.
big, and then you're throwing in a life gain of
有只
5.
5 挡
That
在
is
中
a
间
game
了，
changer
等一下。
too in a red white deck that's trying to sort of eke over the finish line.
Right.
完了，
Things have gone really well for Nanticorn so
还是要
far in
打
this game. No doubt about it. Red Cap Heel Slasher for Autumn at least is a good tap out. But ultimately, you know, 3/4 first strike doesn't look so great on this board.
1费2费转化，先转再
See
说
a。transformation here for Nanticorn.
等一下再掏个那个，后面有那个
And you can also
Gross
play.
shit.
No land here, so cannot play the Converter Beast.
Oh,
all right, we're in a
oh.
I mean, given the fact that Nanticorn
8
has
点打
the
脸
Cosmic
开
Hunger in
A，
hand, can feel pretty okay about here.
啊，
about
我就
this
开 A
situation.
啊，怎样？
That's right. The brawler has trample, so he can go ahead and make this attack. And even if the
Right.
obvious block happens, he can just use
有
Cosmic
招
Hunger and not give up
Right,
any damage.
exactly.
2
And
费
that's
3
what's
费
happening right now.
Oh, right, scroll shift your skyline, put a counter.
Oh, that's
Oh my
really
god,
nasty. That is really nasty, not
是
the
哦
corn.
好猛哦，这个操作。
That was an unkind gesture.
我们炸弹魔也是粗中有细啊！你看，竟然做了这个操作。
But how about 5 more
好
life,
猛哦
a free +1/+1 counter, which by the way wins combat,
哦
and an extra 5/5 reach to boot.
赚烂了
Gross.
炸弹
That
魔，
was not nice.
我们炸弹魔赚烂了！我操，这个云移
Now you're looking at you're on the red
太
white
精
side
彩
of things.
了，
I
这个
mean,
云移
your opponent
直
is,
接
has
让
bigger
自己
features,
不可能
is at
输，
27.
这不可能输了啦，这
I
赢
mean,
定了。
What percentage of the field would scoop right here?
奥特失去那个生物哦，
Like at least 20, right?
I mean,
People
if I
to
was
just go,
失去
"Ah,
生物
let's
又
just
没有
Playing
跟
on
对
my
手
local
交换
game
到，
shop,
又
probably
损失很多
conceding
血
at the
量。
Pro Tour probably have to
对
play it out, right? But
这个奥特应该是赢不了，
But you wouldn't be
我
happy
确
about
定
having
啊，
to
应
play
该
this one out if you're in autumn
赢
seed,
的几
because
率1%不
the
到吧
amount of ways that you can
太
find a
猛了
way to win,
下回合对
being
面就是
severely behind on
两
board,
只55，
and your opponent's
一
at
只
27
44，
life just doesn't,
你要
just
怎么
doesn't
玩
add up.？
对，玩不了，太猛。
And we mentioned it a minute ago, Paul, but Tangled Skyline, we've already seen it twice in this game. Like it got blinked,
这
but
炸
there's
弹
another
魔也是
list
粗
too.
中有细啊！你看这个，没有让对手没料想到有这一动可以做。
yeah, this card
竟然有这种
definitely
操
kind of
作。
overperformed.
Definitely.
Going in, because when you first look at it, you go, well, I'm tapping out, and I don't put a
要
permanent
被按
in
在地
play
上
that can
了。
block right away. So perhaps I can get run over. But that's
再
why
来
that
做
five
的
life
任何
is there,
操
right?
作都
It
只
gives
是
you
让自
that
己
time,
晚一
and
点
then it
输
becomes
而已
so
啊。
difficult to attack once you
他可能
attack.
想要多一点
And I
情
mean,
报
look
啊
at。this. Autumn is forced to just start using
现在不
removal
投降就
spells
是拿
on
情
the
报了
5/5 Phyrexians.
因为今天不可能
Where you
赢
want to be.
Right.
And
就
by
是
the
看
way,
对
this
手的
scroll
套牌
shift
有
was
什
out
么
of the
牌，
sideboard ball.
Okay.
So
所以他没有
nice
投降。
from Not the Corn also makes
啊，
it
开扁
extremely
继
difficult
续。
for Autumn to try to figure
哎，
out
没有，又有招
what's there. Uh-oh, what's happening
又有
now?
招。
I don't know. He's excited though.
You know, I can see that. By the way, he's tapping. Is it just a converter beast?
没关系，再出
Convert
个
beast just to turn the brawler。
哎，
into a
再放
5/5.
豆，
Because
五
now that you
又
have
一个
a pair of
55来
5/5s in
了
play, you do get to play around the potential
要
aerial
求。
boost that Autumn could have. So
我去，
good sequence
这
of
拳头
mirror
太大
in
了
there.
啊！
The heavy hitters.
请问一下，拳头这么大怎么玩？
And that's going to be
我
enough
不玩了，
for
不玩了，
Autumn
不玩了，
to
我不玩了，
she
不玩
lasted
了，
longer
情
than
报
most,
够
I
了
would say.
太
That
猛
was
了
an absolute avalanche of board presence,
直接被
life
操
total,
了，我
card
操！
advantage.
Getting it done.
Wow, game number 3 coming up between these two. I'll remind you that they are playing for the
太狠
pod.
了吧！
So whoever wins this will
这
come
真的
away
是
with
直接被
3-0.
操飞哎，好夸张！
And it looks like Autumn's on
直播车
7.
上
You
投
can
降
see
不好
Not the
看，
Corn
不会
mulligan to
啦，
6. That makes
不会，
sense.
没有啊，他
right?
刚才是
You
爽
know,
快投降啊，
Autumn has a clean 2 color
确
deck.
定不会赢
Not the
的。
Corn has some ambitious
会啊，
flashing
有
in there.
有
You're
些
gonna
人
have
真
to
的是
roll
为
it
了
once.
情报啊，
Not the
对，
corn with
他想确认你套牌有什
really,
么，
kind of sketchy hand here, right?
可能
Doesn't
有
do
什么东西啊
anything，
对
until，what?
有些人是会看情报的
Oh，
不一定啊，
didn't
每个
see
人
the
都不一样
tracker hand.
Ray Duke 就是属于那种会看情报，你看，哎，他怎么每次都2回合都有啊？每次都有哎，我靠，好猛！
Back over
打
to you.
把
Good
都
curve
有，
out to start things off for
看情
Autumn.
况，有些人会爽快投降，有些不会。不是因为觉得会赢啊，是因为他要多拿情报，对，就是这样。
Yeah, and he's going to lean
魔
on
法
that
分会就
Skyline
是
to
其
try
实
to get
很
it back,
偏
but
重
Autumn
情报的
may
游
be
戏
able
啊
to。find a
对
window.
你预先知道对
You
手
know,
套牌
this-
有
this
什么，
Skyline
就是会有一点点
effectively
优
is
势。
whenever it hits the board will negate, for example, this next
哇，
attack
好
that's going to
猛
come in.
哦！
And then the
为
dust
什
will
么
settle.
他
We'll see
都
where
这
we're
么
at.
猛？
Because this is a very good
他
start
的
for
展开
Autumn,
都这么
as
猛，
Not the Corn has
我操！
more or less taken the
炸
first
弹
2
魔
turns off, right? Like
Yeah.
they, no blocking, no removal, nothing like that.
Yeah, if Autumn can find one of
对，
her
真的太猛了，
halberds,
我没看过那么猛。
that would be great here, right? Just to put
2回合羊蹄人，3回合
Halberd
战
would
敌
be
卡，
sweet.
下一回合5点法
But
力
did find a bolus
，7点
there.
法力的，对
That's
7倍
great，because
有够可
the
怕。
Bolus not only taps creatures, but it can also tap artifacts. So you can tap that 5/5 incubate token even before it's been transformed and not have to worry about that being blocked.
后援一下啦，哦，没有后援，这是后援人吗？
So right now it's just a question of whether or not Nanthacorn
要
can
放谁
stabilize.
呢？重点，
He's got some
现在
action in
一定
hand.
可以扁到2拳。
This feels like a
一定可以
very
扁到
close,
了
like in a
只
turn
是
or two, we're going to have a
怎么那个
clash that's going to decide who wins.
Right, because
know?
because Nanthacorn this turn has
我
the
觉得炸弹
ability
魔
to
这
make
把
the
也会
5/5, and then next turn
我觉得他
has
也
the
会。
ability to untap and then play a Cosmic Hunger to get another creature off the battlefield. the question is, will he be able to?
我觉得他这把有赢，他那个手牌太强。
And also, you know, if you're on Autumn side of the
他等一下
battlefield,
进来补第一多一只
damage on in time, or does she find a key
欧
removal
的
spell?
的
or a
要
key
打
way to
很多
just
血才
keep
可以
things。at bay?
对，所以你看他现在爽快的给他扁 ，OK， 他根本没差，等一下就补5滴了。
Cards in hand says not the corn. 3 of
补
them.
5滴
Okay,
占一
back
只
to me.
55，补5滴占55，好像有点太猛了哦。
There's land
真的
number
很猛。
6 now. And we're going to see the Tangled
哎，先
Skyline.
补5滴，谢谢。
Up to 18, and
哦，
Autumn's only
直
play
摇
next turn
头
is。going to be to play the Bola Slinger.
对，还
tap
不
down
用
that
没关
5/5,
系。
and will still be able to get in for a good attack. But, however, if she does that, she will be tapped out.
Yes.
So Nantakorn will still have that 5/5 in play, and on the following turn can
还
untap,
不用急
kill
着
that
做
Bola Slinger.
补
And then
5滴
I
有个
don't know
5，
right
而且是
now
站阶
Autumn
会
even
跳
has a
下来
way
的
to get
5。
through that 5/5 beyond that.
That's the real
要
question.
求。怎么办？我觉得他会赢诶，太猛了，对面的后援可以进攻，可以横字幕要生物是吧？
I just shudder whenever I see the Bola Slinger.
Oh,
I've
man,
never
I
beat it.
just realized next turn can be pretty savage here for Nantakorn because if you think about it, Autumn is probably... Autumn knows that as the aggressor, she's going to need to be attacking this turn, right? You're putting on a counter, you're getting in for 9, which is a significant amount of damage. But however, Nantakorn
但
next
是
turn
他
can
不会让你这么好
transform the
过的
5/5,
呢。
kill the Slinger, then flip the Invasion of Zendikar as well. So going to have a 4/4 and a
这边
5/5.
炸弹魔比较麻烦一点，他没有那个的。
No, sorry.
So we'll have a 4/4 in play.
He also can chump with the
还要
Golden
打
Tracker here to save some damage and still
And then
transform
look,
into
he's
a
like, I got
5/5.
all the mana in the world, so I'm good here.
Yeah, so just soak
然
up
后
4
占个
damage
地是
here.
不是？
And you can see
Yep.
why, right?
Yeah.
He knows that
4
life total preservation is absolutely key right now.
站起
So
来。
this thing's going to become a 5/5
哇，
Phyrexian.
等一下炸弹了，我现在有点尴尬了。对，看他抽什么。
This is very close.
对。
Oh, there's Galton Mavrin. Now, where are we at? Where's
We
that
have-
Portent Tracker?
No, I see 2 plains and 2 forests with an island in hand. I
可以
think
下
we
欸
are good. If that's the direction Nantakorn wanted to go, you can choose to make 5/1/1
大恐龙来
life-leaking
喽
tokens here, right?
Make 1.
哇操，这个人太
Oh, is it
扯
one?
了。
Yeah. It's,
Oh,
it's
number of attacking, excuse
Right.
me. It's either make a giant token or how many creatures
But
you have.
still, I mean,
还
You
是
know,
要
I
打。
think-
one token
I
with
think
lifelink.
I might still favor...
You get a 4/4 and a 1/1.
Right, but the question is, do you still just want to get the Slinger off the battlefield now?
I would.
And make the 4/4.
我是觉得还是要打啦。
Now, interesting thing is, had he kept the tracker back, you could have been able to, I think, also play the Galta,
Oh, interesting.
right? Because you have 7 lands in play. If you flip the invasion, that's an extra mana source,
这边还
and then
是
the
要
tracker
打
would be an
跟
extra
二
one
塔
to
一
play
定
both
被横
Galta
置的情
and the
况。
Cosmic Hunger.
对，你还是要叫个
I
小
mean,
人
there's
来
not
挡
much
才可以。
difference here between having a 5/5 and a 4/4 in
Right.
play.
And it
So
gets
it's,
you a
it
further
这边
feels
伤害差
basically
3 点，
Yes.
to be able to flip this invasion.
对，伤害差3点的情况，
Autumn's down to just 2 cards in hand.
这边比较
Not the
难一
Corn
点。
does not know what they are.
这边就是关键决策了，要不要下
We
个
do,
二塔
but they're
打
not？ impressive.
Right.
Those are not the types of cards that are going to close out the game next turn.
对，蛮关键决策哦。他那个是什么 ？Cosmic Hunger。没有，什么都没做。
Okay.
Not the Corn says go.
竟然是这样直接过，
He had a good think there.
Yeah.
And ultimately just
他
decided to
不
say
做
go.
任何动作啊，还不急啊，是不是？
So I wonder.
下
I
地
would like to move to declare attacks.
站街，开咬，
Okay, just
开咬，没有啊，
okay. So now just keeping the
爆了。
5/5 back here
五
and making it
五
so
还
that it's
在
going
啊
to，be very difficult for Autumn to attack.
Sure. I
这
mean,
样
this
就
had to
再
be
没
part
办
of the
法那
equation.
个了，进攻
Yeah.
嘛
The，question
都
is,
没
is
到。
But you could have had a 4/4, right? And if you just did it
叫
on the
2-1
previous
this
turn,
is
是
a
吧？
huge relief for
Huh.
Not the Corn, by the way.
right?
Yeah, the real question is why not get in there and get that 4-4
versus a 5-5 when the board is 3-4,
教练
3-2,
什么都做不了
So the aerial boost
好
applies
惨哦
evenly, right?
Yeah.
有够惨。
And now you don't really have a great way to flip this invasion.
再来就爽快拍大恐龙开扁就好了吧，不然还有
Yeah,
什
and a
么？
couple like
还
with
有什
Galt
么
on the
选项吗？
battlefield, now you can start looking at flipping invasions.
哦，好像真的还有那个选项哎，好猛、哦。
I mean, you can see, look, there's no Bola Slinger, and you're going to slam a Galta this turn, right? So.
我看一下。
And if you wanted, you can play the Galta, attack with the 5-5, and make another 5-5 trampling attacker.
Yes.
Decent shot to flip that invasion then, right? I don't think
Yes.
Autumn's just going to throw all of her creatures away, so.
No.
看一下。
It's just so similar to the board that he has anyway.
Yeah, absolutely.
这边怎样都是欧的比较头痛
Galta and Maverick on the
大
battlefield.
恐龙来喽
Resolves.
为什么他把这套牌玩得
And
这么
this is where the tipping point comes, because if Autumn Burchett can handle this, she's going to win. But if not, it is going to be Nanticorn
叫个无
who
恐
picks
龙
up
践
the,
踏恐
the
龙
pod victory here. And
践
finally,
踏恐龙
they're coming in.
And this is going
应该会
directly
全
to
职
the
的。
face. I mean, to be fair, you got a 12-12 trampler next turn.
True.
Right? You're like, look, I'm just getting in. If you don't block, you go down to 10. This Galta's probably lethal.
That's pretty
All right.
sweet.
下一回合是12-12哦。对，下回合就是
The question I have
12-12
is,
那只
is there a
恐龙。
window for a top deck removal spell for Galta to upend this
两只
plan?
都践踏的恐
Yeah.
龙是吧
I？mean, if you're on Autumn's side,
没有一只践踏，
I
贝瑞人
Certainly
践踏。
considering just taking it, right?
right,
Like,
you take it now. If you draw,
全
what happens if you draw a grasp here? Is this a lethal attack?
要抓
Is
个
it one
沙
short?
狼
it can't
It's
be.
one short, I think.
Yeah.
啊，是个山
Nanticorn's at 12, and
脉，
we're
是
looking
块
at
地
11
啊！
power
哇，
on Autumn's side of the battlefield, right?
好
So
像
one
没
short,
办
even if she
法
did
了
top。deck a Realm Breaker Scraps. Now, Nanticorn also has the answer for that, because in his hand is an Atraxas Fall that he boarded in.
没
That's
有那
right.
么糟
He can
了，是吧
untap, cast that, kaboom.
Yeah, and Autumn's got some lands in hand, so I mean, I
Yeah.
think that's going to be it here.
Yeah, I just don't see how she can withstand the attack that's coming next turn, especially with what we've seen from Nanticorn.
输了
And there it is, Nanticorn.
爽快都想，好猛
Takes it
哦！
down 3-0
为
the
什么他
pod,
都不会卡？
defeating 2
了
PT champs along the way. What a start! That's
No,
incredible.
No big deal. I mean,
两
Nanticorn's
个
been playing
PT
competitive
冠
Magic
军
for a
都
long
被他
time.
给干，
This is
都
not his
被他
first
给
pro
车
tour. He's
掉
got
了
a top 8 at
太
Grand Prix
强
Beijing in
了。
2013, so he's been playing for
有
at least
够
10
强
years.
Yeah,
right?
Rich said at the news
两
desk
个
that
PT 冠
he
军
played in the 2012
都被
World
这个
Magic Cup team
冠
for
军
Thailand
套
as well.
都被这
So
个炸弹
definitely not
炸
new to
弹
the scene,
炸
but
弹
still,
套牌
come on,
给
you
给
gotta be
碾
honest
烂
still
了
and read in your
Yeah.
opening bot. And by the way, he called the shot too. We asked
有
him who he
够
wanted to play in
扯
his player
对
survey.
啊
and
超
he
牛
said
了
Reed Duke. He got Reed Duke very first match, just ran him over with Galtas and didn't look back.
Yeah. I mean, it's a lot easier when you have a pair of them to rely on,
都不
and
会
you just
卡
saw
欸
the
用
power
这套
level of
牌
that card just completely crush all of his opponents.
That's right. And when you say power level, you mean it.
That's a lot of
It's a
power.
lot of power. It's a lot
你看他
of
多
toughness
开
too.
心啊
Great job for not the corner. We're going to take a
好
short
爽
break. When we come back, though, we'll have Eli.
没关系啊，
Eli
其实
Lovin
这一轮
versus
只要拿一个
Lucas.
不要全败都还好，这一轮全败好像后面就很难了。对，不要全败 ，OK。轮抽赛就是怎样，一个 match 的轮抽就是，我觉得重点是怎样，不要全败，全败后面每一把你都要打得很好，对，对这边哦。对，所以这个不要全败就好，至少拿个1胜2胜哦。对，全败基本上后面很难拉啦。对，没有这么多奇迹可以发生的。对，而且第二天还要打轮抽。对，基本上全败就意味着你10场。全败心态，对，全败心态也是打击啊。就数据层面上啦，你这个轮周全败，基本上你后面的每一把构筑全部都要赢， 你10场构筑都要赢才有机会。对，你10场构筑都要赢，然后第2天的轮抽，你至少也还有2胜。对，所以全败基本上不太那个，全败基本上太容易那个了。对，至少要拿1胜到2胜，对，绝对不可以那个，绝对不可以3败啊，3败太难追了。对，而且对自己心态也不好。对，太难了，真的比赛。开盘真的很重要啊，对，我觉得开盘对气势也有帮助啊，对，开盘的好坏，虽然说也是有那个啦，那个像 Utah 那一种，开局0-3，后面全部真的给他赢下来的那种啊，那种真的是很少数啊，那个真的很奇迹啊，对，真的是奇迹啊，开局全败，后面全部给他赢回来，然后变世界冠军。这种情况太特例了，对，真的不太常发生这种情况。
Welcome back to the booth here at Pro Tour March of the Machine. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. And we're wrapping up the draft rounds here. We're in the 3rd round of action. And of course, that means that players are playing for their pod victory to secure that 3-0. 8 players start at the beginning of the draft, but only 1 can escape with the coveted 3-0. And we've got 2 players who rather like their decks somehow at the same pod, having drafted similar, both sharing black, I believe, and then with red, and then the other one with blue. You can see on the right-hand side of your screen there drafted blue black here.
2个都叫伊利，伊利 Loveman。
And
2个伊利 PK 是不是？
We're actually going to join them as they enter the 3rd game of action between these 2. And we're just taking a quick look at the deck list here, and Eli Cassis has a extremely nice
进前8感觉是4败啊。
Yeah, and I mean you heard Cedric touch on it earlier.
才有机会4败以内才有机会进前8。
Deck he's ever drafted at the Pro Tour.
真的不容易。
So I'm really excited to see what he's got here.
I am too. You know, the headliner is he has a Hoarding Broodlord.
One of the best rares in the set.
That's
sure.
a very, very good one. And then it looks like he surrounded it with just really powerful, solid, 2 deadly derision.
是上面的伊利，不是下面的伊利。
Surrounding a big bomb like that.
So just classic blue-black control deck here from Eli's side.
Yeah, Eli Loveman on the bottom, however, it looks like he's mulligan to 6 here for our Game 3 decider. He's got a Paretic Prankster on the battlefield already, though. Card can be annoying.
All right.
Etherblade Agent, though, for Cassis. It always feels a little bit of a bummer to trade it off with something that also has 1 toughness, but
yeah, that's true.
Wouldn't be shocked if he did here. Let's see what he wants to do. Yeah.
Given that you just kind of want to minimize the damage, I imagine if you're a blue-black deck, you just kind of want to get to the late game. Ooh.
It also gets annoying later on because if they do transform it, you know, and you don't have stuff just sort of laying around that you're okay with it dying, then it can be. It can be pretty annoying. That's a bloated processor there, though, for Love.
变白板啊，它是一张金卡，我记得。
Stasis Field. Now,
那是张金。
Stasis Field, effective at what you need it to do, but when you're playing against red black specifically, it's the sacrifice colors, right? So this still leaves a permanent on the battlefield for Eli to do something with if he wants, right? So.
伊利是蓝黑控制型的套牌，是不是？
There's land number 5.
这只老鼠厉害，厉害的老鼠。
Freewheeler here.
Yeah, Freewheeler's going to mill both players.
我操，好猛哦！3块地。
Is that a behold?
这个魔有点太猛。
That looks like a behold.
把3张用不到的牌给那个了。哇，一个真猛。
So maybe we shouldn't have been looking so much at that Broodlord. Breach the multiverse.
Oh, breach, excuse me.
Collective Nightmare.
他也有这个
Breach the Multiverse, one of the best finishers in the format.
有个伤。
There's my guy, the Skittering Surveyor. This is interesting, though. Like, milling a breach is a big deal.
Right, but
like it's hard to get back. You can like Halo Forger it back. I don't think he has one though.
Yeah, but he's got a couple of scobs in his deck. Halo Charge Scobs, so you get that back, play that, then you get the breach. So when you're playing the blue-black deck, oftentimes you do have ways to recur both spells and creatures. If you have something like a breach, that's when all of a sudden the value of something like a Halo Charge Scob goes much higher, right? Because you're like, I'm going to be rebuying these expensive sorceries. Even getting back a derision feels pretty good.
Yeah, when you play that card without the big juicy target, you're kind of like, this is close but not quite there.
Yeah,
and when you
5
have
mana,
that,
4/4.
it's like, all right,
Yeah.
I'm in. You saw Deadly Derision.
好废哦。
Sniping a creature just a
他应
minute
该会
ago.
孵化3吧，我觉得。
This does
那
not feel
个
especially
下面的
great. I
毅
think
力
is that a
手牌
dramatic-
没有很
dramatic
值得
revelation
丢的
on a
东西啊，
Ichor
很值得丢
Trigger?
的生物。应该是孵化3
That is the only target. He could just say no, though.
Right.
He may just opt for the.
Probably just going to
丢
incubate
孵
here.
化
Make an
3就好
incubation,
了。
yeah.
对面的
'Cause that
生
would
物
feel
手牌
really
生物
bad.
太残废了。只
I
孵
mean,
化
it's
3就好
arguably an upgrade.
感觉毅力要赢了。
I'm just enjoying all the creatures on
下面的
on Ely's
不
side.
上
Just
面的
all
毅力
value
会
cards, right? They all just kind of
下
net
面的
you
毅
a
力应该
card.
赢不了。
Loveman's leaving his cards
那
revealed
个
because
资源有差。
he knows them anyway.
Right.
And you can see that he's not going to keep taking hits in the air from the aerialist.
哦
Ooh.
There's
哦
Timuret.
Yeah, Timuret.
哦，
That
吃
could
分
do some
场的
work
家
here.
伙是吗？
Particularly
Yeah.
with the interactions that you were talking about a
Yeah.
minute ago, Paul, with buying back
吃
your
分场的那
spells
家
and
伙。
things from the yard.
At
吃
its
分场
best
的那个半
against
子
kind of the black decks.
放逐2
Or
个生
particularly
物
even the
牌
blue black decks
威
because
胁
those decks typically have ways
放
to
逐
recur
2
creatures
张
and
牌
spells out of
啊
the，graveyard,
任意
right?
牌，
So
里面每一
being
张
able
生
to
物牌
have
就
something on
不
board
威
that
胁。
deals with Unsealed the Necropolis, very strong.
没补多少？哇，1.7连法力。
Wow.
进攻
Jeez,
阿
he does.
芒卡，
He is not
哎
short of power level here. There's Invasion of Amonkhet.
哦，
Many people consider that the mythic uncommon for the set.
Yeah, it's got to be the best
7
uncommon in the
张
set.
毛
Yeah, front side's pretty strong, a solid 2 for 1.
Right.
But the back side's really
It
nice.
is brutal.
太
Now
强
keep in mind
了
there's an interesting interaction with the Invasion of Amonkhet, as you can see here on the flip side. If you do get to transform it and play it, when you do it, it
要
doesn't
开始
actually
敲那
target.
个阿芒卡
Right?
了，
So even though there's a
黑
Timuret
线
in play,
力，
Timuret needs to
一个
remove all
守军，
creatures in
零
the
二守军
graveyard,
跟一个那个
or else you
进军
will
阿
be
芒
able to
卡。
copy something that's in the yard.
Yeah, and even if you can't, you still get a 4/4.
Right.
So it's like it really only needs to resolve anything that has like a relevant ETB or stat, activated ability or whatever.
Exactly.
I mean, kind of every creature has that now.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've had just
Say.
some vanilla creatures.
Right.
Yeah.
But still, some are much different than others. You see the Invasion's going to get knocked down to just 1 defense. This is not going well for Eli Loveman.
No.
He has had every threat answered so far. Timuret still hanging around on the
吃人
battlefield,
鱼要
but
补
isn't
血，好回
able
血
to
了，
push any damage
把
through
你
or
的
do
牌
anything
吃
along
光
those
光
lines.
啊！哦，
He is starting to go to work on the graveyards, however.
他不想让
Timuret in play.
生物啦，那个进军阿芒卡进来
You
生
can
物
exile any
变成那
cards
个
you
样
want with
子，
Timuret, but the creatures gain
那是很
life.
正常。
Yeah, and doing something like this tells me that there's probably
竟然
no
是
Unsealed
对
the
进军阿芒卡
Necropolis
最好的牌啊，那
For-
个黑半
in
子
Eli's
Loveman,
deck,
yeah.
right? Because he's just removing creatures in your graveyard. So
家里什么都
often
做
that
不
will
了
be, given his life total, it's not really at risk. So it tells me that there's probably just a good shot.
完了
he doesn't
进军阿芒
have
卡
a
要
way to
反
recur creatures out of his yard.
Yeah, he
只
doesn't
是应
have
该
any
无法
incentive,
变身
correct.
就是了。
And of course, you also want to just remove all the creatures because of the Invasion of Amonkhet.
那个半神在搞啊，对，进军他有办法吃这么多生物，有多少生物？
So
And here's a big decision now for Loveman. The Timuret only has 3 toughness right
Bridge
now.
也进去了，磨
And
进
it's
去了。
3/3 coming across.
right.
哇
are you
，1
really
力
gonna
套牌还
chump?
有制胜吗
Yeah, are you gonna chump, but
好像很难
or
耶。
just give your opponent a 4/4, right? That
Yeah.
still also doesn't feel particularly great.
Doesn't feel nice, but
吃2
it has to be better than just throwing away a creature because he's
再
just
把
going to
你
take
生
it
物
out
夹
next
夹
turn.
掉，
Yeah. I mean, he does have that O2 bloated processor that he could just
要打血，
Could chump there,
Yeah.
sure.
然后变什么？
All right, well, it looks like Loveman says, all right, this is the window where I have the graveyard's depleted,
yeah.
and so I will allow you. But still, 4/4s matter.
Right.
好吧，
I mean,
试试
Ely
白
just
板，他
has the
什么都
better.
不是。
Excuse me. Yeah, Ely just has the better board here.
Oh, yeah, they got us good
他
on this
只有
one.
个白板而已，是吧？
I mean, whoever wins this, if there's ever a mirror,
试试白板也
it'll
还
be
行
a。battle of
哦
whoever
哦，
won
这
this
个
match.
可以，这个好，
They
这好
win。the name
Right,
fight
they win the
too.
name
这个
I
行
like
白
that.，Oracle
只
tragedy
是会
here
也
for
是被半神搞，
Ely,
那
'cause
半
he's-
神很靠北。 在这个局竟然有关键
See,
作
he's
用。
got some choices.
I'm wondering. I game this in. I say trigger. He says sure.
You have to choose the mode.
Do I have to choose before I say trigger, or like when?
The cards. He's asking if he has to pick what
完全有
because
费
it
用
doesn't actually say when. So usually when a triggered ability goes on the stack, if it has targets, you choose targets at that time. That should be what's happening here.
Right, but the second mode on Oracle of Tragedy still has you target 4 cards.
That's what I'm saying.
Right,
yeah.
right. So you still have the opportunity to get those cards if you want. But I imagine, I imagine Ely was just going to loot it here anyways.
Yeah, he was going to ask because if there was a way that he could get around Timoret and actually shuffle in something like the breach or whatever, then he would have. But you know, he knew that probably wasn't what was going to happen. Speaking of the breach,
right?
Timoret just had it for lunch, so
like you are not getting recurred in any way here.
Yeah, this is an interesting dance because Eli Loveman you know, that Timoret is kind of working on a lot of the long-term game plans for Ely Cassis. He's also just get ran over. Like he is behind on board.
I mean, they're just a 4-4 and a 3-3 here on the battlefield. Needs to find some way to get in the Wade, which
does have deadly derision.
下面的毅力防守好就好了。
Right, but the trigger on the Ichor Shade is not on sacrifice. It's at the end of your turn, so there won't be any surprise block at a counter onto the Ichor Shade. But with the derision in Eli's hand, might want to just fire it off on the
4-4白板进攻。我不懂。25.
But Eli showing some patience here.
Yeah, he's like, you know what? I've gained a bunch of life. It's just this 4-4. Like, there's no big disaster here. There's no battles getting transformed. And then tap a creature for a Broodlord.
Oh,
the Broody boy. There he is.
来喽，大龙。
And it's going to get derision straight away, but there is a trigger.
All right, but
大龙
he can get anything he wants.
Yeah,
我只
still
是
down
要
a card.
另一个咒语。
Ely now gets to get the third best card in his deck, right?
Yeah, it's getting interesting though because this has meant that his 2 best cards have been cleanly dealt with, and he does have a very controlling deck.
Do you
start to wonder?
Yeah.
Does he have enough firepower?
Right.
Like another good blocker here from Loveman, and it's like,
Timoret doing some work.
Timoret has been absolutely absurd this game.
And I'm wondering...
Traumatic Revelation U.
Traumatic Revelation U. What did you get?
What did you get? If it's just a removal spell, it's not too bad.
Yeah, was it a derision maybe?
Did he get something?
Incubators.
Oh no, chose to make a 3. So now there's a 3-3 here.
3 and 1's a 2.
So I guess he showed him, but we didn't get to see.
Right. And will Eli just choose to sacrifice a treasure just to turn the Shade into a 3-4 here?
Yeah, chat's correct that the card that he took stays exiled. Does Ely have no cards in hand at all? He must just be on 0.
Must be.
Okay.
Yep, and did sacrifice the treasure here. So now we're looking at a 3-4 and a 3-3.
Yeah, so he's just making up a bunch of blockers. Like this is the point for me where I'm like, try not to let you know that I'm trying to figure out how many cards are in your library. But I want to know how many cards are in your library.
Right,
like,
and Ely's been the one who's been doing a little more digging here.
Wow.
Right?
Definitely.
So
关键发挥啊！我天哪，半身好烦哦，直接卡住。
a great attack.
全部的
Okay, Corey's in the chat and says that he did show at least a card off camera, but that Eli decided not to take it. Again, that card that you see over on the far right that's face down is the exile card from the Broodlord. It will stay there until Cassis decides to play it.
Got it, got it.
He has 3 cards in hand, says our intrepid sideline reporter currently. Corey Bamaster, thanks, Corey.
Double block. 一定是撞掉了吧
take any of them.
Right.
Either because he couldn't or chose not to.
Do you go for a double? And if that's a deadly derision, that's pretty rough.
Probably.
一定是撞掉了。
Like is it getting better?
You could make a 3-3 too, right?
Yes.
And put all 3 creatures in front of it to
还有
play around the derision.
撞掉
That's
3次
true.。
请那个试试下去。
It does look like it's a derision.
I wonder why he's keeping up the mana here.
Well, he's going to take out Timoret.
半身杀掉。
Boy, but you gotta feel like the damage from
这条龙
Timor's
先
been
滚
done. I know that on board it didn't look like it was doing much, but
没
decks
这么还
like
可以
Ely
用。
Cassis have inevitability.
Right.
They have the ability to get back their best stuff and kill you with it over and over again.
Yeah, remember now, I mean, if the Oracle dies,
撞掉。
Ely can shuffle some of the impactful spells that he still has in his graveyard back into his
哦，
deck.
那
Yeah, I
个
wonder
进
if
去他们可以
Loveman
洗回
was
去了，有
targeting
机会被洗回去。
first, of course, the most obvious stuff, but then even the more expensive stuff for the
但是要想办法让那个
Oracle,
先
like
知
to
死掉
reduce
啊
its！number of targets or whatever.
几费？5费哦。
Oh, Halo charged. Scob.
哦，
This is everybody milling 2
磨2
cards.
张，然后把1张无数瞬间 battle 移回站。 16张。
16 and 9.
16 and
16对9。
Because these decks thrive off of that inevitability.
Right.
Like one thing that we could have seen here, if it weren't for Timoret,
应该是
right,
要
is to
捡
get
回来
back breach.
阿曼
You
卡要
just
捡回
cast it
来。
once your opponent's at 10 or fewer cards, and then you're just like, oh.
So with 16 and 9, even if Ely shuffles
再
4
来
cards
就
back
是
in,
想办法
if we're looking at a milling situation,
把他对面桌上的
Loveman is
青
ahead.
光踩
That's
过
right.
去，然后踩过去。
But I mean,
And there's a lot of incidental mill.
再来就
by
一直
the way,
全打
in this
all in
set.
就好了吧？
Like, doesn't have to be a
不要
card
all
that's
in.
designed to get them.
now you can't ignore the body here, right? The Scob is still a 4/4
all
getting
in.
in. There's a
One.
3/3 that's also looking to get in.
all in 要
Wow,
限
and
制不用
also
all in，
attacking with a 2/2.
我变身一下。
Frisky here from Cassis. Blocks are going to happen. No, they're not going to happen.
Okay.
Another deadly
Which
derision.
makes a lot more
我在什
sense.
么珍宝？
And another
Oh,
treasure
okay.
token. That doesn't look like it's going to play a big part here,
So,
though.
Trade there, take 7, or just block.
Cast this.
打4的。
That's a
This is
final
a-
flourish
sure.
there.
Okay.
So it still ends up being a chump block on the 3/3, but everything else is going to end up
3-3-3.
trading off.
All right.
And it is going to be 5 power versus 0. So Loveman just needs to
什么
find
都没有。
something of
Yeah.
medium size.
A 4/4.
Removal spell would be fine, you know, to kill the 3/3, and then
Maybe
just
a
sort of
Gloomfang
buy-
Mauler, that would be great.
Yeah.
Oh
Oh,
my
that'd be really
God.
good.
哦，好
He
那
needs to
个
hang on. There's 5 damage.
5点
Is
打
there,
点
did he
Find
find
something?
something?
Removal?
杀嘛？
You have 9, and I had. You had 8.
He has
现在是
8.
8。
And as you mentioned, Eli does not have an unseal, which is one of the ways that the red-black deck can mill.
Oh, and there it is. Merciless
Oh.
repurposing there for
帮助
Loveman. He doesn't have quite enough mana to transform and block as
Right.
well, but close enough.
Yeah,
He's
oh,
only going to
okay.
take 2, and he'll have a
哇
blocker, so he
塞，
is now
放
ahead
着
on
我
board.
补血。
Now the question is, how many win conditions does Eli have left?
Like anything that can attack.
Right.
啊，
Because
好
his
惨
heavy
哦。
hitters are gone.
没事。
That's not it.
Furtive Analyst is not
I don't
even
know if you
抽
wanna
close.
气
be,
人，
looting
一
here.
世抽气人。
You, well, this is one of those ones where you start to go, does it matter?
Right.
关键卡都被
Eli's still at
都不
22.
见了。
Yes. Yeah, that Timoret has dominated this game.
Oh,
海库太薄了。
I have 14.
It
1, 2, 3, 4,
gave him a huge life total and took away Ely's recursion ability.
Right. And that's the thing.
感觉
That's
下
what
面的
was
伊利会
supposed to
嘿
give
嘿嘿，
Ely's
不管怎样，
deck
伊利
that
都会
benefit.
赢。
Yes,
The fact that
exactly.
you have multiple scobs to get back your breaches.
一定要打啦，
But
那个没有再不
because
打
of
的
that。singular Timoret, it allowed
挡啊！
Eli to just kind of go, chew through
是
everything, and now I'm pretty sure Eli just kind of on the, I'm
22
going to try to deck you here.
And you see what's happening here. Loveman's blocking the 1/4 and not killing the Oracle
完全
because he
顶
doesn't
住
want
了
that
下面的
shuffle to
I'll
happen.
take one.
Hey, it'll get him up to 4 turns quicker of a victory.
And Eli digging here.
那个半神是真的太那个。
Okay.
Oh, it feels so bad if you're Ely Cassis. He had all the tools.
Yeah, his deck is great, but needs to find a way to close it out. That was a fantastic
抽牌。
draw there from Loveman.
现在就是这样。
Merciless
有
repurposing.
什么
just a
招
perfect
亲我
card there,
人？
right? I mean,
Perfect.
get that 4/4 and then have a
我也
block
觉得
that's
伊利
bigger
会
than
赢
everything
的
on the。other side.
哇，
Just
完美预
absolutely
测，
ideal.
笑了。不管怎样，伊利都赢，对吧？7张牌，
All right, Ely's going to play
Okay.
好分。
an informant, but Eli had a
我
swamp.
打，
All right. Getting in for
不打。
1 again.
This is to block. Take 1. 21.
Down to 21 goes Loveman.
Oh,
oh,
man.
Tough beats.
I mean,
这时候就觉得，干，为什么运气这么差，要被磨下去？
Okay,
That's a beat stick.
Beat stick.
Yep.
I don't think Eli
我
has
觉得不用
any
打
interest in attacking.
Nope.
Yep.
He's just gonna pass back.
Gonna mill you out here, and it's a slow death if you're on Eli's
so
side.
painful.
Eli's like, I know I have nothing left, right? If I mean, he knows is that perhaps he does, but right now he's thinking, really? This is how I'm gonna go down?
This is so rough. Also, he probably has a decent idea. Like he's probably deduced what's left.
Yeah, over these turns, he's definitely like,
how many lands do I see here? Right.
哦，没有白了，我只有他能倒。
Just begging for that
No
block from
block.
Loveman, but Loveman has no interest in it whatsoever.
Oh man.
Down to 20.
Does Eli have any other big creatures here he can play?
I mean, even if he had like a Broodlord, it would be close. You know, like this is tough.
Tidal Terror maybe?
Yeah.
Oh, 多一个要过了。
This is something with reach. So even flyers don't do it.
好糟糕啊！
Because
这种
he
感
actually
觉。
does have a Tidal Terror, but he
这种
didn't play.
feel 肯定不好。
Got it. Didn't need it.
Nope.
Oh, might have needed it here.
Could have used
Could
it.
have used it here.
In fact, it would be excellent on this board
Oh,
with the
什么都
little
没了。
junkers laying around to make it
失去了一切。
But I think it's just too late now.
Jeez.
What a game. Timuret.
Eli hanging on, and Timuret MVP.
Paul, you can either have Timuret or Breach plus Broodlord. I'll let you decide.
Yeah.
有人手机响喽，哥。谁的手机响了？你看那个整个转播也整个那
Turn
个
back to Loveman.
整个很尴尬。是谁手机响
He's？ got to feel so clever right now.
应该是选手的，我怀疑。
Oh, he is going to start jamming.
We are turning it around here, folks. I mean, there's not a lot of pressure here from Eli's side, right?
Yeah,
感觉是
almost
选
zero.
手的
This
手
is
机
an
响
attack。for 9. We got a triple block here on the 3-3 or 4-3, excuse me.
我这样比较舒服哦，我的姿势有点僵硬的。
And that would allow Eli to get the surveyor and the informant off the battlefield.
真的假的？何当？他还是进攻哦。为什么要进攻？ 三档。
Oh, something else? Oh, that's another derision.
Jeez.
That's a very aggressive derision here.
Yeah, I think I would just sit, right? Like,
right?
What's the...
我要用扁的来让你屈服啊。
Perhaps he's thinking,
I
well,
don't
maybe
maybe
Eli does have something.
Yeah.
Right?
Take 5 first. No treasure, please. You take 4. Or, yeah, 5. 24.
I mean, he's at 29 down. I don't even know if Loveman can get this done in the time frame.
How many cards does Loveman have? Could Eli
four
potentially
more.
be holding a bunch of mill cards and play it all in one turn and somehow get Eli before he dies?
Yes.
That's something he could be trying to position.
Great point. That's
but
definitely.
When we last counted, Eli was way up on cards. So
he was 4 or 5, yeah.
And Eli's also looted a couple of times since then.
True. He would, Cassis would have to do this on the absolute last turn.
Right.
Like draw his last card and go ding, ding, ding.
Exactly.
That is possible, though. He had at least 2 Halo Charge Scobs.
And remember, if Loveman is going to look to be this aggressive.
So he has 3, but he's playing 2.
But if
he has 2 Disturbing Conversion, that also mills.
Right, and remember, okay. I was wondering how aggressive Eli was going to be, because if he was very aggressive, Eli can now block with the Oracle and shuffle 4 cards back into the deck, right?
But this is going to give Menace.
Exactly.
Okay. Drag Recycler could provide a little bit of extra. Like, that's the kind of card you can win on upkeep.
Is that
1 card left? 2 cards left?
Because he has to be going for this play that you described, Paul.
I feel like that's his only angle, but I'm just not sure how many mill cards he has left. That's 1 card, I think.
It's just 1, which means Loveman has
最后的
5. Let's take a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. That's a lot. 5, I think he might have been in business, but 8's a lot. And Cassis has to wait till the last turn because they mill him too.
Right.
如果确定那个
So that's
7 倍那个被放逐，就
Can he get 7 cards? And it has to be 7.
没办法磨那么多吧？要怎么磨那么多？
Die of
I'm not sure.
又没有结丝什么的。
Oh, is that Rankle and Torbrin?
Yes, it is.
啊，还有这个。 我从来都没有要用魔牌赢你，在你魔干前我就要把你干死啊！
Rankle.
天哪，太凶残了吧
！With the trigger, you can then make your other creature deal 2 additional damage.
Each if a source would deal damage, blah blah blah.
So this is an attack for 9.
Okay.
他都懒得讲。
You take 6 from this, so 9 total. 15 and then yeah.
Javelineer can deal 2, get him down to 7.
Second main, I'll activate the Javelineer. You take 4.
再打4点。
Oh, right, of course.
Yeah, that's double
我
trouble.
从来就没有想要靠魔牌赢你啊！不要会说意了。
哇
靠
That's loss of life, not damage. What he's
不留情面啊
but look, he set up a victory on his own upkeep.
Right, so now he can't get milled out.
That's right. So even if Cassis goes, okay, play 3 things, mill you, then he can just hit him with the Javelineer and then sacrifice something to the Recycler before his draw step. Super smart by Loveman.
Really, really heads up here. So now Ely needs to find a way to mill Eli and kill the Recycler or Javelineer?
Yes, he can kill either. Man, this is... It is going to be hard to top this from my favorite game, right?
Yep. Cassis is at 5. The Javelineer won't deal 4 damage on upkeep, right?
Why is that?
Because the Rankle... Is that a permanent thing?
I don't remember.
Yeah.
I'm just going to keep it real with you, Paul. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player. This turn. So you're right.
So
that's not what's happening
It's
here.
not what's happening, but he's very close to dead.
He is very close to dead anyway, and Cassis may also not have enough mill, have saved up enough mill to actually get the job done.
要正正当当的打败对手。这算正正当当吗？
On one of these
2 倍
creatures.
还有什么招？
Maybe both.
2倍有什么招？
And then find a way to kill his Oracle to shuffle cards back in.
That would be a thing too.
All right.
还有
So that deals with
他还
1.
有
This is an
大
attack
恐
for
龙
4,
哦，
though.
这么猛。
3 cards left there for Loveman.
Nightmare?
Nightmare itself!
Shuffle 4 cards.
They have to be 3 or greater.
Okay.
But, so there's at least 1.
There's a serve. I
这里还有什么
I
操
don't know
作
if？ Ely has enough here.
This is awesome.
Right.
这
And
只
remember,
是
that's still,
最后的
this is still
挣
an
扎而
attack
已啦，
for
他
4
输
coming
定
in,
了。
right?
With Cassis at 5 and a Drag
虽然
Recycler
输
sitting
定
there.
了，
And a Javelineer sitting there.
还是要挣扎到最后一刻啊。
So I think what he may be doing, this is post-board, so we're not 100% sure. But there's some interesting... So he had main deck 2 copies of Moment of Truth.
Right.
He may be setting himself up here to have a very specific subset of cards as his library and then get one of them and use it. Like, I don't know if he has enough for this, but Deadly Derision or something like that. You know what I mean? Where
Right,
your
right.
library is only 3 or 4 cards.
Yeah.
And then you search through 3 or 4 cards.
啊，到底还有什么招这样
I'm
子
just？ not sure if Ely has enough here, but of course we're still not exactly sure
这样
what
到
the
底
last
还
few
能
cards,
有
because
什么
Ely's
招
just dead
啊
here,
Yes.
unless he has another piece of interaction.
Halo Invasion. Halo Invasion Nightmare. I got it.
Yeah, and the Scob.
Just to verify real quick, life totals at this point?
4.
20.
20.
Oh, it looks like the life total's got a little off too. So he's actually at 4.
I went from 19
Okay.
to 20.
All right.
Which certainly changes things as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Because now we need to deal with this 4/3, and then there's still 3 damage on board with the
你要
Recycler
3
and the
点
Javelineer.
哎，你的战阶伤害还有那个。
Okay, there it is. Moment of truth.
Okay. And then
So we're
-3,
playing-
-3.
还有
We're playing
救
Doomsday now. He's just straight up setting up his
这
library.
样还
This
有
is awesome.
救？
What a close one here.
靠腰剩下剧本，
Oh,
还有
something
什么
better.
救了？
It's just derision, I suppose.
Yeah, yeah, of course.
到底这样我要怎
I mean,
么救？
Loveman only has 3 extra points of damage, right? So if he takes 0 this combat.
But yeah, the is.
You really are a master.
扣你血。
1.
还有操作可以错，我的天哪！
He gave him promise.
这是史上最漫长的战阶了，我的天哪！史上最漫长的战阶啊，我必须说，这样还有办法
Go,
做。
William. There's only 2 cards left in library. And there's a Halo Charge Scob, which was going to be that or the other card here. That mills both.
That mills 2 cards.
Yes.
But you can. This is an upkeep kill
没有一
here
定会那个啊。
from Eli.
Only if it's alive.
Only if it's alive.
The Javelineer.
Right, but the Scob puts it on top, correct?
Yes. And there's just no way for him to get it.
Right. Whew. Close one.
Oh, what a game! Eli
最后2张抹不掉。
finds the victory. Cassis gave him all he could handle, and I'll tell you,
这磨到这，
go back to
给他
when
凹到
Eli
这
Loveman
2
started
张
attacking.
啊！我天哪！
That because you know I think a lot of people would be like, I'm gonna win. You know, this is gonna be fine. I don't really need to worry about your life total so much. And he recognized even though Cassis is at 27 or whatever, I need to start going on this.
好扯哦。
And, he absolutely needed it there.
Right. I mean, you saw it.
很
Kind
强
of
啊
towards with about 8 cards left. Loveman was clearly
他
on
把
I'm gonna
机
try
会
to
稍
go
微
your
拉
path.
高
And then all of a sudden he started drawing some
好
action.
猛
And he's like, wait a second, what's the better path
这
to
个战
victory?
阶发
Is
生的
it
太
me
太
being
长。
aggressive, putting pressure on your
史上
life
最
total so I
漫
have
长
an
的
extra
战
different
阶
way to win? Or can I just naturally hope to deck you, right?
中间
And
太多
given
操
how
作
that
了，我
game
的
played
天哪！
out, I think it's
虽然
possible
是
if
输了啊，可
Loveman
是好
chose to be
猛
more
哦！
patient and just keep everything
Yeah.
back. I think
还是
Cassis
把
could
他
have found
磨
a
到
way
这
there
2
to
张。
deck Loveman.
think he would have beat him.
Yeah.
Yeah, great stuff. We've got more matches to bring you, however. We're going to bring you game, as it turns out, number 2 between Nathan
Wait,
Sawyer and
Nathan's
Max
2-0. Is this a surprise to anybody?
Not to anybody, especially his opponent, Max Vini. We'll see if he can take him down
前2轮也赢。
as we join this one in progress. Again, we're bringing you the finals of a bunch of pods here. We've already done 2. This is the 3rd one to try to get that 3-0 victory.
I'm just... It's,
他们在跟度。
how does... He never
Nathan
loses.
现在落后。
He really doesn't.
Nathan 落后。
It's been years
Nathan 抓死
since he
靠。
lost.
Well, he's down a game here.
Okay, down a game to Max McVitie.
下
Land go.
没错，经典一回开局下地
Let's see
锅
what。Stoyer has to kick off.
哦，糟哎！那什么？哦，车子。搭载才能转飞的车子。哦。
No, just a couple of
好烦哦。
twos to kick off the
2点3
festivities for
也
both
有
players,
机会
though
变
they are
先攻
both on the board quickly.
Yeah, flywheel racer
Yeah, we'll see if he uses it
for the mana.
for evil or good.
Right.
我就打。好，17。
In the meantime, a clear attack here from McVitie.
哪本是打红蓝神
All
器？
planes.
哦，飞瑞
Phyrexian
人都
Awakening
警
is going to be
戒
his 3-drop. And that'll get him a nice... I mean, that thing's powerful, right? It's good.
Absolutely. Wow.
Thank you,
Nathan
Nathan.
just
不管的
not-
5倍14
nothing to
警戒。
impact the board for the first
但
4
是这个
turns
警
of
戒
this
是
game.
全飞瑞人共有。哇，他是打纯白是不是？
Didn't have anything on 3, so what,
还
maybe
是
a
卡
stoke the
色
flames here?？
怎么可能？
Sure. There it is.
Oh,
Stoke the
there
flames.
it is.
Oh, but wait
Oh,
a second.
no.
Ah!
Use aerial boost to save it, and that's going to
Yeah.
be 9? Wow, this could fall apart really quickly. That was a key moment there for Stoyer, who hasn't really done much on his side. He needed that to go right.
好亏
But
哦
McVitie！ had the answer.
With the trick
He's
here.
got another stoke to
Another
flames.
stoke, okay.
You do what you got to do, and you notice that was a main phase stoke.
Right.
不管
Not that he
第
had
二
a choice
发，
last time, but
我就
he
是要
wanted to
弄
make
死
sure.
你。
And he's down to 5 already.
5啊5啊5啊！
Now Max is stuck here on just white mana, has a bunch of blue cards, but has
Oh,
still been able to play
Nathan，怎
an
么
impactful
这样
spell every turn.
手气不好是
Yeah.
不是？
And that's going to be
Wow.
it.
Wow.
Wow. All he
Wow.
did was
太
just dump
快
2
了吧
creatures on the
太像
battlefield, and a
这
slow
么
start
快
there
的吗？
from Stoyer means that Max
Nathan.
McVitie takes down his pod and gets the 3-0. Stoyer, poor Nathan.
怎么感觉
He's got
Nathan 常
himself
常
for
是
a 2-1.
很兴奋的
He's
出来，然
not
后
used
然后
to that,
然后
you
然
know?
后吃
It's
瘪
not his normal game plan. I mean, that's how
这时候
crazy
骚
his run has been.
He's going to pick himself
Oh,
back
没有
up for the standard portion.
吃瘪了
That's going to be my prediction because I don't know
We've
if he
got,
can handle this loss.
listen to this one, Paul. We've got another we get to see the finals go. This is Seth Manfield versus Jean-Emmanuel Duprat. When you talk about limited heavy hitters, those two are near the top of the heap every single time.
揍多少揍9滴耶，半关血被打没了。
Got a Hall of Famer here in Seth Manfield.
俊对上
Also, both of these players,
信使郎。
I don't know how to put it. Consider themselves
俊可能是
limited
我们那
players
个
primarily. They favor
法
limited.
国最强的玩家。
They're the people on their team that people ask the
可
limited
能是
questions to. That
我
kind
不
of
敢
thing.
说死。
Yeah, I think
有机会，
and
至
when
少
you
是最
even
强
speak
玩
to
家之一啊，
Duprat,
法国。
I believe he
也是很强。
is kind of a self-proclaimed like. You think I might be pretty good at constructed, but limited is kind of really where he shines. He, you know, back when we were playing some of the arena events, he had kind of the highest limited win rate when you compare him to a lot of the other best players out there.
That's right. He's really good.
整个飞机啊。
All right, it looks like we're underway here in game number 2. And it looks like we're cruising right along here.
如果是战地就很好，
Just a slight
回绝地
adjustment there.
就不太好。战地他就是3-2直接打下去，
A little bit
马
quicker
上
for
拉
you
开
here.
血场。
Hey, get all the matches here. I mean, especially you don't want to miss some of this matchup here, right? We have 2 of some of the most accomplished players at this event going at it. So.
它是一个翻面盘。
What just happened? It says 2R sorcery. All right, I'll buy it.
哦，烧掉了。
Searing Barb is my guess.
That is correct.
烧然后孵化1。
Otherwise known as 2R.
2R sorcery.
Yeah.
啊，因为那是
actually
闪
write
的，
it
我
right
知道
below
为什么。
Yeah.
那是他闪卡。
Interesting to see
他
invasion
闪卡是不
of
可以
Kaladesh
那
here
个
for
的，闪
Manfield.
卡是不能放进套牌，
Card
用代
looked
牌。
pretty good.
因为闪
Hasn't
卡会
actually played
熬
that。well.
Yeah.
Very medium.
好像以前有这种那个吧。
2 mana for
闪
1
卡
body
作
is
弊
just
吧，
not the most impressive thing
或
in
者
this
有作
format.
弊
And even when you do
应该这样
flip it,
像之前那个龙密连接点，
It's not
你
that
在正式比赛
There's meaning to mind
裁判
now
会要
for
你用
Jean
代牌
Emmanuel.。
对，因为龙密连接点它
By the
只
way,
有闪
joking
的
aside, the
版本，
reason that you see that proxy
变
planes
成说
there
每张
for
龙密连
Manfield
接
is
点基
because
本
it
上
was
都是
a
凹
foil
的，
Searing Barb.
就不能放进套牌里。
And just to make sure
他
that all
他
the
的那
cards
张
are
应该是闪的，
identical in your deck when being
所以才会
shuffled,
这样子。
etc. It's good to do that.
Ooh.
That's Invasion of Segovia.
哦，这张很
How about some
不错
baby Krakens?
Yeah, some nice 1/1
Baby
tramplers.
Kraken.
Yeah, very fearsome.
海怪宝宝。
Luis reminded us that the plane of Segovia, everything's very small.
Everything is very small,
再
hence
打，翻过来
1/1
他
tramplers.
翻过来是什么？
I mean, when I think of a Kraken,
哦，飞
you know,
机是不是？
not in the 1/1
东方猎
space.
人
I'm
神
thinking
机，
10/10.
神机装
Oh,
的
but
崽
I
子
mean, come on. You have to be jealous if you're Seth
Oh,
Manfield. I mean, John Emmanuel got to fire off two draw 2s here.
That's right. The minds have been met, and his hand is full.
原来有
And
这种
Seth
规则
not really
对，因为
putting on
闪
that
卡
much
有
pressure
作
here.
弊
Not
疑
really
虑
doing
啦，
much at all.
对，
Another flywheel racer
干脆
here.
直接全部
Jean
规定用
Emmanuel.
代牌，
This is
比
more
较直接。
flywheel racers than I would have expected coming into this
正
tournament.
式的比
Agreed.
赛
Agreed.
有这种规则没有错，
And
至少我听到
Rouse
是这样子。
reinforcement's going to hit the battlefield as well.
啊，一般比赛是没在管了，
Yeah,
一般比赛
Seth
比较没
can
在
crew
管。
the vehicle here
Yep.
and turn it into a 2/5 flyer. Power equal to the number of artifacts that you have in play. Synergizes well with all the incubate
Yeah.
tokens.
Of course, the Thopter that you get on
Yeah.
the front side as well.
哎呦，堆起来了，俊那边堆起来。
On
阿
Seth's
西
big
斯这边
pass,
好像
which
什
is
么都没
5 mana
得干。
and a couple of tokens in
He
play.
sure did.
So there are 2 cards that you have to be really mindful of here when you're playing against the
开
blue
车
red
开
deck.
别
What are
人
we，thinking?
One is Shadow the
没有
Source, which is not too bad. I mean, it's just a removal spell.
没办法
But the
打
other
不过
one
去。
is
他那个
Artistic
大一
Refusal.
台，
And anytime your opponent gets to cast that one against you with this kind of mana up, that is when
蛮猛。
when things get kind of scary, and you have to be mindful of it. So you really don't want to play your biggest spell a
哦
lot of
来了
the
来
time
了
into
combo
what Seth is
召
representing
集
right
的
now.
巫
That
术
card is such a blowout. All right, we're going to see
放回
Fred
第二张
Prankster,
要不要？
though, for Jean-Emmanuel Duprat. And then he's going
放
to
回
use
第
his
二张
freshly cast Prankster to convoke
开起来。
a cleansing.
Oh.
But that's a side by Cryptomancer, but it's
我
going
没
to
有，
get
还有
countered
招
back here. Oh.
我还有招，
Assimilate Essence.
康掉。
Just 3 mana
哦
available
靠
here for Manfield, so he will not be able
再
to
吃一
pay
张
the
康
4.
哦。 细时留了这一栋。
So the Cyber Cryptomancer gets countered.
留了这一栋还是被解掉
And
了
the。Temporal Cleansing will actually hit the vehicle and send it
细
somewhere.
时有留一个
Allows
辟
John
邪
to，try to get in for some
可是
damage
巨
here.
又留一张康。
In a similar essence, also
Wow.
very impressive card in this format.
一
There have been
一
lots
世
of
猜
effects
一
like
世
that
啊！
in limited play, which
没办法
are decent, right? Remove soul effects,
这
but
边就吃
just
亏
this
了。
flexibility, it's still relevant in the
开扁
late game. Get that 2/2 incubate token, and there's not a lot of spells people play. A lot of the spells are your battles, right? And this
Right.
also gets those cards.
I'm curious if Jean Emmanuel is attacking Seth or
All right.
the battle. But we're going to see Volcanic Spite.
There's just a lot of spells being cast here back and
Yes,
forth,
it
right?
really is a
烧山
lot,
的
and
烧
especially
山
with
好处
Convoke and
是
stuff
他的那
happening.
个卡拉德许可以
Okay.
下一回就
Interesting
拿回来
also,
了。
Seth did look like he put his invasion of Kaladesh second from the top, which I'm a little surprised at.
Yeah.
打掉那个小海怪，然后
We'll see if that's true, and it is.
再送你卡拉德许。
So
前
now
面花这么多
planning
力
on
气敲掉，结果变这样子
attacking
啊
it? I don't know.
还是被处理掉了。
This
know.
invasion of Segovia is going to flip next turn. I mean, Seth only has a couple of 1/1s in play. Jean does not care about
感
losing
觉
any
巨
a
优
couple of
势
these
现在是比
1/1s
较大
to try to
了。
flip
对
this
下一回
invasion.
合那个
Yeah.
绝对被敲掉
And，should Seth have one more
海怪
1/1
那个
Thopter
绝对被
here?
敲掉。打一点，
Okay.
Right? Are they just grabbing a token for him, maybe?
Not sure.
这
Because
回
he
合
did
感
cast
觉
the
俊
invasion
一
of
直用
Kaladesh,
咒
and
语
his
啊
other
的
Thopter
关系
hadn't
啦，
died, I don't think.
所以俊的优势比较大。对，俊有很多咒语，已经做很多咒语。啊，细子好像比较被动，手上都没什么可以好好下的。细子都是一些
So
反制
John
牌啦，
just
我
needs to
猜
figure
啦，
out
手
how
上
many creatures you want to set
手
at
上
the
都是反
invasion.
制，
Probably can
对
just
他从头到尾
send
连
all
抽
four
牌
of
都
the
没在抽，
1/1s. Not really too interested in trading the
可能手上都是反
prankster
制
or
吧。
the Thopter.
猜
Could of course flip it.
I wonder what happened to that Thopter. Can you
There was
miss
a-
that trigger?
Oh, it
Ayo.
looks like, is that what they're talking about here?
Yeah, it doesn't make
Yeah,
sense
Seth
because
just pointed.
he's supposed to have two. I guess since it is a trigger,
Right.
you could miss it?
Miss Trigger 哦，有吗？
Oh no. These are judge hands explaining.
Right.
啊，忘
This is
了
big.
叫飞机了。我
I mean, he put that
操
second from the top. It already is kind of a medium strength card. And then if you don't,
you don't even get the
the
1/1,
primary
忘了叫飞机吗？
function of it, that is not where you want to be.
啊，我少一台飞机，哇
But I don't see another Thopter
差
hitting
蛮
the
多了
battlefield
哦
here, Paul. He may have just
已
missed
经
that
差一
trigger.
台飞机了。
Yep. Looks
这
like
边应
it.
该是不会给吧？
Which is
少
going
一
to
台
make
飞
it
机。
easier for Jean
哇
Emmanuel to flip the
啊
invasion
，Miss
of
Trigger，
Segovia.
哈哈，少一台飞机可以用。哎，别人那正精彩的，
Which
好吧，
turns
没什么精彩。
all of his non-creature spells.
然后要开转的。
And they all have Convoke.
Yeah. And he gets, what, a 3/3 out of the deal, too?
He gets a 3/3, and at the beginning of your end
Kinda
step, you get to untap 4 creatures. So
Yeah.
they effectively have vigilance.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, yeah, and you can cast anything at that point.
Right, you can just tap out Convoke on your turn, untap, and Convoke something else.
It gets silly if you
Right.
have action in your hand. And remember, this is the game that 2 Meeting of the Minds has happened for Jean-Emmanuel Depras, so he probably still has some action. Oh, it looks like we upgraded to a appeal to the head judge situation here.
Right.
哦，不行啊。
Sometimes when you receive a ruling from a judge, which is what had happened before, you have further questions, shall we say?
Yep.
And so you can say, I'd like to speak to the head judge and make sure that you get the
这边
correct
在
ruling.
不知道，
Yeah,
我在
certainly
argue 是不是？
At an event like this, you are, of
还是什么？
course, responsible for all of your own triggers.
现在这边 argue 吗？
Yeah, I think
因为少台
honestly,
飞
I can't hear what they're
机
saying. I don't know what they're saying, but
不能
maybe
说完全
part of
没
the
差。
equation is, well, I
其实差大
did
了啦。
resolve this and I did get the
光
counters on
就
it and
场
stuff.
上多
Is
少
part
个
of
物
that
件其实就有
happening
差
that
了。
Thopter have to appear, or are those
Yeah.
separate?
多个
You
珍宝
know,
少个珍
these
宝
are the
也是有
types
差
of。kind of minutia that you get into in this situation. But at any rate, it doesn't look like he's going to get the Thopter. So that is going to have to be left behind here
哦，开扁。
for Seth.
哇，细时这局应该
Wow,
是
and
没
this
了
is。big turn here
细
for
时的
John
咒语，
Emmanuel.
Yikes. This
还有
is
个海
scary
怪。
stuff for Seth
结束圈
Manfield.
重置是
And that stoked the flames.
Okay.
It's just all foils all day here for Seth.
All the shinies.
Okay, so at least he stems the bleeding there and doesn't let Jean-Emmanuel have that kind of insane go-off type turn.
Yeah.
He's got a Zerg Strobe Knight now. That could definitely start adding to the board too.
What
does he have? Oh, okay.
Okay.
He's got a Shivan Branch Burner. That is going to immediately transform. That was fine.
Now you have a 2/5 blocker with flying.
The real question is, can Jean-Emmanuel take advantage of all this extra mana and resources that he's accrued?
I think that's Kari's Everbaral.
Okay.
That's just a guess. He tapped, 3 mana, and
it's in the right colors?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I like that.
That's a good one. Oh, get in. Oh, no. Convoke.
Oh, he's convoking.
Now get in. No, can't get in because it's still a 4/4, right? Against the 2/5 flyer.
Yeah, so he'll just have a way to deal with the Branch Burner
and
on
a
the
2/2
other
Knight.
side.
So huge board here.
Jean-Emmanuel has just been real clean this game. He's had multiple double spell turns. I think 3.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
完了，刚太快了，我没世界发生什么事，打4点。
That's Invasion of Regatha.
打4点，打1点。
Didn't do much here.
打脸是，然后再打任意目标1点吧。好，是这样子。
Oh, it's going to get negated though.
不给，连这个都不给，我只是打你的脸4而已啊。
Yes. And knocked Jean-Emmanuel down to 15.
Yeah, well, not a lot of negate targets, so.
Yeah.
竟然直接吃到10下，什么都干不了。
Might as well. But now Jean-Emmanuel gets to untap.
Yeah.
Baral, which has just a.
我对那张牌没有什么印
It
象。
also it's just a 3 mana 2/4 menace first strike.
Right. That's
just
the stat
good.
line. Yeah,
right.
that's the one.
but it is so easy to turn it on. All right,
really
here we
is.
go.
全踢是不
And
是？
in comes the squad. Everything's attacking.
全部进攻。
Now Seth is just going to line up the best possible blocks without thinking about. Now that card has menace.
It
Seth.
does. He does need another blocker.
哦，我也有一只龙，是不是？哦，我也叫龙了。OK，了解。他也叫一条龙。
Menace, as they say in the business.
也叫一条龙，是不
Huh.
是？
This is
两边都有一
interesting.
条龙。
Seth's playing a little loose today.
Yeah.
Like, you usually don't see these types of things from him.
What is it?
我靠
Shatter the Source?
这么夸张
Yes.
Is this also a foil?
Apparently,
我这也是闪的，你又有闪
Okay,
卡
well, so got rid of most of the big threats here
打多少？
on Jean-Emmanuel's
没
side,
剩
right?
8。
Yes, he's down to 8,
没
though.
死。
He is down to 8, but now we're looking at a 2/4, a bunch of 1/1s. Depends on what he plays here. Could potentially stabilize. He's got the biggest creature in play.
He does. He's kind of hanging onto that Branch Burner at this point.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a big attack
又
now
怎
from
样啊？
Jean-Emmanuel. This is the second
又怎样了？
all-in Alpha Strike that
零手牌
in the
了，
last
自己
two
是没
turns
手牌了吧？
Okay, and this will be an attack
不
for
会有
5,
一条
take
龙吧
5, go to
我没有
3.
all in 而已。
And Jean-Emmanuel seems just thrilled with that
Sun.
transaction. He's also going to get a trigger from
That
the
doesn't die,
Product
does it?
Prankster.
Oh, that was a 2/5, of course.
Yeah, so it ate up the 3/2, but then the trigger
Okay.
finished it off. This better be big.
That's good.
Isaac Ataxia's actually
抽一
is
张
kind
牌
of big.
符化3，
And
Also,
Seth,
he remembered the
又多
trigger,
个
so
人
that was
right?
good.
还有的打哦，
Okay.
And that's Invasion of
这样还
Mercadia.
有的打，
So gets to
撞掉那个
Oh,
战
is he
役
gonna attack?
啊！
No,
You
right?
put that thing back,
No,
Seth.
no.
Leave that Branch Burner
不不
right
不
where
不
it is.
不！啊，
And
我也
that's
有
an
海
Invasion
过
of。Segovia
And you
Visit.
can flip that, and you can flip. And
现在
then
大家
all
都
your
有这
creatures
张就是
have,
了
will
大家
attack
都
here.
有海怪
Yes.
结
Right?
界
You get 2 1/1s.
笑了，大家都有。
What is this?
Okay,
He's turning it
Seth.
around.
傻眼了
Okay,，Seth.
Okay.
我也很
Right?
傻
And that's a
眼
free attack too. I mean,
为什么你也有？
Might as
Oh, here we
well, as they
go.
say in the business. Okay.
我也是傻眼了，为什么你也有？
Wow.
Oh,
Jean-Emmanuel
man.
did
完了
two
俊
alpha
危
strikes
险了
back to back,
我还以
and
为
all
他
of
要
a
赢的
sudden his board state
结
looks a
果
lot
不
worse
是这样
than it
啊
just was.
Big turn here from Seth.
这也是直接绝地大反攻啊！
Whoa.
他后面的咒语好强哦。
Land go from Jean-Emmanuel? Oh, Seth turned this game around.
Jeez. Now Seth can,
什么都没
can
做，
eat up the other invasion here.
我直接换到 6，大概是手
Flip that
上
one.
至少没有可以积极这种咒语啊。
哦。
我再多个这个。
And this one ends the game very quickly when you have a board state like this.
完了。
The trample on those Krakens might actually matter.
俊有机会赢啊。
And keep in mind,
I
don't know what Seth has in hand, but you can actually make 2 1-1s and then make 2 1-1s again with that trigger.
You're right.
From the
少点是俊就赢
invasion of Segovia. The 3/3 ground creature getting in there against the 2/4. Oh, of course, Seth can give his entire team +1/+0.
俊只要如果套牌有的话啦，他们deck 烧脸4就好了。或者是那个打4打1也可以，反正在烧脸3以上的就可以。
Kyron Flame right here. 2 in a red, discard a card, make 2 1-1s, and your entire team gets +1/+0. And Seth has turned it around. He's at 3 life.
Incredible from Seth.
What
and he knows he needs to close this out as fast as
抽
possible.
牌什么都可以啊，找到可以打掉3点血啊，输。
Fist bump.
And that's Seth Manfield picking up the win for the 3-0.
Who needs that
wow,
Thopter?
He looks so far behind that game.
哇
Wow, I'm stunned that he won that.
我还以为巨要赢，
Usually
结
when
果
you see
4是
John
后
Manuel
面
turn the corner that big, you know, he had built up
各种
resources
咒
for
语
4 or
出
5 turns, and then he just floods you with them all at once.
Right.
And Seth was somehow able to get out of it. Incredible.
Yeah, just found exactly what he needed, just enough to survive, right? To stoke the flames on the 4/4. All of a sudden, you make 2 1-1s. You get to now attack, flip, all your creatures untap, and all of a sudden, Jean has a board that just has the exact same number of creatures, but Jean's board is just all 1-1s. Not enough.
Yeah, also interesting to see, Paul, that both players had similar strategies, right? We saw a lot of Convoke, we saw a lot of small creatures, a lot different than what we saw earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of surprising how similar their decks were.
It is.
Given that we're drafting within the same pod.
Yeah, they were kind of fighting over the same stuff, I think, at least somewhat. All right, looks like that's going to do it for this round, but that, of course, means that we're going to be transitioning over to Constructed play and Standard coming up soon, so that's something to look forward to for you Constructed fans. For us, that's the end of our limited coverage, at least.
应该把大家最不爱玩的标准。
When we come back, we'll have Standard. Don't go anywhere.
真的3败的最欧啊！这个阶段3败就无缘 top 了，基本上。这个2分钟，不知道能不能看战绩。我就来看一下。
当我知道游戏版本要开放到我家的时候，我超开心的，还请设计师帮我画了超亮丽的 skin。
看一下，看 Day1 大家的成绩。我想看台湾的啦，美沙头也是2-1，是不是？ 看啊，成绩我看一下，看下陈汉跟俊廷打的怎样了？俊廷也2-1耶，俊廷赢，这边俊廷赢，俊廷赢。 不是，我要看的是 match 的那个。等一下，等一下，等一下，他怎么看那个啊？选手的那个总积分怎么看啊？哎呀，总积分到底要怎么看啊？在哪里？ 我看一下，啊？算了，好懒哦，我太懒了。
The machine from Minneapolis, Minnesota. There's some
不知道怎
shots
么
there
看到
of
成绩。
MagicCon Minneapolis, which is
算了，等下
also
再说吧。
happening right now next door to where we are here in the Pro Tour area. Thousands of our best friends playing some Magic the Gathering and celebrating the greatest game in the world. Hey everybody, welcome back to the News Desk. I'm back, Maria Bartholdi.
有生之年如果办在台北，我应该会去一次的。对，有生之年。
All right, everybody, draft is in the books. It is
表示
done
非
for
常
day
难
number
了。
1.
GB 有机会 ，PT 太难了。
Perfect records in the room and 5 rounds of standard.
PT 比较有可能办的就离我们最近的日本而
A splash here in draft this morning.
其他地方办
Yeah,
PT
Maria,
都
we
很
saw
难。
not the corn cost of the poor with
我们亚洲其他地方办 PT 的话，我觉得都偏难的。
This card was just
GB 哪里都有机会 ，PT 就
most of the games he won. We saw
不是这
this
样子
big
的。
team up in play. It looked awesome.
Yeah, draft has been so fun this morning. All right, everybody, some of the perfect records had a chance to talk to
我进去
Cedric.
尿尿了
Do you like that
突然
transition?
有
Let's hear from them right now.
I am here with Namdakorn, and you just 3-0'd your pod, beating Autumn Burchett with one of the coolest decks we've ever seen in this format. Tell us about your awesome green-white 5-color, 4-color deck.
Every player in the pot just keep passing me by the green card and the gold card. So yeah, why don't I take it, right? I very appreciate you guys. Thanks.
Well, your deck was awesome. Amazing to watch. But this isn't the only crazy deck that you're playing this weekend because you're playing Domain Control and Standard. Tell us about why you're playing that deck this weekend.
I'm just my friend Jobs. He showed me that his deck when I arrived here. So I'm just fall in love with it. So yeah, I copy him. Yeah.
Well, you've got a lot of colors of mana in all of your decks this weekend. It's worked out so far. I hope it continues to work out. Good luck.
Yep, thank you.
I am here with Max McVitie coming off of a 3-0 start to his day. Max, you drafted Blue White Knights and you just defeated the world champion. Tell me about that.
Yeah, I was pretty nervous at first because Nathan's just such a good player recently. And the games ended up being pretty quick. I curved out with Knights, and in game 1 I got him pretty good with the Convoke Frost Breath at the end of his turn to tap him out and then just attack for a bunch. But yeah, in the end I was happy to walk away with his Elo.
Oh, well, you definitely did that. Now, at the RC that you qualified for this one for, you walked away with a lot of people's Elo playing Selesnya Toxic, which you are bringing back here again. Tell me about that a bit.
Yeah, I'm basically just running it back. I have some fancy sideboard cards that I won't talk about, but yeah, I think it's just a decent choice because I don't think there's that much aggressive decks at this event. I think most people correctly predicted that, so maybe they have 3 cut downs instead of 4, and I think that'll give me an edge.
All right, good luck.
All right, everybody, it's time for the first time this tournament to take a look at the leaderboard. And we're going to show you all of the perfect records in the building. Exciting stuff here. All of these players acing their draft pods. Some huge names on here as well. Seth Manfield and Shota Yosaoka both starting off 3-0. Alexander Hayne, Max McVitie, who you just heard from, starting off 3-0. Jim Davis as well. I know his baby's at home watching this, so hi, baby. Starting off 3-0. Good job, Dad. Let's take a look at the rest of our undefeated players starting off their tournament, Monty.
Yeah, Voss getting that perfect 3-0 record. Balls, my Canadian comrade here, getting that 3-0 over to the other side. Jola said, and the man we just saw speak to Cedric, not the corn, cost of the porn, getting the 3-0. And then, some players we may have heard of before, and Javier Dominguez and Luis Scott Vargas getting that 3-0 as well.
Awesome way to start the tournament. Congratulations to all of them. We are now turning our attention, of course, to Standard. And for that, we need to take a look at the Standard metagame to find out what the pros brought this weekend and in what kinds of numbers, Monty.
Yeah, Maria, the big question this weekend is Fable or no, and for 65% of the field, whether they fall in Rakdos mid-range, Grixis mid-range, Rakdos or Grixis Reanimator, the answer has been Fable. So the question is, can the players that didn't bring Fable make a good case for why Esper Legends very high up there, the third most played archetype at nearly 12%. So will the Fable players prove to be right, or will somebody upset things?
Wow, this is such an interesting metagame. I'm really excited to see how things shake out through today and tomorrow, and indeed our top 8. Let's take a look at which players we'll be watching here in our first round of Standard. We've got some good ones for you. Seth Manfield versus Luis Scott Vargas, 2 Hall of Famers and 2 teammates. Let's get to meet our players a little bit better. Seth Manfield running a pretty.
你看他们的 finish 都差不多。
2015 World Champ, winner of Pro Tour Ixalan as well as the 2020 Mythic Invitational. Guy knows how to win at Magic. But then again, so does his opponent, none other than Luis Scott Vargas himself, winner of Pro Tour Berlin back in 2008. In the player survey, he was asked who he most wanted to play against this weekend.
好吧，他好像本来就有越来越圆的趋势啊，那个。
Here's your chance, buddy. We'll see if it plays out for you.
只是比我想象的再更圆了。
This weekend because
越来越
really
圆。
interesting stuff that we're starting off with here, Monty.
Yeah, Maria, you never really want to start off your tournament playing against a teammate in the constructed portion, but fortunately these guys went different directions with their decks. We're starting off with
那他做的是 Bridge 就是他用的牌
deck that this team, some of the members brought. This deck is going a bit bigger than the normal Rakdos range that you're used to seeing. Of course, the staples like Bloodtithe Harvester, Fable.
Bridge 这个我在 NDG 也有遇到，可是很少，就是感觉是还在场偏，我觉得可能是偏实验性质的套牌。
Mid-range deck, we do also have Atali.
它就是比较不一样的，拉斗是仙粉。
Primal Conqueror, excuse me, and Big Score. This is one of the cards in this deck that is very
有大恐龙。
It's rampant.
哎，这个不是我养的，我没有养过这种东西，对不起。
Is very much trying to be that mid-range deck that can
对不起哈，我从来没有养过什么大恐龙。
They thought going over the top.
背白还有更多大恐龙。
Luis and some other members of this team.
他很相信大恐龙。
Reanimator. So
LSB 是格力级仙粉，就是最经典的型啊。
You do have Corpse Appraiser.
吉克斯先亚吹下过大恐龙，经典型。原本是3只还是4只亚吹下吧，只是重复翻到就很白痴，改成有2个大恐龙。进军他盲凯，被投入到实战了。主要是进军他盲凯可以削减对手资源。他跟之前迪密尔那个结界其实蛮像的，只是因为他是 battle 类别，所以可以被亚垂下额外拿起来。对，有机会被亚垂下拿起来。对，大概是这样子。
Wait to see this matchup. But before we do, we have some extremely important business. Y'all remember Monty versus the Machine, and Monty and the Machine.
都是仙本类的套牌。
Made it to Monty is the Machine.
只是我觉得仙本类套牌这么真的蛮强。
There you are. Monty and the Machine have become one.
谁赢？
Monty is now the Machine. This
这个
graphic
梗好像每次都要玩一下。
in my entire life. Monty, you and the Machine are now one. You've merged your powers, your brains, your circuitry. Who is going to win this feature match?
谁会赢？
Maria.
赌博。
I ran the numbers. The winner will be LSV.
哦。
Luis Scott Vargas, the
他觉得 LSV 赢呢。
The Machine. We'll see if he can pull
还
it
是
off.
我们也来开一个。
All weekend long to find out how Monty is the Machine does. I'm going to send it
算
over
了，
to
等一下大家
Elu
想
and
开再
Corey
开
with
吧
the call here for round number 4.
你们说要开再开吧，我们也可以开赌
You
盘啊，
can't
你
just
们知道
drop
吗？
that on us and then expect us to have like composure, Maria and Monty.
You're welcome.
I played a lot of Magic with Monty. I already knew he was a machine here, so yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
We're just
to be
seeing
honest.
his completed
yeah.
form. I expected more teeth, honestly.
More
you know,
teeth.
but
LSV.
Well, still looks great.
Only
Looks
so much.
absolutely great.
我觉得 Seas
Welcome everybody to the constructed
不一定会
rounds of
输。
play here at the Pro Tour Minneapolis. We have two
如果
absolute heavy hitters,
相信
legends of the
Bridge
game.
啦
Luis Scott Vargas,
，Bridge
Seth
不太可能
Manfield,
翻空。
two Hall of Famers,
我
two
觉得
of
Bridge
the
就是更
winningest
贪的
players
基
in
克
terms
斯
of
而
money
已，
won
因
here.
为他连对手的
They
都
have
要。
that 1.3 mil between them one.
我觉得他是以这个前提来那个啊，想反制那些用亚吹下的普通的仙本套。普通仙本套的东西也会被他干掉。
Yeah, I think that'd be pretty darn sweet indeed. Both
仙本套真的很
players
猖
coming off
獗
a 3-0 in the limited portion
真的
of
很
this,
多
so
文
let's
在玩仙
jump
本
in。here. take a look at these opening hands and get.
主要是没有头脑空白，我觉得有点差。之前有头脑空白，那个被对面空白到就变成智障了。之前他头脑空白太厉害了，整场他都被干到没呼吸了。对，头脑空白。
We're going to see some smiles here between the two teammates as we get things underway.
哦，完美开局。
the first permanent on the battlefield.
应该算完美吧。
That's some good looking lands there. I always love a good looking basic there.
哦，感谢兑换乐透。我们5月乐透是6月的第一次直播会开，OK， 谢谢。
Gonna mill some, gonna discard some. Oh, we're just gonna chuck a couple of attracts in the bin. No big deal.
Yeah, really strong there.
3张闪的亚垂下，怎么有3个亚垂下？
Bit of a disadvantage for Seth
哦，磨掉2只亚垂下，我靠，好猛！2只亚垂下被磨下去哦，你这边 Six 帮了那个 LSV 大忙啊！直接打掉。哦，等一下哦，直接爆了，等一下。直接爆了。这是标准吗？请问这是真实发生的吗？3回合亚吹下，请问我真的在玩标准吗？我操！请问这是真实的标准吗？3回合亚吹下是什么鬼啊？你看 C 是脸直接大变脸。 这是真实的标准，各位，3回合亚吹下，太凶了吧！我靠！敢进军阿曼凯比想象中还有料哎！好，我决定了，我下礼拜要来玩这一套啊！直接那个，对，然后到我手上就变成大变，发现亚吹下都不会在我的分场。 请问一下，对面3个亚追下，我要玩什么？对，太胡乱了吧！这张牌真的好扯。纳西利的这个打任意打目标，3目标5，我靠，太扯了吧！ 没错，每次我只要玩那个什么冠军套牌到我手上啊，怎么都跟我想的不一样，笑死！77是不是？77警戒时出机密飞行的金巨兽天使是吧？不至于没得打，但就很绝望了是。
24 to 16 now for
需要一个造线绝望啊
Sith Manfield, former world champion, so
造线绝望
Pretty much, both these players really have accomplished a lot. Luis did, I don't believe has the chip accomplishment quite yet, but that's pretty much the only thing missing from his resume as well.
这是开玩笑，这是真实的吗？这是真实发生的吗？直接被操烂了。
Straight to chapter 3, courtesy of Read Ahead, finding that Italy and flipping some goodies off the top of
直接砸掉那个吧。
Wow. Okay, so you
要砸掉那个筹牌机，筹牌车子。这是真实的标准吗？也太扯了吧！
This is insane.
This looks incredible.
我也不敢置信了。
The general consensus for a lot of players this weekend is like, yeah, red and black, that's the best thing you can be doing.
看来这个进军阿曼改的这个组合真的太暴力了。
This is the way that we're doing it.
Yeah, and while we say there is a lot of blood type harvester fabled decks, the variation is
直接杀死。
there are a ton of different things.
大恐龙，造线绝望。进这边竟然直接造线绝望了。不是没得打，你看两边都还在拉扯。 只要多来几发造线绝望，还是有机会。
Warcraft in play, so we can just hit this
只是审美疲劳啊，连续看格力级，真的是很审美疲劳，就是。
Yeah, without exiling a graveyard, like where's Bajuka Bug? Come on.
Yeah, right.
We need some of that type of effect going here for Seth Manfield, who's just, just wiping his brow, just taking a look at what is very much Luis Scott Vargas. He's in the driver's seat right now.
Oh, absolutely. He's activated a Tali, activated a Traxa, just done so many things here.
西子被操了，我没有，我讲用词很粗鄙，但是对，这就是被操了。不是啊，太扯了！现在标准就是神仙赛制，是不是？比谁比较贪？比谁的坟场用的最贪，是不是？神仙赛制哎，我的天哪！现在的标准。我真的觉得头脑空白可不可以重印一下？这种牌真的不会太靠背吗？神仙赛制，傻眼。真的，基本上3-4回合就各种大招，对，真的，只是感觉很靠赛而已。被操的那边一定觉得很靠背。靠北，他们3回合压碎下，玩个屁啊！对，超夸张的现在的标准。用词粗鄙，但是很精确啊，就是被操了。是啊，真的会没游戏玩这个标准。某些情况，大概知道为什么那个啦。好像没什么人在讨论标准的感觉。现在我就只能揍，什么不能做。然后，这是什么
is Transmogran and a land drop, and now Luis does have invasion available. No way to deal with it straight away right now, but it is going to be a lot tougher to deal with that card in the post-board games. There's going to be counterspells. There's going to be just a ton
如果对手没有基本力，就减少4费。这个异能减少4费启动。对，现在的法力用的很贪呐，不放基本。都没什么基本力。
I think we will, absolutely. Yeah, Breach just such an incredibly powerful card. And the one thing that Seth's deck has access to, kind of something that they've differed, big score being one card, but Chandra as well.
Oh, she's so good.
细致的手牌没办法长期站。
That sounds so awesome.
细致的手牌很糟啊，没办法做长期战啊。
I mean, that's dessert, entree, breakfast, that's everything.
All you can eat buffet.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, it's like I'll use your deck.
竟然是这张现在最不需要的牌。Breach， 他根本没法力用出来。
Let's see where we're going though. Yeah. Would you like to pick from which graveyard, sir?
Yep, goes with Seth.
我要逼从你。
And got another
copy. Oh no. Oh, second breach down.
So Seth does have the aggression though here, so not all bad news.
互爆。
Gets in 3 more damage, putting Luis down to 8, and a big top deck.
哦，开吃了。这个狼女这边还是有点用嘛。狼女还是有点用啊。
Trespasser was perfect. It presented lethal for next turn.
吃掉对面关键的呀吹下什么的。
A creature, and it doesn't look like Luis has any way to deal with it right now.
这个戏子如果没有招就死定了。
Yeah, dig, because you're gonna need some help here to survive. Disdainful
stroke, 3
lands, that's not gonna cut it.
Yeah, let's see. Was there anything else picked up?
Bankbuster.
Yeah, now it's just, does Seth see that he can exile his own creature and win the game here, which I think he probably will.
全变，随便。
Don't need to do any of that.
好暴力哦，这个标准。
Wow, we were thinking this
现代标准的暴力啊。
and so, maybe slowish games. Not so far, yeah, that's for sure. These games have been lightning fast.
It doesn't matter what Luis is playing, he is always incredibly quick with his decisions. He knows
太
exactly what
快
he's
了
doing.
吧
He's always 3 steps
这个
ahead.
标准。
You know, he can play the most boring control deck in the world, and he'll make it
上一个标准，其实标准变化蛮大的呢。这一次多了很多高费的一些咒语可以用。对，好像不太一样。
I know that they wouldn't,
对，
but
这个
in
标
those
准
gentlemen's position, I would have just said keep up.
颜色是一样的，可是思路不一样了。现在都没人在拉扯了。上一个标准是怎样？大家资源1换2，1换2，然后互相拉扯资源。好像这个标准已经不一样了。现在是挖炸弹的天下。这时代变化的太快。
I mean, Luis has it all wrapped up to bring back an Atraxa this turn, unless the Shaman is dealt with.
Yeah, Shaman needs to attack. You get the treasure. And then you're able to Cruelty of Gix to get
交
that.
回这个啊，好烂哦！不会太糟糕吗？
And yeah, there's really no answer for this. So it looks like there's going to be an Atraxa on the battlefield already here on turn 4. Turn 4 is as fast as you can do these.
真的是需要头脑空白一下哎。每个人都在先粉的话。对。
You kind of have to give away your Shaman here because it will just get blocked. But
oh yeah, he's not long for this.
我这会儿就要叫吉克斯啦。
He's like, I'm gonna get you treasure. I will die, but I will find you treasure.
All right,
and that's exactly what he's done. So here we go. This could be a very quick game 3 here between these 2 players.
为什么很自
Tap out, crack a treasure. Gix, read ahead. Number 3, let's go Atraxa.
好让人不爽哦。他都笑了，好好玩哦，这个标准。标准好好玩哦。
I believe it was 6. 6 is the most I got, but I've never played.
4回合、3回合、3回合、4回合亚吹下，我好好玩哦。我也要笑了，看着你们笑，我也好想笑。这就是标准的第4回合，各位。会啊，第1局就是标准的第3回合。要秀。
And able to finish off the Bankbuster there since it already took 2 damage. And Seth is in a world of trouble already.
Oh yeah, very much so. Unbelievable stuff here so far. This deck is getting the job done extremely efficiently, I will say.
Absolutely, and it looks like Seth has a
还有机会吗？手牌是满的，资源也跟不上了。 他还有稀有轮可以用，对面还有77结界哦，那么凶。那也加
formidable foe indeed on this battlefield. So let's see what the draw is here for Seth Manfield. What can he find to get him out of this predicament? Go for the throat.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go for throat 可以啊，宰了亚追下。
You know, next to Fable of the Mirror Breaker and
宰了他啦，无所谓啦。
太
扁啦，不用绕他的回合再砸。
Yeah, basically forced to have a bunch of go for the throat.
不是呢，他手上有基克斯呢。完了，亚吹下回来了。他有基克斯啊，哥。
Sorry, Green.
Yeah.
Alrighty, now we have the reflection of Kiki Jiki flipped.
哇
Not gonna be doing anything this turn.
这局真的好那个。
Gotta love our hand spotters really keeping up with the Atraxa. You know, that's definitely a challenge for everyone. That's for sure.
太猛了吧！进军阿曼凯的格力极限。
this weekend, bringing us all the information we need.
夸张哦，4
回
合亚吹下，3回合亚吹下，4回合亚吹下。
Every single time something like that happens, Frank Carson.
What can't they do?
I don't know if he can do the tango. I haven't asked him that.
We're gonna find out. We're gonna have to ask him. Yeah, absolutely.
After party or something. Duress. Let's take a look-ski in the hands here.
已经没招了哥，没招了哥，不要再气了。笑了。他没有手牌是不是？没有地是不是？为什么不刚不做基克斯？啊，手上没有啦，靠腰那个登录手牌的人的锅啊！我想说有基克斯，直接基克斯再挖一次啊！哦，原来是没基克斯。原来没有基克斯啊！对不起。
Now Luis is in kind of a weird spot. Do you hold up in case there is a top deck
我会
cruelty
直
that
接
will
做
almost
琪
assuredly
琪，
transform this
反
game?
正
Or do you just
反
play a
正那
threat and
个
say,
西
I'm
欧蕊
fine
我
with
有那
Shieldred,
个
I just
我如
really
果
hope
西
you
欧
don't
蕊
get
我有
cruelty
一
to
发
take,
那个
well, one of those
纳西利
Atali
的话，
or
我就不
Atrax,
管，
those
我就
both
直
would
接
just
起
be
棋了。
phenomenal hits.
是我就起棋。
They are definitely haymakers. They get
做起
games
棋吧。
won very quickly if they go unchecked. So Luis in the tank here, thinking about what he wants to do for his next play.
The one thing that's pretty interesting here is Luis could play Invasion of
不用做
Amonkhet
耶
and force a discard of either the land or
还好，
Shieldred.
他怕他下回合做什么大
And
事
that
吧？
would
可是
be
坟
a
场
tough
没东
choice
西，
for
怎么做
Seth,
大
but
事
Luis is just thinking, I want to play a lot more conservatively. If I hold up this
？Season
sustainable
从来
stroke
没
the
有
whole
用过
game,
Breach，
I'm not
还
going
没
to
有
get
用过
cruelty.
Breach，
Yeah, and
至
with
少没有
much
成功
safer
释放
play.
过。
And with Takanuma in hand, anything that is discarded, he can get back.
Yeah,
That be it.
exactly.
So just going to hang on to the Amonkhet, leave his options open to him. And you mentioned these these Bloodscythe Harvesters. They're 3 powers. You know, you kind of just ignore them. You're like, oh, it's fine. It's like, oh, no. I'm now down to 4, or whatever the case may be. So they do definitely get the job done. And if they're able to get
没办法做
extra
西
blood
欧人
tokens down to any of your big
做
threats
西
you
欧人吧
deploy, they can kill these.
Yeah,
So.
they add up
下地
really
西欧人
quick.
吧。
Absolutely. So Fable picked up from Seth, decides
Fable
to play that instead of Shieldred,
绕了
and pretty smart as Disdainful Stroke
Can't
is
hit
the only counter spell in the list, so Seth knows that as well.
Yeah.
哦，他有看到那个哦，我想起来那个啦，亚水下进来有看到举药机拿到手上。
Alrighty.
OK，
So
那
no
合理。
information for Luis Scott Vargas of the Shieldred in hand. Has 2 copies of Fable,
手
Soaking
还是
Zone,
很多。
and here he's Warcrafting and that Invasion.
又
So
要
he's just
进
got the
军
world at his
阿
fingertips
芒
right now.
盖。
Yep, and here's Invasion.
不要
Seth's
再
only
进
card
军
Shieldred,
阿
so
芒
having to
盖
discard that
了
one.，Pretty unfortunate, but
要落
either discard
赛
that
了。
or,
我没有地啊，算你幸运啊
Okay, so there，
我
is
手
the
上还没有
mill.
地，有地
That's
就那
Master
个了。
Shieldred
哦，有
Mountain.
地哦，哦没有啦，有地啦。
Okay, here we
Oh.
go.
Is it Atali time?
I think it's Atali time.
All right. Prepare your butts for a big dumb dinosaur, friends.
被操
'Cause Atali,
了。
Primal Conqueror is hungry.
干，这是
Unreal.
恐
This
龙。
deck looks so sweet.
哎，
Being able to
亚
have
吹下西
8
欧蕊
ways，to bring this back.
亚吹下哦，
What?
2个琪琪
I
哦，
mean, I like stories. Stories are
这
good.
么暴
You
力
know, heading
哦
back to Eldraine,
好
some
暴
good
力哦。
stories to tell there, I'm sure.
The mirror
是一直
has
要被
been
扁的
broken
没呼吸
here.
了。
It's going to be a big draw step for Seth. Do we have
这是个
cruelty?
大恐龙。
Da-dum. Oh, I didn't see. He's keeping it so invoked.
早先绝望，
Okay.
Here's
All
the
right, it's a
question.
start.
给
It's
他
pretty
绝
tough.
望
Can he
吧
cost it even?，
早
He
先绝
can,
望
but。he can also just discard this and try to hit cruelty.
Yeah.
Chapter 2 is on the stack here for Fable, so it's a question: is cruelty
一
even
定要
good?
早先绝望吧？他还有得选吧？
Yeah, I mean, I think this
有
is
什么选
much
择
of
吗
a muchness here, and Seth is going to have a big think about
我
this.
会蹲一
He
下，
is
没办
able to
法，都
cost
太惨
Invoke
了。
Despair.
Yeah.
He can get rid of a creature and an enchantment. There's no planeswalker, so he would get a card off of that.
Yeah, so draw 1 card, you lose a shaman and a fable. Is that even good? Like, I don't think it is. I think Seth is really priced into just discarding this and hoping to hit cruelty.
I think we've.
Yeah, I think he kept it.
Yeah, I think we're into first main.
But it's, yeah, I mean, he's shaking his head
太
right now. He's
扯
like,
了
is this
吧，
even
早先
good?
绝望
We'll
了，
find out.
给
We'll
你
see
绝
what's
望
on。top. If it was a cruelty, Seth is
哦，
definitely
就
going
一
to
个
kick
琪
himself a little
琪
bit.
Yep, creature
抵消掉了。
enchantments.
Same sleeves.
Well, pickles. Which one is mine? I'm not
Oh,
too sure.
哪个
Good
是
luck
我的？
figuring that one out, gentlemen.
All right, it wasn't a
哎，
break.
分不出来，糟了，2个人卡套用差不多了。
Invoke with, you know, hindsight.
哎，哪个是你的？我看一下，
It's, at least
会
it's
有问
something
题
to
哦
read。still, so.
给裁判那个，对，2个都用黑色牌套啊，笑了。到底哪个是你的？
Double-checking exactly which sleeve is which.
笑了。
I mean, if they're using the same sleeves, then it's fine. But you know, each.
我们这个颜色好像不太一样哎，这个。笑了。
Sleeve manufacturer is a little different in that
笑
regard.
死。
So
There you go.
just want to make sure everything stays
有
up and up though. and
2
this
个人
one,
牌
color
套
is
长
not
差不多。
The easiest thing to deal with. as a 4/4, you know, because a braid is nice, can't kill it though.
Yep, exactly. And we see a couple more fables there from Luis. Luis could have the classic 4 fable draw here.
真的是好希望头脑空白，忽然好希望它重印哦。虽然这张牌很鸡巴，就是对头脑空白这张牌虽然很鸡巴，但是确实有存在的必要啊。不然大家都像现在这样玩游戏了，大家都这样玩，太过分了吧！又个阿曼凯，又气了，自己是一无所有了。
Yeah, not the best set anyways, with not being able to cast it, but you know, in this mirror match, you know, quote-unquote mirror match with decks going at it, the one that's a little lower to the ground.
我其实连这个都不留啊，我什么都不给你。
Here we go.
我们要多一只恐龙吗？多个亚吹下。哦，他是亚吹下了。
Okay, so this is going for the attraction.
Gonna refill the hand here.
太绝望了吧
Plenty of options, card types to pick from.
资源零，没有任何资源了。
Corpse Appraiser and a Bankbuster.
现在的标准就是，我翻了10张，拿了5张加手，换你。你看这个贫富差距是怎么回事？满手的手牌跟一无所有。太有趣了吧，这个标志。太扯了吧！真的是在比谁先把东西挖出来。只是方法一个比一个极端而已啊。我原本以为 Bridge 应该是反制的好手段，后来发现哎不对啊，进军阿曼凯更可怕。这张牌比更可怕。这张牌消耗对手资源，甜粉嘛。然后又变成一个可以被仙粉的来源了。进军阿曼凯不可小觑，这张牌。对啊，现在就是在比谁比较快把东西挖上来。对，大概是这样子，就我看到的。对，真的。就变成先手优势很大。玩家手机首选三星 Galaxy S23。我们等一下来那个啦，如果大家有兴趣啦，我们也可以开预测一下胜败啊。对，我看一下，怎样？开始预测，等一下。预测一下胜败，大家有兴趣，我可以开一场。我以后就分上线、上面、下面，然后，对，哦，等一下再按，了，等下一把开始吧。确实，只是我真的觉得现在这样子真的是蛮像猜拳游戏的啦。对，有点太那个，先手的优势被放大了很多。对，你看刚刚输的都是后手的，对，先手你除非卡地什么的，卡法力什么的，不然好像都能那个赢的胜率真的大很多啊。现在的标准。先后手，对，我开始考虑把点破放到那个了。我觉得点破会蛮厉害的，对，点破，你后手的点破很好，对，有机会把节奏拉回来，不然就是真的被干烂了。我只能说真的会被干烂啊，被先手了。对，好容易被新手干烂。
Welcome back to Pro Tour Minneapolis. It is Ailey Loney, that's me.
80杠又是3-0啊！80杠上次打12-0呢，然后第一个被淘汰，太惨了。 哇，12-0完美比赛，哎，然后进决赛啊，第一个被淘汰，太惨了。
And Alex Hain, along with Alan Wu, on the Wu Hain clan. That is their team name.
That is really good.
I like it a lot.
Really good.
还在打这个还在打。
蛤
蜊级中速，拉斗式中速，这是不带仙粉的版本吗？还在玩拉扯那一套的，还在搞拉扯那一套。
Sewer Rats are the other big team here.
There we go.
They all get a little confusing, but yeah, we are good to jump in here. We're going to watch this from the top. Check out how these two players do against each other. Game number 1 here. Again, black and red, baby.
Name of the game. All right, so these are going to be a lot
Game
more
one 是不是？啊，我们可以开一下哎。
other decks that we saw here.
大家有兴趣就自己投吧。
Rakdos against Grixis. These are definitely just decks that are trying to win the game with
有兴趣的再投吧。
a bunch more
可能不会有人投就是。
way over the top with the tallies, but the one thing I really do love that we see here.
两边展开都好顺哦。
And one of Light Up the Night. So being able to copy that, would just deal a ton of damage to the face, or invoke copying that with Chandra as well. Gonna be some exciting
好
stuff
顺哦。
完
了，给你们，他们这么快，你们都可以观望一下，再决定怎么下注了。这是个不公平的赌局啊！笑了。
Underway as we're gonna get the Fabled Mirror Breaker and Reckoner Bankbuster down.
这是放大恐龙的版本吧？ 就使用大恐龙。
Blood Tithe Harvester. So all cards we're very familiar with at this point. No real new additions lately to these decks. You know, a couple Brotherhoods end cards coming in.
2个。
All right, here we go. We see Fable.
弃2张，抽2张，都是地是不是啊
？Fables aplenty.
会弃2地，就表示通常手上有3张以上的地，好像才会做这种事情。把2张地弃掉，蹲到最后一颗，还蹲，还想蹲。我看不出来啦，我觉得这是个猜拳局，你怎么看？猜拳局啊。
Make disappear. You know, that was kind of like an auto include with a lot of the Grixis strategies, but not so much in those lists.
Yeah, I guess.
好啦，小分身那个啦，我猜上面啦，格力吉厉害一点啦。认真讲，这个局格力吉优势会大一点点。这个局的格力吉优势大一点点，我觉得。哎，对哦，赔率差20倍是不会那个的。
That's why. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. You know, you wanna.
赔率差20倍，我们不发奖励哦。
Exactly.
Hitting a counter spell is not something you want to be doing.
All right, so the Fabled Mirror Breaker mirror here, usually favoring the person who does it first, but not always the case. And you do see Invoke Despair, that is kind of that catch-up mechanism, where you at least get to deal with
其实现在的情况，被召唤绝望也不会那么痛。
straight away. Especially with another card in most scenarios.
Yeah, it's nice when there's only one Fable the Mirror Breaker down, but unfortunately, 2 of them there.
Okay, draws a
格力
card
吉优势，
here.
主要是格力吉有剑师课。剑师课不能说没有影响，剑师课对比同行的狼女，剑师课强太多了。对，啊，拉多是没有剑师课可以用。U 卡比 R 卡还猛，哦，可是到先驱就不一样了。 先驱就不是这么一回事。
Alexander Hain a little bit in between this round after he just locked up a 3-0 and said, you know, Mike Sigrist is one of the best limited players ever, and people were asking him a lot of questions on the team. And then Hain said, yeah, I got a personal lesson from Sigrist before the draft for like 40 minutes on limited, and he said since Mike wasn't playing, I absorbed Mike's powers. So yeah, so I mean, got a Alexander Hain and Mike Sigrist here doing pretty well.
我也要造仙绝望了，换你了。 造仙绝望真的是靠也好，
Very good.
There we go.
好脑残哦！我操， 看不出来谁优就是想下反边，没办法，不是这个局，我真的觉得这种局就都是长这样子，中速局啊，看谁的尾音越好一点，啊，这个又看不太出来。 这个又很难看。对，你看刚两边丢造仙绝望都不痛不痒，都在拉扯。
Yep, exactly. Not
哎，只是好像有一边卡地。
in the list here. Looks like just
不，我
two
没
of
卡地，
them
不要乱讲。
from both players, one main, one side. So, you know,
他
when
表示我
Bankbuster
没
gets
卡
to
地，你
use
不要
all
乱
its
讲。
value, it's an incredible
我帮
magic
你
card,
翻啦
but,。
哦，你太慢了，我帮你，我帮你。
That's a card limit.
There you go.
Yeah. That's not being played in these decks though.
Javer 是哦，他请勿赞助哦，剑师客。
Cut down, gonna get rid of
剑师客，你看格力基这时候就有优势，剑师客。 对，因为这个局一张手牌的影响大于2点血量啊。对，那个狼女只能抽1点血，对，影响没有剑师客那么大。剑师客是直接让你多1张手牌，剑师客直接让你多了1张手牌可以用，真的差太多了。所以我就觉得格力基优势大一点点。对，虽然说也是差一点点。
Yeah, Rakdos always feels like it's the
这局
you know, clean and lean, get in, get your stuff, and get out kind of deck, you know?
Yeah.
Whereas the Grixis shell is okay to dirtle around a little bit, go digging over here, go find something there. You know, they don't shop very effectively.
Yes,
is
exactly. And if you can ever get reflection to target Corpse Appraiser and get that to resolve, that ends up being so strong.
So gross, yeah. ETB effects with the reflection are nasty.
Absolutely.
Alrighty.
哦，下地，
So I do see the one of
这
light
局
up
应
the
该很
night
漫
here
长
in
啊哦
Javier's hand. So it
这边因为两边都是拉扯型的套牌啊，都很会拉扯，都没那么容易输啊。所以应该要打好一阵子，而且这才第一
really
局。
what you're looking for in the early part of the game when you don't have Chandra.
Yeah, definitely want to
你
see
没有欠
Pope's
卓，你
Beacon
没有灵魂。
arrive. Oh, hello. Don't want to see the apocalypse so much,
哎
but
呦，
there's
靠
a
背的东
Shieldred
西来
that
了
Light Up the Night might be
来靠
finding
背
a new
人
target
了。
quite soon.
西欧蕊。
Going to the draw step, lose 2. Doesn't seem like Hane has a removal spell for it quite yet, but still a very strong hand.
好好奇 Javer 手上有没有大
We
恐
saw
龙？
Serpent
有大恐
in
龙有时候会
hand
蛮可
as
怕的，
well
如
as
果
an
有的
Invoke
话。
Despair. Another really cool over-the-top element in this Grixis deck, Blade Coil Serpent, being able to just, you know, use all the modes effectively.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Open that card and limit it, and you're just like,
Shieldred
oh, that's a lot
is
of
the
words. Okay, sure. Let's do this. But it's cool, because it fits in whichever deck you want to make it. So we're going to see it here. And we're going to pay lots and lots and lots of mana for it.
6
Okay,
倍
let's，see what we are all
我
paying.
靠
It could be
他还有用这
just
个
all black mana, discard 3
全
cards
部
here.
黑色，弃3张手牌。我先抽1张牌
The
啊
hasty side of things not
我
great.
至少要让我有
Cards
得
are
选
excellent。when you need to refill the hand, but the
我
discard
弃
is
3
what
张
hurts
哦，
your
哇，好恶
And
哦
it。does look like the discard is what we're
好恶
choosing.
心
Now Javier
哦
did have the ability to draw a card, so gets to keep one
对
card.
拉开了4张的资源差，我靠，光靠这个巨蛇，
But yeah, Shieldred just
4
going
张
unanswered
资源直接
here.
拉
This is
开
going to be
来
a。problem for Hane. Like,
可是
it
你有
is
西欧
very
蕊，
tough to win these
跟一台
mid-range
车子
battles
还行
if
吧。
Shieldred goes unchecked.
Yeah. Shieldred, like you mentioned, you know, getting Hane down to a light up the night range. It may well be how this game ends up eventually, but let's see how Hane deals with this. But first things first, Reckoner Bankbuster is
抽
going
1
to
张
remove
牌，
that
抽
fire
造线绝
counter,
望好
get
像
the
还行哦
pilot,。
如果是造线绝望
and
的
the
话，
treasure.
Really getting full value of that Bankbuster here. Gotta
然后
love
补
that.
血，还好还有西欧蕊了，连西欧蕊都倒了，那就是才是真的没救。
Blade Quill Serpent, Corpse Appraiser, Bankbuster on the other side of things. And over here, a Bankbuster that has just taken off its 3rd counter. A Shieldred, the Apocalypse, running the show at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Can't really get into combat
手
here
牌有
because you
3
don't want
张，
to
还有
trade it
3
away.
张啊！
Even
刚
if
才
you
弃
were
3
to
张，转头
animate
又有
Reckoner
3张了。
Bankbuster and Corpse Appraiser and put both of them in front of Shieldred, that's a trade Hane would probably be happy with. So I imagine that Shieldred is not going to attack, not going to block, and just really...
Yeah. She's just an enchantment, don't worry about it.
Yeah, exactly.
哦，吸血
Blood Tithe Harvester, another blood token.
血税收集客，收集官呐，他是官，OK，那叫官闲
I
的
love。that the Blade Quill Serpent lines up so nicely for the Blood Tithe Harvester next turn. If he uses that activated ability on the Serpent, then that's that big creature out the way.
Yeah, well, there is only 2 bloods here, only 1 treasure, so it is only 4.
Yeah, it's a.
Oh yeah,
5-4.
yeah, it is a 4-4. I don't know why I thought it was a 6-6 for a second.
You just upgraded it, yeah.
Yeah. Need to make that card even more
powerful.
powerful.
It's a mythic. What's beyond that?
你也出，我也出。
The secret layer version.
我们什么时候才能打死对方呢？
Gets a Shieldred down as well to gain
我要
parity
吐
with
了。
this.
Sure, yeah, all right. That'll keep things even Stevens here.
And for the most part, it will just be the Shieldreds will bounce off each other. There'll be no loss of life, no gaining life. Does get a little
convoluted,
dicey if one of the players is at 2 or something.
感觉这个收视率会比上次差哎，不知道各位怎么看。
Meathook Massacre with like cat oven combo and trying to figure out life.
我现在收视率就很差。
Yeah, I prefer to not. Thank you.
Yeah. There's a reason the card was banned.
你看，好多人都看不下去了，多少人看不下去？
All right.
Ooh, we're lighting up Knights. Let's kill thing.
Hello,
Okay, so more than likely coming at Shieldred.
多少？1万多人看，以 NGTG 来说算勉强及格吧。上个 PT 是2万，决赛那天人有到2万多。
Not now, unfortunately. So there goes Shieldred, but not the only one in the deck.
Okay, Shieldred down. Still a great
看
hand
来
for
成
Hane
绩
though. I
不
see
怎么样啊，
Fable,
这一次
Corpse
收视
Appraiser,
不理
and
想。
Invoke Despair. So plenty of stuff
啊
still
西欧
going
磊
on.
掰了。
And there you said the Harvester taking down
哦，继续
Serpent.
压你的血
And
量。
now you can definitely get some creatures
只是要
into
再
the
花
red
好多
zone
回合
here.
哦。
Oh yeah. No death touch on the other side. We can cruise
全
with the pilot. Because, you know, pilots have their licenses, so they get to crew big things.
Checks out to me.
Checks out, yeah.
All right, just a chump block here. Just recognizing Hane is in some
风化
trouble.
侵
Has to
蚀
preserve life total.
Yeah. At 8 currently, and a second Bankbuster down on the board. Doesn't have
西欧的压制力还是
any
很强，
mana available
终结游戏的能力，主
draw
要
a
是
card
他
right
很
now.
And now it would be really great if Hane could find something
血
like
量
a
被压低又被
cutdown
拍
to
西
be
欧
able
了
to
就
kill
麻
the
烦。
pilot
就很
and
靠
then
背。
deal with Shieldred. So
简直
can
很
still do that if you
这
Corpse
不是抽牌，这
Appraiser
是看
and
3张
find
选一
a
张。
1 mana removal spell.
Ooh, that's cruelty.
你也出个
Oh,
西欧
wow.
磊了。
Cruelty and Shieldred.
Yeah,
Shieldred
putting a
good.
Shieldred into the graveyard has to be terrifying here for
Yeah, it's like,
Javier.
what did you get? What did
到
you
底
get?
为
You
什
put
么
that
你不留
there.
西欧磊？我会怕呀。你不留西欧磊，我会怕哎！哇，造线绝望，不合理啊！造线绝望会死人呢。
So with the read-ahead ability, it's always 3
自己会
choices you
死
can make.
用造线绝望那边会死。
What do you think we'll see if he goes for it now? Not going to be at the moment, but going to get rid of that Shieldred, so that's off the board.
Yeah, was it a cruelty or was it just
Oh,
the go for
又要
the
打
throat
很
there?
久了。
It kind of looked
Oh,
like
yeah,
it,
no,
right?
it did, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
基
Yeah,
克
he's
斯
not
的
playing
指
any of that
令，
card.
Gix's command, sorry, my bad.
There we go, there we go.
Cruelty of Gix, that's the wrong one.
太霸道
Both
了。
powerful, that's for
Very
sure.
good, yes.
西欧磊确实
All right.
猛
And Graveyard
对弱势
Trespasser
方
and
啊，
a
几乎
land
没
here
什么
for
机会翻
Javier,
盘
so，
在西欧磊面前。
nothing fantastic.
你要找解就是抽牌，抽牌就是痛更多的血。
Wow, this game really is shifting quickly when Shieldred goes down.
Yeah.
哇
Yeah,
又不知
Shieldred
道
can
了
get
啊！
games
西欧磊
done
倒
and
了，
dusted so quickly here, but
又不知道。可是资源是
Javier still has to
Javier
deal
多
the
一点，
lost 6 points of damage,
资源应该
and
是
the
Javier
board
多一
is,
点。
you know, quite effectively
不一定
gummed
啊
up here
那个
for Alexander Hane for the time being.
Exactly, and Korea's pilot
Alexander
attacking with the Bankbuster is
下
fine.
一回合还有
Alexander
抽
Hane
牌
has a，couple options. Can either
跟猎
animate a
尽奇
Bankbuster,
谭的
which
那
is
个过
okay,
牌。
or just double block with Corpse Appraiser and Shaman and trade up, as we like to say,
哦
and just have
这个有
the
点差了
Bankbuster trade for a Corpse Appraiser.
西欧磊拜拜，哦亚龙拜拜，哦西欧磊太多了，亚龙就好，继续。
Graveyard Trespasser grabbing the
5对
serpent,
25
so gain and drain effect in full effect at this point. 5 life is what Alexander Hane is at.
Okay, so Chapter 2, deciding if you want to keep that freshly drawn Make Disappear, and then has the Invoke Despair. Make Disappear kind of not as great now.
Yeah, no.
But, I mean, some of the big spells you can still counter with the help of Casualty. We'll see how Hane values that.
Yeah, big think here for Hane
Yeah,
with the trigger on the stack.
Looks like he kept it.
哦，造线绝望，
Despair.
我
Get
要抽
cost here, so
牌
we'll，see a crew in response, and the poor little
扣2
pilot
血，
goes down with
扣
the
4
ship.
血，然后他抽2张牌。
And yeah, take 4, draw 2 extra cards,
Oh,
and
造
Hane
线
is
绝
definitely
望
pulling
好
back
夸
into
张哦。
this.
Yeah, he's hanging on here by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah, absolutely.
哈 ，disappear 这时候来啊，其实 disappear 还是有压制能力啊。disappear 有压制力，对于对手 ，Jabber 的法力其实没有这么多。对，啊，那个 disappear 只要催命一次，基本上 Jabber 每个咒语都有可能在射程内。Jabber 的大的就厉害的咒语都在射程。哦，抽中是个准爆。
Just deplete life total in another fashion.
Exactly.
Alrighty, so let's take a look here. What's going on?
Yeah, but that's a nice reason to keep that make disappear from Hayden.
啊，那个狼女又打不过去了啊。
Javier had to get rid of the treasure, so you don't even have to.
Okay, yeah, Brotherhood's End.
Okay.
Getting rid of the old
消灭所有的神器，哇，没手把 Jabber 的资源 ，Jabber 的家底都没了。要自摸一个什么才行？要自摸。好烂哦 ！disappear 随便了。
For Javier Dominguez.
Javier probably would have just slammed Chandra.
其实我可能会丢 disappear 认真讲，我可能会丢 disappear。为什么？因为挡在欠左面前的就剩那张 disappear 了。我下一位有可能 top deck 欠左。我下一位 top deck 欠左的话，我赢呢。啊，结果那个东西一定会挡着欠左啊！哦，我是觉得要丢 disappear 啦。对，不过都有道理啦。都有理啦。Jabber 觉得他还有机会 top deck 资源牌。啊？
Yeah, that loop that you mentioned with the corpse appraiser is something that you don't want to get into.
是
You don't want to see that.
自摸，这时候自摸这个。
Get digging through the top of the library there.
Yeah,
都没资源。
Powerhouse there. All right, Javier top decking Fabled Mirror Breaker. It's helpful.
还有机会，慢慢来啊。
When does Hayne decide to start
我
turning
的
the corner
disappear
here
在
instead
那
of getting some
边
damage through?
欠左就是不会下来。
Yeah. It's a little bit precarious situation right now.
我是觉得资源已经差到有点差，真的有点差距了，真的得靠欠左了。我很想打持久战啊，但是我觉得打持久战好像没什么优势啊。现在啊，持久战难讲。
What is that? The fourth one?
Oh goodness me. That's what you want to see.
笑死！我自摸烈剑奇谭，然后你又给我自摸造线绝望，笑了，他直接拍桌哎，直接拍桌，有够好笑。欠左了，威胁欠左。
Let's see, what do you get? Oh no! Flip it flop. It's nighttime. Oh, the wolves are out.
哦，笑了。
That does deal 2 damage if you can chew on 2 creatures. Drains 2 life.
你又自摸，你又自摸，哦，气死了！他妈这才第一局啊！没了，你看格力基跟拉多斯显著差距，就是在那个剑师课了。对，这个太厉害了，在现在的标准比狼女更厉害。对，这个资源直接差1张手牌。
He was always doing
剑师
something,
课。
and that is going to be enough there for Javier Dominguez to say, you know what, I got you to 5, but that wasn't good enough.
Yeah, I think that was all 4 Invoked Despairs to take down Javier there. Pretty impressive.
You could just tell by the hands. Yeah, we don't get to see facial expressions in these matches,
剑
unfortunately.
师课跟拉罗是最显著的差异啊，差多了。如果要拉扯资源的话，剑师课优势真的，你看好快哦。没时间。 他们是不是有在倒数？是不是？怎么那么快啊？
I see your Bankbuster and raise you mine.
All right, Bankbuster into Fable.
这什么套牌啊？干，这什么游戏啊？垃圾游戏！ 不对，好玩游戏。
Yeah, I mean, the one thing the players don't want to pick up
你
any
又
draws
自
in
摸，
the
你又自
standard
摸。
format,
好笑。
especially these two grindy decks. The games can go long, so you know that is something that
好
all
玩
these
游戏
players
啊
have to be conscious of,
欢 迎
especially the
玩
players that are
魔法
playing
会。
mono white mid range.
Yeah, we saw in so many
你看
RCs
手牌很烂
those
嘛，没
games
差
go
我
into
就丢
draws.
光光。
The Canadian one ended so late at night, like
就
I
是要
passed
打
out on the couch. I was trying to watch the rest of it.
Yeah, I think there were
我就是
52
要打。
draws
不
after
管。
day one of the DreamHack
给你
RC.
打。
So yeah, that is definitely something that players have to be ready for. And when you get to
真棒
Worlds,
我要
everything,
造
or I
现
mean,
绝
when you get to
望
a
了。
Pro Tour, everything kind of slows
哦，
down
没
a
有
bit.
没有
So that gets even amplified a
抽
little
象
bit
牌。
more.
So permanents aplenty on this battlefield now as we have
再
shamans,
拆一
we've
台
got
车。
bankbusters, we've got the fables
这么多
going.
车。
All
Jabber 感
Rakdos
觉
things.
感觉两边都很
And
燥
now I
，Jabber
do
感觉
see
很
from
燥哦，
Javier
做
with
都
the
超
fast
快
shuffle
的。
there. There's two more lands
做超
and
快的。
then the Chandra.
Hey, Chandra, she's
这么
here.
燥的吗？
All right.
Oh, are we going to see some shenanigans?
建筑。刚刚没抽到。
Phenomenal new Planeswalker,
Oh, she's
thanks
so
to
good.
March of the Machines.
我都觉得他刚刚还是应该丢 Disappear
Mother of the
了。我
machines.
觉得19战几乎不可能胜利的前提下，只能拼欠左了。对，那一定是丢 Disappear。
See Chandra down. I
啊，
want
那个
to pop
车
some
子抽牌就
spells.
随便的，他也不一定
There's
抽得到
Invoke Despair.
Disappear。
Oh man, Critter's gone.
So that is
是我，我会
gone,
丢
but there is a
Disappear。
treasure.
如
So
果
no
我
matter
觉
what,
得
Javier
自己
can
持
play
久战
Chandra
确定
next
赢不
turn.
了的话，
But Chandra isn't super
造现
safe
绝望
on
了
this
哦。
battlefield. Like if you
太
deal
频繁了啦，
2
造
damage
现
to a
绝望。
shaman and Alexander Haynes' face, then all of a sudden the Chandra is still at a loyalty
我也要
that is
造现绝
vulnerable
望。
to
哦，
just
没有，
a
我没
Corpse
有造
Appraiser,
现
Crew
绝
of
望。
Bankbuster attack it.
Yeah.
So it's not really the card you want to play
Yeah.
in the face of Bankbuster, which is, you know, something we saw true of like Liliana the Veil, any of the Planeswalkers. Bankbuster is kind of the answer to them.
Yeah, just, you know, sitting there on the bench waiting to hang out.
不用，就
But I
这样
don't
就
think we
好了。
found.
很燥哦，这个西班牙的玩家。
Oh yeah, he played his 5th land.
Yep,
so
played the
he's-
fifth land, has the treasure.
Sure, sure.
But now at least Javier still has a nice turn. Play Harvester, hold
我
back
欠
the
左真的蛮厉
Bankbusters
害的，
if you do want to block the Goblin Shaman
对于
from
现在的
hand,
标准，
and then activate both
对，
Bankbusters, get a
现在
couple
标准
cards.
没有那种单
Perfectly, a
点的，一
perfect
点烧
strategy
二
to，this
没有人在
kind
放那
of
种东西。
mid part of the game.
那欠卓进来
Also has the
检视
Tokenuma
打
in
两个
hand to get，
打两
back
个
a
4，
creature or planeswalker.
他还是有
If
一
it's
中
not
层
chewed on
活
by
着
a, you know, a wolf or a corpse
就好
appraiser
了
in the。meantime.
反正再来，这欠卓的价值就是一直翻无数瞬间了。抽一张，
Alright, turn pass back here to Javier Dominguez.
我在抽，
The best words in Magic,
我就是
draw
一
a
直
card.
抽。
Uh-huh.
I'm a
对面有
fan.
Disappear 什么的，我不管，都不觉得对方有 Disappear。
Alright, what we got? Is it Chandra
哦
time?
有
Let's
先这个
rest,
哦
clear the
那
way
没事了
first. I like it.
So I believe I did see a
Disappear.
negate there. Yep. So negate being
哦没有，这是什么？
played here from hand just to absorb some
那什么？
information. Even if there's not another spell, just make sure
你
you
gay 啊？
know
哦，你
everything
gay 啦
here.
哦，你 gay，
Nice. And the activation of
你
the
gay，
harvester,
不
getting
给。
rid of the reflection of Kikijiki.
And now Javier has a pretty nice sequence that he can do, even if he
造
doesn't
现
really
绝望，
play
我没有造
anything
现绝
else
望
that's。still holding back the shaman.
为
You
什
can
么要抽那
activate the
张
Reckoner
牌？
Bankbuster with 1 counter on it, get that pilot,
原本
and
这回合
the
就有欠
other
左
one,
哎，
block
pretty neat.
and then
哎
draw.，
为什么要吃那个
Very,
城堡？
very neat.
I love these
操，
mid-range
是没
battles.
地
Really,
吗？
I'm not gonna lie. I'm a fan.
有
Always
点
something
费解，有
happening
点
as we
费
see
解。
Corpse Appraiser hit the
可
board.
能我的理解没有那么
Once
强
again,
吧。
exiling the Blood Tide
我是觉得
Harvester.
有7费做
What
丢
can we
热死，
find?
如果丢热死本来就在手上的话，
I think that was a serpent.
对，把 Disappear 或是那个
So
弃掉，
another
然后
haymaker
拍
from
欠
Haynes'
卓
deck. So
不会
far,
比较好吗？
it just looks Hayne really
你要抽
valued
牌欠卓
counter spells
加
and
2也可以
huge
马上
spells with
残法力
playing
抽啊。
4 Invoke Despairs, a couple Blade Serpents, Blade Coil Serpents, and even some Gix commands. So really
还是要
trying
稳一
to
点。
go over other decks, but not going way over like we saw from Seth and
Yeah.
Luis a little bit earlier.
Yeah, it's just like cranking up the intensity, you know?
Yeah, yeah, it's going up to like 11, not to 22. Yeah,
It's a good way to put it.
yeah.
就对面
What's that,
殊
Ottawa
不
in
知
hand
又
there
抽
too
了
for
一张
Hayne?，
我稀有了。
Hey, Shieldred, what's up?
There's
disappear.
Yeah, there is a make disappear. There is 2 mana open, so would have to sacrifice a thing.
一定要 disappear 吧？还有不
To
disappear
ensure that it stays super countered.
Yeah, it looks like that's probably going to be okay.
Goodbye, little shaman
2
buddy.
点康四。
And goodbye, Shieldred, more importantly.
没差，他还能抽牌，他能抽牌， 还有什么呢？它可以揍人呢，
Javier didn't
能揍能
yet, so
抽，其
could
实
have
没什么
actually
差吧。
prevented
能
this
揍
make
能
disappear,
抽
but I think it was trying to
到底有什
play
么差？
Blackleaf Cliffs as a tap land to be more mana
哦，
efficient.
珍宝还在啦。
Was able to
抽
prevent
那张牌，
that
因为
if he played
那
one of
个
the
的原
untap
因，
lands.
是不是？
Then you'd have to play Token-PenguinX.
但我也有点
I
慌，
think hanging out
今天真的累了。
is probably a little more valuable right now.
I
Because if
think
it does
so
get
too,
countered,
yeah.
then cool. Something out of your hand, something off your board because you had to casualty it, and then I can get that back later when I need it.
Yep, totally agree with you.
No legends on the board right now.
感觉那
though,
边
to
啊，感觉我有煎熬的第三局，我好痛苦哦。
Another a bank buster coming
这个局
down
比刚
here.
刚光速下课的那3局还要痛
It's
苦
so，good. It's like Maze
打
Mind
太久
Tome,
了
you know, that can smack you.
Exactly.
观众的
yeah.
注意力
When
要
the
不
tone
行
fights back.
，Yeah,
Yeah.
get beat those books.
好想吐哦。
8 mana, draw 3 cards, get a treasure, get a 1/1 pilot that can crew the vehicle, and then you have that sticking around.
Yep.
Really,
Yeah,
it makes
and-
combat really tough as well.
It does, and it's so good too against decks that play Invoke Despair because you all of a sudden have this little throwaway 1/1
Yes.
that you can just be like, okay, cool, fine, whatever, you know. You don't get a
开
card
两台车
item,
开
take 2
扁，
dings.
Totally agree.
两台车
Okay,
开
it
扁
looks like a double crew.
快速解决，
An
不要
attack
废
for
话。
a ton of damage.
然后我抽牌，
That resolves, says Javier. And we do still see that Chandra
标
in
准
hand,
还是
so,
那个啦。
you know, similar to the last
开
game,
那个了
trying to get Alexander Hayne within the quote-unquote burn range
Yeah.
and finish the deck off,
Yeah.
or finish Hayne off with a burn-style deck here in this mid-range battle.
You know, Hayne's going to have that on the back of his mind too. He's like, okay, I need to preserve my life total. So in other instances where you might be okay to take the damage, against this deck, you can't.
大线卓
Here she comes.
有没有事？
Right, and I don't think I see an answer to that yet.
Well, looks like it's resolving.
Now, where are we going to go with
加斗
this?
Up or down? Let's see if we have any. Oh, how much mana do we
走
have?
进去哦。
Oh!
哦，好狠哦！好了好了好了，
Just
我输了。
Just like, I've seen enough. Get out of here. Let's go. Game 3.
Game 3，漫长的
Invoke
Game
Despair,
3。
Chandra.
I can see why they call it Rakdos Burn. That was quite the finish there. Wow.
Good grief.
逼虫
Alrighty, let's go.
后手
Game number
逼虫
3.
啊！爸包，好惨哦，爸包啊，这
Chandra, friends.
There is a huge,
这个爸
huge
包是
hit
真
for
惨。
Hayne there.
Wow.
Duress just missed. You get to peek
Yeah.
for 1 mana.
Oh man, do you think you're just like, you look at that hand and you're like, I'm gonna keep this. Because if they're playing Duress, they get to nothing. Nothing gets taken.
But, I mean, on the flip side of that, this
没
Corpse
差，我
Appraiser hand
少一张牌
is
没
not
关系
doing，
我要
anything
抽
very
牌
good.
Just
了。
vanilla 3/3s.
And you probably got to play
剑
one.
士哥
Yeah.
白板，哇，这时候剑士哥
Yeah,
就
so
废
3/3
了。
gonna sit there and
白板，
get smacked by a bank buster if there's a 3-drop to
没
follow
差，
up. But
没
there's
生物啊，
not
你
a
下那
creature
个
per se.
扁我
It
没
is
关
the
系，
Fable of the Mirror
我
Breaker.
扁
At
你
least
还
that
能
creature
升
that
珍
has
宝
its。bank buster license.
Yes, yes.
你要打
That
哦，
is
我
much
是不
better
会
than
打
a
啦
drop。in this scenario
Oh,
for
yeah.
sure.
如果我解不掉那个22，我是不会打啦。
Yeah. So is it going to be a tail of the 3
刚
power
刚有点
creatures
太
here?
冲动
Will
了。
Hayne be able to kill Dominguez with the pretty simplistic hand he's got going right now, all things considered?
So it looks like there was another duress that Javier drew. More than likely, that's something you're probably going to pitch.
Yeah.
Although now Hayne does have the
抽哦
counter spell.
还是气还抽，
Yeah, looks like counter
气要
spell, 2
抽。
lands, and
丢
Corpse
了是
Appraiser for
跟
Hayne in hand. So
Soulful
not looking great. And
再
there
丢
is
了
another
是
duress.
有没有啦？快点
Oh
啦
my goodness.
！OK，
Take a peek,
可恶，
perhaps?
我有 disappear。
And we'll
See a counter?
Yeah, we'll see if Hayne fires
Cool.
this off just to see
Disappear.
if Javier
He'll
will
pay the
pay.
无力的
Yeah.
disappear。
I mean, this is kind of like a
好吧
gotcha
给你
moment, isn't it? It's like it's not really anything too interesting. In
看到我
hand
们
there
是
for Hayne.
说，我是会让啦，
By the
那个
bluff.
不
You gotta
disappear
think
就算
that's
了
kind，of bait. Just
Yeah.
给 disappear。
have
What's
the
that
one
meme from
card.
Mad Max? That's bait.
我是会给他 disappear 啦。
Javier Dominguez,
不用把路
such a
走窄
world-class player,
反正我能抽
absolutely
牌啊。
incredible. The stuff that he's been able to
我
pull
那
off
个
over
可
the
以抽
years.
牌
Oh
啊。
yeah, absolutely. Winning a
不
Pro
行啊，
Tour
去这
with
玩，没关系啊，那个
miracles
奖励也在
back in
发
the。day. That was an incredible Pro Tour to watch.
玩玩。
Here we go. Corpse Appraiser swinging in now. It's just like, you know what? I am not going to hang around here and wait for you to kill me, so I'm going to start swinging in.
打是不是？
Down by 3.
啊，什么都不
17.
懂。
What's happening here in the second main phase? Looks like we're gonna Corpse Praiser again. Again, just
又没有
another
那
vanilla.
个剑士哥又是个白板，
Here, not what you want. You want to be playing
剑士哥都被当白板在用。
first one and have those follow up, of course, for Prather a little bit later, but do what you got to do here.
有个制胜点的，
Reflection of Kiki-Jiki.
翻过来的奇迹就是能赢，
Let's see what the
就是有机
follow
会
up
赢。
is for Javier. Definitely advantage Javier as long as he has any gas in the tank here.
Yeah, that kind of seems to be what happened in game number 1. He just ran out of
Zah.
gas. Had Haynes so
我
close.
要开扁，
And then
珍宝。
just couldn't finish it off there.
Yep.
哇
Game
阿里
2
桑
had
德
all the
虽然
gas in the
说
world.
还很那个啦，不明朗，局势并不明朗。
2 cards with the Bankbuster being active. See if Hayne can pick up some action here. Now, one thing
可
that
是 Jaber
Hayne
有
has
很多
going
的
for
手牌
him
啊
compared
，Jaber 还可以再
to
抽牌，
Javier is
一直
if
抽牌
Hayne
抽
top
牌
decks a
抽牌
powerful
抽牌。
5 drop, it's going to resolve. You know, it is fully going to work.
放
Yeah, that's just the exile, not exactly what you want from your soul transfers. You'd rather have a blood in play, you'd rather have a fable, so you
转换
can
灵
bring
魂
back
哦，
something from your graveyard.
很少看到人在用。
Super nice right
但是
now,
转换灵
unfortunately.
魂对格力的确是有可能啊，它有结界又有神器，神器就是珍宝跟车子，
As we see our little
所以转换灵魂是
goblin
可以
getting
的，
some more loot
确实有道理。
for Javier
而且
Dominguez.
转换灵魂是放逐啊，
And is there one of the big spells
Let's
here?
它是放逐，
5.
对他们有些东西就是我收不回来了。
Hey, invoke
造
despair
线诀
again.
哇
Oh boy. Sadness goes on the stack, I would say.
Yeah, and
真
with
是
having
太
3
棒
mana
了
available there,
造
make
线
disappear was
诀
not
哇
an option unless you already gave away the Corpse Appraiser, and there was only a couple negates, so ran it out there.
哦，抽2抽
More cards.
，Jaber 手
Love to see
牌
it for Javier
彻底
Dominguez.
碾压了。
All right, and I see Chandra
Jaber
in hand
看来是
as well as an Abrade and a land, so everything coming up Javier here.
Yeah, it's looking like Javier's game here indeed.
我再
Just
抽
a
一
couple
张
more
啦，
game actions to take to close us out here up against Alex Hayne, who hasn't drawn
再抽
any
啦，
answers to what Javier's been up to.
Yeah, what a match.
开车
What
扁，
a match here from both players.
开
Looks
车
like, you know,
扁，
Hayne
叫
just had a
欠
little bit of an
卓，让
unfortunate
对面
draw.
投降，
You know,
对，完美
if。you're already mulling to 6, you have a couple
快车
Corpse Appraisers and some lands, definitely got to keep
哦，
that.
这样也可以，
Just a little
这样
unfortunate
多一
didn't
点打
get to
点。
compete as much this game.
打7点，叫欠卓，你要不要投降？
5.
Like it, and another
哎，不叫欠卓哦，
another land off the top.
是啊，又不会怎样了，
Oh boy.
叫欠卓啦
Now you know you're
叫
in
欠
trouble
卓
when you're
赢比较
cycling
帅啊
triumphs, and that's
输
going to
了
be the handshake from Alexander Hayne. Javier
啊
Dominguez
好
picking
下
up
面
the
赢
win
了
there. Continuing his winning ways, Corey.
Yeah, absolutely impressive stuff here. Rakdos looking really good. And we got to see exactly what I wanted to see. The double Invoke Despair off Chandra. That looked so impressive. And it's pretty wild that you can just play that if you just have 3 extra mana lines.
上面下面好像有点太那个了哦，上方下方
Chandra gonna do some stuff, I
小
think.
了，
Yeah, she's going to burn this
下
weekend
面
for
下
sure.
面是
So, Corey, we got plenty more action to show you from this round. It is Chris Faber
这
up
个局
against
看得好
Shota
累
Yasuoka,
哦，又是什么
one of the best Magic players of all time.
五色
12
控
top
制对
finishes.
那个
Unbelievable
80
stuff from
杠
Shota. So let's jump into the
能
action
不
here
能
and
在
see how this
一
one
个完美的
concludes
一
between
个
these two
预赛呢
players.
Two top 8
就近
competitors
这样
from
讲
the
很靠
last
背
Pro Tour. Both were
让我们看看
dispatched
完美
in the
预
top
赛长怎
8.
样吧，
But
12
you know, I
杠
feel
0
like we were all kind of wanting more
这次来16
from
杠0
Shota because he just dominated
Yeah,
Pro Tour Phyrexia
absolutely.
and then ran into an absolute train wreck matchup from
yeah.
Derek Davis. And,
That was just rough.
you know, it's just kind of like, wait, Shota stopped playing Magic after like round 13 at that Pro Tour. And
Yeah.
wait, he's
至
out.
少还是波英雄，还好了，
Went
我
to
看
go
了不会
and
那么
play
痛苦。
Arena on his phone afterwards.
还是波英雄就不是在拉扯的，是在干人的，
He's like, okay, cool, let's just keep going, you know.
进
When you're
攻
winning,
型
you're
的套
winning.
牌
And here comes
，tempo
Danik,
套牌，
Pious Apprentice.
I'm such a
and
Shota
Danik
fan.
dies straight away to a cut down.
节奏落
Oh yeah,
后
Shota's fantastic.
And Shota playing a deck that I wouldn't
现在是1杠
necessarily
1
expect
是吧？
with Esper Legends here.
Yeah.
啊，
A lot of players
没事
kind
做
of, you know, it fell out of favor with them. So
Yeah, yeah. Not exactly the most popular deck by these players by a large margin here. I believe it was the 4th most popular deck. And it doesn't play Fable of Mirror Breaker, which yeah, it's an incredible card.
卡蒂了，哦
，Chris
卡蒂了，哇
，Showtime
是怕是要赢的。
You know, a lot of people kind of went off it because of the new red spells, you know, that hate out on blue and black, and then also domain control, which is, you know, a resurgent list. A list that has grown in popularity.
哦
，yes，
罗娜配这个
rough, but
现在最猛的一个那个。
If you can get a
你还有
domain
没有
control
杀
list
了？
going,
交了。
then by all means, have fun.
你到底还有没有杀？多少杀？交
A little bit.
你只有2地，真的要被干烂了，就只有2地要不打。这个局最忌讳的，落后，节奏落后是最忌讳的。罗纳死了也不会这样。
Maybe he just changed his mind midway and wanted to play Rakdos, you know.
Yeah, I don't think he can do that anyway.
No, you don't. Sure
还
cannot
是
do
波
that.
传奇。
But yeah, things looking great here so far for Shota. Has
拉菲呢？我还变了。
Rafine scheming seer.
哦，好强哦，筹谋。筹谋怎么干人的？我们看过很多次了。右过白，右变拳头又变大，要怎么？又变大只。筹谋也是够胡烂的。
Different approaches from the different regions.
那5个黑阶系列5个艺人，最胡烂的就是筹谋，其他都没他那么胡烂。像那个联手是什么？垃圾，联手在那比起来就算垃圾了。筹谋太厉害了。
kind of fell out of favor as well. There was already an incredibly powerful card, 1-mana removal spell, Cut Down, but now with Lithomatic Barrage. It's just more cut downs in the deck, but it also escapes the ward with Rafine. So a lot of players got, you know, really afraid to play Esper Legends. I guess unless you are a legend, then you can play it.
Esper Legends.
Yeah, Lithomantic Barrage, excuse me. Can't be countered, so ward doesn't do diddly squat to it. An excellent way to answer these threats.
And here we see a nice little interaction here. The flip side of Denick being able to get a clue every time you even discard a creature card, not just having a creature card die.
我是觉得要投降了啦。
creature goes to the bin.
这根本没办法，还是躺地。
Yep, and really the only new addition that these Esper Legend decks got was Rona. But Rona's great.
Rona's excellent.
Excellent in this deck, being able to really
直
filter
接被
away
打
all the
飞啊，
redundant
毫无
legends.
抵抗的被打飞。
You look at her flip side,
有啦，
and
那
you're
个
just
啦，
like,
都放流
yeah, Rona's been
3
lifting. You
Yeah,
know,
5/5.
Just a casual 5/5 that gets you free stuff. Sure, I'll take some of that.
Getting swole.
Yeah, very.
结束了啦。
Oh
不可
boy,
能赢
it's hard carrying the apocalypse on your shoulders, you know.
Yeah. That should be the flavor text for sure.
攻击力
For sure. We need to get you in writing those.
11点攻击力。
Oh man, that is going to be it.
再见。
Unfortunately, Chris Faber just could not get started.
完
there.
美
Shota
啊！
gets
我靠。
cleaning up there in a 2-1 against
11点
Chris
攻击
Faber.
力
But，
请
you know,
问
so far we're
请
seeing
问你还有
the
杀吗？
variety that is here this weekend. Even though there's a bunch of black and red stuff, there are still some golden nuggets hiding out in the dirt there, waiting
攻击力
to
11
take
点
down the big bads of the weekend.
请
Corey.
交出支持咽喉或风化骑
We didn't really see
士
a。game from that domain deck,
control, yeah.
but you know, probably kept a hand with Fable on the draw and 2 lands. Didn't get there, you know, and really nothing you can do.
太强。
Nothing you can do about it, but we will see
卡蒂
domain
啦，
control
卡
much
蒂
more
就是美
today.
人拳了。
And not right now, though, but we will see Selesnya Toxic, another one of our fun
Needs
of,
to
I won't say
check
what
this
else, but you know,
card.
there's not that many people playing it. I think Max may be the only one on it this weekend.
这又是什么？
Rakdos mid-range, there's
不
plenty
要
of
再
that.
红
So
黑到
Simon
红
Nielsen,
黑了，
gosh,
我
he
也要
had
吐
the
了
most。ridiculous
这才
end
第
to
1个
his,
标准轮啊
to his, limited
还有
matches.
4个要看啊，各位
Go，follow
我要吐
Sleep
了。
what? Mr. Checklist card?
我知道吐了。
Mr. Checklist,
Yes,
yeah.
go follow him on Twitter and go see how his game ended. It's too long to explain right now because we're in game 3 here between Simon Nielsen and Max McVie.
I will
Rakdos
say
mid-range,
it was
Selesnya Toxic.
Zada with the put 4 counters on something.
Storm the Seed Core?
Exactly, and had a bunch of creatures, so believe it or not, some
there's
counters
much
were
more to it than that,
他
but
自己
it's
套
all
牌
good.
看一下，看一下，这个有意思。
No, this is not a
他
limited
自己
match.
套牌
There's
要
a
看啊
Scrolls Hive in hand there.
这么好的
That's,
骑手竟然被
got
气，
with the duress
被干扰
from
到。
Simon Nielsen.
And Max McVitie qualifying for this
Toxic
event
算
with
是
Celestia Toxic a
反
couple
击到而
weeks
行
ago
啊
at，
不
Dream
打血
Pack.
啊！你会补血不
in
跟
the
我没关
US
系啊
for，the
我会对你
RC.
下毒啊。
Took 3rd, so it was a little
因为资源也拼不过，干脆直接用毒把你打死，大概是这样吧。
His wedding is on Worlds.
现代Taxi
would have had to make a tough choice.
Oh yeah.
哇，小飞又打不过去。
Yeah, there's one correct choice there. Yeah.
Oh man, that's rough. But we are underway here. We got our poisonous little toxic friends making their stand here on the battlefield. This is a sped up or a time walked match, so it may look a little funny. That's because we're trying to get through as much magic we can to show you all of the decks as best we can.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting to see all 4 feature matches here. Is just excellent. All 4 feature matches of the players that are doing really well. These 3-0 drafters.
他一定会怕绿色那一只。
That's a little
绿色那
unfortunate.
只
Of
一
course,
定
we
会怕。
all love to be back for
也
paper
怕的
magic.
原因
The
是
only
那块地可
disadvantage
以
is we don't
加
get to see
工吧，
Simon
我记得。
dancing with
Yeah.
whatever
那块
music
地是
he's
不是可以加
listening
工？
to.
I actually asked him yesterday at registration. I was like, so what are you jamming out to today? He's like,
有点
I
忘
wanted to
了，
go and find a
瞬
room
间
in
加
a
工还是无
hotel
数
and
瞬间
set
加
up like a
工？
ballroom so everyone could come and dance.
瞬间
I
加
was
工
like,
就
that
很不
sounds
错。
amazing, and I hope you succeed.
两个都打，
You could dance with him, I'm sure.
敢不敢？接不接？
All right, an attack coming in here, which looks
Yeah, Contaminator with the
可能会二换
Falling
一。
Chorus.
不管怎样，这边 Max
Yeah, an
都能
interesting
打到
attack
毒。
here,
其
just
实
trying to.
Max
I mean, you do have Tyvar's stand.
只
I
是
talked
如
to
果
Max quite a bit about
这
this.
种
So
情
there's
况，他用
Tyvar's
法
stand,
力
there's
去
other
混。
pump spells, or you just don't have anything
我要保
and
就
just
用法
trying
力
to
去
kind
混
of。bluff this attack.
我
Yeah,
会
I mean,
一号
it's always. It's
给
good
你3颗
to
毒
use up your opponent's
下
things.
地
You know,
带个大
make
佬
them think about it. Don't
好
just
多
give
大
them the
佬。
obvious answers like, oh yeah, I got nothing. I'm just gonna swing in and you can kill whatever. You know.
And the one nice thing from that attack there is if there was a double block on the bloated contaminator, the 1/1 would get through and get to at least 2 poison.
如果有个
But
一
now
废
we
一二
are
那个
up
纸
to
人放
being
毒那个就完
corrupted.
美了。
So turns on the
只是现在
land
好
to
像
be
没
able
有
to pump this 1/1 up to a 3-2.
他手上好像没有，是不是？
Yeah, corrupted mechanic. Super neat indeed. Just opens up a whole new, different way of thinking about the game because now it's like things you didn't have to worry about. All of a sudden, taps open.
You do now.
There go the floodgates, and we'll see the Blood Tithe Harvester activate and take care of
Still.
our fun bloated contaminator friend.
All right, -2,
Oh,
-2, a nice
减那个
sideboard card that I haven't seen a
减
ton
3减
of.
3，
You know, I have not seen
隐
that
换
card really played
一个
a
隐
lot,
换。
but a new addition here to
哦
make sure
被
you have a
清
good
光了。
answer for aggressive.
哇，
damage.
这边怎么
Yes,
办
I believe that
呢？
is
被
what it's
清
called.
光了，全家被清光喽。
Yeah, so that's going to clear the board out, keep the 2/2 buddy behind.
Yep, cut down. Teaming up with that card, a really nice play there from
没手
Simon,
牌
being able to turn it into a 2/2
对手
and
已
then
经
cut it
耗尽手
down.
牌了。
One way to deal with bloated contaminators.
才打3个，哦没有，手牌还有2张，哦还没耗完
That's。a super cool interaction indeed. As we're going to see an invasion hit the board, take a look at the hand, and get rid of the Glistening Deluge. It's an invasion of Gobokan. When that flips, it gives your, or it could give
多
your
两费
creatures indestructible.
放逐要释放要
So it's
多
just a
2
nice
费。
little insurance policy if you do have a board that you want to protect.
Yeah, and pumps the team, you know, the creatures that attack. So it really is a nice way of going
Max
super
好
wide
像不太
on a
行哦。
battlefield. But you need creatures first, so
Yeah.
this is looking
I got
quite
2 of
没有
them.
生物
bad
了
from Simon.
On the wrong side of the board, but
Or
yeah.
from Max, excuse me.
没有生物。
Alrighty. Ooh, Baseju, who endures, says, get out of here. Reflection of Kikijiki.
那个好
Yeah, and I
烦
believe this is
哦
pretty much the
77
exact same list that we
现
saw
在
from
地可以自己生
Javier.
人
You
啊
do see
菜
the
哦
one of
地人生人
burn
现
spells
在
here
地
light
人
up the
生
stage, or light up the night, excuse me.
Yeah. Such cool art. I love it.
It is really awesome.
Let's see where we go from here. So we do have the one attacker cycling a blood token.
Now you are still able to cast that spell underneath the invasion. It just gives it attacks
Yeah.
similar to Elite Spellbinder that
Yep.
we have seen before.
Let's just text by 2 more, but you know, you need the lands to be able to do that.
要
So,
打到天荒地老
you
了。
know, potential there to get the treasure off of the goblin to be able to cast
Why?
that, but you don't need to do it right now, so it's just hanging out.
And this is one of the better matchups here just for the Goblin Shaman. Most of the time, these toxic decks just don't block well. So,
No. Well, they can't block.
yeah.
For the most part, these little guys cannot do none of that, so.
So here is the land being able to team up with a 1/1 to get the flip side of the invasion, put another counter on, and here's Mirex just doing an extremely good job up against a deck that's just trying to kill your creatures with spot removal.
Yep.
Mirex is just Bitter Blossom at home, basically, in these decks.
Oh, like a Danto Vanguard, landing.
Oh,
Legion, yeah, Legion's landing into a Danto's fort or something. I don't know, but yeah, the land that used to flip and make you little creatures too.
Yeah, that was an incredible Magic card for sure.
Ixalan. I hope we get something like that when we go back to Ixalan.
I don't know. Atali already broke out of Ixalan into our metagame. I don't know. That one's already wreaking havoc on our standard metagame.
You're not complaining. You've been casting that left, right, and center.
Hey, you can't tell him I'm being the bad guy here. Yeah, I have been casting a lot of that.
Is this your what's it? Your villain arc, Corey?
I think
is
so.
Is that what we're seeing?
I think so.
Oh no. Yorion, no. Atali.
Now Atali, what's next?
Oh, Shieldred, you are such a pain in the face.
Yeah, and here was
2 points of life.
We did a deck tech with Max on this deck, and this was one of the main things he said is like Shieldred is a very, very powerful card, but with a bunch of Tyvar stands in your deck, you're just able to attack into Shieldred to be able to deal with it. So that's what Simon's thinking about, and that's definitely what Max is representing.
Yeah. Certainly a way to get that off the board with the old combat trick Tyvar stand. And these creatures aren't going to be doing any blocking, so certainly...
Yep, went with the no blocks, too afraid of Tyvar stand.
Just going to shove with a cute little 3-2.
So we do got that at 5 and 8 life points.
在压牌哦，压对手牌。
Yeah, and you basically have to take Light Up the Night here.
会死，要
Shieldred
放多少
and the
不然会
Goblin
死。
Shaman represent 6 damage. The draw step
这好
represents
像还是要
8.
死。
Max is gonna be at a theoretical 2, so
臭虫，
got to do something
小
here.
臭
That's
虫
little Scrove.
You call it little.
Scrove.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying.
You're welcome.
好像会输欸。
If you ever have any more questions, I'll help you out. And here it is. This should just be it.
输啊，输了。
I mean, there's a
Light
ton
up
of
the night,
treasures, right?
Yeah, a bunch of treasures, and that's going to be it. Handshake there from Max McVitie. So unfortunately, Toxic not getting the job done
还
here.
是
But
冲不过
Nielsen, very good one indeed.
Yep.
We are
那两
certainly
个4是
lining that.
在
That Rakdos deck
Day1
looking really good
那
here
个
in
太伤
back-to-back
了，
matchups.
整个
winning the
场
game
面都
with
毁
burn
掉，被
spells.
毁
So
掉
maybe
了。
we have to change that from Rakdos mid range
那个
back to
4是在
Rakdos burn because it's proven to be burning players
4
off.
是的那个被解掉，
Burn, baby, burn. And we're going to be doing plenty
直
more
接
of that, friends. We'll take a
残
quick
废，
break when we come
直
back.
接
We'll
重
be at
残
the
了。
desk with Maria.
我可以休息了吗？请问一下，我要吐了。看这么多标准会吐，对身体健康有害啊！我都在考虑明天到底还要不要开了，感觉身体会吐出来，不太行。我要厕所。对，要吐了。看这么多标准对身体不太好。就摆这件事情。
welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour March of the Machine from Minneapolis. We're so excited to have you along, everybody, as players battle in standard and draft here for the title of champion and their share of a prize pool that is $500,000 large. Hey everybody, welcome back to the news. That's Maria Bartholdi alongside Mani Davuti and Cedric Phillips, and it is time for some headlines. Standard is now well and truly underway. Rakdos midrange is the most played deck of the tournament, and Fable has defined itself as a defining card. An invasion of Amonkhet, what's the story there, Mani?
Yeah, Maria, we weren't sure what kind of impact the battles this brand new card type would have in Standard, but Invasion of Amonkhet really showed his power in that first match in the hands of Luis Scott Vargas.
Absolutely. Those are your headlines. But what about our leaderboard? Let's find out who is leading this tournament, everybody. We're getting ready for round number 5 here in the building. Some players doing very well for themselves. Indeed, Jim Davis leading the way. Shota Yasuoka. What else do you see there, Mani?
I see Simon Nielsen. He wasn't sure if his draft deck was up to it, but got the 3-0 there. Now 4-0, looking really good. Javier Dominguez, no stranger, getting that 4-0. And I see Shota Yasuoka. This was his 29th draft trophy at the Pro Tour, Maria.
Holy cow.
29 3-0s for that man.
No big deal. Congrats to him on number 29. Luis Scott Vargas also starting out the tournament with an unblemished record. Well, somebody is not on the leaderboard just yet, but Cedric Phillips thinks that he just might be.
I was taken aback by 29 of those. That's so many of those.
How many drafts have you done at the Pro Tour, Cedric?
Hey, 我们终于赛程跑完一半了吗？哦耶！对，我开台快8个小时了。
Let's talk about a player who I had the opportunity to sit down with here, and a very, very unique deck that we're going to bring up on the screen here in just a moment. Juju Bean. The old Juju Bean on that name. Yeah. Jakobovic has an outrageously cool deck. Like, an outrageously cool deck that we're going to see here in just a moment. How's 20 damage sound?
Good.
我看这么多标准，真的很累啊。
You start at 20. Okay, perfect. So we're going to talk about how one can deal 20 damage in one fell swoop. In a Grixis shell, now, of course, at this tournament, we're seeing a lot of Grixis being played, but Grixis Singularity is something we are seeing very few people play. So there's going to be some cards here that you're used to seeing. Fable, Mirror Breaker, blah, blah, blah. Corpse Appraiser, okay, go for the road, sure. Explosive Singularity, however, and Hidetsugu and Kairi, now that's a little bit different. So here's the game plan, my friends. You're going to play Hidetsugu. You're going to do your little brainstorm action, right? You're going to draw 3 cards, you're going to put 2 cards back. Ideally, the card that you put back on top of your deck is Explosive Singularity. And now the next step is we need to kill Hidetsugu, and then you're going to reveal Explosive Singularity to deal 10, and then cast it to deal the other 10. That's the game plan. So how do you kill Hidetsugu once it's on the battlefield and you've set this up? Well, you've got Liliana's Veil. That's a fun way to do it. You've got Go for the Throat. That's another way to go about doing it. The tricky thing here is the opponents probably have not played against this very much. So when they sit down, they take a look at the deck list and go, okay, like, you're kind of doing this, you're kind of doing that, but you're still like a Grixis shell. How do I interact with this favorably? Now, Julian and his teammates, of course, they have done all of the work of playing against Rakdos and playing against Grixis and playing against all the decks in the format. So Julian, a.k.a. Juju Bean on Magic Online, and if you do follow him, you will see that he posted such things as, I have broken the standard format. I talked to him yesterday, and he said, we have the best deck. It is not close. And that is a bold thing to say. When you are young, you're playing in a Pro Tour, and we have a very, very defined metagame of Grixis, Rakdos, Esper Legends, and then like some other stuff. He won his first round. One of his teammates, who I also talked to, they played against a teammate, so they kind of hurt each other a little bit there, unfortunately. But there's a lot of confidence in what they're doing, and this looks like kind of a meme deck, and it looks like, oh, sure, I bet you're going to deal 20, har, har, har. But you know, Julian said, okay, so if I play Etsuku and set this up, my opponents cast Invoke Despair against me, they die, which is true. Because they sacrifice that creature, reveal, deal 10, cast that, deal 10. And he feels very, very, very confident in his deck choice this weekend, and I think with good reason. It's a unique deck. I'm very curious to see how it's going to do over the next handful of rounds. But, Mani, and you even told me this a little bit earlier, people look at Julian as maybe, and this is very bold, maybe the next Nathan Stoyer.
There's definitely whisperings. This is a player that's just dominating Magic Online, winning everything. And that sounds like a pretty familiar story. We've heard it before. We've heard it with Reed Duke.
Brad Nelson.
Brad Nelson. A lot of players, before they were known by their real names, they were known by their handle. The FFF Freaks, the Reader Rabbits, the Nathan Sawyer. This is a pattern.
I'm keeping my eyes on it. I'm keeping my eyes on it. I sitting down with him, you know, once we're done here, I'm going to go back down. The first match I'm going to is his. Let's see what's going on there again. It's a really, really cool deck, and the confidence that's exuding from him and his team. Not everybody else feels that confident about their deck here this weekend.
All right, well, it's a super cool deck. Thank you so much, Cedric, for talking with him, showing
it
it off. Another super cool deck, I think, is Rakdos Breach, and I got the opportunity to talk to Reed Duke about it the other day. Hey everybody, I'm here with Reed Duke, a member of the Magic the Gathering Hall of Fame, and your reigning Pro Tour champion. Reed, you gonna run back a win this weekend?
I don't know, but I guess that's what I came here for. We'll have to see.
You're running a really sweet deck, Rakdos Breach. Why did you bring that for the tournament this weekend?
Well, I think, you know, my teammates and I, and probably a lot of competitors here, sort of were unanimous about what the best cards and the best shell was for the format, which you can see probably a lot of familiar faces here, including Fable the Mirror Breaker and Blood Tithe Harvester. So starting with that core is a great place to be. But this particular take on Rakdos also gets to use some of my favorite new cards from March of the Machine, including Chandra and Breach the Multiverse.
Yeah, this deck is really, really cool. We've got Chandra pulled up right now. We've got a new card here. Tell me what her role in the deck is.
Okay, well, Chandra just first of all is awesome. Like even taking away like metagame considerations and matchups, like you can just read this card and be like, wow, that is really, really powerful. So I like that quality in a card. But more specifically, Chandra pairs well with your cheap interactive cards. Think like Duress or Go for the Throat, where you can just make mana and double those effects right away, and then pass the turn with a nice stable board position and a Planeswalker with 7 loyalty. But things get really exciting if you can untap with Chandra, because then you get to play one of your big instants or sorceries and double it, which like normal Rakdos decks, you'll probably be familiar with Invoke Despair. That's pretty awesome if you can double that effect. And then some of the new stuff.
You're underselling it here, Reed. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's you know, potentially like a 12-point life swing. In case, you know, dealing 5 or 7 damage with Chandra wasn't enough for you. So that's awesome. And then Breach the Multiverse, I think, is my favorite card from March of the Machine, which this is sort of what I identified as or what we identified as the biggest thing that you could do in Standard to go over the top in these mid-range mirrors, or if your opponent is trying to reanimate creatures, like you could use this to steal their Atraxa or their Atali, which is really cool. So this pairs well with Chandra in the sense that if you get to double it, that's amazing.
That's nasty.
You can also just find Chandra with Breach in addition to getting the best card out of your opponent's graveyard. So this is awesome, and what I particularly like about this deck as opposed to like a more traditional reanimator strategy is it's just very simple. Like it's all about the one card. All you have to do is get to 7 mana. You're not really sweating if they have graveyard hate or anything like that. So just kind of, I appreciate the simplicity and consistency of the deck.
I mean, 7 mana is a lot. Do you find yourself that's a bit of a hurdle for you to get over with this deck, or is it no big deal?
It can be, and we have some cards to sort of grease the gears. Which Fable the Mirror Breaker, if your Goblin Shaman gets to attack, you're already starting to make treasures. That's a great start. You have ways to prolong the game, but the real key to jumping ahead to that 7 mana is a big score, which is. I mean, I played this in my Pioneer deck at the last Pro Tour, so this is a very, very, very good card in an effective way to just turbo towards one of those 6 or 7 mana cards. Also, notably, you can double this effect with Chandra, which is really, really fun.
That's awesome. So what are you most hoping to hit with Breach the Multiverse in this deck?
So on our side, the single best hit is Atali Primal Conqueror.
Yeah, this card is a house.
Yeah, this card makes for some really exciting moments, but you get this, you get the, you know, a spell off of both players' deck in addition to just a huge creature. That's awesome. So when you combine that with I'm also getting something from your graveyard, it can make for a really, really dramatic swing. Even if you're like at death's door, you can turn the game around. But one of the things that really makes Breach exciting for this tournament is I think there are going to be really powerful cards to hit from virtually all of my opponent's decks. So, you know, in a white deck, you can hit like a Planeswalker, a big Angel. Against the Reanimator decks, you hit their Atraxa. Even in a mid-range mirror, stuff like Shuldred, old and new,
Yes.
Corpse Appraiser, like anything like that. You just the fact that you get 2 of your choice of the best effect, it makes it so powerful.
Yeah, this deck is so sweet, Reed. Thank you for bringing it this weekend. And hey, good luck again.
Thank you.
That's a look at Rakdos Breach with Reed Duke. Well, let's get set up for round number 5 here in the building and find out who will be watching do battle in our feature match area here in Standard this afternoon. At the Pro Tour, we've got Zen Takahashi versus Shota Yasuoka, Rakdos Reanimator versus Esper Legends. This is going to be an awesome matchup. Let's get to meet our players a little bit better. Zen Takahashi, 5 Grand Prix top 8s to his name, and was the regional champion this cycle for Australia and New Zealand. When asked who he wanted to play at this tournament, he said, quote, Shota Yasuoka, because he looks like my dad. So Shota, either I'm sorry or you're welcome. I don't know if that's dad, so perhaps it's a compliment.
Got what you asked for, bud. Okay.
And here is Shota Yasuoka, Hall of Famer, inducted in 2015, champion of Pro Tour Kaladesh in 2016, 2006, player of the year, one of the best players to ever pick up a pack of Magic cards. Let's talk about these 2 decks, Monty.
Yeah, Maria, we are going to start off with Zen's deck, which is Rakdos Reanimator. A bit of a different flavor of Reanimator than the one we saw in the hands of Luis earlier. This is, of course, more of a streamlined 2-color deck. You do see the threat package is about the same. 1 copy of Atraxa, 2 copies of Itali. There's also the new addition, not a new card, but new to this deck, Phyrexian Fleshgorger, making an appearance in one of the cards from the Brothers' War here as a nice large lifelink creature that there's also a cost to removing, so very good against the aggressive strategies. The core of these Rakdos decks, Bloodtithe Harvester, Fable the Mirror Breaker there. Bloodtithe Harvester, one of the most important cards in this deck, as the Blood token is a great way of setting up an upkeep discard and getting back your creature with Cruelty of Gix. In the sideboard, very important card, Lithomantic Barrage. This is a card that is new here from March of the Machine, and it is going to be huge in this matchup specifically for what Shota Yasuoka is bringing. On the other side, Shota, one of the best ever played game, is on Esper Legends. Now, this deck is the aggressive deck in my opinion. This card that is extremely powerful. Pretty streamlined, just trying to hit a good curve of Skrelv into either Thalia or Denic, into Rafine, into Shieldred, and
怎么好像只狼的音乐啊？
from having all these powerful legendary creatures, but also the land package. Plaza of Heroes is an absolute powerhouse in this deck. It allows you to cast all of these multicolored legends with no problem. And the number of legendary creatures means that your powerful legendary lands in Iganjo, Odawara, and Takanuma get heavily discounted to just be very, very efficient answers. This deck is really cool, but has fallen off and out of favor a little bit. Still the 3rd most played deck this weekend, of course. But Lithomantic Barrage, one of the reasons. This deck was already very weak to cheap removal. We saw Cutdown played a lot. Zen has 3 copies of it. But now with the Barrage being another answer to all of your cheap creatures, this deck feels a little vulnerable.
All right, there's a look at the decks. Now it's time for Monty Is the Machine. He has merged with the computer. They have become one. Monty has been completed, if you will. So Monty, what?
Does he know that he's a machine now?
I don't know.
Okay.
Monty, what is the pick?
Maria, this match will go to Zen Takahashi.
Zen Takahashi, the pick from Monty slash the machine here. This round, Cedric can't handle this nonsense. Sorry, Cedric, you had to witness that live on air for the first time. Welcome to the show, everybody. It's time for round number 5. Marshall and Paul have the call.
Paul, do you promise you will never turn into a machine, or at least let me know if you're...
I will try my best.
I don't know how Maria handles it.
Wow.
Monty just converted right in front of his eyes.
The voice change got me really good, I'm not going to lie.
Unbelievable. All right, well, no machines here. Just me, Marshall Cycliffe, him, Paul Gian, and we're bringing you more standard coverage here from Minneapolis. As I mentioned on the news desk, we've got Zen Takahashi from New Zealand playing against Shota Yasuoka from Japan. The most interesting thing is Shota's deck choice here. You know, we call him a lone wolf tester. Right, he really is.
Yeah.
You know, most of the top players of his caliber will test in a team setting and leverage, you know, the amount of work a group can do versus single person. And he doesn't. He tests by himself. He figures out his own stuff, and it hasn't slowed him down any at all. But he did come here with a much different list than I think most people would have expected him to play, and also not the most popular deck either.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just incredible that he's been able to string together the results that he has by himself, right?
I don't
You get so much from being on a team, and the fact that he can just do this on his own with his own decks, it's always great to see. And yes, the deck that he's playing for this tournament is Esper Legends. If you look at any of the big teams, none of them are playing Esper Legends. They all chose to submit 4 copies of Fable of the Mirror Breaker, right? And coming into this, Esper Legends was one of the big decks that a lot of people considered, but Shota, well, you know what? I'm gonna keep playing this deck. I don't need Fable of the Mirror Breaker. I'm going to curve out and just make sure, kind of force you to have answers to the threats that I have. Now, I will note, Shota does have a very important card in the main, anticipating all of these winning strategies and perhaps decks that are trying to go over the top. He's got 4 copies of Make Disappear in the main. That is not a card that you see in these Esper Legends decks, and that's all you need. You just need that 1 copy most of the time, and it's going to be backbreaking against these Reanimator strategies.
Now, when you and I were talking about this deck before, Paul, you were saying that as long as the whoever's not on Esper can keep up, then they can go 1 for 1, go 1 for 1, go for 1 for 1 with removal, and then they can have an opening to try to win the game. Right now, we see something in the middle. Shota had Skrelv, but it got cut down. But now he gets to untap with active Rona. But in the meantime, Zen has deployed the most popular card in the whole format.
Oh, and look at this. Yes, absolutely. I mean, anytime somebody goes removal spell into Fable, it's like, oh, I've seen that one before, and we're going to see a lot more of that throughout the course of this tournament.
See
now,
the Transmogrant in the battle, into the graveyard here?
Yeah, Transmogrant, excellent. Typically better against Grixis strategies as they have far more non-basic lands. Now, Zen Takahashi, however, just straight Rakdos, meaning he's already got 1 basic in play, so he doesn't have to worry about that Transmogrant coming into play until at least turn 5 if he does have all non-basics in hand.
战接杀，哎，这不是日本人啊？哦，不是，国籍是纽西兰，是不是？国籍是纽西兰的。
If the Esper Legends deck doesn't get off to a quick start, you're going to be favoring the Rakdos side of things, right?
Zen asked to go to combat, but it's going to be Otawara here to send the Goblin token packing.
Otawara 啊？为什么可以做？哎，为什么？哎，哪里来的蓝？只能哦，启动传奇异能，传奇用作物的异能。
Have to be a shieldred here, right? If you're Zen Takahashi, just slam it and hope there's no go for the throat on upkeep.
Hello.
All right.
There's legends on both sides of the battlefield now.
That's right.
There's shieldred for Zen.
And that is a go for the throat, I think.
先杀吧。
There it is.
那个早晚要杀掉的。
Had it.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I will say, like, is this where Shota really wants to be at this point? I mean,
he's doing an okay job of keeping up, but I do get what you're trying to say here.
Yeah.
He wants to find some creatures that can actually attack. Rona's a fantastic card, but doesn't really put on much of a clock unless you have something like a
Rona's going to use that loot ability and discard an additional copy of Rona. You can see why Rona was added to this deck. With legendary creatures, the first copy is great, second copy is usually not so great, and Rona allows you to filter through, make sure your mana is in place, make sure you can hit your curve, etc. And in this case, it found an answer.
Yeah, and Shota with a Denic in hand, so deciding whether or not he wants to deploy the Denic. Denic is a nice creature to have in play against Reanimator because it forces the Rakdos to kill the Denic before they can cast a Cruelty of Gix to get a big creature from the graveyard onto the battlefield. But looking to keep that Make Disappear up instead, because he just doesn't want Zen to just go turn 5. This is the turn where Zen can go turn 5, land, cruelty of Gix.
That's right. That's the nightmare scenario. But Shota, ooh, go for the throat is actually going to hit that second copy of Rona. So very much a controlling, jockeying for position type game. As you can see, only one non-land permanent has remained on the battlefield between both players thus far. Can Shota come up with a haymaker here? Ooh, I saw one come off the top of the library.
Oh, yeah?
That was Shieldred.
Yeah, so this is just kind of the awkward thing with this mana, because you can just go Shieldred go.
只是我们上帝视角看得到啊，已经有一张牌在手上，有一张转换灵魂。
So that's not what's going to happen here. Instead, it's going to be go, and that lets Shota keep some type of reactive cards in hand.
这边我们扎吗？哦，没有。
That's Phyrexian Flesh Scourger there for Zen Takahashi. He's going to play it for its prototype cost here.
So just a 3/3 menace life. Shota can choose to make this appear, but would need to sacrifice the Denic if he wants to fully counter the Flesh Gorger.
Of course, Zen Takahashi, he knows. He's playing around Make Disappear by making this play.
And one thing to note, though, is you do see that Soul Transfer is in Zen Takahashi's hand. If this resolves, well, guess what? You have an artifact and an enchantment in play. So you can get some extra value with that Soul Transfer.
All right, and Shota has decided that he can't afford to sit here and only keep up 2 mana. With no more 2 mana plays left, he's just going to run out Shieldred. And this is a big inflection point here for game number 1 between these two players.
Yeah, and Zen is going to be able to exile this Shieldred and get back. Oh, excuse me, won't be able to get back Flesh Gorger because Denic is in play.
Cut down.
Oh,
never
cancel
mind.
that order, Paul.
Never mind.
Cut down the Denic.
Oh, the value.
Yeah, so this is just a disgusting turn here for Zen Takahashi. This is going to put him well and truly in the driver's seat to pick up game number 1 against Shota.
还好啦，还有另一只西欧轮。
He passes the turn back over.
还有一只西欧
Can Shota
轮。
find a way out of game number 1? He has no permanence. Well, old faithful Shieldred.
Okay.
除非自摸杀牌
Sometimes
啦。
that's all you need.
Yeah, well, so we're going to see dueling Shieldreds here if Zen Takahashi doesn't find a way
自
to
摸
kill
西
this
欧
one.
轮就算了吧。
Lots of triggers on the stack.
Okay, sure. Yeah. So I'm on 25.
25。
Shielded trigger resolving there.
快确定吗？抽到底抽了什么？再复制。再
And once again, we're going to see this big attack. 2 menace creatures means no blocks available for Shota. This could be the hammer for Zen Takahashi. He deploys his own copy of Shieldred. Is there anything Shota can do?
Needs to find a way to get this Shieldred off, but I think this is maybe just a little bit too much here.
It's very difficult to race when your opponent has a Shieldred, but when you have your own or when you're slamming for 6 that can't be blocked, that actually can keep up.
There's an Iganjo here, but that's not going to be enough.
Right.
So I think this is going to likely go to Zen here.
Very close game for most of it, and then there was that double spell turn from Zen Takahashi, and the floodgates opened.
Yeah, that cutdown was huge.
Yeah,
allowing Zen to get max value with the Soul Transfer.
Okay, well, Shota's not done yet. Let's see what he's got. He's got 4 cards in hand. You can see the Raven Man is going to hit the battlefield here. And he'll leave up Make Disappear and Iganjo he can choose. If you haven't seen the Esper Legends list play itself out, yes, of course you get these ultra powerful legendary gold cards, and even the non-gold ones are great. But you also get to cast those lands that cycle for an effect for very cheap because of their cost reduction ability when all your creatures are legendary. It's not to be overlooked.
You know, I kind of like this Flesh Gorger, by the way, because
Raven Man's going to get burned out, and that means attacks incoming. Enough to pick up game number 1 for Zen Takahashi. That'll bring us to game number 2 post boards here. Kind of funny, Paul. I was looking at our player surveys for these guys. 2 really funny things. One of them, Zen said to the question, who are you testing with for this tournament? Listed every player, teams called Team Worldly Council, Alberto Manchado, all the way through to Zen Takahashi, A to Z. There's probably 15 names on that list.
Yeah.
Shota wrote,
no.
And he wrote it lowercase, no punctuation. And then
就是要保护了啦。
when asked who is a player you'd most like to play at the Pro Tour, Shota wrote
拉菲因
nothing. And Zen wrote Shota Yasuoka because he looks like my dad.
太无情了。
Well, again, got who he was
Hey,
asking.
they're asking for it today, and he's up a game too. So
没
maybe
招
it'll work. You know,
一定要
sometimes
处
you
理
just
虫
can't
虫
be
吧？
scared.
啊，
This
处理
is
不了，
that
完蛋
ideal
了，
start
他接了
here
慢
for
击
Jasper Legends. It's Skrelv into Transmogrant into
他
Rafine.
接了个慢
So
击
really
手
hard for spot removal
要
to do
被打
something. If you're
烂
on
了。
Zen Takahashi side,
他
you
刚
really need a
full
sweeper,
throw
and he
也
does
没有
have
交
one here with Brotherhood's Hand. So that will get rid of the 2 of the creatures on board. Still has to deal with that Rafine, though.
Rafine, though, is the crux of this deck in many ways, right? This is the kind of payoff, the thing to protect, the thing that, if left unchecked for a couple turns, will win you the game in short order. We see Denick come back.
And discarding a creature, investigating, so getting a
对手
lot
很多
of
基本
value
力。
Oh
here.
boy, this is a lot.
This is tough. So, I mean, Zen does have a go
对
for
手
the
的
throat
基本
here
力到
for
是不
Rafine,
少
but
啊。
Shota's gotten some value here. And there's 2 Transmogrants in the graveyard. Now, again, because Zen is on Rakdos, he's got 2 basics in play, so doesn't have to worry about that coming into play for a bit.
Chat's wondering about how he casts
有一个那
Brotherhood's
个
End there, Paul. You see the Mirren
有一个线索。
Mirrex on the battlefield. That has the one-time ability to tap for any color of mana. The turn at ETBs,
好好
you can tap it for any
有
color.
线索
Right. And now
过
it'll
牌
just
又
tap
长
for
大，
colorless
还剩
mana
线
or
索
make，a
后面还可以
1/1
抽牌，
might.
Right.
这么猛。这牌进场是惨一点。
Is Mirrex the new Urborg? That's the question.
Mirrex.
Find out this weekend.
走落地那个可以斩法力啊。
It's more like a Castle Ardenvale, if you ask me. But
Okay. All right. Your vote's been noted.
Creature card.
And there's an answer now.
No investigate there.
抱歉，我有另一只拉菲因啊。哦，没有
That
另
was
一
a
只
clue from before that
啊
was just
啊，
on the
不然
list
这
of
个
the
是什么？
judges.
But now, I mean, Zen is looking. It
哦，
looking
要
to be
做
at
奥
11,
啦。
and yeah, Shota doesn't have a counter spell,
用
so he's just going to
奥。
continue jamming his threats here.
Ayo, the Dawn Sky is
And
going to hit the
no big
battlefield.
creature in graveyard, nothing to reanimate, right? So we're kind of at the point where Zen just
好
needs
麻烦
to
哦，
just
又奥。
play whatever big threat he might have here. We
用
saw Shieldred, but
转
Shieldred
换
doesn't
灵
fly.
魂处理
We're
奥
looking at
就
8
完美
power
了
in，the
可
sky
惜没
here
有。
for Shota Yasuoka.
I don't get it. Where's all the reanimation?
奥好麻烦。
Like, let's see some big stuff.
It's
Where's
it's
the
more
Tali?
like a Rakdos mid-range deck that just has a couple of big things.
It has the
That's
Oops, I
just kind of
Got
how
You
it plays,
package.
right.
Okay, I get you.
我操，那是中文牌吗？这是中文还英文？啊，那很明显不是那个。对，那是中文嘞。哎，靠腰，怎么转了？格怎么转了 ？Hello， 完蛋，爆掉了，人家。我没有，他用中文牌哎。
Yep.
对，下面那个澳洲歌，不，纽西兰歌，他用中文牌，我现在才注意到。你看上面写什么？启示天灾西游人，啊，转换灵魂这个我看得出来，这是中文。转换灵魂，启示天灾西游人，哇，用中文卡，中文卡竟然上直播桌了。
But either way,
Still
a second
probably playing
Rafine
it.
would just be good enough, right?
Okay. Digging here just to see if they can.
我也有西游蕊啊。
Shota here can find something else here to
抽牌那瞬间，痛血了。那我也有西游蕊吗？
So this is going to put
反正
Zen
就是
down
阿尔
to
扁
3.
那两个都扁了，都会扁。
Draw a card, go up to 5. Got a dragon to play, or go for the throat.
龙跟那个都扁吧。
Likely looking for a land here.
这回合有可能，哎，过不了啊？为什么？
It's like, oh, no cut down? Good.
He pointed at it first.
Right.
有没有那个？有没有招？蛮关键。
A lot of options here for Shota.
我是觉得，不用这两个扁就好吗？还要拉匪音扣血，还是扣人2点血也无所谓。
10 damage going to
You
1.
heard Zen say that. He's like, okay, I guess I'll take 10.
Well,
毫
can't
不流
cast
血
Cruelty of
那
Nyx
一点。
unless you go to chapter 3 immediately.
希克斯暴行路。
And
Not a lot doing
I don't
with
think he
that.
has enough.
And that's going to be
There
it.
we
Game
go.
number 2 goes to Zen Takahashi. Excuse me, goes to Shoti Asaoka. That's going to even things up. And let's see who can pick up this final one. I'm really curious to see if Shota can put together that dream curve. That's the tension early.
Right.
You
Alright,
see an untapped land here for Zen.
他接太慢了啦，他其实哇好快哦。
There's a duress though from Shota, so he's going to take a more proactive. Maybe it's more reactive. I don't know how you want to describe a duress, but he's going to try to dismantle the plan here from Zen
我会把那个1点打5
Nab
摘
one
掉
of。these removal spells.
Yeah, that
1
might
点
be
打
hiding there.
5 cut
我
down.
所有任务都在那个
barrage.
射程了。
The barrage is nice because it's just a clean 1 mana answer to Rafine.
And that's why it's going to go away here.
哇，直接少一张剑，
But
好
when
亏
you're
啊！
using duresses, that's card out of your hand. That's
Right.
not a threat on the battlefield. Pass the turn back
Cut
over,
down.
land go.
Operate.
And Zen's just kind of on the, all right, removal spells and Shieldred.
That plan does work.
It's a good plan,
Yeah,
Marshall.
it's
a
not-
very good plan.
You know, you want to have a little more going on, but
Right.
that's a real thing.
做吧。
And Shota does know
应该会
about
做
the cut down, so he might just pass.
哎，做拉菲嘛啊！
Yeah.
He's doing that twice now. So you're thinking Rafine?
一定
Right,
有
well,
招啊
Shota！could have played the Rafine, but given
哎，
that
我
he
会
knows
做
about the
哎
cut down, he's just going to pass.
Right.
And now if you're on Zen's side, you have the
是
ability
我
to
我
play
会做
Shieldred, but then you go, do you
啊
still
不
have
对，我会
Nexus
吃
here?
cut down，
Are you
哦
going to
太
go
白
for the
痴
throw
了
me? Is
算
it
了
better for me
当
to
我
just
没说。
pass?
It sure doesn't
如果
feel
我
like
吃
being the
cut down
first
就
one
算
to go
了。
for something, have it answered, and have your
队
opponent
友
untap
cut
and play
down
something would be a very fun spot to be in here.
Yeah. Oh, he's
But
going for it.
That being said, Zen doesn't see any
Ah.
other way forward,
Go for it.
and he's going to get his
再见。
Shieldred, immediately go for the throated. Now, is there anything great here for Shota, though?
2
Because
点。
having no creatures,
There
oh,
we go.
that's
So,
really nice.
so now
Rona.
you have Rona plus negate up. Shota knows about the removal.
negate.
Likely will just let the removal spell happen. I suppose he doesn't know about the abrade, right? He only knows about cut down.
Yep,
So
that's
if he
true.
values having
Abrade.
the ability to loot with Rona, and of course you can always transform it just to start getting in for 5. That's an option.
I don't think he'll be too sad about this. I mean, his hand is already pretty stacked. It wasn't like
在想啊，
he desperately
Then
needed to
negate
get
吧。
Rona rolling.
Right.
你
I wouldn't be surprised to see him let
给
this
吗
go, but Rona has been really, really strong so far.
Right.
Let's see what he does.
Because Shota does have the 5th land, so next turn, if he just lets this
Negate
die,
吗
he
应该
can
用
just go
negate。
Rafine counter.
Oh,
but he's
sure.
going for it right away.
But he knows that he's going to get it
抱
cut
歉，
down
还有
at
cut
this point, but maybe that's what he wanted.
Now is it just AO time or do you Rafine?
AO
All right.
time.
He's
Boom.
saying, Zen, if you have
啊，
something here,
输
go
我
for
圈
it.
了。
Yeah.
灵魂者
Now,
换
Soul
刚好
Transfer
放
is a
逐。
great answer to AO. It exiles. So you do not get the death trigger on the AO when you cast the Soul Transfer. So I
但还有拉
imagine
菲音呢。
Zen is going to fire that off here.
手牌，再见。
But now Zen's out of action here.
Now
and
we're gonna
Shota still
see-
has Rafine.
We're going to see
Rafael.
haymakers here. Only one card left for Zen Takahashi. Now, even if Shota doesn't know what it is, he knows he can just put the pedal to the metal here. And there's Rafine.
All right.
And look at this, a
太凶暴了。
Transmogrant as well.
还有个大田园，
This
哇，
is it.
没
This
资
is
源
Shota's big
啦，
play. This is what
Yeah.
he culminated.
没有资源了，
Zen is now looking for the
需要
heavy
一把造
hitters.
线绝望。哦，没有，
That
又有
helps you
资源
find it.
了。
That helps you find
He's
it.
got some
你看
time.
他用
He's
中
not
文
gonna
牌，
die
真的
right
用中
away
文
to the
牌，
board,
我靠！
so-
Now Zen does have 4 non-basics in play.
人塔
So
卡
if
西，
the
为什
Transmogrant
么用
dies,
中文
Shota,
牌
all
呢？
he needs to do is just tap for 2 black mana, put that Transmogrant back into play as a 4/2.
So that will be a continued source of annoyance
Right.
for Zen.
And now Shota gets to dig
好奇，
and
哦，
just
刷输一掉。
try to find the perfect answer. Probably would feel extremely safe if you can just find a negate, a counter spell for a potential Atali off the
I
top,
have
for
a
example.
Right.
Assuming Zen kept the combo in. I can totally see Zen sideboarding into a way where he just goes, I'm just going to play reckless mid-range.
Yeah.
I'm just going to have a bunch of removal spells and get you with Shieldred.
That makes perfect sense. Why
还
go
有
for the big
大田
splashy
园
stuff against somebody who's packing counter spells anyway?
Absolutely.
会急啊！西欧瑞啊，不给你活命
Hanners,
啊
from！Shota, he found
完了，
Shieldred.
要过牌
The
还要痛
Apocalypse,
血
and。now the pressure is really there for Zen. He just doesn't have much time, but he does have Chapter 2.
And Fable's going to be
可以再
painful.
弃牌哦。
If Zen
Yes.
goes to
不要再
Rummage here,
抽。
for every card you discard, that's an extra 2
一开
points
始
of damage.
死定了。
Ooh.
But he really needs to find, like, he can't
Right.
not.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't have a removal spell, you have to rummage. Oh. That is a go for the throat. So if there's a trigger here.
杀死 Shieldred 再过一次。
You can't kill the Shieldred first, right?
True.
Trigger on the stack, kill the Shieldred, and then rummage that last land.
啊，痛。
But he's not.
Okay.
11。哦，没有，那是后面才抽起来的哦，那没有，没办法。
Huh. I mean, are you not always killing Shieldred with Go for the Throat here?
And you have to use you have to use a removal spell here, because there's a Plaza of Heroes in play, right?
对。
So the moment
英雄弟他这边就要杀死
Shieldred at this
Shieldred
point doesn't need to add anything else to the board.
要杀
Keep
Shieldred。
up Plaza for Shieldred, and then just try to dig for counter spells.
He found a mountain, by the way. Yeah, so that extra 2 points is going to sting here.
Perhaps Zen was looking for
这个
the
没
chance to
办
top
法
deck a
呀。
7-mana card like an Natali. Maybe he kept that in, right?
Okay.
然后他手上有个大田园。
He did attack with the Goblin, by the way. He just says, come at me. And here comes the squad.
抽2。
Another trigger from Rafine.
Yeah, and I mean, this is where you just get to see Rafine do some serious damage.
This is beautifully played here by Shota Yasuoka. Straightforward, careful, not unnecessarily risky, but not too conservative either. Looks like Scroll in the land hitting the graveyard.
Oh my god!
Getting for 6. Now
走到
we're
这
at 5 life here.
最后的抽牌
Second
了，
Plaza.
最后
And
抽
has
牌
Otawara
要
in
就
hand.
It's going to be tough to beat.
Absolutely.
造线绝望，不然没救。他那个英雄弟都保得住。
Okay, Chapter 3 is going to hit. Reflection's going to hit the
英雄
battlefield.
弟可以保住那2个生物，
And
点
this
杀
might
没
be
有
it for
救。
Zen if he doesn't have some serious heat. Oh, he just passed the turn back.
And this is part of what makes this deck so incredible. Just the
Oh.
fact that your lands all do something.
Right,
So many
Plaza's
of them.
just sitting there laughing.
The channel lands are fantastic.
Totally. And they're going to come in, and Zen says,
先做
absolutely.
放
do
拉
your thing.
飞
If you can
2
find
张
two
料
things
放
to
拉
discard,
飞
that's lethal.
And that's going to do it. Shota Yasuoka picks up yet another victory, remains undefeated. And you know what? Zen asked for it.
He did.
He said, I want to play against him, although he didn't say because I think I can beat him.
Right.
To be fair to Zen.
Yeah.
Right? He said it for more of humorous reasons.
Look, you know, I have a similar situation. You know, I have a couple of kids, right? And every now and then they go, you know what, I think I can beat you at something. And then, you know, you just got to put them in their place. So, you know, that's what Shota did, right? It's just, you know, it's like, hey, he looks like my dad. I think I can beat Dad this time.
That's
not
great.
so much.
That's
not so
great.
much.
Yeah, well, you know, these might not be there quite yet. Right? Keep grinding those Zen. Both of them, though, with a great record and near the top of the standings here. We're going to actually head over to Maria at the news desk, who's going to help set up our next match right now.
Coming up next, we've got Luis Scott Vargas versus Jim Davis.
Luis is on Grixis Reanimator. This is the build of the deck that we saw him and some of his teammates develop with Invasion of Amonkhet alongside Nahiri's Warcrafting additional tools to get powerful cards like Atraxa or Atali onto the battlefield. On the other side, Jim is on Rakdos Breach. Teammates, but on separate decks. This deck is trying to be your classic Rakdos mid-range deck, but going a little bigger. You do still have Invoke Despairs in the deck, but you are using Big Score to ramp out cards like Chandra, Itali, and Breach the Multiverse to really put together that explosive endgame.
It's Team CFB battling up next after the break.
Oh, 我要休息一下，休息一下。 大家回来啊！把那个拿回来。
Key card here that we may see as well.
好快啊！大家前面这个局都很燥，是不是？每个都打得很快。
Which gives them the ability to have more reanimate style spells.
究竟是谁厉害呢？都是红黑啊，我也分不太清楚。
Right, absolutely. Great discard
June
effect.
Davis 对 LSB 有，
Just a good card to play.
两个人对上无数次了吧？两个人都很有名。
You can really fall behind, but that's not really how this matchup plays out.
Right, and specifically for this format, I think it was a pretty good choice. Just because kind of coming into this, if you think, well, we're not going to really expect a lot of aggro, and we're going to expect a lot of mid range, you can afford to start changing your main deck configuration a little bit, just so you can skew it to beat the other Rakdos deck. For example, main decking cards like the rest, right? When you're expecting not a bunch of mono red or mono white to just run people over, you can start hedging and start playing more cards like that.
How do we have for a start here? You see Reckoner Bankbuster there for Jim, but Luis and Jim both had the Blood Tithe Harvester, but those are both in the bin. But something breaking the parity over there with Fable the Mirror Breaker for Scott Vargas.
Yeah, so this is one of those, all right, turn 2 Harvester, turn 2 Harvester. But Luis is the one that had the turn 3 Fable. There's that token in play, so Luis is the one who's a little bit ahead here because you are getting all that value from Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
Let's see if any reanimation targets hit the bin. There's one. No, is that not one?
No,
that's tokens. And thought it was a Tully. So nothing super reanimate worthy just yet. But that is one of the many things that Fable does. Many, many, many things that Fable does.
It does it all.
It does really does. There's a reason why such a high percentage are playing. You see a Braid's going to destroy target artifact.
全家都给你拆光了。
That was on Luis's end step.
So everything being accounted for here. Both players at 20 lives, so it could be one of those situations where you start thinking about just some hard cast haymakers. Who needs to reanimate them? Right? These games go a little bit longer.
一盒丢了10好像还行。
Okay, one good Fable deserves another. A little bit late here for Jim Davis, but he'll take it.
Yeah.
Wow. So nobody can get anything to stick on the battlefield.
Mirror.
疯狂 cut down， 现在的标准 cut down，cut down，cut down。
Right. And that was kind of the theory behind playing these strategies instead of what you've seen from most of the field, right? Who are on the Grixis and Rakdos mid-range decks.
That being said, the reflection of Kiki Jiki is very powerful and can do some dumb stuff.
Yeah, especially if you can get, Corpse Appraiser in play.
Right. Let's see if Luis can find something with this blood token. He's going to discard
an Edict. Okay.
Yeah. Shieldred's Edict hits a land drop. He needs something good here, though.
Right.
This is not going to be fun. Oh, he has to pass turn back over.
Passes the turn, and Jim did not rummage with that blood token.
No, he didn't.
So
he likes what he sees.
He likes his hand.
Drew his card for the turn. Now we're chapter 2ing Fable.
And of course, with Fable going to chapter 2, less necessary to rummage because you have the ability to cycle through 2 more cards if you want.
He discards Big Score and Black
discards Big Score.
Yeah.
Big
He has 4 mana too.
Yeah. One of the powerful cards allows you to ramp into your big spells, right?
Okay, another Bankbuster to replace the fallen Bankbuster from a little while ago.
Continuing to develop here.
Nothing from Luis.
Yeah. Remember, both of these decks still have to play a good amount of removal in their main, right? Esper Legends is still a deck you need to respect, and you need to have some number of cut downs and braids and go for the throats, and it's possible that a lot of these players are just holding those cards in hand.
Here's a Haymaker, Cruelty of Gix for Luis Scott Vargas.
So nothing to really reanimate right now, I don't believe.
No.
So we might just start with the chapter 1 here,
right,
and just kind of run it up the chain.
That is, in a grindy matchup, you would prefer to do that unless you need
造线绝望
that gets you effectively
满满的造线绝望 傻眼我看到2张造线绝望他只要摸一张地就解脱了
Not sure if he had land number 5.
So he missed. Luis just missed on that.
Right,
Okay.
because you need to. It can only nab creatures and planeswalkers.
Right. Okay.
But we'll probably be tutoring up something nice next turn. Now, if you invoke.
拜拜，造成绝望。
I believe that'll just get everything off the battlefield, right? Yeah, because it kind of does it by order. So you have to sack a creature, then you sack an enchantment.
Yep.
So that knocks out both things, and I don't know what else Luis has. I mean, if he just goes land a Tali, that would be fantastic.
Boy, that cruelty getting nabbed by the invoke right there was brutal.
Absolutely.
Like he got nothing out of it. He just tapped his lands for 5 and ripped up a card. Okay, here's Corpse Appraiser though. This could really get the ball rolling now for Luis.
现在能得到最好的
Definitely get you
牌。
back in.
But he's going to need a haymaker here because Jim Davis has done a really nice job of setting himself up. He's got the Bank Buster, he's got the Reflection, and he's ready to do some work.
And we're going to kill some artifacts here with Brotherhood's End.
Okay.
So no value from the Bank Buster or the Blood Token, but there is an active Reflection in play.
That is very scary if you're sitting on Luis's side. It doesn't take much for that thing to start popping off.
哇，本钱都没了，
Again, kind
这
of
一
7
发。
mana is the point where you get really
但
scared
是还有
on
一
both
发那
sides,
个
right?
造
It's
线
like,
绝
that's when you
望
can，start hard casting your Talis and your breaches.
还有一
So
发
if they're
造
on
线
5,
绝
you're
望
like,。okay, at least for one turn, you can't do the big thing. But we also saw, I believe Jim had a pair of Invoke Despairs. If he needs to just dig, he could just fire one off again here.
Just to get a few more cards going. Ooh, speaking of.
Wow,
Jeez.
reloaded.
There's another Fable and another Bank Buster. Yeah, Luis just, it feels like every time he passes a turn, Jim is just like, here, deal with all of this. And so far, Luis has been able to hang on, but he had that one turn where he didn't do much. Nahiri's Warcrafting, though, is going to kill the Reflection, and he'll have 3 to spare.
Right.
He gets to look at the top 3, and he can play one of these this turn. That's a way to start getting back into it, too.
So if you can find something like, and he exiled the... Oh, no, he's going to be playing the Bank Buster here.
Yeah, that's right.
又有本钱了，是不是？
Does he have a land?
That would be ideal.
Start bank busting. No, he's going to pass it back with just a couple of cards in hand.
Now Jim, chapter 2 here.
Man, this game's been great. Like, they are really going toe-to-toe. It just feels like every time somebody passes a turn, when they get it passed back to them, they're behind.
Now Jim could potentially go up to 7 this turn, right? If the Shaman token does not die, you can attack, make a token, play a land, and then potentially play one of your 7s.
Land number 6 now for Davis.
Is this 6 mana? Okay, so it's telling me this is probably a Chandra here.
You are correct.
Bye-bye.
And Chandra has added kind of an extra wrinkle to a lot of these Rakdos mid-range decks, where before, oftentimes Invoke Despair wasn't enough to kind of close out the game, but that interaction of Chandra plus Invoke Despair, I mean, you can just burn people out. The fact that it can just fork any spell you cast, it's been kind of an overperformer. And a great addition to the
这时候一发
Rakdos
造线绝望，就 Davis 少3个东西啊，会少3个东西，造线绝望。
And assuming that there's still that other invoke, that is exactly what Jim Davis is setting up here.
Now, does Luis's deck have an answer to a main deck Planeswalker? There's one copy of Shieldred's Edict, which I believe he discarded.
That was like way back on turn 1. Yeah, he's got Corpse Appraiser here after activating Bank Buster.
And we know that Jim has a second copy of Invoke Despair in hand. So
we saw that a long time ago. He's setting up a big, nasty double invoke.
Big turn here. And you even get a discount here. You can tick up Chandra, right? Give you 2 mana. Then play an Invoke for just 3 mana.
Yeah, you can add any color.
Kill an Appraiser, draw 5 cards, deal 10 damage.
I feel like Luis would pick up his cards at that point, but let's find out.
Okay.
And Luis picked up his cards at that point.
Good prediction, Marshall.
I have covered a match or 2 of his. All right, that is going to be game number 2 incoming here. Really well done by Jim Davis there. He was able to withstand that early assault from Luis.
还是希望来点碰撞的。
And he just never ran out of gas. He just kept playing Bank Busters. He kept on playing Fables.
或者互相饥渴死，互相亚吹下手。
Luis has Blood Tithe Harvester.
希望来点碰撞。
Signature 2 mana card for this deck. It's got a blood token to go with it, of course. Luis is very proud of himself. He brought his own blood tokens today.
Wow.
As well as Goblin token.
Yeah, he was
bragging about it.
He was bragging about it.
He really
Absolutely.
was. Oof. Okay. You cast Duress. You got some choices here, Luis. He can take any card he wants outside of the land.
Probably taking that Fable there. But man,
另外两个都还
is loaded
欠
here
着
on
跟
Jim Davis's side.
骚都还太远。
Gonna have to just take his next relevant play. But Jim does have a backup plan here with that Bank Buster as well.
Yeah, will have something to do with mana.
Right.
Luis putting some pressure here with the Harvester.
Is Luis going to use the blood token on end step? Yep.
And nothing to kill.
Jim just passes the turn again with that Bank Buster activation at the ready.
赶快抽牌，叫个西欧雷。
Fable.
哦，好顺哦。
That worked out pretty well for Luis.
This could just be one of those Fable games,
yeah,
right? Where you just go, hey, I don't need to do the thing where I go over the top. If you don't have enough answers to just this curve, you're just going to die.
Jim Davis， 血线紧张。对，猎金奇谭的那个太强。 处理不了的情况。
That is the one thing when you think about this Grixis Reanimator deck compared to the other Invoke Despair decks is you can get these early starts, but if your opponent manages to stabilize, you don't quite have the burn aspect, right? Where you can just kind of get them with the Invoke or get them with the Chandra.
Right.
我觉得什么都没有。哎，是不是空了？不然怎么丢了是不那个。
Okay. All right. Couple of kind of slow turns here for Davis. Luis is starting to build up some good advantage, and this second chapter on Fable could really solidify that.
Oh, no. Kept everything.
He said, I'll go to attacks. They'll go for the throat. Is going to take down the Goblin.
Oh, it's like, what are you working with here?
Oh, and there it is. The cruelty of Gix.
That'll take the Chandra.
That's right. This time he knows he's got a hit.
Right.
So he'll start it off with one.
He can still play that Invoke Despair, right? So he'll get the Harvester, and Luis will likely sack the Fable of the Mirror Breaker, right? Because then you have the Cruelty of Gix in play. Can find something else.
Whatever he wants.
The world is his oyster.
He's got Jim down to 11 thanks to the Harvester smacking a few times. So
I mean, if Luis has the mana, could just get Italy, right?
只能造成绝望了。
Sure.
扣血，他会找一张什么？造性绝望，这边也找到绝望。找点不一样了吧？
Down to 15.
会不会找点不一样的呢？
Another Cruelty doesn't seem to do a whole lot here, right? So
likely to miss.
Right.
So he could just go get another card, but then he's just could get the card he wants right now.
Just kind of the biggest thing that you could play.
Yeah. It might be that simple.
Is there a creature in the yard that you can already use to reanimate? I don't believe.
Just Blood Tithe Harvester.
There was a Blood
maybe?
Tithe Harvester, yes.
But that's really like the least exciting one you could possibly pick.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Okay, well, he's going to see what he's working with, though. As we mentioned, likely to miss and does. But he's
gets some extra information.
Running it up, yeah.
Adds a layer of protection to Invoke Despair.
And sometimes you just have something good that Jim might have been planning on playing.
Yeah, but this the first Cruelty Gix here is just going to get a Blood Tithe Harvester, which is not that impressive. So that does give you having the Blood Tithe Harvester does give you a discard outlet, right? It creates a blood token, so if you do go ahead and fetch in a Atraxa or an Atali, you can then use the blood to end of turn, discard the big
哇，
creature.
极克
And
斯
then
这
on
好
the
强
following
哦
turn, boom.
！2元
That's
重
where
生
you get your value.
都会比下去了。
This is what Luis is setting up here.
以前那个2元重
You
生，
see that Luis has them resolved such that he gets the Blood Tithe Harvester first.
只是比较神奇的是2元重生它是 U 卡。
He's going to dig up something with the
2元重生是 U 卡，我当年觉得最神奇的是，这牌只是 U 卡啊，2元重生，对，超夸张。
Luis down to 12. Cruelty of Gixes doing lots of damage. Invoke Despair also getting him down. Okay.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah. Oh, did he find another Cruelty of Gix?
He must have.
Right, if you're doing that. Nope.
Boy, Invoke Despair
Okay.
would be nasty here from Jim, wouldn't it?
Yeah. What
Cle-
did he?
clear
What did
the
he
board.
fetch?
Curious too.
Is it just a counter spell? Do you think?
Oh, just to protect this board state?
Like a disdainful stroke, but I don't. Right now, I feel like Jim is kind of ahead.
Right,
on
and
board.
because Cruelty's like bricking, right?
Right.
Like currently just doesn't even have a target? Is that right?
I don't see anything right now. No.
And Luis has already used the blood.
Drop the 3 and take your Atraxa.
Oh, there was an Atraxa in the yard. We couldn't
Oh.
see it. But Jim Davis just stole it.
Oh.
He jumped out in front with Cruelty of Gix.
奈安
Stole
呢
Luis's Atraxa, his best
为什
reanimation
么
target.
会有
That
这
was
种
mean.
事
My goodness. Oh,
That was
no.
mean, Jim Davis.
你太坏了
All the
，June
value.
Davis。
Wow,
他妈，
chapter
你等下
two
还要
of the
再一次，
Fable,
对不对？
Not bad.
Artifact, land, sorcery, instant
我
creature.
操！
Wait,
That's
stop.
what we've
Come
chosen
back.
here.
That's
直接
my
干走
Atraxa.
了。
7/7 that draws you 5 cards. Is that good?
That has to be
你
game.
他妈就
Yeah, and it
给
has
我
four
干
abilities.
走
You can see them
了！
on your screen there.
Yeah, and that is a
就把我
singleton
的
copy of Cruelty of Gix
我
and
的
Jim
那个
Davis'
干
sideboard.
走，
What a theft that was from Davis.
Jeez.
太惨，太混蛋了
And
吧！
by the way, Luis's play
你
makes
把
a
我的亚洲
lot
下
more sense when we see
干
that
着了。
Atraxa was sitting in the graveyard.
Yeah, absolutely.
See, in the mirror, you could never get away with that.
Right. And the thing is also, Luis is probably thinking, well, he's only got the one.
Yeah, and I looked at his hand
Right?
like last turn.
Right, we've already been looking through the cards, so I'm just going to play like you don't have one. And if you do, bad beats.
And this is exactly what a bad beats looks like, because he's about to get ran over by his own Atraxa.
Oh, man.
Oh, well, Jim did give him a target for his Chapter 3 by making this attack.
You know, I think Jim is okay with that. I think there's
You're all right with it?
少多少？
ahead on
还
a
有
couple
杀
of
是
cards
不
at
是
this？point.
还能杀？
What does Luis need to get back
这
into
多少杀？
this?
12
Yeah, that's
点。
what I was just wondering,
Right?
too.
Is it just a tally off the top? Right?
I just cast it
You
and
just cast it and try to hit some
some-
removal spells.
some
Hit a
sweep.
go for the throat for the Atraxa.
Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely on the list. Let's see if you can find something.
你要拉谁？什么都拉不了。
Oh,
there's
oh,
an
there
Atali.
was one in the yard. Okay.
Oh, look at this.
Yeah, but there's a graveyard trespasser in play, so the Atraxa will not die, right?
You're
so
right.
you're going to see
亚
a
洲家
Fable
不会
go to
死
the。graveyard,
哇，可惜。
potentially a Bankbuster or a graveyard
狼女
trespasser.
挡刀。
And remember,
Atraxa's
there's a lethal 7/7 flying lifelinker in
Yeah.
play
Yeah.
on Jim
Yeah.
Davis' side.
So as long
Wow.
as Jim chooses to
俊
maintain
的2连
Atraxa,
胜啊！
he will
我还以为
pick up
俊已经
the
被扁得
victory,
没
and
呼
that's
吸了呢。
exactly
我还以为
what
俊
he's
Davis
done
要被
at
扁得没有
Cruelty
呼
of
吸了，
Gix.
哎，结果不是这样。
You thought you were Reanimator? I'm Reanimator. And boy, he hit 5 cards off it too, so it must be nice.
Yeah, I mean, that's why you play it, right? You play the one copy of Cruelty Gix. It's got applications in a lot of different matchups. It's just a very powerful card. And of course, coming into this event, you had to have expected there to be some Reanimator strategies. And if they don't see it coming, you can get them.
Yeah, I mean, he had that window where he hit Chapter 2 and discarded and found exactly what he needed.
Right.
That's the worst case scenario for Luis, but that's also why that card's in the list for Jim. All right, we've got a little more action to bring you here from this round. We've got Javier Dominguez and Eli Love.
拉罗斯打拉罗斯，我故意不要看嘛，我好痛苦。拉罗斯对拉罗斯最痛苦的那种。两边不知道在靠北三小。这边才刚要开始，哦，已经要减费了，哦，还好，才刚要开始，我要抓狂了。
All right, we're going to be underway here. Eli Loveman's on 6 this time around with Javier at the full 7. And of course, you notice here that we're playing sped up Magic a little bit just to, well, we want to see the conclusion of this match. Let's see what happens.
提不起劲看啊，这种对局，蛮地狱的。先驱有区一点点然后上次还是比较好看一点。上次的那个真的。
Right, we're talking about Invoke Despair, Chandra, right? That's classic. Shieldred also drains you for 2, and then they also have a little piece of technology. Some of them are playing 2 copies of Light Up the Night. Light Up the Night plus Chandra is lots of damage.
That is a lot. Looks like that's a Nathan Stoyer signed Shieldred.
Oh, that gives you at least 1%.
It says 2022 World Championship on it. That's another %.
Jeez.
It stops there, though.
How can you beat that?
I mean, I haven't seen anybody beat just a regular one.
Yeah. But normal start here, and again, since we're looking at Rakdos colors, no real way to disrupt in an other than duress.
靠腰怎样？ 这是啥小？笑烂你画这是啥小？你画的是什么鬼
？No, he's got cut down though.
What is that?
Fable.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, what is that? 我也很好奇啊。
Yeah, these decks generate lots of different tokens and permanents, as you can see here.
Dude, it's a lot.
There's just so many different things.
There's lots of milling,
blood, treasure, milling,
going through
counters.
The graveyard.
Yeah.
It is a lot. I was talking to some.
哎，卡了，还是大家没差。Okay. 类似的局开太多，大家要死掉了。其实剩我而已吧。 哦，还有一个人，可能都要死掉了，大家。哎，卡了，哎呦，这给我卡，是现场问题还是我问题？我发现我可以传我的图，哎。 笑了，有点好笑。哎，怎么卡了啦？哎呦
Not a super commonly played card these days.
傻小。
And Eli getting aggro here with the Sokanzan allows him to actually get Liliana off
再
the
见，
board.
你连
Maybe that's why they don't play Liliana that much anymore. She died.
She
Eli does have the favorable board position here. That Fable.
Duress. Ooh, who's going to take Chandra?
我也有欠主，你也有欠主。哦，要亵渎彼此的欠主。
Looks like chapter 3 though for.
Okay, and all right. So Eli on the beatdown plan here. Although nothing to really beat down with.
Yeah.
And Javier cycling through those duresses as they don't really do anything anymore. So now it's just going to come down to the 5 and 6 drops that these decks have.
How about Invoke again?
我来偷传我的。
How do you feel about that?
That's a good one.
Okay.
I feel that that's a strong one.
Have to agree. That is going to leave the graveyard Trespasser.
And Javier's got a significant mana advantage here.
He does.
Looking like he has 8 lands in play with what, 4 or 5 cards in hand, and Eli's kind of top decking here. So now you have to really be liking Javier's side of the table, right? Up cards. The Trespasser not doing a whole lot here.
对，刚无聊然后。
And now Javier's got all the resources here. Active Fable.
太难。
Active Mirror Breaker.
傻掉。
Oh, Chandra time.
Okay, well he wasn't able to get that first one down, but this one's gonna hit.
Oh, and we're looking for cards right now here. And remember, any spell you cast, you get to cast it twice with a Chandra in play. Really, really powerful. I mean, imagine even just like hitting a duress off of that, right?
You could just tear apart somebody's hand. You can see that they're leaving the cards exiled just for...
Right, and I believe Javier did hit a Light Up the Night, so you could just choose to cast a Light Up the Night. It'll go into your graveyard, and then on the following turn, I think that's lethal, right?
You could just cast it for red and just put it in the bin?
Exactly.
I see.
You can cast it for, or even 2.
Or you can just go off,
If you cast it for 2, that's 4 damage to Eli, and then on the following turn, you flash it back, right?
Yeah.
Remove 6 counters from Chandra, and that's 12 damage.
Maybe this is Rakdos Burn.
I mean, they were only half joking. Right, exactly, they were half joking here.
Is there such thing as a 3/4 joke?
All right, it looks like we're seeing a flashback. Oh, and it's just killing. Oh, you can do 2 targets there. So it looks like it's killed the Graveyard Trespasser and also did some damage to.
Okay, so Javier prioritizing getting the board state worked through.
Just to protect the Chandra.
打。我也要生。
Invoke Despair here. Eli really needs that to get the Chandra off the battlefield. Okay. Looks like got his own Chandra back with Takenuma.
把欠卓拉回来，我也有欠卓了。
Okay. But what can you do? You know, Eli is tapped out.
一个是欠卓。
You can only deal 5 damage. So that Chandra's still at 1, and then you can kill it.
Okay, I was going to say that's really annoying to have to leave it at 1, but Eli has the plan.
Right, but remember, Eli's at 7.
虽然只有1，但是就是很烦的。
And we're looking at an attack for 6 that could put Eli down to 1.
手上有没有招安绝望？有就白了。
He had to expend all those resources and attack.
So I mean, now you're at 1, and Javier has so many cards he can find here to kill him.
Really in a burn deck, you know.
再见。
And that's going to do it. Javier Dominguez picks up the win there.
哦，好土啊！
I better get used to these.
现在那个导播都快转了，这点做的不错。
A lot of our top tables are made up of Rakdos shell with extra stuff thrown in, whether they wanted to be a little bigger, a little smaller, whether they wanted to beat a certain matchup, and we're going to see those actually clash up against each other.
Yeah, and so a lot of people might be thinking, okay, well, we saw some cool stuff earlier with the reanimator strategies and all that stuff. But at the same time, you can also just play this deck, have access to more interaction, because cards like Invoke Despair still good in the mirror, right? And Chandra still good in the mirror, right? And these cards have more applications, and you don't have to have hands where you have those 7 drops stranded in your hand. So I'm curious to see how everything shakes out, right? Because I think playing a deck like this gives you a little more consistency against the rest of the field, whereas when you try to go big, you might get a slight edge.
Right.
A slight edge. I'm not even sure how big that edge is, but maybe a slight edge.
So we'll have to see that. But we've got more action for you from this round. That's right. We've got Joe Lisette versus Michael Van Vals. And they are...
Thank you. I'm going to tell all of you now, I'm not exactly sure how this matchup plays out. Was not quite on my radar. But
that's why we're happy right now. We got Mono Blue versus what? 4 color?
Look, 4 color legend. That's probably Esper Legends with the splash. Is my guess.
Okay. Well, we're gonna get to see right now. We're gonna come in game number 2.
烂 tempo 还有这种牌哦，现在还看得到这种牌。
Come up with for us.
Chat makes a really great point. If you're gonna play 4 colors, why don't you just put Fable in your deck?
Chat makes a good point?
Yeah. Sorry, that was a mistake.
I've never heard that phrase before, but okay.
Interesting point.
Yeah, interesting. Good.
哇，中到铁板。
What did they say?
That if you're going to play 4 colors, why don't you just play Fable?
对到4色传奇，看还被叫沙利啊！到底要怎么玩啦？
It's an Esper mid-range deck here with some kind of green card. Excuse me, Esper Legends deck.
Wow, look at that.
太惨了，
for Joe Lisette his first
直接被操了。
Bounced by Otawara. Michael's just like, no.
Jeez, okay. Getting in. I mean, not the biggest
后
clock
手
at
遇
the
到莎
moment,
莉亚，
right? So Joe can just redeploy.
就
the
觉
Jin
得很
here.
白痴。
We have the classic Thalia versus Hottie Jin canceling each
除非
other
有黑丁
out.
Hope 啦，黑丁 Hope 是追节奏的，
Not something I would have necessarily anticipated.
只是
here.
他也有重置啊，没有那么容易飞黑丁 Hope 啊。
Okay, probably has maybe a thirst for discovery plus
过了这个
counter
时机
as an
该
option
再
here.
去使用
And what is-
Grisa。
That's the reason to play green.
再见。
Make disappear. Glissa Sunslayer? That's the that is the
That
first
is a
strike
legend. That is a
toucher.
powerful legendary creature.
If you can hit your opponent.
If you can hit your opponent, you can kill a Fable.
Little bit out of fashion cards like that.
Yeah.
Like ideally when it enters the battlefield, acceptable
大
when it
只哦
attacks. If it
并没有，
actually
它才
has to
一四
hit, it's like eh.
3飞1 4
Exactly.
飞
So
行
you。get an entire turn cycle.
Right. Like even Rafine, right, is like, okay, we'll do attack, you know, we'll bring it to that.
No， 你要付2
I will
倍。
say though, Joe Lissette here, casting this considered, this Hottie Jin, it doesn't take a whole lot
没有不重要。
before this
算
Hottie
了
Jin can just take over the game and end the game in 2 attacks.
那个
They
精
have
灵
those crazy turns.
控场哦，2个
Oh,
精
and
灵，
another one here.
大精灵。
Currently sitting at 2 4s and going, I'm going to attack you. And now, by the way, that Thalia just doesn't do anything. Right now for Joe, every spell still costs 1 less.
That's funny. It's the tug of war between the two.
Ooh, but this cannot be countered. But if Joe has something like a slip out the back, could phase it out. But this is going to be a decent attack, so we're now kind of in that racing situation here.
And Michael's getting the big Rafine attack going as well. That's always got to feel good when you sleeve up this deck to get to untap and actually go to combat and turn that thing sideways.
All right, so 2 counters.
哦，给莎莉亚。
Thalia, that's shore up.
Shore up to block. Although there is a Skrelv in play, but you can't use the Skrelv on both of the creatures. So
哦，刚好
Joe
减肥
can
抵消莎莉亚了。
potentially eat
跟莎
one
莉亚
of the
抵
2 creatures
消了
that's
哦。
attacking.
现
His
在无
Thalia
数
is the
瞬间。
4/3, so it looks like Michael's going to protect the Thalia, but you can still block the Rafine here.
That's right. And that's exactly what's going to happen. Wow, shore up the blue swords to plowshares?
Sure. I feel like there's just too many swords to plowshares now if we kind of
there's
go
like
down that
there's
rabbit
like
hole.
3 blue swords to plowshares in the limited set.
Oh,
right now,
okay.
再一个。
And
Okay,
can't really block with that Skrelv in play.
哦，好猛哦！
Yeah, and
纯
the
蓝剑
Hottie Jin
熬得
hits,
过
I
艾
mean,
斯
remember,
波
Hottie，Jin's been bounced
太
twice
神
this
奇了
game.
吧！
Yeah.
纯蓝
10
剑
to 10,
扛
I
得
mean,
住
it's
艾
gonna
斯
be tough for
波，
Michael to find enough offense
艾
here
斯
to
波
get
打那
through.
么猛
If Joe
哎，
casts 1 spell, this is a lethal attack
6
from the
啊！
Jins.
Wow.
啊，没有人在算，
And
哦
I
没
mean,
有
we're
那个
looking at
没在
what,
算那个赌，
3
还好没事。
Otawaras, right? 1 in play, 2 into graveyard.
Right.
Really unlikely for Michael to have a 4th
有没有 counter
if he even
spell？
plays 4.
Oh, and he just passed the turn back now?
Yeah, so can Joe just play a spell here to get in for the lethal attack?
Boy.
再做个咒语。
Michael felt like he had a pretty impressive board state going there, but he's not been
Yeah.
able to capitalize it. Honestly, just hasn't been able to get enough damage through.
打，随便做个咒语就好了。
And
是2
not able to attack for lethal here,
啊
but again,
我还以为在
Joe's-
做个咒语什么的。
there's 1 damage short here. Excuse me, Michael is 1 damage short. We're looking at an attack for 5,
Yep.
which could get Joe down to 1.
Well, he's going to have to settle for 4 down to 2,
so-
but
Alright.
he's got 2 lethal flyers.
What?
啊？
What can he do here?
Nobody's played a spell in 2 turns.
永
What is
岩
going
城
on?
加上大田园。
Thirst. Okay, so now
Yeah.
they're super lethal.
So Thirst for Discovery, probably just looking for anything that says counter
永岩城加
target
大田园
engage.
没有其他
Right,
选择
any,
了。
Shore
any
up.
counter spell. Yeah, but I mean, this Joe's got to have locked it up from here.
Right. I mean, if
Yeah.
Michael would not let him cast Thirst for Discovery and just be like, sure, let's
Yeah.
just see what
只
happens.
能
This
做
is
移
gonna
动
be it.。
那到底什么？
And that's it. This map
没有
says
招
Joe
了
Lissette's going to pick up
其
the
实我
win.
没招了。
Mono blue tempo,
笑
yes,
了。
please.
Yeah.
Like that
Wow.
is not a popular deck in this metagame.
No, absolutely
And
not.
he's got my attention.
竟然赢了，
Hey,
纯蓝
again, it's one of those things
难
where
道
you have to
每
try to
次
predict
世
the
界
metagame. Mono blue tempo really
陷
struggles
入混沌
against
都要靠
aggressive
纯蓝来拯
strategies
救？
for the most part. However,
Meta
it
这么
can
狗
do
屎
well in a
最后
field
出
where
头
people are
了
trying to cast cards like
要靠
Opium
纯
Kicks.
蓝来
So,
导正啊！
if you expect a lot of people
好
to
像
kind
上
of
次
go
也是差
outside
不
the
多
box, play Cruelty of Gix,
Meta 这么
we're
愤，
probably going to see some domain
对不
control
对
decks down the line.
最后
This
都跑
might
出
be
纯
reasonably
蓝套
positioned.
牌，
How is it against the
怎么会有这种套牌？哼
I think of the mid-range strategies, that's probably the hardest matchup.
纯蓝竟然还活着。
Well, the Rakdos
deck, tough day for Joe Lisette if that's the case.
Well, specifically, Rakdos has better mana. You take a little bit less damage from your lands, so it's a little bit better against aggressive strategies, is what I want to say. But I mean, you know, if you play against kind of the bigger decks, Joe might have, you know, and he gets paired against those, he might have a pretty good day. He's already started off here 5-0.
Okay, well, we're going to take a short break here. When we come back, we will be over at the news
我也
desk
需要 short break
啊，
我要死掉了。我要被洗起，我也要死掉了。我先那个一下，上厕所。不然要吐。
为了上场这一天，我每天都在锻炼。本来想帅一波，给对手一个冷不防攻击。 没想到，等比赛结束，都没有人发现我在这里。魔鬼就在细节里。
ROG Nebula 拟真技术，真清晰。NPC 唯一指定电竞荧幕 ROG Nebula。
Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour March of the Machine. How you doing, MagicCon Minneapolis? There's a live look-in at all of our friends over there celebrating the best game in the world. We're so happy to have everybody here this weekend, as well as the more than 250 players who are battling here at the Pro Tour. Maria Bartholdi and Monty DeBooty joining you from the news desk. And hey, if you think today is great, you got to come back for Sunday. That will be our top 8 starting at 11 a.m. Eastern time, and it is single elimination, best 3 out of 5 games. But in order to make it there, you've got to come back and play tomorrow, so make sure you join us tomorrow for rounds 9 through 16. More draft in the morning, which I'm so excited for, and then standard the rest of the way down. But now it is time for what we've been doing here at the news desk, which is some headlines. Let's check out the headlines. After round number 5, Swiss set standout scattering. That's right, Swiss means you play everybody on the same record as you, which means the competition gets harder and harder the more that you keep winning. So we currently have 7 undefeated players. They are doing very, very well, playing players that are on the same record as them. 4-4 for more. You gotta get a 4-4 record to come back and play tomorrow. That's
我不想要再提早开哦，好累哦。我多前面多跟他2个小时，很耗体力，耗太多体力了。
And who doesn't play Fable? We're gonna find out later at the desk this round. And finally, legendary creatures are prevalent here in Standard. Here's one, Monty.
One person now playing Fable, Shoda Yasuokan, Esper Legends, and Al the Dawn Sky. One of the end of that deck, this big bad dragon is an absolute menace for the mid-range decks. Basically impossible to remove without giving your opponent.
Yeah, this card is incredible.
干，我要死掉了。
Round 5 headlines. Well, Cedric Phillip talked to some of our undefeated players in the room who are having an excellent start to the weekend. Let's hear from them right now.
I am here with Magic content creator and huge hockey fan, and apparently a huge fan of winning, Jim Davis. Jim, 5-0, just defeated Louis Scott Vargas, and you are crushing it. I would say with Rakdos Breach, but kind of with everything since you haven't lost yet.
Yeah, I have a confession to make. That was my first ever Pro Tour paper feature match.
Really? I guess you got most of them on. Okay, you got most of them online. Hey, congratulations. You won that too.
Yeah, it went well. I mean, got a little lucky here and there. Louis is obviously insane. Pretty scary first Pro Tour feature match. Like, obviously, I've played a lot of big features in my life, but, you know, just tucking that one off the list is a good one to have. So it was cool, and deck seems pretty good. Just rocking and rolling.
Scale of 1 to 10, how happy are you with your deck?
8.2.
That's very precise, and that 8.2 is 5-0. Good luck, Jim. I am here with 2018 World Champion Javier Dominguez. Javi, you are 5-0. You are playing Rakdos mid-range and standard, kind of the boogeyman of this tournament. Why are you playing those cards?
Well, honestly, I've been playing these cards for quite some time already. I played them in the last PT. I played Rakdos mid-range in Pioneer, so they're about the same deck, only missing Thoughtseize, right? I also played this like in the RCs, Napoli, Sofia, so I'm just so used to these cards. I like to play with the cards I know how to play well, so that's why I'm playing.
Well, I would argue you know how to play these cards very, very well, and you are off to a fantastic start. Again, 5-0 is Javier Dominguez. Good luck.
Thank you.
Joe Lissette, mono blue in standard, 5-0 here in Minneapolis. This is a really easy interview for me. Why the heck are you playing mono blue?
Okay. So, testing for the regional championship in San Diego with the previous standard format, I really liked mono blue. But I couldn't make it work. And I really wanted to play it anyway, and I eventually decided I can't do this myself. I have to play a real deck. I played mono white and got crushed. So, like, okay, now we got the Pro Tour coming out, same format, plus some new cards. I don't love any of these new decks. I mean, they're fine. I liked mono blue before. Did mono blue get anything new? And, well, I think you could argue, I would maybe argue, that C-Double is the strongest card in the set. Because it's your 5 mana, 7 mana strongest card for 4 mana or less with Haijin in play, and at a discount. And then it's just the deck came together a little bit. Some of the secondary creatures deck, Haijin's great. Other creatures not so much. C-Double replaces them. There we go.
There we go indeed. 2-0 so far in standard, and we might be seeing more of him later on.
Thank you so much, Cedric. Another thing about Joe there, the only previous time that he'd gone 3-0 at a Pro Tour, he didn't manage to convert and make day 2, which just hurts your heart so much. But here he is, undefeated in this tournament, turning a draft pod win around. Let's take a look at our leaderboard and find out who is undefeated. 7 players, Monty.
Those are some pretty powerful 7 names, where you have your Dominguez at the very top, the former world champion. Shota Yasuoka top-aided the last event. It feels like he's already locked up for this event.
I know, we were saying, oh, just give him the top 8.
It feels like it's locked up at this point. Of course it isn't. There's a lot more Magic to be played, but you kind of imagine that he's in there. And Stefan Schutz, 4-0-1, not quite undefeated, though. Also, kind of hasn't taken a loss. He is part of that team handshake squad, so they are still very much relevant on these leaderboards.
All right, we'll see who will be the lone undefeated player by the end of today. Well, Fable of the Mirror Breaker is the most played card here in Standard, but some players, in fact, aren't running it. Let's find out who is it, Fable or no? Take a look.
Oh.
I'm here with Sam Party to talk about this crazy constructed format. Sam, are you playing Fable in the Mirror Breaker or no?
You got me. I'm playing it this weekend.
All right, then I got to ask, what are you playing it in?
Grixis Reanimator.
Why are you playing Grixis Reanimator?
So I really like how it's got some unusual card choices. I think that's really fun. It also felt really powerful. We were beating up on a lot of the other Fable decks. That seems like a good place to be.
I am here with Pro Tour Phyrexia champion Reed Duke. Reed, we're going to talk Standard. Are you casting Fable the Mirror Breaker?
Oh, yes. The 4 Fables were easy. It was the other 56 cards that were a little challenging.
All right, what are you playing it in?
I'm playing Rakdos Breach, which is more or less a Rakdos mid-range deck, but with, you know, a little bit of a different top end and some of our favorite cards from the new set.
And why are you playing that deck this weekend?
Well, what's not to like about Rakdos? It's well-rounded, it's got the best cards, it has good sideboard configurations, and then being able to go over the top with Reach the Multiverse just gives you this extra dimension and a little bit of an advantage in the mid-range mirrors.
I am here with Magic Hall of Famer Raph Levy. Raph, are you casting Fable the Mirror Breaker this weekend?
Hopefully I am.
Well, hopefully you are casting it in...
Ragdos Breach.
Why are you playing that this weekend?
By elimination. I didn't want to play counter spells in a format where, you know, they could play Fable before you could counter spell. And I didn't want to play anything else, so that's where I'm at.
I'm here with Magic Hall of Famer Gabriel Nassif. Gab, easy question. Are you casting Fable the Mirror Breaker this weekend?
Listen, man, I tried. I swear I tried, but I am casting Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
And what are you casting it in?
Grixis midrange.
Oh, he tried. He tried, he said. Okay, why are you playing Grixis midrange this weekend?
I swear I tried blue-white walls, Amen Hawker, blue-white artifacts, bunch of Ram decks, and I just couldn't beat Grixis, so you can't beat them, you joined them.
I am here with the taller-than-me Arne Huschenbeth. Arne, are we casting Fable the Mirror Breaker this weekend?
Yes, we are casting Fable the Mirror Breaker.
And what are you casting it in?
Grixis midrange it is.
All right, the boogeyman of the format, some may say. Why are you playing that this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, I really like the deck. I like the playstyle a lot. You know, Rakdos midrange very close to it.
我2年前就认识他了，至少认得出来啊。
And Corpse Appraiser, I mean, have you read that card in conjunction with Fable? Are you kidding me? It's so good. And yeah, that's basically it.
I am here with Pro Tour Phyrexia runner-up Benton Madsen. Benton, easy question. Are you casting Fable the Mirror Breaker this weekend? No.
No. Why?
You gotta love it.
Asked and answered.
No, I'm just not.
Stay
strong, my friend. Oh my gosh, well let's set up our next feature match here for round number 6. We've got 2 players on 4 and 1 and a cool deck up in Rada Blade combo in the hands of Ray Zhang versus Grixis midrange from Karas Kakidis. Let's get to meet our players a little bit better. Ray top 8'd at DreamHack San Diego with this same deck, Monty, and it certainly made a splash there. Tested with Team Sanctum, of all a great testing team that I happen to really, really love, versus Karas Kakidis, Grixis midrange, qualified at a Legacy European Championship. This is his Pro Tour debut. Let's take a look at these decks though, Monty.
Maria, this deck from Ray is wild. Let's take a look at the Rada Blade combo deck. We're going to see a new one here.
Yes,
folks.
yes, we are.
Let's buckle in for this one.
Everybody's been saying, all like, leading up to this, hey, this is weird.
So this is a combo deck. The core of the combo is Blade of Shared Souls. That is one of the key cards. Now, with Blade of Shared Souls, when it becomes equipped to a creature, you get to make a copy of another creature. Now this goes well with legendary creatures, because if you copy one of your legendary creatures, you get their death ability if they have one. That's something like Ao or Atsushi, your legendary dragons. But when you have Radadrobic on the battlefield, now when that legendary creature dies, you create a token of it. If you equip the blade to it again, well, you can continue. So then where's the infinite combo? Well, if you have Radadrobic out, and Blade of Shared Souls, and Atsushi, you have an Atsushi that dies, makes 3 treasures, you make a copy, and then you equip the blade, and then you make more treasures, and you make more treasures, and that's infinite mana. And with Ao, you get to go through your deck. And this just loops and loops and loops until your opponent dies. This deck is complicated, not surprising from the creator of Jeskai Mutant in the previous format that we've seen. It is convoluted, and it is extremely powerful at doing what it does.
Wow, that deck seems super cool. Really excited to see it in action. Hopefully get to see it do its thing.
Really excited for Corey and Ailey.
Yes.
Really excited for Corey and Ailey.
Good luck.
On the other side, Charis Kakidis on Grixis midrange, but this is a slightly different build of Grixis midrange. One of the key cards missing here, no Invoke Despairs for Charis. Charis has instead brought some different top end cards. You see Archive in the deck. You see Blade Coil Serpent. The Veil in the main deck. The rest of the core, of course, of all the Grixis decks are there. But Charis saying, I don't think I want to be on Invoke Despair this weekend. I'm going to go a different direction and bring some more cards that I'm trying to target the metagame with.
All right, there's a look at our 2 decks here for round number 6. And that means it is time for Monty is the Machine. That's right, we have merged Mani and our computer that knows everything about Magic into one horrifying being. Kill it now. Mani, what is your pick?
Calculating. Calculating. Calculating.
Oh my god.
Information overload. Maria, I pick Ray Zhang.
Ray Zhang is the pick from Mani, is the machine. That one took a while, probably pretty complicated numbers that the machine / Mani had to run there. I'm going to hand it on over to Alien Corey for round number 6. Take it away, you two.
I think he may have blue screened, Corey.
I think he may have.
Can someone reboot him? Just give him a kick or something?
Well, you might be right, but first calculating. Calculating. No, you're right. You're right.
Oh, goodness me. Yes, indeed. This is the Rattleblade combo that me and Corey are going to...
We'll be doing some calculating, I'll tell you that. We're going to need to.
Yeah. This is going to be fun, though. Let's see. Let's see if Ray can pull this off. They are, of course, known for these wacky combos, Jeskai Mutate, as we saw not too long ago, actually.
One of my favorite decks.
Yeah,
really
up
cool.
Against one of the big bads of the weekend in Grixis mid-range. You know, typical thing you'd expect to see from the shell. Playing a couple one-of-fun-ofs with the Blade Coil Serpent and the Razorlash Transmogrant. It's just, you know, a way to benefit from playing these colors and punish everyone else for playing such greedy mana bases. But let's jump in here to game number 1 and check out Karas Kikitas up against Ray Zhang.
Yeah, and Karas, a very, very scary opponent. If you ever played against him online, Mogged, the very popular Magic Online name, who I've copied many a deck list from in my day, I'll tell you that.
Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery.
Yep.
So I'm sure he'd be happy to see that indeed as we get things underway. Triumph a piece for both players, as well as the Battlefield Forge down on the board. Land go. So nothing yet. No Fables to speak of, but we do see a couple in hand and likely to be pitching up next turn.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do see Karas has Spell Pierce as one of the cards that is in the main deck. You don't see a lot of those, but it is a one-of in the deck. And with an open decklist tournament, it does make players kind of respect that if you have it. And especially in this game, if it were to nab a Fable of Mirror Breaker, for instance, it's going to be very, very strong.
It always feels bad when your powerful card gets countered, but let's see if we're going to see it go for here. Nope, it's just going to be the good old Blood Tithe Harvester. In response, will we see Ray counter this? Yeah, we will. Make disappear from Ray Zhang. So bye-bye Blood Tithe. And in response, no thank you. The Spell Pierce you mentioned.
Got a nice target here.
To resolve,
Yep, absolutely. And I mean, that would have been a little bit better to hit a Fable of Mirror Breaker, but Ray could have just jammed this powerful dragon, and then you wouldn't have been able to cast Spell Pierce anyways, so really smart hit there from Karas.
Now we have at Sushi, 1 dragon accounted for. Just need out the Dawn Sky and a sword for them to fight with. And, you know, Reddit Drabic, you know, kind of important to this combo.
Exactly. Very easy combo that Mani was saying at the
Very
desk.
easy, so simple.
It's so easy. We can all follow along with it. And, yeah, it should be completely fine. Now, it's a really powerful deck. Ray ended up qualifying via the U.S. DreamHack tournament. And did quite well with that. And, you know, there was a lot of people reading their deck, and had a, you know, not a big clue of what's going on with it. And there's some value to that. This is our only player playing this deck in the tournament, and it just looks incredible.
Yep, some big brain plays, or some big brain decks, I should say. From Ray Zhang, tested with Sanctum of All.
太新颖了，这个。
And is doing excellently for themselves here, as we see just at Sushi on the board up against a Fable of the Mirror Breaker, the little Treasure Gobbo, as well as the Blood Tithe Harvester.
Yep, so we do have Owl as well to play this turn. A really incredible card on its own, just being able to take advantage of just destroy-based removal spells. You know, obviously 5 drops is not going to be great if your opponent has a lot of ways to exile it. But there's not a ton of that in the format, so that being hit with Go for the Throat and you get the value off of it ends up being exactly what Ray is looking for.
Yeah, you know, the deck that you had to fear in terms of exiles, that was a mono white mid-range deck. You know,
Yeah.
playing the farewells, lay down arms, we don't see any of that.
Exactly. You see a couple soul transfers in the sideboard and stuff like that from some of these Grixis or Rakdos decks, but usually not in high numbers. So you know, this could be a very strong metagame deck.
Yeah. And you know what? 2 dragons are pretty darn terrifying by themselves. So if Karis doesn't have a way to deal with them, we could just see the big flyers take this game down. But I certainly want to see this combo go off.
Yes, absolutely. And I've seen plenty of these combos from Ray where maybe you don't necessarily absolutely win the game on the spot, but you can have some Ratadrabic tokens and just make a very wide battlefield with some of these abilities. And it kind of looks like a combo, even though it's not going to go infinite. But of course, the infinite combo itself is very powerful in this form.
Yeah, and super satisfying, I must imagine.
Oh, yeah. All right, so big think there. I see go for the throat, a couple Fables, and a couple other cards. And yeah, really interesting in this deck, Ailey, to not be playing Invoke, too. Like, that's the only player not playing Invoke that's playing Grixis. So either Karis knows something we don't.
Yeah, you know, I'm just looking at the list that he submitted here. You know, got Urtai Resurrected in there, a couple copies of Liliana, you know, playing the Make Disappears too.
Yeah, it looks like Karis really values the fact that there are a lot of one-ofs that the opponents have to respect.
Yeah, you know, mind games aplenty, so.
他套盘，他咒语也不错，
All right, Fable coming up,
也
discard
能打
a
支援
card.
战啊。那2条龙
Couple zones for these graveyards. I'm sure we'll get
怎么
those
解都不太
sorted
干净
out.
啊。
You
硬凹支援也是有办法
play in the zones?
他知
I
道吧？
expect the judges watching
也
it
不会
to
很
put
差
it in the zones. Yeah, sorry, I wasn't clarifying that.
Oh, goodness. Everyone's got their own style. We were asked yesterday by our colleagues, Paul Marshall, are you a deck up and down or left and right?
Yeah.
I'm like, what?
Yeah,
I'm up and down. It's like, okay, you can stay. Okay, sure.
Yeah, I got sent to exile for being left and right.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Could have played around it, Corey.
Could have.
Didn't.
All right, Liliana to be able to sacrifice something here. Exiling to be able to cast some spells.
What's a follow-up here from Karis? Got a couple considerations in hand.
Yeah, you got go for the throat to be able to deal with Owl, but it does come with some other cards coming with it. So it's not the best thing to do now. So really shutting down the Goblin Shaman attack.
Just has to sit back, say go.
开扁，
We draw here for Rage.
应该是下地开扁吧？还有得选吗？
So can play the land, but it is a tap land off the
另啊
Blackleaf Cliffs.
反
And
正
the
先
cut
扁
down almost assuredly will be cast. But
开
here
杀
is go for the throat, and a nice timing on this to be able to make sure that
跟那个
if another dragon was hit or something like that, it was not going to be able to take down Liliana.
Yep, so Liliana survives. 1 point of damage to Karis, courtesy of the Pain Lands. I see a Corpse Appraiser in the top.
Top 7.
So top 7, mana value 4 or less onto the
So you
battlefield.
can get 2/2 drops. You can get the powerful dragon Atushi. Decides to just get a Corpse Appraiser.
Targets.
Corpse Appraiser is going to get rid of something in the yard to dig further into the library here for Rei Zhang.
Yep, so there's definitely draws where this really cool Ratablade deck just plays out like a Grixis mid-range deck at times, has plenty of removal, has Corpse Appraisers, and then just has really tricky to deal with cards, and it's just really hard to play against.
Yeah, for sure. You know, like, if you had to just take a quick glance at this, you'd just be like, oh, it says Grixis mid-range with a couple extra things in there, right?
Yeah, Grixis mid-range splashing out.
Yeah. Yeah, just double white, you know, no big deal. Biggie. But, you know, the mana base at the moment is pretty good. The lands hurt, though, so...
They definitely do.
The burn decks that have been submitted are going to have a pretty good time, it seems.
Yeah, the mana base in Standard is quite strong. You have a lot of lands that help produce a ton of mana, but you do got to play some Pain lands, for sure. Yeah. And this is going to be one of those decks where Transmogrant is going to be excellent.
Oh, yeah. That guy's going to be on the battlefield nonstop.
So many zones.
看那个裁判是不是在头昏啊？这都隔多久的事情啊
All right, so we have Lauren as an option to be able to destroy Fable the Mirror Breaker.
cut down. Gonna take care of
下地吧
the little treasure gobbo over there.
Decides to not play the Blackleaf Cliffs to get another owl into play.
Nice. So the Dawn Sky, Corpse Appraiser, really good turn there for Ray Zhang, just filtering through so much of their deck, getting to find, you know, plenty of interaction and just ways to keep Chorus in check here.
Yep, absolutely. We do see Lauren being held back. You know, you don't really have to kill Reflection until this turn. You know, next turn being able to copy Blood Type Harvester and start dealing with permanents is definitely not what Ray wants, so I'm sure we'll see that taken care of next turn.
Yeah, thank goodness the Reflection isn't hasty, otherwise that would be bad news.
Yeah, we don't need to be making Fable any better here.
No,
Haley,
no,
it's
it's already pushing it. It's just like, yeah, okay. This card is real good.
手牌很多啊，
Yeah,
手
speaking
牌
of
还
cards that are
算
not
蛮
that
多
good in
的
this
啊。
matchup, Cutdown dudes does
Long
not have a
of
ton
the
of targets
surface.
up against Ray.
I see Corpse Appraiser here now for Cars.
剑师客是不是
Let's take a look ski, top of the little deck. What do we find?
Fable, Abrade, and Negate. Negate not that strong. You know, most of the time up against a combo deck, you usually think it's
这
going
是
to
什
be
么
quite
牌啊
strong. But this is
？Long
a
of
really
the
creature-based
哦，有
combo
有有
deck.
龙纹，
Abrade also not that
没
strong,
事了。
and Fable number 3, surprisingly not that strong on this battlefield as well. So a relative miss
手
here
上
from
有财
Cars.
嘛，
Yeah.
还有个猎剑奇
I
才，
mean, the counter and
加
the
个打
braid,
光手牌
you。know, they are clean answers to Blade of the Shared Souls. So
Yeah.
wanting to keep one of those at least, looks like we're going to keep both.
Yep,
Negate.
that makes sense to me.
Negate 会怕那个被拆吼，猎剑奇才
Nice. Combat.
撞掉猎剑
That's my favorite
再
step.
见。
Yes.
Liliana down, out the Dawn Sky, getting rid of the very powerful Planeswalker.
And still a great hand for
两个
Ray.
猎剑
With
奇才，先
6
下
mana,
个猎
able
剑
to
奇才
deploy
压
2
压
of
惊
those
的。
things, either double Fable or Lauren into Fable. Gotta like Ray's chances here.
猎剑奇谭，应该是猎剑
I
奇
really
谭。
like Lorena the third path when you got Shield Red out.
Yes.
Just, oh, we're just both gonna draw a card, no biggie, dunk.
Yeah.
可不可
Quick
以
life？swing, no
你
big
给
deal.
只能给你了，拜拜。
And then we're gonna see Lorena the third path taking care of the reflection.
这可
Followed
不
up
可
here
以？
by
这个不行
reflection
啊！
of Kiki
那
Jiki
无所
once
谓
again.。
其实这个猎剑奇谭
Target
我
for
就觉得还
Negate
好
to，be able to stop
所以再来
that
一个，
here,
他
but
他还有两
Chorus
场，
really needs to find an answer for Al, and then you know,
18
finding
14
the
啊，
answer for it, you got to find an answer for what it's going to find more than likely.
Yeah.
不知道就
This
问
deck is
裁
just
判
chock
啊，
full of
裁
things
判
that
都有
Al
在
the
看
Dawn，Sky
不一定啊，刚那个
can't
裁判可
filter
能晃
through.
神了，
At the top of the library.
我也有点晃
Blood
神
Tithe
呢，说实
Harvester
话，
needs
要看
another
16轮真的
blood
太
token, just
，8
to
轮真的
clear
太
the way
多
here
了，
a little bit.
Yep,
赛程很长。
absolutely.
Oh, we could see Corpse Appraiser on Corpse Appraiser Violence if the big pesky dragon is out of the way, but he's just hanging out for the time being.
猎
So
剑奇谭，
Fable
有猎剑奇谭，
once again.
There is the Fable, and Ray is still pretty far
我要用
away
龙
from
开始应
comboing
变
here.
喽
You know, you need Ratadrabic, and it's
And
not like
Blade, yeah.
and it's not like you play 4 of that legend. Ratadrabic is the worst card when it comes to just standalone.
Yeah.
You know, the card itself does not do that much, but really helps out the rest of your stuff.
没
But
招
only playing 2 of that and 2 Blade of the Shared Souls. So it's kind of a more stumble
Oh,
into the
yeah.
combo deck instead of like full, you know, forcefully trying to combo.
Yeah, you know, there's not really a way to tutor into that. You know, if you
Yeah.
do have Owl dying a couple times, you can grab Ratadrabic that way.
Speaking of, Ratadrabic heard and summoned itself to the top of the deck.
I summon the.
爆了无所谓啊，
All right, Corpse Appraiser
这
and
是
Corpse
个
Appraiser
爆，
Violence.
总打7点，
Okay, and I believe that is going to create a
僵
Corpse
尸法师
Appraiser
哦，
token?
Nope, that's just.
传奇中
Legends.
死
Oh,
要
yep,
中
of course,
哦
of，course. Yep, absolutely. Only legendary cards.
这么
That would be
废啊
really good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that would be kind of gross. Thank goodness it doesn't do that. So.
好靠背哦，这个
Ratadrabic just a 3/3 for the
怎么
time
杀都
being.
不干净的，
But as soon as Loran or Owl die, ooh boy.
Yeah, there we
Things
go.
are gonna
这
get
套牌硬凹也还蛮强的，
Yeah, now Karas has to find an answer to Ratadrabic and
发现
Owl.
没有办法，
And is that 7? So you have 2
Okay,
turns here to find something.
没招
Cycle is not a good
Oh,
sign for
goodness.
Karas.
Yeah, chucking 2, drawing 2,
要开
cycling
解
1. Wait, yay, blood token. We're digging.
Yep.
This is now the corpse appraisers. You know, one of them won the fight, and the other one's taking them to the backyard to start digging a hole for them. That's kind of what just happened there. Because
硬凹也可以啊。
the win there in game number 1.
组合技做不起来，
Karis just not able to find
开始硬凹，嘿嘿，也可以凹死你啊！我靠，他咒语很厉害啊，高费的咒语，他也有一些剑斯克、奇坦那种东西啊，也能打支援战的组合技。 要我说就很像那个吧，有冥界裂隙组合技的龙吼，有先知组合技的龙吼吧。要我说，很像那个，可以像正常龙吼打，它也有组合技可以用。
Is just like that. Top of the library doesn't behave, but that is going to be a negate on a bank buster. So get that out of there. Do we find a red source?
有没有红？
Fiend's Tower ain't it.
At least a land to be able to cast here, a little closer to the 2 hours in play helps a little bit. But we see Karis now that we are in the post-board game, you get incredibly powerful cards like Disdainful Stroke.
Yep.
Disdainful Stroke is so strong against this deck post-board, dealing with all the dragons.
Yeah.
All 8 of the dragons Ray has access, or excuse me, 6 of them, only 2 at Tushi's.
Disdainful Stroke, excellent post board. Just the one of them. So,
太痛苦
about that, but we've got the Razor Lash Transmogrant.
我也没吃出对手
step
手上捏满反击咒语。
Ooh, quite the opposite.
好惨哦！被自己的套牌卖了。
That's that's a very clunky hand right now.
对面手上全部都是卡。
Is a 4-drop, and yeah, not
just gonna discard.
Not the greatest card there.
不太行
This little Razor Lash is just like, let's go down to 8. It's Ray Zhang already, and yeah, I think you called it. This is gonna be over before it even becomes a game.
Yep, and Lauren off the top, at least something to be able to be cast, and that was actually not bad at all because it lowers the clock here, and Transmogrant is at least 1 land away from being able to bring it back.
Yeah, but that Make Disappear might just be.
Yeah, probably fire it off here. I think you kind of just have
go
to.
for it, yeah, just pounce. Don't be relentless.
不要让那个打断自己节奏。
Yeah, especially I think the biggest deal, like if Transmogrant dies, whatever, you can bring it back next turn when you have 6 mana. But the fact that Lauren can draw a card to maybe get Ray out of this, I think that's a reason in itself to use Make Disappear there.
I mean, yeah, at this point, if I was in Ray's chair, I'd just be like, yeah, I'm just going to put Lauren in the way here to save my face a little bit.
Yep.
Because now I got Corpse Appraiser rushing on that, so yeah, Karis is
下一位就决胜负了。
looking
可是感觉是没救了。
He's going to win this one.
Yeah, right as a corpse gets put into the yard, Corpse Appraiser is there to do some appraisal.
还有另一张 Make
Transmogrant being put to the graveyard here.
那个 Disappear 要怎么救？
Karis does decide to play land
太
6.
卡了。
Now you can play this draw go game where in case Ray doesn't do anything, you're just able to bring it back.
Yeah, and just, you know, having an answer for everything, go for the throat.
没有，我要下一把了。
In hand, Disdainful Stroke, so anything.
好，下一把。
Ray could potentially follow up with here is just going to get it. So let's go to game number 3.
Yep, game number 3, a little bit of a risky keep, but Ray was on the draw, and you know if you draw a red source there and you have those fables, that game would have looked very, very different. So I like the keep. I for sure would have kept. I keep a couple loose hands in my day, though, I must say.
Hashtag never mulligan, right?
Yes, yes. Never mulligan, always punished is my motto.
You should put that on a shirt. I'm sure people would like to buy it.
Absolutely. Me and Seth for sure, yeah.
Yeah. We call that Seth Mulligan keep?
Yes, absolutely.
Seth man, what? I don't know. It's been a long day.
No, you nailed it.
I got it. Yep.
You absolutely nailed it.
His name is now Seth Mulligan. Anywho, let's get underway here. Concealing Curtain on the board here for Ray Zhang.
Yeah, spicy
That's
one
a pretty nifty card. It's like a duress on a stick.
Yep, absolutely. A nice little card. Being able to transform that on 3. Take a peek at your opponent's hand. It is a nice little one of there. And now this hand is pretty much the exact opposite for Ray. They decided, you know, last time I didn't get to cast my spells, so I'm going to keep lands that can cast them this time.
有点危险，怕吃沙，吃沙就亏烂了。
Hopefully drawing into some gas.
吃沙很亏，这边吃沙，等于什么屁都没做，又失去一个生物。
More like a Thoughtseize than a Duress.
Yeah.
Just doesn't hit you, though.
Yeah, quite a powerful card. So it is pretty risky. You know, you do see the transform similar to, you know, all the transform cards from the new set. You do get to respond to that. You don't. It doesn't just flip immediately and get the trigger. So, Kara's getting a really nice,
and
nice value there.
Yeah, excellent follow-up too. You know, it always sucks when you can't play Corpse Appraiser on turn 3 because it doesn't have a target. But making his own target there. Appraising some corpses, doing some digging. Let's see what he's able to dig up here.
Yep, and there we see Unlicensed Hearse, as well as that one of Disdainful Stroke, joining the hands to be able to create some disruption, and then Blood Tithe Harvester. That's really kind of all you need is when you have a Corpse Appraiser in play, playing one more creature and then just backing it up with disruption. 6 power will create a very quick clock.
3 power creatures are the name of the game, the standard. And they are sure putting in work. As we see Saheeli.
Yeah, that was a big draw there for Ray. Really looking for something to play. One of the dragons would have been excellent, but just picked up another land and is just forced to send it back, or play Lauren into a battlefield where it's not getting any target. Not exactly what you want here.
Yeah, definitely not. Saheeli Filigree Master, the one of. Not going to make too much of a difference right now. What's the follow-up here? We did see another Corpse Appraiser in hand. But it's just going to be the Blood Tithe Harvester.
Yeah, and that is just really getting around every piece of interaction that Ray has so far. Destroy Evil doesn't have a target. Negate not really doing anything here. So Ray really needs to find something.
Couple lands in hand, Destroy Evil, and on the third path, so hoping the top of the library treats them well.
So far, it has not been pretty much the opposite story of last game. Whenever Ray wanted lands, it was spells, and now when Ray wants spells, it's lands. A little unfortunate here.
I mean, there is a target.
拆解力要不要？给不给拆？不给，连这个都不给拆。我要过牌。
Let's see, what are we chucking here?
Looks like Lithomatic Barrage was taken to the front, but looks like Hearse is going to be the discard. Hearse really isn't incredibly strong in this matchup. It does help against opposing Corpse Appraisers. In response, you can target that. But outside of that, it doesn't do a ton.
Yeah.
It is a creature that just gets larger and larger, and then eventually you just crew it up and attack.
It's no Reckoner Bankbuster, though.
It is no Bankbuster, absolutely.
It is kind of flavorful that the Corpse Appraiser is driving away in the unlicensed.
That is true.
You know?
Maybe that was the reason Kara's brought it in.
Flavor win.
All right, there's an Urtai as well off the top for Karis. That has just got to be one of the best possible cards against this deck. Just being able to counter these powerful dragons on the stack without having to actually deal with them on the battlefield.
Yeah, it's
really
awesome. You know,
nice.
if he wants to show up a little later, can still kill one of the dragons. But yeah, like you mentioned, getting them on the stack, that's where you want to keep your dragons.
Yep, absolutely. So there is Bankbuster getting countered.
海边。
Damage coming in.
Yeah. Turn things sideways. Down to 14 goes Ray. Top of the deck. Be nice. Nope. That was a Sundown pass again, I believe.
So now with Lauren targeting the blood, at least it was protected from the Blood Tithe Harvester, so you can just, you know, at least activate it here. You know, you don't really want to be giving Karis more cards here, but you got to get something.
You need to do something. At this point, it might just be your Fiend's Tower being cycled.
最后出去的做法。
Yeah, or activate Lauren first before you cycle.
Yep, cycling away Rafine's Tower.
Karis has got to be very happy about that.
Forge Evil, and go for the throw. Okay, that's a decent pickup.
Okay.
Just stem the bleeding a little bit.
Another Liliana there, not ideal for Karis, really looking for land 5 to be able to deploy one of these 3 drops and have some counter magic up.
Yeah.
So a little unfortunate, but still, Karis doesn't have too much to complain about here so far.
You know, he's in the position where he doesn't have to stress too much about the next play. He's got creatures on the board that are doing a good job, just chipping away the life total here of Ray Zhang. Down to 11 they go. And go for the throat is going to take out the Corpse.
应该是给过啦。
And we'll see if we want to draw a card at all.
我的抽牌。
And step draw.
See what Ray picked up. Any action here to be able to do something?
Ooh.
Wow, there we go. Duress and Archangel.
Okay.
The one thing that is just going to be such a blowout, though, Ailey, is the Urtai. You can't duress it away, and it's going to be a perfect answer for this Archangel.
Counterspell on a stick.
Yeah, impressive.
Oh, wow.
很强啊，很多啊。
Oh, if you're in Ray's position, then what do you do?
Yeah, I mean,
二太
you
哦
have to play into it, and by eventually,
麻烦
I mean,
了
probably
二太
right now, so that you can then draw
二
something
太好像
impactful
不太妙
and have something to
如果
do
是二
later.
太的话。
But yeah, the thing is, Urtai is going to give you a card, but then you are still going to have to block it. Ray's already at 11, so it's going to be a rough one for them.
Yeah. Man, this is big think time now for Ray Zhang. On the back foot. Down to 11 already, courtesy of these 3-powered creatures that have just been chipping away at their life total. The round of the third path is a way to dig deeper and find something else.
So probably not taking any of the Lilianas. You know, with the redundant copy, it's pretty hard to take Chorus off of that. So it's probably between Disdainful Stroke and Lithomancer. Barrage here decides to just take the counter spell. I like that a lot. Especially the one of.
Yeah.
So you know if you top deck, you know, one of these powerful dragons, it's more than likely going to resolve. You can have Make Disappear that Chorus could top deck, but yeah, I think you have to clear that way. If Barrage is dealing with Ow when it's on the battlefield, that's something you can live with.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
You know, that you're more than happy with, but we are going to see the Urtai.
Yeah, and interesting, Ray decided not to cast Archangel here. I'm assuming we're at the end step. And yeah, just vanilla 4 mana 3/2.
不杀吗？不给他抽啦，所以他不杀。他直接闪现就好。当个单纯的闪现人呐，犹太二太。
Did it not do anything as it entered?
Just nothing. Yeah, decided to not kill
开烧
Lauren. Just played it.
开
and didn't
烧
want to destroy.
Destroy another target, creature, or planeswalker.
Yeah.
So it has to.
It choose up to 1. Yeah. So.
What? 是不是？
Yeah, just choose up to 1, so you can just choose
flash
to
it in as
not.
a-
Yeah.
Gotcha. So just a flashy 3/2 then.
Flashy 3/2, not
Frilled
bad.
Mystic, sort of.
Yeah. Yeah, Ray's got to be pretty happy with that, though. Archangel is one of those cards that can get you back.
Yeah. Definitely is. And it can also deal with the 2 creatures on the board right now. if it
Yeah.
needs to.
先见识一
Save
下。
up enough mana, just save up your money, and then you also can kill some things.
Yeah, I mean, that could be the turning point in this game. If next turn that Archangel just resolves, there's no Make Disappear found, something like that, all of a sudden that could be the card that swings this back.
Sure can, but as it stands right now, Chorus is looking very much in control. 3 creatures on the board. Ray Zhang down to 11.
好多地哦。
Yeah, it was pretty tempting to just use up your mana there.
我要抽，大家都
Drawing
抽。
cards. Was that a thank you for drawing a card?
I think so, yeah.
I mean, yeah, you're getting a free card. Thanks. Thanks, friend. Down to 5 goes Ray Zhang now.
So that was the Barrage, which also would be an answer to Archangel. Now there is the Lilianas to be able to deal with that straight away as well. But
烈焰鸡蛋
Archangel is
连
going
发
to be
吧。
phenomenal here. And then a follow-up after that, a
这
couple
种危险。
Fables to be able to
对
do
面
something
烈
as
焰
well.
呐。
Yeah, no, this is at least going to pad the life total a little bit with the kicker cost being paid on Archangel, you know, and clearing out some of it's like a mini Wrath.
Yep.
That's why it's called Archangel Wrath. Aha! We deciphered the code.
Yeah, and it is lifelink, so
Yeah.
I mean that's the important thing here is you get to deal with some creatures and gain 4 life.
Yeah, 6 land, that's what you need. Black mana available, and the red. Double white available, yeah? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I believe so. Maybe have to take a pain, but I don't think so.
Yeah, get those out of there.
我要
Game
9
4. 3/4 on the board.
哇，又有的打
Will
了，
can deal with that.
这样又有
Yeah,
的
that
打。
was about best possible for
Yeah.
Ray with
Yeah.
that whole sequence of using the
该
removal
教
spell
练啊，亲
and
啊，
using that Urtai here pretty
哇，还下
aggressively.
地。
Yeah, super heads up from them to just like, you know, sandbag it a little bit.
Yep.
再打6， 可
Trying
是又有本
to
钱
goad
凹
your
了。
opponent into costing the thing that they could cost on the end step.
Exactly.
So,
多
yeah.
本
Yeah,
钱
Ray
给
could have
凹。
cast that into Urtai and decided not to, and it was a very, very smart play.
Yeah.
All right, now looking like it's probably double Fable time.
2个猎奇奇。
Goblin time.
真的
I bet Jim Davis is so
太
happy about
夸
those
张
goblins
了
running loose, huh?
Yeah, there you go. There you
2
go.
连发。
Celebrating Mug Monday on the 8th. Uh-huh.
All right, and now I mean, Cars doesn't have
Disable 从头到
like
尾都
this
没有派上用场。
auto,
Yeah,
you
there's
know,
no, like,
win
oops, I
play
win
right
button,
now.
他是觉
Now,
得他
there
有
is
什么
the
稀有
ability to go Liliana, deal with one of the creatures.
确实可
And
能。
then Corpse Appraiser
杀
to Crew Bankbuster, and that will
杀
force a
杀
chump.
杀
So that's
疯
the
狂杀
surface value play here that is still very strong, but there's no... Oh wait, go for the throat off the
好像有
top.
打。
Nope, still one
对
land
瑞有
short
的
here. Can go Liliana to deal with one, go for the throat the other, and then
我
one
先
short
找
of
个
playing
牌
Blood
啊
Tithe Harvester, and then
别急
equipping.
天使在天使白。
Get that Archangel of Wrath out at the graveyard. Let's go digging, see what else we find, if that changes anything. That's another Fable of the Mirror Breaker on top of the library.
Yeah, I think this Fable card might
拿
make
更
it.
多牌
Yeah,
了手
I
上。
think it's doing pretty well for
Yeah,
itself.
I think
yeah.
so. I think so.
I mean, it's no Suckins and Crucible of Defiance.
Yeah, of
but-
course, of course. So that is a Transmogrant that did hit the graveyard, though.
沉哦。
And there's enough land, so for 2 mana, you're able to bring that back.
开中。
Alrighty.
要换吧。
Choo choo. We've crewed, and that is 7 power coming through.
好
Yeah?
危险哦。
7 power coming through and has the answer to a double block with the go for the throat.
Oh, that's
还有
rough.
啥？还有的啥？
Yeah. And Mogged, I mean, Cars had the ability to
最后的防线
just
要
do
没
that
了。
right away and force a chump block, but decided to do that
再气吧
first to see if there was going to
这一
be
气噻
any，kind of
哎，
double
有
block
差
like
有
this
差有
from
差，
Ray.
等一下要气
Plus up on Liliana.
气抽2
discarding.
次。
And that's pretty strong against
Ooh,
Fable here.
yeah.
That's coming to Chapter 2. That was just an extra card you got to turn into something else.
So Fables aplenty. Trigger on the stack. Anything we want to discard to
所以
draw.
我丢了吧。
Okay.
Yeah,
So
get
evil
those lands out of there. 2 lands
我
down.
们有2个
Now you
跌
get 2 more shots at it if you don't find anything
第
you
一
really
次
love here,
这是
but
第一发
Ray
而已
needs something great to be able to stand up to
剑
this.
师
Corpse
客
Appraiser. I don't know if that's going to do it.
evil。
Yeah, and that Destroy Evil just has been stuck in hand the entire time and just hasn't looked great so far. But of course, that's a card you just kind of need. Shieldred's
我
a
觉得
real
Destroy evil 真的
powerhouse.
啦
Just hasn't lined up so far.
，Destroy evil 没有理由再
Doesn't
留
hit
了。
artifacts, so, you know, it'd be great if that card could kill
他也不会用那台车撞人。
Busters for Ray, but unfortunately not the case.
So Corpse Appraiser is a pretty decent hit. You can at least, you know, try to find another removal spell here. But now there
Did
is...
they stay alive, though? I mean, Liliana can just minus, right?
Yep, Liliana can minus to deal with it. So, yeah, I mean, this is
not looking great here for Ray
real
Zhang.
bad.
We didn't
还
get
有
to see
第
the
二
sword
发。
even once.
No.
We had this grand
不是还有第
plan
二发
of
吗
just shouting for Mirrodin
Yeah.
cost, but alas, our plans have been foiled.
Destroy
Well, don't
evil
ruin our plan later. Maybe we'll get to do
看
this
除非都有
for,
犯
next, or
错
for
欸
tomorrow
不然
or
You heard
something.
nothing, I said nothing.
Exactly.
还有历练那期
Yeah, and we were getting ready to figure
要
out
摸
all the
2
lines
杀
here
呀
of this deck before
But
this round.
It
And
just
yeah.
became a story
More
of
than the
hand disruption and destroy things, so...
And it really was a story of, you know, game 2 was a little bit of a loose key,
历练那会
looking
清掉那
for,
个。
looking for red mana, didn't find it, and this game kept plenty of mana and then just drew land, so pretty unlucky for Ray.
Yeah.
Discards
Discard
none.
all cards. Oh, none of the cards. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So Corpse Appraiser, munch. Take out the Transmogrant. Oh.
Okay, I guess I said that.
Oh no, said to remove Urtai when there is the Transmogrant in the yard.
Oh, shucks.
And I think, yep.
Yeah.
我
I
输
think
了
it up.
Irrespective, like, I
Yeah.
don't see any way
不
out.
忍他那个吗？
No, I don't think so. That was
输啊！
really brutal, even
历
hitting the
练那
Transmogrant.
太
Yeah.
混蛋了，
unfortunate day for
这边
Ray
进来那个。
Nice face-to-face interactions once again, Corey. It's lovely to see our players here are just excellent human beings all around, and I can't wait to get to know more of them as this week progresses, or as this weekend progresses.
也没看到他秀出
some
组
more,
合
you
技
know,
啊，
new
啊，
favorites,
好
some
可惜
new
哦。
heroes.
Some new heroes is the best way to say it. And yeah, so far, you know, of course, that Ratablade deck didn't exactly do what we wanted to. I know there's a lot of fans of that deck, as well as a lot of fans of Ray. Didn't work out here, but Mog's Grixis mid-range list is also something to, you know, bring some attention to. No invokes. It's pretty spicy. Pretty spicy, I must say.
It's working for him so far. We have more Magic here, friends, and Maria's going to tell us all about it.
Coming up next, we have Yuen Chen versus Nanthecorn Kasadaporn.
Yuen Chen is on Azorius Soldiers, one of the aggressive decks of the format. You do see Recruitment Officer as well as Resolute Reinforcements as a way to get onto the board early, but Harbin Vanguard Aviator, one of the big payoffs for this soldier strategy, and being able to back it up with counter spells like Make It Disappear.
哦，两个特别的。
Nanthecorn Kasadaporn is on Azorius Control, but this is a very unique version of Azorius Control because Atraxa Grand Unifier is the end game. This deck uses Alabaster Host Intercessor to go plane cycling for these Triome-style lands like Rafine's Tower and Spar's Headquarters in order to be able to play cards like Leyline Money and Atraxa traditionally
这个炸弹魔也是
It's a blue-white battle.
蛮
Aggro versus
有
Control
想法
coming
的嘛
up，
平
after
原
this.
控哦，真的是平原控。哦，好了，我的眼睛要闭起来。
Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Minneapolis, March of the Machine, which all along turned out to be Money Davudi.
We knew it. I knew it the whole time.
I was he was in red all the time. Red is always sus, I will tell you. Welcome back, friends, as we talk nonsense here in the booth. It is Haley Loney alongside Corey Baumeister, and we have quite a spicy matchup. Two decks that we probably won't see too much more of outside of these players' hands. It is Azorius Control up against Azorius Soldiers. Yuen Chen versus Nanthecorn Kasadaporn, who is playing Atraxa in both formats today, because why not? Atraxa just can't stay away from this guy.
I love it. Just playing all the colors here. You know, we saw it from the draft deck. It just makes sense to be playing them here. So yeah, gotta love it.
Oh, Atraxa. Just infecting everybody, aren't you? Let's get into game number 3 here between these two players. Picking up a game apiece thus far. And I know this isn't, a matchup that we had much on our radar, if at all. Well, what do you expect to see here between Azorius Control and the Soldiers?
I would think this probably favors Azorius aggro. You know, just pressure mixed with counter spells is usually very good against anything that has the word control in it. But Nanthacorn is on the play, so that kind of evens it out a bit. But I would put the advantage on the Azorius Soldiers deck.
Yeah. Soldiers is a sweet deck, and unfortunately, after Soldier, we were trying to see it
控制对快攻啊，
速敌对决。对，
通常是颜色不一样。也曾经有拉多斯控啊，有黑会有白都能控啊。我可以扛哎，你不扛一下吗？
But it really is all the colors to be able to take advantage of Leyline's Binding and just make it that 1-mana removal spell.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Love it. Now the Tri-lands are just so good. Absolutely love them, and no soldiers are sticking around now.
应该是再也打不过去，再也站不住生物了，快攻那边。
Not letting that get anywhere.
Yeah, these are exactly the kind of games that a control deck wins when you're able to deal with the threats, you know, on a 1-for-1 basis as the cards get played.
可是对手卡地
have
了
the card that is kind of the best
我们炸弹
against
魔
control
卡地
decks,
了。
just to make the draw a little bit, you know, awkward, and that is either Fairy Mastermind, the Yuta Takahashi card, or Resolute Reinforcements to just be able to play a threat at end step and force the make disappear then, and then you can untap and play a spell. But if you just play them at sorcery speed, it makes these make disappears even better.
You know, that's the ideal situation is if you can use or force the control player to use the mana on their turn.
来，我给你为你补3血，要不要？
I love it. Usually 1-drops, they're 2-1. They don't really
要
do
补
much,
3
but
血
if
嘛
you？ get into the late game, it can just keep digging through your library for you. But
可以救哎。
it's gonna get got, but there's counterspell backup this time. Forward has laid down arms, attempts to get rid of it, but UN says no.
Back in the day, we played just Savannah Lions, and we liked it. 1 mana, 2-1, no text. It was good
好
enough.
壮哦！
So yeah, of course, the Recruitment Officer is an excellent Magic card. All right, and there we go.
还没嘞，还没嘞，我要补血抽牌。
Return that was really powerful here.
哦，没有补血。
Not a counterspell per se, but definitely a way to keep your threats protected.
手牌吗？
Sunset
我的手
Revelry.
牌
This
还
is
是
another
比较
cool card
少
that
啊。
control players just love. It's like, oh, you have more creatures. Oh, you have
抽
more
一张
life.
牌叫
Oh,
2
you
个
have
1用
more。 everything. Cool. I'm gonna get some stuff.
Yep, absolutely. And it looks like life totals were the same, so it was just you have more creatures, I get 2 1/1s. Maybe got to draw a card depending on hand size here as well.
日落狂欢哦。
Yeah, really powerful card.
即时增援啊，
hanging out
对
with
比就即时
Nanthacorn
增
at the
援，
moment.
甚至可能比即时增援还
Zephyr
厉害啊。
Sentinel is a flyer, so good way to chip on some damage if it survives.
即时增援还不会让你抽牌，还没机会抽牌嘞。
Incredible there against sorcery speed removal like laydown arms, just being able to not only save the creature, but it just gets that extra bonus.
Yeah.
And 3/2 flyer in the air is going to be something that has to be dealt with at some point.
Yep. Hey, more 3-power creatures getting the job done. So Zephyr Sentinel taking Nanthacorn down. Should be at 17 now.
And now we do see the
Well,
Plaza of
deal.
Heroes open as well as a Mirex here available. So you do have just a ton of stuff you can do with your mana or activate Recruitment Officer. So it'll be interesting here. But as we say that, boom goes the Valkyrie here as an excellent.
哦，飞行先空机命
You know,
哦。
since that
我
card
先
got previous.
找一下牌啊，给我等一下。
Boon goes the Valkyrie. You're welcome.
他
chat.
找那个
Oh boy.
护教蛮兵就好了，可是护教蛮兵可能已经被下掉了。
Does it become a
他打
5/5?
控制可能会把护教蛮兵下掉一些，没这么容易。
Now, if you
有
are
吧？
UN Chen.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the
应该啦
deck list right now.
没有这么容易的，
and,
对吧？
Destroy
Yeah.
Evil is one of them.
There's not a lot of ways to deal with this card at all. Lantern Flare from the board, if you can amass some more creatures to be able to deal with it, is possible. There's some brutal Cathars in the sideboard. And then there is 4 Destroy Evils in the 75. But we'll see how many were even brought in. You know, I mean, this is the only target, and it is open deck list, so we know there's 2 in the sideboard. But, you know, not necessarily a card you want to have 4
那我要开
Destroy Evils in your deck
扁
against the control
喽
deck.
扁吗？
Sky Strike Officer number 2 hits the board this time.
Yeah, actually, you know what? I take that back. All 4 of them might be in there because of leyline binding. You know, just the fact that you can deal with that, that might be enough of a reason to have that in here if you're Yuwen.
Maybe, maybe. Moonbringer Valkyrie. Gonna do some damage, though, before it gets dealt with, that's for sure.
Memory Deluge finds some cards here.
Haven't seen that in a hot minute.
Every control player's favorite card
他都
since
不
it was
觉得
previewed.
他会拿到那个是不是？
There we see, I believe that is Atraxa.
都不觉得不会拿到那个
That's
地
one
麦
of the
束
cards.
缚
One of the
哦
cards was
为
just
什么要
snap
搞？
picked here by Nontacorn.
为什么不留白啊？好奇。
Nontacorn having an excellent run in Limited, proving just how good the Limited format is, that you can play
有点
anything
神奇
you please, which it
我要
that's what
抽
it
一下
felt
牌
like.
啊！
Yep. And you can play against your heroes round number 1, like Nontacorn played against Reed Duke and dispatched him.
Bye bye.
Always exciting to see. And there
Destroy
is the
evil.
Destroy Evil to be able to deal with that
我
Valkyrie.
觉得刚个人就要
Valkyrie down, just a couple itty-bitty soldiers to deal with right now.
地面那两
And
个
we
也
did see
没什
there
么
the
用了
tap
哈。
3 untapped soldiers from Sky Strike Officer, where
横3个士兵抽牌还是太可怕
to
了。
deal with. If you leave it on the battlefield, eventually you'll kind of get buried in card advantage, especially in a matchup like this for control.
Yeah, the soldiers deck is pretty cool. You know, when it goes off,
整个
it
一
looks spectacular, but it has been known to falter and just gets crushed by some of the more painful meta decks out there.
And I mean the
对
worst
的
card，
士
for
兵
the
的缺点，
Azorius
这种快攻的
Spirits
缺点
deck
都
or
蛮明
Azorius
显的。
Soldiers deck is cut. You know, it
吃到
ends
手
up being one of the
上
most
就是
played
会下去。
cards out there right now, so
手
that's
上
just
是
kind of
无情
brutal
的
for all aggro decks right now. Even Esper
手
Legends,
上
of
是
course, falls to
非
cut
常
down,
无情
and that's
的
the。best deck against the removal spell. So that's just the biggest problem with this Azorius Soldiers
救得
deck,
到
or it
吗？
would be much more popular if that card didn't exist.
他不
Lay
是
down
传奇
arms,
啊。
going to target the Sky Strike Officer once again. Skrelv, a little late to the party, won't be able to do anything about that. Do we have something in hand?
Oh!
Wow,
We do have a
another
counter for
Zephyr
it.
Sentinel here. They have been incredible.
先
And
抽
look
一
at
张
this, with
啊
the ability on the stack, you can tap the 3 creatures, draw a
哦
card,
我先
and then
抽一张
protect the officer.
Yeah, wait, hang on.
Okay, so it looks like
哎
it
你
was
做太快了，
Ewan
等
getting a
等，
little
他还
ahead
在
of
堆叠
themselves
上，还
with
没
casting
下
and
来
then。tapping.
Right, so response here from Nontacorn first.
disappear 啦，这一定要
Nontacorn does have
disappear
make
啦。
disappear with the token, so there's 2 mana available, but I mean these soldier tokens are not doing much anyways, so I would
Yeah.
assume
They're just
one of them
protecting.
is going to be casualty to away.
For sure. Yeah.
哇
Protecting
那就保不到嘞，好亏哦。
the lay down arms, getting rid of that Sky Strike and preventing the card draw too. So
这边的
pretty good
轩逸文
exchange
刚
there
有
for
点太快
Nontacorn.
了，你太快了，等一下
This
我
ball's
还没
getting a
那个
little
啊，
wide,
等
though.
一下
I'm
啊
starting to get a bit
我还没说好。
Yeah, and Nontacorn only has 2
控制玩
cards
家
in
表示
hand.
我还没说
Not
好，
sure
你太快
exactly
了
what they are. There is the memory deluge in the board to restock a bit, but yeah, like you were saying, Ailey, there's just becoming a lot of power on the battlefield here. And Ewan has just been playing a spell and then drawing a card with Sky
他好像
Strike
躲位
Officer, so not really running out of fuel that quickly from Ewan.
手牌好
He's
玩
got
是
2
不是？
copies of Sunfall in hand.
Not bad.
Yeah, that's not too shabby.
Not bad.
抽一张，
Yeah. Those are
叫
draw
更多生物。
cards.
梦啊！
So
Get a
now
little wide. Get a little dead to a Sunfall, maybe.
躲位，
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, let's
Is
see
there a
if
帮我
counter
反
for
击
it?
咒。
creatures are falling down today or not. And yeah, there is the negate.
Oh, just a clean counter. No, thank you very much, says Yuan Chen, keeping his creatures alive.
哇，这个失效很关键
There。is another one, but if there is another counter spell from Yuan, and if there isn't, more than likely there's just going to be
太凶
I'm
残
gonna draw a
了
couple more，
这个
cards off
失
this
效
officer and hope to
摧
find
毁
it,
了一
so-
切啊！
The one thing the Plaza of Heroes doesn't really do anything to the Sunfall
如果有雅吹
as
象，
far as
那么
protecting
No.
a creature, so that is something good for Nontacorn.
Yeah, it's a similar effect to Farewell in that Stuff's Exile doesn't really do too much against it.
希望要没了。
Counter spells certainly work.
All right, that creates a gigantic battlefield here.
Ooh, Anthem effect, yes please. Valiant Veteran hits the board.
3个打，
Okay.
Oh goodness me. This kind of feels like the white version of.
挡个吧。
The red one that makes little elementals. Oh man. It's played in Pioneer. I'm sure chat knows.
I'm
blanking.
Oh, young Pyromancer, right? There we go. Yep.
那个多位没过太伤了，
Iron
迟到失效要没了。
I don't know.
All
right. Similar effect is like, I'm going to do this for you guys, and then I'm going to die, but you know what? This is my parting gift for you.
Sure. Okay, here's another one.
Sunfall.
还有没有失效？快叫！
From Yuan Chen.
要抽一张了，横着要抽一张。
And even if there is, even if there isn't another counterspell, there's still the Mirrex that's going to be cranking out tokens each turn. So even if this resolves, which it basically has to, or
这个都会决定胜
is
负
pretty much out of this.
通过与否，
next
要先抽啦，
But
一定要
even if it
抽。
resolves, this is definitely not the core being out of
这
the
是
way.
士兵啊，可以抽啊，
No, definitely not.
快点。
Blue white deck is pretty good at
好，我收牌了。
rebuilding after a board wipe, so.
But that being said,
还是要
this is
救
going
什
to
么
be a
东西？
7/7 incubate token, which is quite large.
Oh yeah.
And that's just an activation of
再
the
8牌
improvement
分哦，
officer.
那没有多位过
So
了，
this is going to
暂时
be
稳住
excellent
了
here。for Nontacorn.
Diggy.
Incubate.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, yeah.
77，看多威也好强
Aggressive.
哦。
Exile, go bye bye.
多威是有可能当回合就开始反击耶，
I'm sure we have an
77，
incubate
有
token.
够可怕。
After 3 rounds of
do.
draft today, I'm
We
sure we can
probably
find one
do.
for you.
Oh
But now it's just definitely going to be a
no！
case of Yuan probably just overloading the board with all the creatures that he has in hand.
77
And
多
then
威
kind，of see what the follow-up is
多
for
威的那
Nontacorn.
么
But yeah, definitely advantage bar swinging
好
far
大一
back
只哦。
into his favor.
All right, we'll find a token there, I'm sure.
没事啊，那
But
官方帮我们
there's
准备那
our
个，
7
是
counters
不是？
on.
哦，那个裁判支援，
Doesn't
哦，
have the mana to.
官方都不随时准备 token 的，呵呵，笑了。
Let's see. Off the top of the
对，
deck here,
77
yields for Yuan Shen.
还没翻过来，他只是有7个加一开，只是。怎么着？
This guy is
I
so
love
great.
抽一
Nontacorn.
Oh
抽。
man, I just want to play a game with him. Let's just go jump into a pod later on.
I'm in.
Sure,
I'm
he'll be
in.
totally fine with that.
Seems like a very, very nice person.
Very chill guy to play with. Skystrike Officer number 4 was that? He said.
Yeah.
我开扁
Is
了
all of them out now?
I
快
believe it
点
was number 4, but I mean, Yuan did not have
71
the best follow-up if that's the only card. I would
有招吗
expect something like Resolute here, the make 2 soldiers, Resolute
Yeah, there you go.
reinforcement.
再
And
抽
that's nice.
牌，
Then you do get to tap these and draw a
Yeah.
card
好
at end step.
强
So
哦！
Yeah, that's
really
neat.
strong.
我还有办法缓过来啊！
He's
抽
gonna
个
beat
领主
Yuan Shen.
敢不敢？
So
超领主
Nontacorn
可能会
did
拜拜，就
decide
是。
to incubate, cycle at end step, and then incubate during his turn instead of flashing back memory
哦
deluge.
没有，
So
这个
that
是
would
进
lead me to
场
believe
才
that
有
Nontacorn
抽牌。
has some follow-up in hand.
Yeah.
Something.
哇，
to
领
cast
主
it.
来了！
Staycacious welcome into Valiant Veteran. Super neat indeed. So drawing some cards, buffing the team.
要握手了
The
吧？
value on
这
this
次是要握
damage
手了，
monsters deck. Yeah, is this?
抽好抽满
That's 7，
握手。
Yeah. It's a lethal attack.
Yeah. That's
That's
it.
it.
握手。
The 1-2 punch.
Wow.
Awesome sauce. Really, really cool
Nice.
stuff there from the
恢复了
Azorius soldiers. Just like, oops,
我的
I
士
win,
兵
you
一
know,
直
it's
抽一直
fine,
抽
only
啊，
a
好
7.
烦哦。
Only.
Yeah, an aggressive
哎，
deck
士
that's
兵好
playing
像
against a deck
韧
that
性也
doesn't
蛮
have
够
really
的，
efficient removal
少场也不
cut
会死，
down and is able to
至少
play
不会两
threats at
扣了
end。step with having counterspell to open. Pretty bad news for that style of control deck. So a bit of a bad matchup
控
there.
制
For
套
Nontacorn.
牌的
Yeah, but still a fun match to watch.
败者
And we have another one. So
再
let's
出败
jump
北，
right in.
控制
Back
套
into the
牌。
action we go. Alan Wu up against Nico Boni. Grixis mid-range versus domain
无
control.
L 了。
We're going to start here in game number 3
都
with
是
these players, I
华裔美
believe.
国
So
人。
let's see if we can see this domain control deck do its thing, Corey, because we haven't
Yes.
yet. You and I.
Yeah, not so far yet. Domain Control, another deck though that is going to look really, really strong, or it's going to look really weak.
感觉
it
控
just
制都不会
depends
过
on
很好
if。you get that perfect mana, then you're going to be casting a lot more powerful spells than your opponent most of the time.
Domain
But the problem
Control
is getting there. You have
中
a
速
lot
的
of
控
awkward
制
draws. You have to
一
play
杠
one of each
类
basic.
似的
Then you have to play a ton of duels and stuff.
远
so
赴来这
it's
里
gonna be，a
从瑞
little
士来
tricky
美
there.
国。
And this
明尼
is
苏
sped
打
up,
是不
as
是
you can see. Our players are not this hopped up on caffeine, I promise.
Yeah, this is either sped up or this is exactly the speed that Luis and Shota play against each other.
Russ.
Oh,
无情的
goodness me. So taking a
Durus.
look here. I like the doodles.
好仰垂下。
Those are beautiful.
On the double face cards, that's great. So Duress taking a look-ski, seeing the lay-down arms. What else you got in there? It's an Atraxa. I'm not sure what their doodles are. Unfortunately, I'm not familiar with each player's unique style of art.
Well, it can be either wedding announcement.
What the hell? 那是什么？
I mean, that looks like a lot of
That looks
soldiers
like a lot
if
of
I've ever
soldiers,
seen
sure,
them.
yeah.
So, yeah,
Yeah.
those are knights.
啊
And those are the only two
这
cards.
这
so
是什么？
looks
那个
like
代
those
牌
are
是什么？
probably left
我完了
Fable the，Mirror
完
breaking
全
down,
不能
little
理
treasure
解。
gobbo. Out to do some more looting.
Okay.
Not anymore. Lay down arms. Gonna take care of that. Corey, I feel like we should be sped up too as we.
哦，结婚了啊，结婚，懂。
I'm in. You lead the way. I'll follow you.
笑了，
Keyword
快
what
转
I'm
是
saying,
不
but
是
sure. Wedding？
快转
announcement
啊，不然
down
这个要拉扯好久。
creates that a little token.
中速塔控制
Chrome host siege
另一场
one
战
of
争
the。innovations in this deck, and one of the most kind of broken interactions that you can have
鲨鱼
is Chrome host
小
siege
沙龙
shark
卷
and leyline binding still incubates for 6,
so cool.
even though you're paying 1.
Oh,
so
man.
that is the really cool thing that Nico Boni is taking advantage
It's
of here.
like Shark Typhoon Light. I bet chat loved this card.
Yeah, ground typhoon, I guess,
Oh,
right?
No, it flies.
有
Well,
没
it's
有
well, not the incubate tokens.
Well, okay, fine.
应该是
Got me
没有
there.
啦。
Still, it's cool. It's
嘿
it's.
下来
This
了
is one of the sharks that come off of the tornado.
再升个
Okay,
一，
okay.
off the shark
Now I'm with
typhoon.
you.
There we
Now
go.
I'm
这个才对。嗯，
That's a really cool interaction, though. So
其实都
And
是
a
人
really
类啦，
strong
不要
card
计较
in
那么
the
多。
metagame.
嗯
It dodges all the really, or at least one of the most popular removal spells. Cut down.
Dodges cut
You
down, yeah.
can't cut it down. You can go for the throated, but these domain control decks,
6点
your
我有什么
opponents？don't want to leave in a bunch of
哦，
go for
混
the
蛋，
throats against you. So
Yeah.
card seems really nice at kind of finding a hole
抽
in
一张枪
the removal spells that are being used.
yeah, Blade Cool Serpent, just the one of fun of. Hits the board there, and we got some hasty friends going. So just turning things sideways. I like this matchup already. This is great.
小沙龙卷，秀一下。
All right. So it looks like I think we just drew some cards here from Alan. And, you know, a little fun fact, the last time we were in this exact building, Alan Wu was winning PT 25
Yeah,
with
alongside Greg
teammates.
Orange.
有人要拜拜
Yeah,
了。
absolutely.
So no stranger
Bye-bye.
to success in
the Twin
Minneapolis,
Cities, that's for
Minnesota.
sure,
That's for
yep.
sure. Yeah, Wandering Emperor hits the board now,
全部2，
and we have a flipped
3
wedding
个2，
announcement.
造线绝望，
Looks
送
like
你
you
下
got a
去。
big spell
哦，
here,
没有。
maybe a shield druid. There it is.
Yeah, the apocalypse is down. So we have a Kiki Jiki that's gone unanswered.
Yep.
It just needs something fun to do, and Shieldred is
不
not the
现在
thing you
控
want
制那边要
I mean,
准备
to
站
be
街
fair,
开扁了吧？
end step crewing up
这
Bank
直接
Buster
扁到
copying
底了
that,
吧
it's kind of awkward. You
对
get the
对面都
counters,
出
it'll
修
go
蕊
away,
了。
Yeah.
and then you can still draw 2
扁
cards
到底
technically if you have
哦，
it,
那么不好
and then
哦
it'll。go away.
哎，可不可
It's a,
以？
it's a weird interaction that we probably
好
won't
啊
even
好
see here
啊
because you'd
靠
rather just
腰。
activate the Bank Buster, but that is an option.
靠赛摸一张地脉束缚吧，摸个地脉束缚，修蕊就掰了。
The would-be attackers at bay.
再扣血。
There is a shark.
没
that
差
can start
我的
swinging
血
in,
多
but yeah, this 2 points damage or this 2 life lost each turn is going to start adding up here for Nico Boni. So you can see he's going
给小
fast.
沙龙卷。
He's just like, I'm going to try and kill you as quick as I can because best
Yep.
removal, player removal.
Yep.
小沙龙卷
absolutely.
现在是4攻，
And now we got some stuff coming in here.
我
Whoa.
的全
love
扁
Yeah, send the team. Love it. Alrighty.
All right,
哦，好
taking
可
a
怕！
ton of damage here. 13 damage to my count.
我
Putting
的
Alan
七
to
七，你的
6.
七七可以挡啊！哦不，用了我就没了。
With shielded
六
to
点
recover some
好
life. We're going to be able to
That
draw,
hurts.
then
可以
draw
再
again.
补很多
Up to
血，他可以再
10.
补好多血，再补，这我就补6滴
Buster,，helped
又
out
没
the
那么
team
容易
there,
打死
just
他了。
padding the life total of Alan Wu a teeny tiny bit. But needs something here to take
造
care
线
of this
绝望
board.，
送他下去。
It's definitely one of those decks that Nico
造
definitely
线
has
绝
to
望可以
bring the
再
tokens
补
with.
更多
There's
血。
so many different
Oh,
tokens.
definitely, yeah.
You don't
哦，
want to
我好
come
多手
unprepared
牌
to a
跟
Magic
血
tournament
量
with
哦
this one.
嗯
Let me see the final counter removed with the Bank Buster, creating that token, the
错了
pilot, as well as the
废了
treasure. And there
哦
is our
把人
friendly
摆好
friend,
摆
Blood
摆，
Tithe Harvester. And I mean, that's a good copy target
Yeah.
for
只有人不
for
敢
our
打吧？
reflection. thinking about it.
Is online. Now, there is only one blood, so the second blood still does not allow you to kill the shark.
Yeah, because it's
鲨鱼
not
太大
5.
只了，
Yeah, it's
鲨
actually
鱼
6
16，
with the
Yeah,
anthem
because of the
in
anthem
play.
effect. You're
16
right.
鲨鱼。
Yep, so next turn, that's something that will be online.
Yeah.
So it looks like this is what Alan is looking to do is at the
过
end
来
of
哦
Nico's turn, reflection a harvester, and then
4点
untap,
鲨
do it
鱼，
again.
Yeah,
还
and
能
then
再
be able
抽一
to
张
And then
牌，
you can
14
go
点血，
and
这
shoot
回
down
要
two
打
things.
14点血，好像也没那么容易。
Yeah, it's a
14
pretty
点
neat
伤
trick at the
害，
end step because then the first copy you make doesn't go away.
先叫个人
It'll
哦
go，away at the end of your end step along
那
with
是
the
个
second
武
one you
士
make.。
Exactly. So then you can just have 2 removal spells that are free.
Yeah.
2 -6, -6 to
赞成
creatures.
Yeah, no biggie.
全变是不是？
Now that being said, Nico can put
你确
another
定吗？
counter on it. It looks like the creature was made off the Wandering Emperor anyways. But it was an option to give it 7
可以
toughness, so
复
you'd at
制
least have
奇
to
袭
use
岛，
both harvesters
奇
on
袭
it.
复
But
制一个
Yeah.
岛。
man, Ailey, the shark has just been so good. I mean, look at all the things it's doing to this game.
Shark attack, do. Yeah, he's swinging in there, but you know, Shieldred is keeping things stable here for Alan Wu for the time being, so not going to be
黄喉
super dead
Sea Shark，
at this moment.
重
So
山
it looks like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 damage being taken from Alan.
Yeah, there's no like gotcha fireballs out the sideboard or anything like that from Nico
No,
Boni. So.
there's a gotcha. I could play Wandering Emperor for 1 additional point, but
Yeah.
nothing crazy like that.
9，
So down to 3 goes Alan Wu.
叫生血滴吧
See。if Nico has anything
复
here
制
because
人，
while
解决
this
人复
looks
制，
really good for Nico, you know,
这样
on
等于
surface value here.
会有
Yeah.
等一下会有
What Alan is
3个
about
血
to
滴
do，
It's
here
gonna
with
be
these
back
，3个
reflections
血滴
is
意味着什么？
incredible.
6点生命，
Ooh.
对，额外的6
Looks
点
like
生
gets
命
the。reflection, huh?
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. Ha ha ha
Excellent.
ha. Nice. So that's
Bye-bye.
one way to break up the nonsense
干
that we've
少一个
predicted here from Alan Wu.
And there
又个
is
鲨
that
鱼，
interaction. That is
地
a
脉祝
6
福在压，
incubate there for 1 mana.
全压，
There goes
我靠，
Shieldred
毫不流
to
行
under
哦。
the leyline binding. Cheapest
毫
chips.
不流
Only the
行
one
啊
blood！ tithe harvester now.
哇，
with
那
the
应该是
2
输定了
blood。tokens. That's not going to kill the
这
shark.
样好像赢不了
Sorry,
哎
did you say cheapest chips?
Chips, yeah.
Okay. Never heard that expression.
原来你的手还这么好，我以为你
It's
没
'cause you're
招了。
American. Yeah. I think it's a British/Australian/South African thing.
I like it. I like it.
You call them fries.
Okay.
Or crisps. No, you don't call them crisps. I don't know.
I'm learning.
You're
I'm learning.
Okay. I'll teach you swear words next. Maybe not on air, though.
Yeah, not on air is probably a good idea. All right, leyline binding there with dealing with the Shieldred here means just Alan's not going to be gaining any life here. And at this point, it's not like Alan's leaving in a
我
lot
不
of
知道
mana
血
or
啦
anything, so
如果刚希尔蕊还活着，可以再活个1、2回合，没有
Nico
问
knew
题啊。
exactly, I
对，
think, what
但
Alan
是
had
希尔蕊
in
被
mind. He's
绑
just
了
like,
就
yeah,
没
that's
了
fine.
哈
Keep going. Keep
死
doing your
定。
thing. And then bam, 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 absolutely just wrecks everything
我靠
that，
那
Alan Wu
控
had
制
going there.
揍人也要
Yeah,
这
the
么凶，
patience
不然
there
都
at the
活不
end
下
from
去。
Nico, just passing the turn, having 5 mana open to be able to deal with that reflection. And then Shieldred was just a really incredible patient
Super
play.
sweet, yeah.
And what a sweet deck. I'm looking forward to seeing more of that style of domain deck.
Definitely. The Wandering Emperor is just an excellent card, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, 4 mana open? You're always suspicious when there's 2 white pips, you know. Previously it was Settle the Wreckage, and now it's just like Wandering Emperor. Don't tap your things.
Yeah, absolutely. A really powerful one.
Yeah, pretty good card. What, you got like 3 cards now? The Wandering Emperor? 3 Planeswalkers? I don't know. There's a lot of them.
A
And,
lot of them.
That one is very, very, very good indeed.
And so is that Chrome Hose Seed Shark. Wow, I want to
card's
see more of that
cool.
card for sure. We've seen it in like Jeskai control lists a little bit before, but kind of the first time we've seen it in the domain list. So really innovative there from Nico.
Yeah, plenty more Magic, friends. Lots to see on the other side of this break, so don't go anywhere.
我倒了，我快不行了，我感觉身体开始抗议了。对，第7轮吧啊，倒数啊，你看前面几周都出来了。哇，修塔又赢了，修塔每次预赛都超强的。那这样讲不太好，不要看什么电竞吧。哎，我昏倒。修塔真的哦，每次那个都好厉害哟。对，这样讲好像不太对哦。 成绩都有，是不是？看一下，排名都有了。Tommy Ashton， 看一下4-2。
From beautiful Minneapolis, Minnesota, as the sun sets. It's my hometown, and I love it here. I'm so happy everyone's come to celebrate the Pro Tour here in beautiful Minneapolis. 250 players battling for $500,000 prize pool. Let's take a look at the headlines from round number 6. Round number 6. 3 perfect records remain in the building. This is crunch time, everybody. Yosaoka, Davis, and Schiavetto set the pace, remaining undefeated. But can Legends go through the breach? Yasuoka and Schiavetto are trying with Esper Legends to go through Rakdos breach. Can they make it happen? Speaking of Legends, Urtai resurrected Mani.
Maria, in a world of duresses, a counterspell that can dodge them is very valuable in an Urtai. We're seeing more and more of this card both in and outside of the Esper Legends deck for a reason.
All right, there's a look at your headlines from round number 6. Hey, have you ever wondered what it would be like to play at the Pro Tour? I know I have, and Cedric Phillips has been out there on the floor to let you get a little taste of what it's like here at the PT.
So you want to play on the Pro Tour, huh? Are you sure? Because if you do, you might have to play against former world champion Seth Manfield, or his opponent, one of the best Magic Online players of all time, Tommy Ashton. But if you still want to, come and walk with me, because I'm going to show you what it's like. Just a little bit, not all of it. Because I want that to be your experience when you eventually get here. Now, over here, this is the news desk. This is where I reside nowadays. Way back when, back in 2004, that was my first Pro Tour. Nowadays, I'm fortunate enough to be up there. But way back when, I was in here more often than not, playing amongst the 250 or so players we have this weekend in Minneapolis. Some of my fondest memories and my best friends came from walking the rows, shuffling each other's decks, and playing some of the most fun games of Magic I've ever played. Now my big goal, and what yours should be too, is getting right there. That's the feature match area. That's the ultimate feature match. That's the one that we see on Twitch that's covered by Marshall and Paul and Ailey and Corey. Now, there's nothing wrong with being over here because you got to start somewhere amongst these 250. But if you're one of the 250 who's having a heck of a tournament, that's the place to be. And those fine folks up there are the ones that call your match. You see Ailey with the red jacket right now, Corey with the white, Marshall and Paul, they'll be on the call a little bit later today. So, if you think you've got what it takes, find your local RCQ and do well there. That'll qualify you for a regional championship. And if you do well there, that'll bring you here to the Pro Tour and the feature match area. And just maybe, you could be Magic's next Pro Tour champion.
我刚刚晃神到没办法听他讲什么。
Thank you so much, Cedric, for that behind-the-scenes look here at the Pro Tour.
要
It
先有
is
国代
indeed
资格
awesome,
吧
and we hope to see you here
如果在台湾
one
的话
day.
啦。
Well, talking about Magic Cons,
或
let's
者
talk
是
about the next one coming up.
Arena
I'm
怎么
so
挑战赛的
excited
冠
for
军
this,
嘛
everybody, because
其实
earlier
我不太懂
today, over at the main
我没有
stage
特
of
别
Magic
关
Con,
注
it
过
was announced that tickets for Magic Con Barcelona will go on sale May 11th at mtgfestivals.com. I'm so excited to go to Barcelona, Monty. This city is
哦，这
incredible.
包最好值得买。
Maria, the architecture.
信不信连我这么死
People, the sunshine,
这么狗了都不买
especially
啊？
in the summer, I cannot wait to go back.
And the sangria, you left that out, Monty. I'm
Maria,
just so excited. Lord of the Rings is going to be the set there too. So excited. Cannot wait. We're so excited to be bringing the MagicCon experience to Barcelona. We hope to see you there on July 28th through the 30th. Let's take a look at our leaderboard, everybody, and find out how we're doing here in the tournament. 3 players left undefeated, Monty.
哦，炸弹魔还是下去
Pedro
了。
Schiavetto and Shota Yasuoka
他的那个
leading the
哇
field
完美
with
比
plenty
赛
of big names behind him. Javier
John Davis
Dominguez there in
前
fifth
3 位
place,
维持
Simon
完
Nielsen
美战
in
绩。
7th place. And taking a look at the other column, Luis Scott Vargas and Seth Manfield
All right.
still there at 5-1.
excellent names at the top of our leaderboard. 3 players left undefeated. Hey everybody, it's Deck Tech time, and it's one of my favorites, Selesnya Toxic. I got a chance to talk to Max McVitie about this deck just the other day. Let's take a look. Hey everybody, I'm here with Max McVitie. You've got 3 Grand Prix top 8s to your name, and you just came in 3rd at the United States Regional Championship. Congratulations.
Yeah, one short of Worlds, but it was good. It was a good result.
third place, still great.
Yeah.
And you're running Selesnya Toxic. You played that at the Regional Championship and decided to run it back here for the Pro Tour. Why did you choose this deck this weekend?
I'm a pretty big fan of the Esper matchup and the Grixis matchup, which I both expect to be popular.
Mix.
I'm a little scared of Rakdos mid-range, but I thought Grixis would be more popular. Now that I see the data, I see that Rakdos are more popular, so that's a little unfortunate, but I still think I have a pretty good shot against Rakdos.
顺起来才有人权的套吧。
I've got to be honest here. I love this deck. This deck is so fun. People haven't been playing a lot of it recently. It kind of came out at the start of the regional championships and then fell off. Why do you think people stopped playing it?
The
这张
cards
结界也蛮重
feel
要的。
pretty like individually weak.
有结界会差很
And
多
I。just think mid-range decks and standard, everyone gravitates
真
towards
的
them.
有
everyone
那个
works on
结
them.
界
The aggro decks just don't get that
实在
much
差太
respect.
多了。
But I'm hoping that will help me out because I've noticed a lot of people when I've seen their list, they've like maybe only have 3 cut downs or like a little bit less wraths in the sideboard. So I'm hoping that because it's not as respected, it'll be a good choice.
All right, well, let's talk about the deck here. One of the most amazing cards we have to start off with is Skrelv. Tell me about this card.
Yeah, Skrelv, this is definitely the best deck for Skrelv. It uses like all of the abilities, like attacking for 1. In other decks, maybe doesn't matter as much, but you get in 1 toxic, and you can make your guys unblockable to get them through. And most decks just use it as like a mother runes to protect their creatures, but this, it's more of an offense card than like a defense card.
All right, Skrelv, we love you. You're doing everything in this toxic deck.
Yeah.
Rot Priest, another absolutely incredible card. Tell me about its role.
So the main use of it is to be good against opposing removal spells, because you could get them to 8 poison and then you're like attacking with a bunch of stuff, and even if they use a kill spell, they still take 1 poison for each kill spell they use. So it gives you some good reach, but it also works with your own spells that target it. And in this deck, I have Tyvar, Stand, and Audacity, both which you're very happy to target your stuff with, and it just makes for like a really aggressive card.
Yeah, let's talk about Audacity, because this card isn't one that showed up in the first iterations of this deck.
Hello.
Sorry, everybody, we're having some technical difficulties. We'll try to bring you that deck tech later. Selesnya Toxic, though. Sweet deck, not playing Fable Money.
No, it is not, Maria. Not too many of them in the field, but they are there, and Max is doing pretty well.
Yeah, I love that deck. Happy to see it here at the Pro Tour. Well, let's get ready for our next round of Magic here in the building. 250 players competing. Which two will we be watching? We've got
焦点问题
versus Jim Davis, Esper Legends versus Rakdos Breach, 2 of our 3 undefeated players, I should say unblemished record players left in the building. Let's take a look at Shonya, inducted into the Hall of Fame of 2015. Just one of the best players to ever play Magic the Gathering. Pro Tour Kaladesh winner, 2006 Player of the Year. Plays with amazing speed. It's terrifying to see crossing that guy. Jim Davis, you're also undefeated in the running content creator, started playing in 2001. Top 8 in the Neon Dynasty Championship. Also got a top 8 at Grand Prix Dallas in 2007.
但我觉得80刚赢面要大一点
can remain undefeated. Let's take a look at their decks and find out what you think, Monty.
Yeah, Maria, starting off with Shoda, he has brought Esper Legends here. Not a Fable deck, the 3rd most popular deck in the field, and this deck has fallen a bit out of popularity, but still up there in the metagame. And this deck has some new additions. The big one here from March of the Machine is Rona, a new legendary 2-drop in this deck. Very good at helping smooth out some of your awkward draws, allowing you to discard your extra copies of Legends that you already have on the battlefield, as well as being able to transform potentially if you
没有任何的飞行生物防不了拉菲因，拉菲因又带有轻微的保护，然后筹谋真的很变态，大概是这样子。整套牌非常有拉菲因这个飞天的。
Jim has brought a deck that is a unique version of these black-red decks for his team. It's Rakdos Breach. You do have the classic early game of these Rakdos mid-range decks. And you still have Invoke Despair, but you're going a bit bigger. You see big score, Breach of the Multiverse, Chandra, and Itali, giving this deck really a way to go over top of things. And of course, removal cards like Cut Down, Go for the Throat, and Abrade still very much there because you don't want to get rolled over by Rakdos Legends, by Esper Legends, excuse me.
Well, there's a look at the decks. Two very cool decks, two of the bigger decks in the field this weekend, and we'll find out what happens. For that, we turn to Mani is the Machine. Quickly becoming my favorite segment here at the desk. We have merged Mani and our machine into one horrifying being that knows all about the matchups. Mani slash machine. Who is
这个当反指标很多次了。
Mario, the result is inevitable. There's no stopping Shota Yasuoka.
There it is, Shota Yasuoka cannot be stopped.
完了，说他自己小心呐哈，这个是反指标啦，哈哈哈，笑了。这个真的是反指标哎，你们这个赛品。
Thank you, Maria. Thank you, Machine.
Yeah, no more Mani, just Machine.
We got Neon Cheon over here, Mani the Machine. I need a sweet nickname like you guys have.
Can't remember the last time I used that one, but
yeah, that's his old school nickname. We're all just part of the Cheontourage.
Sure.
At the end of the day.
Oh my goodness.
Marshall Sutcliffe here with Paul Cheon, and we've got another round of Standard to bring you. We've got a couple more to go before we wrap things up for day number 1. Remember, we're playing a big 3-day event here tomorrow. We're going to be running back basically the same stuff that we did today, and then of course Sunday is reserved for top 8 only. In the feature match area, though, check this out: 2 undefeated players, Shota Yasuoka and Jim Davis, having their way with the field thus far, and 2 very different approaches to Standard, Paul. We see Rakdos Breach for Jim Davis, which is one of the many versions of the Rakdos shell in the field today. But
无法维持，一定要有人拿个一杠，然后
popular than that Rakdos shell, and that's what Shota brought to the table.
Yeah, and you know, this is, if you look at Jim's deck, it still kind of has that classic Rakdos shell, right? So any matchup's going to be relatively close. But I will say for this particular matchup, I think their team perhaps trimmed on a few interactive elements just so that they can be better against mid-range, and I think that's going to give up some percentage points in this specific matchup, right? They're playing cards like main deck Duress, which has very few targets, and they're playing maybe 1 or 2 less removal spells as well, and all of those add up.
It's interesting because Shota's
deck
is mostly a curve-out creature deck.
Right.
It's hard to, you know, when you see the cards that it plays, your mind doesn't usually go to compare it to say something like, you know, a mono white aggro deck, a mono red aggro deck or something, but it actually shares more in common with those decks and the way that it operates than it does with a lot of the multi-color decks that we see out here. The difference is that its mana is made possible here by, well, you can see some of what's going on, and you get these amazing, I mean, look at that, Rafine Scheming Seer, and that had to be answered. That has to be answered very quickly, or the game snowballs out of control.
Yeah, and absolutely. And Jim on the play this game is, of course, huge. And looks like he has multiple copies of Cut Down for the Rafine, so this is exactly the type of hand that you're looking for in this matchup. Shota playing a curve, 2-drop into 3-drop here, but I mean, Jim, first one to land that Shieldred. Does Shota have an answer? It looks like he does.
我们修他手上很不巧，刚好有那个
There's that upkeep, go for the throat, has a land, and also can play a Rona, so this is big.
Churning through his library with Rafine as well. Easy for me to say. And you can see another copy of Rona is actually going to be
and you know, Jim with a really aggressive line, but if you look at his hand, he's got a Cut Down in his hand. Can't use it anymore.
Oh no!
Can't use it anymore on this Rafine.
Oh.
And I wonder if that's
一瞬间那个攻防就整个换过来了，
Guardian of Thraben's on the battlefield, putting an extra
一
tax
瞬间
on
就直接
anything that
切
Jim
过来
wants to
了。
do.
The alternative line that turn could have been
对面刚刚没有 cut down 拉
and
菲
then draw a card with the bank,
我不知道为什么
right? Kind of playing it a little bit slower.
In this case, it's going to be cut down on the only target.
我也
he can
cut
do,
down
but it's
你
a
的
nice 2-spell turn here for Davis
你的杀力
as
啊
he plays Fable.
Fable 还是猛的一匹啊。
I think that's the first time that we haven't seen a killable Rafine killed immediately.
没有地牌用 Rafa 去
I mean,
找。
Davis just kind of wanted to put maximum pressure there.
不用，
right,
哦喂
with the
Shieldred.
Speaking of.
And now we have a Shieldred on the other side, and Davis has 0 removal spells for either creatures that are in play.
This game's going to be over very quickly if that's the case.
But we do have Fable going to Chapter 2. Potentially, Jim can go up to 7 mana. And if he does rummage and find one of those heavy hitters that he's playing, right, that can get him right back into the game.
This is the point of the game we're at now. He needs a big hit.
Some removal spells, needs to find it. However, every card that gets rummaged, that's an extra 2 damage that Jim is going to be taking here.
Jim could have also just been thinking, you know, Shota has to dedicate a lot of his slots to his powerful legends, and he doesn't always have removal spells at the ready for a card like Shieldred, right?
Yeah, but one other thing for this particular matchup, it's really important to just try to keep your opponent's side of the board, particularly if they're playing legends, as clear as possible, because the more permanents that they have in play, all of a sudden you also turn on their legendary lands. And one of the key, and part of why this deck is so powerful, aside from the fact that you're playing the best card in every part of the mana curve, is just the fact that when you have multiple legends in play, all of a sudden, when you can channel Otawara for 1 mana, right? All of a sudden it feels like you're almost playing a different game.
That makes a lot of sense. Rather than trying to pick a fight and race, even if you have a Shieldred on your side. And as we see the downside, if it does get killed, it can really collapse. That's what's happened here, although both players now have Shieldred. And Jim's even going to take advantage of said Shieldred.
Right. Shieldred's on both sides, so of course it's a wash.
你看他笑了好了，嘿嘿嘿。
Yep, trigger.
不用算了，抵消了。除非有人凉血一下啦，不然是没什么无所谓啊。
This type of interactions you get with paper, you know, when you're sitting across from the person.
Big card here.
这有差了，我要抽2个。
One of the 2 copies
可是会抵消啦，还是会抵消啦。就结果上而言，还是会抵消。
So now, I mean, he's got the Rafine in play here, right? As just a way to kind of put pressure on Jim, while also having a counter for one of those potential 7 drops that Jim is looking for.
That disappear. 会把
虫
子
Not where you want to be if you're Jim
跟
Davis,
罗娜
you're
可能会丢
probably
掉，
thinking
虫
back
子
to
跟
the
罗
next
娜
turn.
应该是要扔的啦。
I mean, imagine if Shota was able to find an Otawara here.
虫跟罗娜没有什
Doesn't
么
look
那
like
个。
he has it.
He's got an AO, the Dawn Sky, which he's certainly considering here.
Yeah, it's 5 spells. So
Wow, that's a stacked hand.
at least 2 counters are going to be going onto that Rafine.
我猜丢虫子跟罗娜，罗娜这时候没什么用了。
Perhaps just seeing how many
罗娜
of
这
these
时候好
spells he
像
can
没什
keep
么用。
active. It does look like he wants to keep the Skrelv.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine Shota's going to
跟罗
want
娜
to，
好吧，虫子还有
keep
点
up
用。
make disappear and still try to put something in play.
啊，血量不
He
用
put
算，
Denick into the
互
graveyard.
爆
there.
打5。
And we do see a
Shieldred's
trade here with
trading,
Shieldred.
sure.
That's why it has Death Touch, right? Just
Oh, and look at this.
He is just going for AO the Dawn Sky. Wow. It's a win in the air.
It is a win in the air.
In fact, they both are.
And Jim Davis can't play.
要 bridge 啦，
You know,
这边 可以一定要
needs to just find removal
bridge
spells
的。
and
完了 bridge 好像没办法。
I mean, will the Tali get
最
it
好的
done?
结果就是挖出西欧蕊加
Unless you somehow
那
hit
个西欧蕊加
double
那
go for the
个。
throat.
Yeah, 2 removal. Like now,
西欧蕊
it's 2
加让
lethal
拢
air
了吧？
threats here for Shota
But the
Ahsoka.
Rafine has ward 1.
Right.
So don't even have the mana there necessarily.
阿肥武功哦，
Invoke Despair doesn't get it
造
done.
线绝望
Not quite.
好像还是在输
Not。on its own.
Yeah, this is tough. And I mean, this Rafine
There's
is what's
Invoke.
going to win Shota this game.
AO the Dawn Sky is a nice one to sacrifice too. Like
AO
your
就
choice of triggered
造
abilities.
有 AO 在场被造线也还好，反正你能再翻东西，
Shota's going to take advantage of the first
你
triggered
如果能
ability.
再翻东西进来就好。
Plus one counters.
Try to get
重
some
点是
extra
不要被
permanents
清
into
空
play
啊，
here.
场面啊，场面被清空是最
If he
惨。
finds anything, I mean, they
So
usually do.
there's a Raven Man, a Rafine, and a second, and another Raven Man. So not the best. I think he's only going to be able to put a Raven
好
Man
衰
into
哦
play.。
只有个 Raven Man， 好衰哦这个。
And Shota's list is
2个 Raven
really
Man， 1个拉菲因
，to
，4
a
场
meta
地。
game that expects a lot of Rakdos and Grixis mid range. Not as much for the mirror. You have multiple copies of Raven Man. They're a list that plays 0, right? But in this matchup, every permanent you have in play matters, right? So there's multiple copies of Raven Man and also one main deck copy of the Transmogrant, along with some counters. So couple of small adjustments, but meaningful ones.
有杀就杀掉拉菲因就蛮稳的。哎，有杀
What's the big finish here for Davis?
Go for the throat.
Oh, he did find go for the throat. That's pretty nice. He had the extra mana available to pay as well. Holy smokes, Jim actually did manage to stabilize this board. I don't know if you caught him, but he even kind of went, oh,
okay, that was not bad. Off the Invoke Despair?
Yeah. Incredible.
Oh my goodness.
还有 Danny 哥可以用哦，坟场有 Danny 哥可以用。Danny 哥这个工具人。
Does Shota have anything nice to do here, or is he just going to activate Raven Man to make a 1/1 flyer and keep up?
坟场还有那个可以用哎。对，还早嘞。
Oh, there's a Transmogger in the yard, by the way. But Jim Davis has 3 non-basics in play, so you do not get the discount just yet. You need 4. That is, again, one advantage to playing Rakdos over something like Grixis. But that's a flyer.
He's put Denick. He's jamming with the.
It's like, hey, you want to trade here? I am happy with this trade.
敢不敢 ？OK.
And if this trades, Shota will also get a clue.
敢不敢呢？
Hence the pre-combat Denick.
Right.
Oh, and Jim says, you got me, fine.
Yep.
Stupid Raven Man.
Stupid Raven Man.
And are we going to run out of
还可以再抽牌啊，
as
没事。
well?
除非就这辈子自摸那个稀有蕊啊，不然应该是
Oh, he's got the make disappear.
这么容易啦哈。
Shota is very close. Jim's on some lands here. Does have a draw here with the Bank Buster. Not dead just yet.
And Denick's not lethal on its own,
right? That's 3 in the air. That'll get Jim down to 1.
Yikes.
Shieldred, removal spell to get him back
造线
in.
绝望可能会脱离那个鬼怪先喊打就好了，鬼怪先喊打就够了。什么？很烂吗？
Alright, so Jim's got a good amount of mana here. 7, it looks like.
还有墓地那个人哦，墓地人还在哦。
Fable?
抽啊！
Basic land?
不是。
Okay, that gains you a life. That does gain you a life. Jim is now up to 5. Plenty of targets. Getting the Transmogrant is big too, right?
It's like so close, but he's just staying ahead here.
Right? But regardless, I mean, Jim is still on a 2-turn clock here, right? But Shota's at 6.
Gonna draw a card off of his clue.
Okay, if you can find a Rafine maybe to put a counter on this. Iganjo is a big draw. Iganjo is a very big draw because remember, Shota's at 6. Jim is close to killing Shota as well.
Yeah, Shota does have to, of course, keep an eye on his own life total, and currently he's only working with the 2-turn clock on Jim.
然后下冲冲打。
There's also a day-night situation here with the Trespasser.
What else did Shota have in hand? Was it just Iganjo Castle?
I think he has Skrelv too, right?
Oh, cut down too. Okay.
cut down,
So that's going to be enough because remember,
永延城呢，还有永延城的，还蛮稳的其实。
4 from the Bank Buster, 3 from the Trespasser, 2 from the Token, and of course you also get a drain for 1, right? So if it's just Iganjo Castle, that wouldn't have been enough. But given that Shota also has the cut down,
我会做虫虫啊。
Jim still needs to find something.
虫虫好像没什么用，不对，虫虫不对。
And probably want to play the Skrelv here just so the Trespasser doesn't flip, right? Because that gives you 2 targets.
Right. But his 2 removal spells are instant speed.
对吧？
So he can just pass back with his 3 cards in the hand.
拿那个狼女上
Big draw step here.
这一抽很重要。
Jim knows it too. Look at that. He surveys the scene, takes a look at what he draws. He's only got 2 lands in hand at this point.
Not flipping was so big too because if that
啊！
beacon
哇，
off the
差一
top
点
hall,
还没办法。 欠做也没办法，先扁。
Remember, Shota can make this appear for 4 with that Squirrel in play.
Oh,
right?
you're right.
So does Jim Davis have access to 10 mana?
He has 3, 6, 10.
He has 10.
Oh my God! Did he just top deck the win?
I think so.
This has been incredible stuff from Jim Davis. And he's going to kill the Bank Buster.
Go to 2.
But Jim doesn't have to mind.
Yeah. Plays a land in Chandra. That's going to do it.
And Shota says, really? You
got
it?
He
has to shake his head there. That was a sweet game. He needed to chain together some unlikely turns and he managed to do it. Shota just could not quite get that extra little bit of pressure. What a game.
Yeah, that go for the throat off the Invoke Despair. So clutch for Jim Davis.
Back to business for our 2 players here.
他费用很多啊。
Shota did have to mulligan down to 6 gems on 7, but Shota has the advantage of being on
小虫人。
And for a deck like his, that's a big deal. It's good in any matchup, but particularly in these curve out decks. Applying a lot of pressure.
手牌是什么？应该要下个生物了。
Probably just has
先打了，
2 mana
送你一个
options,
毒。
just deciding which one to play out.
Transmogrant maybe. Yeah, that's what it is.
还有不是萨利亚，萨利亚就太
could
靠
have
背
left
了。
up make disappear, but
No,
first 2 turns you really got to
血税收集官。
Exactly. Make this appear has bigger targets. I think once you get to maybe around 4 mana, where your opponents can play Shieldred, that's when you want to keep it up.
Right, and you know, this is ultimately an aggro deck of sorts. It is trying to apply pressure, and if you use your counter spells to keep status quo, but you don't have pressure, you will lose. If you use your counter spells to protect the threats that you have, you will win more often than not.
Unblockable.
反黑。
16 and 2 poison.
Clean.
And just beating down.
And there's that Denick as well, plus tap land pass turn back from Shota.
But Jim's hand is fantastic. 4 lands,
那
double
个就
harvester, go for the
是
throat, and a
满顶
Shieldred.
的2费生物，死的也不会怎样的那种。
So
因为他死了还能再爬
has
回
the
来。
option of killing whatever he wants here.
连那个还能针对到狼女哦，还有仙粉类的，仙粉类的，连那个都针对得到，对，算蛮烦那个生物。
You kind of it's weird because you kind of want to play the
人好多人
Trespasser
牌
just
不能
'cause
成为
it
咒
costs
有
3,
瘾的目
you
标
have
嘛？
multiple 2s and you can double spell next turn.
是这样吗？
It does do a good job of blocking Denick, right?
Yeah.
So it's something to consider.
2 cards.
我们可不可以互爆一下？
You could use the Harvester to kill the Transmogrant, but with Denick in play, the Trespasser won't actually be able to exile anything.
血碎不见，另一个血碎，两个血碎。
Jim's gonna use a harvester to take out Skrelv and then just replace.
But Shota needs to find doesn't have black mana either here, and no play.
Kind of awkward.
And that
那
Iganjo
下
castle
地
also
永元城
very
两个都打，
Really awkward.
然后下地，哎不是，我靠腰啊！他场上已经有永元者了，
Jim's looking
糟糕，
really good here.
好像不太行，嘿嘿。场上已经有永元者了。
Shota does not have an answer for that Shieldred that Jim has in hand.
永元者送他下去吗？
Jim's gonna accept
为了
trade
保这生物，
conditions.
可能要永
I
元
wonder
者
if。Shota's just gonna fire off this Iganjo
永元
just
者
to
吧，
maintain a reasonable board.
这边会永元城吗？
Very awkward here for Shota.
Yeah.
Even if he does decide to do this, he's doing this post block, so he won't be
哎，
getting
一
damage
费
through
就
Denick.
好
It does slip through, but
一费就好吧，哎，哥一
when
费
you
啊，
see something like Shota make a play like that,
哥
it's
一费
usually
就好
I wouldn't call it
啦
pure。desperation, but you can tell that
第
he
二个不是那个
recognizes
吗
that this is not
第
going
二
to
个不
go
是
well.
传奇吗？哦，要2倍，哦，看错了，我以为那个铁的也是传奇，
Yeah.
抱歉呐，
Right.
还以为
You
那
can't
个的
counter, like no make
Right,
disappear
no make
available.
disappear, so it's like
自由追。
Otawara or bust. But if he had an Otawara, he probably would have played it, right?
cool
Because he
了
missed the land drop. So I think Jim's
再也
sniffing
打
it
不
all
赢了
out.
吗
It's like, you got nothing here probably.
Yeah, that was nice by Jim. This didn't work out for him last round, but think it will this time. There's Skrelv go. And that's probably the death knell for Shota. Like, it is really hard to come back from
Shieldred
this.
just goes unanswered. I mean, just staying on the board, doing nothing, it'll take over the game.
Exactly. Jim now is incentivized to maintain status quo, but he's going to do more than that. He's got 5 cards in his hand, 2 lands, 3 spells. And he's got some nice stuff, too.
Yeah, hand is absolutely loaded here. Many options, can go for the throat to Denik and then play the Trespasser to exile it because the Skrelv does have summoning sickness.
First things first, though, let's get that clock at full speed here. Attacks for 4 down to 16 goes Shota.
Looking to rumble. Is Jim just going to play a Trespasser with nothing? I think he's just going to kill Denik here. Yeah. Denik into Trespasser makes a lot of sense here.
This is also the most proactive play that Jim can make at this juncture, and he's trying to jump on this game while Shota is behind and doesn't have access to all his mana. There's a big head shake there. And you can see why it's a double black spell with Shieldred. The Apocalypse, literally the worst draw for him.
英雄第一张都没抽到。
Not a land drop, double black spell on single, and he just has to say go. No, doesn't work like that. He also can't block it, so.
Now Jim does have a Chandra here, which could just close out the game very quickly, but he does have to be mindful of potential counter spells.
Sure.
剑着落地就绝望
So might choose to just run out
看
of
Jun
Harvester
Davis
here
敢不敢而
instead.
已。对，反正他也够稳了，先打。
By the way, even channeling the Sokenzan on blocks is pretty devastating here, right? Make 2 1/1s block both.
Oh yeah.
Right? There's a legendary creature in play.
哦，还是打我。
I don't think Jim's going to play this land
基
anymore.
本上赢定了啦。Jun Davis 哦，那个真的反指标啊，那个主播拼赛评真的是反主播啊，哇反整个反指标哎，我操，谁赢谁必输。
You lose life. Let's drag
Jim. He's like, look, we're good. And then he's like, right when you said that is when he's trying his card, and Jim said, you lose some life. How about that? So there's Denik out of the graveyard. Transmogran's going to ship, offer a trade.
And now the coast is clear for Chandra, right?
Yes. And there's that Sokenzan that you mentioned. One of them's going to jump in front. That will trigger a clue at least.
Right. Now, Jim doesn't have land number 6.
3 bloods. And as you mentioned,
还有欠左，下剑左就绝望了。
Like that Shieldred's been in here for 3 turns.
That's all you
like,
really need.
You can't do anything.
Oh, Black Cleave Cliffs, not the best land.
Close.
I wonder if we're potentially going to use the Harvester here to just get Skrelv off the battlefield. Maybe cycle through some blood here to find an instant speed removal spell.
That would be game. Right? Find a way to get Denik off the board and it's GG.
Gaining 2 every time.
反正把 Denik 解掉就万事休矣嘛。
Breach the multiverse.
这时候才来啊 ，Breach。
Doesn't win you right now, but like you're looking pretty good. Is this going to force a chump Denik on the Shieldred? 3. No,
probably just go in front of the Harvester.
5.
Go to 3 and then go to 1.
Yeah.
And you can't even play Go for the Throat. You have a Caves of Koilos in play. Right?
That's brutal.
So I think this is
going to be
it.
And that's Jim Davis securing yet another victory here. What a run for Jim. You know, one of the most surprising things to me that we heard from Jim in his interview with Cedric, as he said, that was against, I think it was against Luis, that was my first Pro Tour live feature match.
Really?
Yeah. I couldn't believe it either.
Right. I mean,
but he really, like, he played SCG, crushed those. He's been on camera a million times there. But when he really got great at this level was during the arena era.
Now, exactly. Last year, he made an incredible run, got some featured matches there. But that was, of course, in our arena set championships, right?
That's right.
And now he's getting featured here. And remember, the last time he made a deep run, he did not lose a match to secure a spot into the top 8. On pace again.
And his feature match has been Luis and Shota, and he's like, yep, out of the way, boys.
Not a problem.
Jim's in town. All right, let's send it over to the news desk for Maria to set up our next match.
Hey, everybody. Coming up next, we have Pedro Schiavetto versus Ricardo Biava.
Pedro is on Esper Legends, the 3rd most popular deck in the room, gaining some new tools in the form of Rona to go along with a terrifying curve Skrelv Defector Might into Thalia Guardian of Thraben, followed by a powerful 3-drop, is very difficult to overcome. On the other side, Ricardo is on Jeskai Control, one of the more rogue decks of this field. This is a true control deck. You do see counter spells and board wipes going alongside removal spells and a few win conditions in the Wandering Emperor and Sanctuary Warden. This is a deck that doesn't want to play against mono red aggro. Everything else is fair game.
Esper Legends versus Jeskai Control coming up after the break.
玩家手机首选三星 Galaxy S23旗舰系列，搭载最新4奈米处理。
我先去一下厕所。
And welcome back to coverage here of Pro Tour March of the Machine. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. We're in Minneapolis, Minnesota. It's beautiful here. MagicCon happening. Got a free play area here out in front of us where people can come and play whatever. They can draft, they can play Commander, whatever suits your fancy. A big game nights thing going on a little earlier over on the other side. A lot going on here in Minneapolis, but for now we're focused in on the feature match area where we're going to be joining our next match in game number 2. You see Pedro Schiavetto on the left there versus Ricardo Biava, and kind of a cool matchup here, Paul. We are not seeing any Rakdos this round. It's Legends versus Jeskai Control.
Yeah,
Legends.
Very different here. Even Jeskai Control, though, recognizing the power of Fable of the Mirror Breaker, it's kind of odd to see, for example, hey, I'm going to play a card that makes 3 mana 2/2, and then I'm also going to play Sweepers. But guess what? This card is just that good. Still going to put it into my deck.
Pedro's up a game as we join. Pedro's the one on Esper Legends, by the way. And I like a good curve-out creature deck versus a control matchup any day.
Classic.
There's Skrelv. Skrelv from Pedro. Will it survive the turn? Yes, it will. Reckoner Bankbuster
like
now from Ricardo, excuse me.
Imagine, generally speaking, the matchup kind of tends to swing more to the, I want to say the Esper Legends deck, your main deck removal spells, like they get replaced by counter magic, right? Because traditionally, Jeskai control decks are going to be looking to stabilize on the backs of sweepers, right? Cards like Farewell, Sunfall, stuff like that.
We're going to see the ideal 1-2 punch here. Pedro's got Skrelv into Rona. That's what, you know, it cast any spell on 1 and 2 in this deck, and you're usually happy. The perfect cherry on top would be do it for Pedro. Rafine me.
Also good here, though.
Yeah, Lauren is a third path.
Yeah, Lauren, untap your Rona.
That's really nice.
You still get to untap your Rona. So loot or bash?
I am team loot. But I also don't know what Pedro has in hand, so I kind of just live in the loot world.
Was that no attacks from either?
Right? Even Skrell's going to stay back on
so
defense.
Pedro looking to try to play a little more of a late game strategy here. Sculpt the perfect hand. Pick your spots.
Boy, that Rona's doing some serious work.
Yeah, absolutely.
And even more.
The Esper Legends deck was already a great deck, kind of coming into March of the Machine, and then just got an extra toy here in the Rona.
Was discarded there. Ricardo just sitting back comfortably with Reckoner Bankbuster for lands.
Interesting. So plays a land here first.
Is it Rafine time?
Taking one, so probably Rafine.
It's not.
Okay. That is Rafine.
Results here. So
ooh,
now,
Ricardo says you got it.
Yeah, and now I imagine we're going to see an attack here from the Rona. Still going to see that Skrelv stay back to protect the Rafine. Now you can do both, Marshall. You can bash and loot.
I'm interested. The best of both worlds, huh?
啊，手上有扫场，心甘情愿放他进来，是不是手上有扫场？多威什么的，多威用量越大嘞，多威比那个4倍少，现在是不是小白强？
Two Sunfall in the main.
We got 2 Sunfall and 2 Farewell in the main. 4 copies of Lithomantic Mirage.
那我就多威可以用了，是不是
？This is a post-board game. I'll remind you as well. We're in game number 2.
不要吃到点破都好。
Now remember though,
多威
Ricardo
来吧。
does need to first kill the Skrelv.
果然。
And just go in for the
先等一
Sunfall.
下。
I don't know if there's a Spell Pierce.
我有 Spell Pierce.
It will be fantastic here, but I don't think he has one.
Now Pedro has 2 negate in the board.
And that is brutal.
But no Spell Pierce, and there's the sweeper that we were thinking about. Oh my
哇，什么都没了。
And an incubator.
哎，你东西要升啊！哎，东西要升啊
Goodness sakes. All right, well, AO the Donskai is a nice rebuild option here for Pedro.
Right, and is there a way for Ricardo to find a way to exile this AO to prevent it from getting some value?
死的也可以那个，死的也解不干净啊，好麻烦的东
You would
西。
think that there would be a nice options at this point.
最好是让他那个狼。
Yeah. Flame Blessed Bolt is an exile effect, but of course, not quite enough damage to get the AO. You could also just cast Farewell. All right, there you go.
I like your idea.
Don't think we're going to be
哦
naming
不，连
artifacts.
这个都
but
不
we're
行，对不
going
起。
to exile the AO. I wonder if the graveyard will also be exiled. Nope.
哦，坟场不用吗？
So just creatures, but you said, is there a way to exile the AO to prevent the rebuild effect of killing it, and there was. And as we imagined here, the hand is pretty stacked for Pedro, so the haymakers keep coming out. There's Shieldred now.
然后发现再烧掉西欧雷。
Keep effect, so going to take some damage here. But if Ricardo has some kind of a removal spell, he's going to want to cast it now before Pedro untaps and has access to Plaza and counter spells.
Right.
啊，那是快递。
So sweeper, nothing.
Right.
Triggers start going now for Shieldred the Apocalypse.
为什么啊？ 感
Wandering
觉
Emperor would not get it
发
done
威
with
尔
that
交了
Plaza
好
in
早
play.
哦，真的交了有够早。
So has got to feel relatively safe here.
Is that Wandering Emperor?
That does look to be the Wandering Emperor.
果然是没那么好心呐、只是帮票片铺路而已，是不是？哎，他有传奇力耶。
Ricardo deciding what to do with it.
Could make a token potentially.
Double block.
Block.
Okay. Activate.
走啊。
So now you can
give it first strike. What is going on?
No, that's not going to do it. But you can
Right.
trigger the bank. You can activate the bank buster and give that first strike.
哦，我看懂了。
Right.
开它。
It would eat.
Yeah. Good sequencing here
Shieldred.
from Ricardo.
确定挡到，再放豆，
And
加
now
一加
that
一
kind
只
of yeah, really, really
我
great
们要保
sequencing
西
here
欧
from
瑞
Ricardo because now Pedro's thinking,
可以
well,
保西欧
I
瑞
can
啊。
give it hexproof now. I'll eat your bank buster, but then Ricardo gets to untap and activate the Wandering Emperor to still
太
get that
难了。
Shieldred
Really
off
nice
the
from
battlefield.
Ricardo here.
或者直接
Covered
回
the
手，
bases.
Oh,
消灭生物。
killing the bank buster, but this
没有
Wandering Emperor will
没
still
所谓
be
啊，那个
active
西欧人还是要
on
死啊。
Ricardo's turn.
Yeah,
还
this
是要
is
白
just
啊
going。to be a very large trading of resources, it looks like. But when you're in Ricardo's seat,
就
that,
结果
that's
上
the
来
end
说，
of the
西
game.
欧人还是
You're
会白
fine
啊。
with a bunch of 1-for-1s effectively.
对，
Shieldred trigger, maybe? No?
减2，再见。
Did it get missed?
然后还回
Might
去，
be.
欠我的血给我拿回来。哼，再见，什么都不给你了。
Can attack for 3 now as
再
well.
揍
And
你。
now
Sure.
yeah,
With him
Ricardo stabilized here.
Yeah, everything's now cleared out of the way.
其
I
实
don't know how
看
many
扣
cards are in Pedro's hand,
还有很
but
多
like,
手了。
there's a lot of really good draws.
Right.
The threats out of Esper Legends are, in many cases, the best ones possible for their mana slot in the format.
Shieldred, number 2.
Yeah, there it is. And a Skrelv to back it
两个
up.
麻烦的。
Jeez, Pedro does not go away easily. Like
No.
that was sweeper, big exchange,
Right.
and still look at the board state.
Right. Now, remember, this barrage will not be able to kill Shieldred. Only deals the 5 damage to blue or white creatures.
Right.
Can still use it to kill Skrelv.
先烧虫吧。还是有
Probably want to kill Skrelv because
一些 awesome 嘅。
oh, that are they gonna rewind?
That was
that's a late one.
That's
I'm
a late
gonna
one.
say.
That's a late one, Pedro.
But it looks like Ricardo's saying that's fine.
Okay.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
当然是给那个豆吧，
Just
放豆吧。
you don't want to miss a key one. You know
Absolutely.
that they all matter. These games can be really, really close.
应该是放豆。
I think you still need to fire off this barrage
Solid,
here. You
yeah.
can't. You don't want the
重置
Shieldred to
下
just
去
eat the Wandering Emperor, right? Make it unblockable.
Right.
或者
And
是
just
叫
a
个
pain
武士
going
啊。
forward.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ah.
This is a 4/4, but I don't know if it's going to be attacking here.
不叫武士。
No, it's gonna
Yeah.
pass the turn.
So now I think Ricardo's just if Pedro attacks, could be potentially looking to chump
不
block
叫
and
武
then
士
use the
怕有
minus on the
杀，
Wandering
有
Emperor.
杀就崩
Now
盘。
Pedro doesn't do anything.
联防
He
那种
still has
崩掉
access to the plaza to give it
还有
hexproof.
联防。
So some back and forth here.
有人不能打吗？开扁。
Okay, there's the attack though from Shieldred.
Yeah, and
Is Ricardo just going to have to throw away this Phyrexian token?
I imagine you have to.
Yep, he's just going to jump in front.
Now, does he have some kind of instant speed removal spell here that would help? Nope.
There's a trigger.
There's the trigger. So now we're going to see the plaza.
Again, resources being traded.
这牌，那个地啦，好
And we
猛
don't！see any upkeep play here from
Does that cost
Ricardo.
4 mana to use?
地还给
That
那
was
个
3, no?
What's that?
最后面你的那几个
Is it
生物
not
就是
3 tap?
点不掉。
It's 3 tap.
Yeah.
Oh, Pedro tapped all of his lands? Yeah.
死活点不掉最后那几只，就很那个，就很靠北。这英雄地给那个
Looks like a life total discrepancy. But they seem to have sorted it out. So where does the dust settle after all of these transactions? That's the question.
Right. I mean, if Ricardo doesn't have anything, you can attack the Shieldred into the Wandering Emperor, and then it's Shieldred versus nothing, maybe?
Yeah, you got to like that if you're Pedro. And we see 3 mana.
哦，还有这，再见。
But that's going to get disappeared.
Right.
And again, like, look at all of the, the plaza being gone means that the make disappear can happen.
Okay.
But now this happens.
That's
so
out. So
is there an answer for the Shieldred in the next turn or two?
Yeah, I feel like if Ricardo had a sweeper, he would have cast it there and then pick up the Wandering Emperor.
Agreed.
So Ricardo does need to find. Ooh.
可以叫绕人啦。
Sanctuary Warden.
Oh, Sanctuary Warden.
绕人。
You're still around. Good for
拔豆
you.
绕人嘛。
Draw a card, make a 1/1.
对，要拔豆绕人。
This is a ETB or attack trigger, but there are 2 counters that it starts with. So let's start off with one right now and see where it takes us.
Absolutely. Yeah. But this just the ability on Shieldred itself has just done so much work.
It really has. There's a card drawn and another land control deck with a lot of mana.
Okay, it looks like they could not find a
小市民
citizen
呢？
creature token here.
Oh yeah, green and white citizen, right? Can't find it.
So now Pedro can't attack unless he finds an answer to the Sanctuary Warden, which is kind of difficult to remove with the shield counter on it.
Very difficult to attack
两个
into.
盾，拔盾抽一张牌叫1用。
Now the good news for Pedro is that not attacking doesn't mean that there's not forward motion. But
Yeah.
this is a little slower. 9 life, like control deck can find a card draw
Right.
spell into a removal spell, and it can all kind of fall apart.
Yes, drain you. Now Ricardo's down to 7.
血量有点少哦，哥。
Attack you, remove, go down to 5.
Yeah, Ricardo just needs to keep digging until he can find an answer for this pesky Shieldred.
And
要怎么解呢？
try to race here.
Racing a Shieldred. Hey, they found a citizen.
Yeah.
如果已经抽了，表示已经拔了。
Yeah, it
有
looks like
拔
there's
到
a
才会
question on
抽
the。timing of this trigger here. So what's happening here is Sanctuary Warden's attacking. And a counter is going to get removed, which then allows
可
you
是有拔
draw
到
a
才
card
抽
and make，a
怎么
1/1.
连裁判都搞不
Pedro is
懂？
wondering whether or not he can
完
respond
蛋了！
to Sanctuary Warden. Is there a window for him to kill
完
Sanctuary
蛋了
Warden before Ricardo draws
有
a
拔
card?
到
The answer
才
is
会
no.
抽
It all happens at the exact same time.
If you decide to do it,
那个是有
you're
拔到
removing
才
the
抽。
counter, you're
The
getting
card
the
gets
是
card.
结算的时候
Then
才
the
决定
trigger-
要不要
the
拔
card。draw trigger goes on the stack
对，
with the Shieldred in
那
play.
张牌
But he-
他是
Ricardo
要
will
结
have that
结算后才决定要不要拔。对，不是拔了后才结算。对，那张牌。
Remove the counter.
Yes.
He can respond.
Yes.
Between create and draw.
Yes. So removing there's a trigger that asks you if you would like to remove the counter.
Okay.
You choose to remove the counter. When you
跟
do,
裁
you
判确
create
认一下。
trigger for draw card.
这个有时候确实
and
是
create
蛮
token.
复杂的啦。
Okay. So I choose to remove the counter.
Now
he
both-
can respond.
Correct.
Sure.
Yep.
You can respond.
Oh, he can respond.
I
in
was
between.
wrong. I was wrong.
Tense.
I did
I
not
would
get the
have-
wording right on that.
Would
Let me
also
read
not have
that
guessed
again.
that. And this is of
Yeah.
course important
Make
because the
total
counter that he
什么
removes
都
is a
没
shield
了。
counter.
Okay, okay.
Now he's going to get his card. He's going to get his counter, his token, excuse me. But
Is
the
that really
shield
what
go
happens?
down as a
嗯，但我还是没有解啊。对于
If
西
you
欧
do-
If you do, it's a delayed trigger.
I see. Okay.
So he found a window to get rid of the big flying angel. Has Ricardo seriously not found anything? Like, he drew 2 extra cards in the last 2 turns.
Is this Thalia just well, now the Thalia can, excuse me, the Shieldra can just attack.
Yeah, and Ricardo's forced to start chump block.
Is Pedro not even attacking here?
修蕊不该打吧？
Well, there's a barrage.
这边怎样不会让修蕊打？会吃飘边
That was
皇
end。step. You're right. He's not attacking.
Right.
只要修蕊不打，飘边皇完全不能怎样，
Shieldra just might get it done.
就不能对他怎样。
Just sitting there as an enchantment.
Every turn, take 2.
哇！
I mean,
Pedro just doesn't want to
Ricardo
tap
can't
Shieldra.
rummage.
Right. This is the last.
最后一
step
抽
too
了
for
啦，
Ricardo.
那排过底是什么就没。被修蕊
That is
干
gonna
烂
do
了。
it. Pedro figures out how to win that game. It didn't seem like he was going to be able to continue to
我
play
操！控制
relevant
疯狂
board
摸
states
地
after
啊
getting！swept
控
twice
制
and
就是
facing
这
a
种
bunch
命
of
啊
removal early.
疯狂摸地的命
Last
啊！
Children with the distance.
Yeah. I mean, it was just on the board for 4 or 5 turns, and they were just unable to find enough ways to kind of get ahead on cards.
所以最后
right?
那
I
边
mean,
他
it was
是
just,
3
hey,
血
I'm
的，
gonna have
西
some
欧磊就
removal
不会
spells,
打
I'm gonna
了。
kill this thing, I'm gonna kill this thing.
对
But I mean, Pedro just kind of hung
怕
in
飘
there.
边皇而已
And
啊。
guess what? A Shieldra didn't play.
被
could
飘
just
边
win
皇就
games
亏
by
烂
itself.
了
We've seen it，
可能会
many,
直接
many
输
times
掉。
already.
Yeah, it's funny because
And-
we always think like, well, that's why you play it, right? Like they have to kill it or you
Right.
win the game. It just feels like they always kill it. It's like, wait, he actually just did it and it stayed and that
it's
was
interesting because sometimes in these control matchups, that's where maybe Shieldra might not be at its best, right? Because it's a 4-mana card that you tap out for it to play, but I mean, it still got the job done here, so.
It surely did. So Pedro picks up the win there. That leaves us with one more match of this round. We've got Nico Boni versus Javier Dominguez. And this is Rakdos mid-range in the hands of Javier, but domain control from Nico. We got a chance to see him at the tail end of last round as well for people that were watching. Really cool deck leaning on Triumphs to help set up a huge domain advantage for certain cards. So let's see what these 2 Europeans have brought to the table for us. We've got game number 3 between them.
I don't like to draw like I don't like to, Absolutely. Yeah, exactly.
And both players here, veterans of the Pro Tour.
Yeah, they started within a year of each other, which was 2000 and 2001. So well over 20 years of experience between these two.
Yeah. Javier Dominguez, extremely accomplished player. 2018 world champion. But Nico Boni, also world champion, team world champion.
Team world champion. He can hang with anybody, yeah.
哦
There's a duress.
Duress。哦，好难受，控制被这样搞。
And Nico has to make a decision here.
I think I see a make disappear and a negate. Does he want to just fire that off just to
要不然你给，
hide
你给吧。
what he can do?
Usually you do, right? Most of
另
the
一个
time.
Duress，我还以为要这么狠呢。另一个 Duress 太狠了。
He
That was
discarded light up the
a
knight to the
cycle.
blood
That
token.
tells me Javier might be light on lands.
那只是抽
It
气
did,
而已
did
啊。
seem to be the case.
Yeah,
气抽
because he played that thing so fast.
Yeah, also, he may have played the
没有
second land pre-duress just to play around, make disappear.
Right, yeah, absolutely.
Had he had it.
Yeah.
Instead, it looks like he's found it. Plus
Okay.
Sulfur Springs after that.
All right,
And
this is getting
太狠
disappeared.
了，哎，不给不给。
Okay, so both players curving nicely.
You can see some of the power of Blood Tithe Harvester providing a little bit of value to Javier Dominguez, but also that thing is cracking. Look at that, 14 life for Nico. It's probably going to get
想办法
in
让
down to
西欧
11.
And this Rakdos mid-range deck
知
has
道
a lot
压
of
垂
reach.
下落地
If you can get your opponent kind of down to that 6 to 8 range, all their spells kind of at the top end of the curve can just get it done. Ooh.
That's herd migration now for Nico.
找地
Life
补
gain
3血。
not irrelevant here.
That's right. But Fable and
魂力
Mirrorbreaker is on the battlefield now for Dominguez.
我是第一人哦，魂力呀，
Question is, does
找
Nico
张基本力
keep
加
some
手补
sweepers in
3
for
血
this。matchup?
He better hope so. He's going to fall behind pretty quickly if not. If he's got a bunch of counter spells in
没
his
3
hand
麦
right now,
是
like,
Right.
下3麦
ran over.
You can still kind of... Oh. What?
图伦
That is a new card. We got a Thrun
Oh my
Breaker
God.
of
Thrun
Silence.
Breaker of Silence?
这个麻
That
烦
is
哦。
awesome.
So it cannot be targeted.
in this matchup at all.
完全动不了啊。
An edict type effect.
Yes, which yeah.
Invoke Despair does get it done though, right?
除非你有力连呐。
So if Javier can
图
just
轮
find
不然好像
that
动不了图轮。
and just cast it.
That would be a disaster.
图轮就是这么混的。
You can be, it's only this guy, right? Like you can invoke this guy.
啊，你解不掉了，总而言之，不能用单杀去解。
Not super familiar. It's been a while since.
Yeah, Threadbreaker of Silence does not see a lot of play.
It's definitely a cool one here, though.
Down to 11, but Javier Dominguez is fine just
time
sending
now?
it in.
It might be invoke time. You see 5 mana here.
造线绝望，在图轮也没办法。 扛那个了，造线绝望是无情的，这么混蛋的，还能这么混蛋的？一定要抽点什么？要抽招。
Oh, he found the Wandering Emperor, didn't he?
That is a nice one. That's gonna kill.
那就直接解决了吧。
And then we might see
干
an
了吧，
attract.
干了吧。
Does he just do it now? No, he's gonna pass.
不，我选择那个。
The Harvester's obviously coming.
He'd arrest him, right?
Yeah, he doesn't know about
Can't
it.
arrest the top of
哎，
the
你们
deck.
这都做太快了吧？他妈都还没翻就打了。
Keep his loyalty a little higher, or keep her loyalty a little higher in this case.
找寻绝望。
This is a decent draw.
Decent draw, yeah.
我还要找寻绝望呢。
Javier, don't do our job for us. Wow, that wasn't too bad either.
Those are
Javier
decent draws too.
Goodness.
怎么狠
How does
的？
Nico resist not saying that's a decent draw too, Chief?
太狠了
But that's
吧！
land number 7.
Did the Shieldred? Did we not get a Shieldred
在
trigger there?
修蕊了，
I didn't see one.
Oh
怎么了
man.
They're going
那
very
是武
quickly,
士，
though,
不是
and there's
骑
a
士
track
啊！
on the battlefield.
算了，没有人在乎。
Ooh, that's a rough one though.
That shielded
Yeah,
trigger?
That's I mean Nico's at 5.
Yeah. I didn't see it. They
控
may
制
have
好
done it
挣扎。
preemptively.
It's possible.
They're going so quickly.
敌
But
面束缚。
Now that Atraxa does have lifelink, and Javier can make a Harvester, that puts a second blood token into play. That's not quite enough.
吃到
right?
那个就是
That's -6/-6. No, excuse me. That is enough. You just sack both the Harvesters. That's -4/-4 and -4/-4.
有没有杀啦？对手杀
Yeah,，but he is at 5.
对手有一张任何一张杀就白了，就是没救。
So you copy the Harvester. You certainly have to get Atraxa off the battlefield. Then you can attack for 4, excuse
有
me.
没有杀
which will？eat a
没有
knight.
杀，不要再杀了。
Chat says, by the way, that they
再
did
杀
say
就是
trigger.
没救。
Oh, got it.
I think they're
Okay.
just playing
好
around.
紧张哦，控制都是输的那边啊，总是当输的那边啊。
Think a little bit about this.
Javier said, I need to have a little thinky think here.
Right. Yeah, I think a lot of it will. Of course, we don't exactly know what he's working with in hand, but given just us
有
processing
任何一张
it
杀
from
局
the
看来是
board,
没有，
right,
是不
right.
是？可以解掉那
And
个
we've seen
武
even
士，
fast
解
players
不
like
掉
Javier
西欧蕊哦。
Dominguez here pause and really say, okay.
Yeah, I mean, this
武
is
士
a
可以，
crucial
西欧
turn,
蕊
right?
不
You're
行。
so close, and Nico is very close to stabilizing here off the cards provided by the Atraxa
不要那个
and just its body.
复
right?
制
7/7 flying
硬
vigilance
解
death
西欧
touch
蕊
lifelink.
复制可以硬解掉那个啦。哎，不是，他
Looks
哦
like，
可以
another，Shieldred.
复制硬解亚垂下。
Oh, sacking the blood.
Okay, that's a
So now
that's a fork in the road
反
moment
正磨
there.
杀就
So
赢
now
了
we
哈。
cannot kill the
哇，还没
Atraxa.
办法，嘿嘿。
But
cut down
is there a forced block?
复制
Okay.
还可
Now
以
we，have that. You can you can kill
再气
the knight and force a block, right? By attacking with the Shieldred, right?
他只是要补
That-
血
that
而已，
causes a
西欧蕊
trade.
怎样都无所谓。
But he's still digging.
亚垂下，亚垂，
Oh,
哇
from Dominguez. And that's enough to
太无赖了吧！
Wow.
控制都是输家啊，那个哇，
Sure, why not?
All that hard thinking, Javier, and you just had to crack another blood token and
just keep cycling and you get there.
Wow. What a win.
哎，下去我摸到
This
了。
is extremely close, and he needed every card that he had access to pick up that
这个
victory
摸
for
好
Javier, but he did find it
摸
and。won.
Yeah, and that's sometimes how this matchup's going to play, where you do have to still respect that draw.
真的最毒的那一种
To Fable, because if you're on the
他
back
就
foot
我
and
就
you're still leaning on that Atraxa, if they find the answer, might not be enough.
That's right. Wow. Lot of action here from the feature. We've still got another round to bring you. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, though, we'll be back at the news desk with Maria and friends.
太扯了，这是真的没救啊！嘿，我掏了一张沙，再见。控制玩家的尊严都那个啦，扫地啦，一点那个都没有，毫无尊严啊！控制玩家，各种被打得稀烂嘞，我靠！最后来看看8强有几套控制，我猜是没有啦。控制要赢太难了。控制想在这个标准生存台，Nathan 也还有机会进Top A。Carl， 还有 Carl。伊利 Loveman 20啊，另一个伊利嘞？请问一下 ，Rayzen 也赢下第7轮了。西 Tommy 很冲伟 ，LSV 输2轮哦，后2轮有输。还好，还有机会，再来都赢就好了。虽然好像很刚刚，很容易，但是只有这个方法、啊，再来都要赢了，再输应该很难了。对，我猜是12胜进啊，对，12胜以上才进，对，我猜是这样子。Sif 也5杠2，5杠2好多人哦。
A look at Minneapolis at night as we welcome you back to Pro Tour March of the Machine here as we close out day number 1 of competition. And what an exciting day it has been. And indeed, tomorrow is shaping up to look great. Let's take a look at our headlines here. Post round 7. Who tops the leaderboard? That is the big question going into the final round of play here on day number 1. We're about to find out. We've got Davis and Schiavetto competing for the perfect day, setting themselves up so well to potentially make that top 8. Standard is also shaping up here. As the pros play out, we'll find out the win rates of all the decks in Standard coming up tomorrow. Plus, Shieldred, the Apocalypse.
Maria, in a world of lithomantic barrages and cutdowns, a big 4/5 death touch with a lot of powerful abilities reigns supreme.
Absolutely. Sometimes that's just what you need. There's a look at your headlines. And as we get ready for the last round of day number 1, Cedric Phillips has been out amongst the players all day long. Let's find out who he talked to last round.
最后一轮
Pedro, 7-0 with Esper Legends in Standard. Why are you playing that deck this weekend?
I don't know. In my mind, that's the best deck in Standard. Like, there is a decent matchup against everything, and it's out fast. Just I want to finish my match in time, and that's it.
Well, you're definitely doing that. No draws for you. So let me ask you. You are 7-0. Next round, last one of the day. If you win, you're undefeated, top of the standings. Nervous at all?
To be honest, I'm just tired. It was a long travel, so I'm just happy to be here. That's my first Pro Tour that I'm undefeated, so it's experience. It's a new experience.
Well, it's a great experience. You're doing awesome. Good luck next round.
Thank you.
对
I am here with Alex Pulaski, who just defeated Joe Lissette to move on to 6-1 with Rakdos mid-range and standard. Alex, why Rakdos?
I have a good number of reps with it. It was my deck for the RC. I think a lot of the mechanics are kind of transferable from Pioneer, which is the deck I play there. Just being able to like kind of go on autopilot a little bit for some of the like flipping Fable and everything.
我觉得如果 Pioneer 红黑玩家直接进来玩格力级，其实感觉是差不多的，都是那个样子，就是2回合血税，3回合狼女或者什么破镜奇塔。对，然后4回合西欧蕊，玩法是一样的，都是长差不多。最吊诡的是，新区的模板跟标准的模板竟然长得差不多，这是最离谱的。
One round left to play here in the building and day number 1. 2 players remain undefeated. But of course, there can be only one. We'll find out after this round if it will be Pedro or if it will be Jim. Monty.
Maria, we've been talking about a lot of other names, Javier Dominguez, Shotoyesu, but one player that's maybe somewhat gotten under the radar up until now, he's popping back onto the first page. Nathan Stoyer, 12th place, world champion, top 8 at the last Pro Tour, 6-1 here again.
This guy,
does he lose?
I don't know. I mean,
you know, other than the one time, does he lose?
I mean, that is just utterly incredible.
And one other name that did top 4, the same world championship. Carl Sarup, also 6-1.
Absolutely.
So we're seeing familiar names rising back up to the top, Maria.
All right, there's a look at your leaderboard. 1 round left to play. Well, it's deck tech time here. With Derek Davis, talked to Corey Baumeister the other day with a very cool domain control list. Let's check it out.
All right, everybody, welcome to a Deck Tech here with Derek Davis, Pro Tour Phyrexia top 4 competitor. You're playing a really, really spicy one this weekend. I know you're an enjoyer of playing, well, all the colors here. And this Pro Tour is no different. You're playing domain control. So tell me a little bit about why you chose to play this deck.
So coming off the PT, I met up with Chris Ferber, and I know he was going
also top-aided, right?
Yes.
Yep.
And we kind of chatted about getting ready for this PT. He mentioned that he was going to be going to the RC, so we kind of worked together for the RC, even though I didn't go. I knew from those testing situations, I ended up kind of trying out this domain list during that, and a lot of them ended up taking it to the RC and did pretty well.
And did pretty well with it?
And I just knew I wanted to be on some sort of 5-color deck.
Absolutely. It's definitely on brand for you compared to the last Pro Tour. So let's talk about kind of the first most important card, not only in this deck, but in the format. It's Fable the Mirror Breaker. You know, is this just a card no matter what you were going to play in some deck?
Pretty much. If I wasn't playing Esper, I was going to
be playing
Esper. Gotcha. So is this deck, or is this card just as good in this style of deck as it is in like Rakdos, Crixus kind of thing?
Yeah, it does.
Maybe better?
Yeah, it does so much more in that, like in Rakdos, you know, you get the Goblin Shaman that can accelerate out and invoke Despair. Maybe it helps you hit your 4th flag because that's kind of hard to hit without treasures, but you know, it may and may not, all that stuff. In this deck, it helps smoothen out your mana a lot. It helps, you know, loot away the bad lands to find good lands, things like that. And then the reflection is obviously as good as advertised.
5色控 smoothing out a mana base.
还有个那个阿拉洛，对不对？
So you do have another card to help you out the mana base. Contagious Vorak is another card that we've seen in previous domain lists. Was this
竟然会有人相中这个东西
？Basically, yeah, it helps obviously hit your land drops, fix your mana.
这东西真的堪用吗？有点怀疑。
Naturally, so a card that you would
它是扎实的转牌啦，可是跟剑之客比，那个落差就出来了。剑之客太顶了。
We got some spice that is not in your traditional domain list coming up a little bit later, but it is Atraxa. You know, Atraxa is just this powerful card. Was this just an auto include in the deck as well, or just a card you knew you wanted to be playing?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, 7 mana, 7/7 with all the keywords and put 6 cards in your hand is where I want to be in the
Yeah,
format.
you even have an extra type you can be putting into your hand now, right? Okay, so another card that we've seen a lot that helps fix your mana base, Herd Migration, another card that you're just playing 4 of. Is this the #1 payoff in the deck, or do you like Atraxa, you know, as a better one, or?
I don't think I would say there is necessarily like a #1 payoff, but it's just so key to the deck just because of like, it's your 5-color land that also gains you life, that also ends the game. So it's just doing everything you want it to do and more.
Very versatile, that's for sure. Okay, and I can't waste any more time. I think you're all thinking it as well. We need to talk about Invasion of Alara because, well, battles aren't necessarily something we would even think we would be seeing in Standard, let alone the 5-color, probably the most difficult one to cast. So tell us a little bit about Invasion of Alara in this deck.
The card's great. It's your value engine, and so basically when it enters, it cascades twice. You choose 1 to go in your hand, 1 to cast.
Yep.
And so you get to more reliably find your sweepers and your fables. Cast Fable more often is generally a good place to be. Especially going from 5 to 7, you put the Goblin Shaman in play, and then the next turn you can cast a 7-drop.
Okay.
But it just gets you so much value and helps close out the game.
So then trying to flip an invasion like this, your deck doesn't really attack it very well. So we have another creature that is going to help you flip a little bit. Let's talk about Cemetery Desecrator. Not a card we've seen in Standard very much. Walk us through this one.
Well, the main thought process with that card is you're cycling Herd Migrations. You might discard an Atraxa to Fable or something along those lines. This card takes your 7-drops and to flip your Alara right away by removing 7 counters conveniently. It's also just a really good removal spell for creatures and planeswalkers alike. And so it just does a lot. It also makes Reflection better in this deck.
And a 4/4 is still pretty difficult to
4/4
kill.
menace.
And then do you find yourself when you flip Invasion just kind of always winning the game? Because it has a lot of words on it, I'll tell you that.
It generally is,
especially if you're playing Desecrator, copying it, removing another thing from their board, making 7/7 with menace.
心存怀疑
It does it all. Awesome.
要5费才能杀死希欧蕊
To do it all at this Pro Tour as well. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
等于说你一定会高几率先吃一发造线绝望，才有办法拿那个杀人。有啦，你可以移自己啦，也是个方法。移自己的套，移自己的咒语可以。哦，强强对决，我们免不了的。
versus Rakdos Breach. Pedro Schiavetto running that
Pedro
Esper Legends deck from Brazil said he tested with his friends for this event, and hopefully they prepared him for this undefeated record here on day number 1 playing in 2010. Versus Jim Davis on Rakdos Breach, the popular content creator tested with Team Channel Fireball, has a top 8 from the Neon Dynasty Championship, started playing in 2001. All right, we've got one of these players going undefeated. Monty, tell me about their decks.
All right, starting with Pedro on Esper Legends, we did just see this deck in the hands of Shoto Yasuoka, but a little different for Pedro's build as we take a look. One of the notable things, not the full 4 copies of Rona, only 2 for Pedro. New inclusion here in the main deck for Pedro, Adeline, 3 copies, so definitely a bit more of an aggressive slant to this build of the deck. There is also a copy of Urtai, alongside 1 main deck copy of Ao, 2 copies of Urtai, excuse me, as a way of really interacting and against a deck like Jim's that is trying to go over the top of you with big spells, having 2 copies of Urtai able to dodge duress, this is going to be a big deal. On the other side, we do have Jim Davis. He is on this Rakdos Breach deck that some of so far it's been doing excellent for him, having the ability to
没办法从对手那边捞到什么便宜耶，感觉。最好就挖希欧蕊了吧。对 ，Bridge 对于对手来讲，还有欠哇。
All right, there's a look at our 2 decks. And it's time now for everybody's favorite segment here from the news desk. Monty is the machine. We've combined the forces of our desk with an all-powerful computer with all the data to make this horrific thing that you're about to see on your screen. Monty/machine, who do you pick?
Maria, the answer is obvious. The king of day 1 is Jim Davis.
There we go, Jim Davis.
完了，要被奶爆了。
Find out if Monty Machine will be right
我
here.
先帮你那个
One
啦。
player is leaving undefeated from the building.
第二天加油啊！
Julie and Corey
第一天
have
看来要被
round number
奶
8
了。
for you. Take it away, you two.
Thank you very much, Maria. Jim Davis is king of day one, huh? That's got a nice ring to it. I'm pretty sure he'll be happy to tout that crown a little bit.
I think so. I think so. But we do got to talk about it. That machine hasn't gotten a lot right today so far. So I don't know if we can trust him. Yeah.
Yeah. Don't listen to what the machines say. They're trying to get into your brains.
Exactly.
But what we want to get into your brains, friends, is the fact that someone is going undefeated in this matchup. Jim Davis up against Pedro. And we are super duper looking forward to seeing who is going to be crowned king of day number 1 here. And Pedro said in his interview, he's like, I'm just tired, man. This is a grueling day.
Yes, absolutely. And international travel, you know,
Yeah.
fighting jet lag and stuff like that, always a tough thing. Yeah, being able to get to 7-0 though, really impressive for both players. Huge accomplishment no matter what.
来看究竟毒奶是不是真的哦。
And you know that's also what's
怎么觉得
limited. So
俊
if
会
you're just
被
joining
那个
us now, these
自
players
摸一
do
堆
3
地
rounds
给
of
害
eliminations in
死
the beginning of the day, and that
这
can
个
go
毒奶
any
下
which
来
way.
后，
You know, you have to
疯
be
狂
able
自摸
to
地。
adapt your play style and your deck building
然后
skills.
恐龙
tested,
翻到
you
什
know.
么斩
It's
落
not just oh, bring a standard deck and
吐
hope
了
for the best. You know, it's there's a lot of preparation that goes into these events.
Yep, the double format
Guys, so
tournaments
cut
are
down.
always very tricky and very testing.
Little Skrelv getting in there for 1 ding
骗
damage.
住 cut down.
Is Jim Davis going to accept this? No, cut down. Poor Skrelv gets got into the bin he goes.
有招吗？哎，没招
Yeah,。and that was a nice heads-up play from
那
Jim
个
there.
人
It would make a lot of
disappear
sense that if you were going to play something like Thalia
这个
or
被
even a
cut down
better
有点
2-drop,
伤。
you would leave Skrelv untapped.
Yeah.
So
我
attacking
觉得
with that was a
Davis
pretty
的
good
展
sign
开
that
比
there
较
was no
顺。
2-drop. Jim sniffed it out correctly there.
Bloodtithe Harvester down on the board.
拉菲
The most frequent turn 2 play I think we're going to see all weekend.
Yep.
As black and red are just so powerful at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And this Rakdos Breach deck has looked really, really strong. Seth Manfield being the architect of this style of deck with Team CFB, but Jim making very good use of the really powerful deck. Just completely running the tables. Had a really nice match against Shota last round as well.
Rafine Scheming Seer. The stalwart card here of the Esper Legends. You know, this card is just such a powerhouse. It's kind of the glue that holds the Legends together, you know?
Yeah,
哇，好高费
definitely the
哦，
reason
手
to
上都
play
是
the deck as well.
有够
Being
胖
able
的咒
to
语。
loot away the extra
就
legends.
Davis
ends up being, you know,
手
one of
上
the
那个都
most
很
important
胖
things
啊，
with this
他的
card.
咒语
Rona,
太胖了。
you know, the new addition in the 2-drop slot as well, being able to perform a similar role here for Rafine.
Looking at Jim's hand, though, he does not have a single play this turn and is really looking to maybe find cut down would be the best possible draw right now.
Yeah.
But otherwise, you know, just big score next turn to be able to find some wrong 1-drop there.
Yeah, I mean, at least there's one that he can cost right now. So
Yeah, but
that's
you
okay.
usually don't have any hits against Esper
那个
Legends.
Julius
so,
好
you know,
像
that's
没
probably
什
gonna
么
be the card
用
you
啊
discard to with big
对
score.
于这种非生物，基本上不到10张的套牌，太容易扑空了。
Esper Legends very light in the non-creature department.
哦，来了
You're，tapping out.
白人类。
What are we going to see? Lorena the third path, Adeline
完了
perhaps. What's coming out?
哦，
Adeline,
太狠
perhaps,
了
Cathar.
一定扁。
Super powerful card.
我先那个啦。
Yep, so resolving the Adeline trigger first to get the counter and then target Rafine the correct way here so you get those 2 draw steps to be able to target.
还是打匪音吧。
And yeah, Jim just doesn't even have a great follow-up already. Big score, a very powerful card, and will help set up the rest of his draws, but Jim's going to be under a lot of pressure here.
Yeah. Lorena the third path.
Take 2.
没关系。
18.
Getting discarded there.
让他脱离斩落就麻烦了，斩落斩不掉拉菲音最麻烦，还多一个臭手保护护驾，
Hit the battlefield and maybe
臭
stick
手
around a
护
little
驾
longer this time.
3
Let's see
点，再一个
what Jim
3次
Davis
人
can
类，
find off the top of the library.
走。
See, Fable the Mirror
Fable, all
Breaker,
right.
a turn late,
Yeah,
definitely.
it's at least something to, you know, dig a little
完
deeper
了，
though,
真
so
的
not
有
the
有啊！
worst to find off the top of the library.
Yep,
我怎么
absolutely.
觉得要
See
big
if Jim
score，big score 啊
prioritizes getting something onto the
Big
battlefield
score
like
偏点什么
Fable
东
or
西？
just casting big score.
Yeah, big score is that's one way to get ahead, you know.
Yeah.
Getting to 7 mana, getting to cast big dumb spells, getting Chandra down on the board. You know, that's all a way to swing things back in your favor. But Jim decided that Fable of the Mirror Breaker is the way to go here. Get another creature on the board and possibly discard a couple cards.
Yeah, have another blocker. Maybe it's a double block Adeline if you want to. And just the fact that, you know, the cards you're ramping into with Chandra and Invoke Despair, not that good against Esper Legends right now when you're kind of already behind on the battlefield.
So
turn passes back to Pedro Schiavetto, Shieldred, and Rafine in hand. So talk about redundant copies of Legends. Rafine, certainly something that's going to get gone very shortly as Shieldred hits.
Yeah, and now with Skrelv able to protect that, this is going to be a really tough game for Jim Davis to win here.
Certainly. So Pedro is making Jim Davis's life difficult here with Esper Legends. You know, everyone thinking, oh, Esper Legends. No, it's still quite good indeed.
Yeah, absolutely. Shota making it look really good as well as Pedro here.
目标差，3个正在进行攻击的生物，没得回应，没斩落。
Trigger.
A lot of life there.
抽3张，补6血，还要再弃3张。
Quite a combination. That is for sure. Yeah, this has been just a really nice.
2个拉菲因跟1个平原吧，拉菲因根本就多的那个拉菲因就不需要了。
Go for the throat just in case Jim has something really powerful
like
Shieldred to be able to kind of stabilize a little bit.
平原。 攻击力
But yeah, game 1, I imagine
Oh my
pretty
god，
rough
攻击7
the Rakdos side, then
7-6警戒，到底要怎么打？我就问，到底要怎么挡啊？7-6警戒。一定要送下去啊！
But this is the way that the matchup seems to be going at this point. You know, Pedro had this excellent curve, is just applying so much pressure, and Jim Davis doesn't have much going for him at the moment.
Yep, not really deciding what to block here. And Pedro just has been playing excellent too, putting these counters exactly at the trickiest spots right now. Like Jim has not had a good opportunity to really get any favorable blocks going. Like here, just a chump block. Not what he's looking for here. So something that Jim's really going to need to get back into this game is like find a Tali, discard it, and then find Cruelty as well, and try to do something with that. But like Chandra's not great because Skrelv gets to protect one of the targets.
欠着，还有救吗？哦，痛死了，这。
That was a tap
到底有什么办法救啊？
Not a good start.
造线绝望也会死，
cost that this turn, but I mean,
怎样都会死。
It's just asking for death.
死定了。
Jim.
对手手上还一张渣子的沙。
Goes on the stack. Go for the throat.
等下一杀下去就结束了。
Kind of a problem there with anything that says target.
Yeah, and go for the throat. Can't target the only creature it would actually deal with. So I think this is Jim just running the numbers here. Seeing if he can even survive at this point instead of how am I going to win? It's how can I live through one more turn to try to figure something out.
我没办法，造线绝望。
Let's see what he goes for here.
造线绝望只能清一个生物，而且他可以牺牲掉虫虫啊。
I do love how Jim's streaming persona comes through even in situations like this.
Yeah.
Just like, eek, please.
I'll try my best.
Black. You're at 21.
Expert from Black, yeah. There goes Skrelv. Ding ding, draw.
He's like, yep, no big deal.
要求。
Goodness me.
没招。
Man, Shieldred is so rough with decks that like to draw cards.
Exactly, yeah. Invoke Despair, probably another one of those cards that's probably going to be sideboarded out. We see.
Cool. Myself a couple times. This is fine. Yep, and that's going to be the
Jim Davis 要被奶
to
爆
game
了。
2 there because, oh boy.
我们这个赛评真是专业的明灯啊！冥界的明灯。
Obliterating Bolt, Gix Command, Abrade, Soul Transfer, all of these removal spells that are most assuredly going to come in response for all of these gigantic sorceries that are just really not great for you. The cards you really want those cards against are other Fable, other
Pedro 的节奏应该是不太行。结果 John Davis 后面比较绕塞一点，他的节奏。不说那个展开太强了。
Yeah, especially if you
Pedro 的展开后面整个都超强。
Black-red-based decks. That makes perfect sense. So in this matchup, provided all goes well, you'd expect Jim Davis to have the advantage.
Yep, their thought as a team was, with the printing of Lithomatic Barrage being basically cut down 5, 6, and sometimes 7 against these decks, that the Esper Legends players would be a little afraid and not bring the deck in as high of numbers. They were right, but it was, of course, not 0.
Yeah, I mean, you still need to account for that. You know, even though Mono White is not highly played here, there are still a couple players running around with it. And from what I can tell, a couple are doing pretty good with it, too, so...
Absolutely. Okay, so we see Denek here, Harvester being played. See what kind of follow-up Pedro has here.
是谁啊？刚刚谁在笑？靠腰。
Just hear some crazy stuff happening behind us at times.
是谁啊？
Yes, it's the 8th round. It's a lot of win and make it into the next day's situations. You gotta love the excitement from the players.
Yeah, you know, here we're focusing on the 8 and 0s, but the 4 and 4s. They're winning their next day to play, basically.
That's my bread and butter when I was at Pro Tours. Got to win that last round to be able to draft the next day. Yeah, that was all me. All right, so another new card we're seeing in hand is Surge of Salvation.
Yeah.
Ends up being a really strong card against, well, not only just Rakdos strategies, but, you know, just gaining hexproof, kind of doing its best blossoming defense impression here.
Such a cool card.
这个对造线，我这对红黑系套牌很强的背牌，超强。
For Pedro.
Yeah, that's a card that Frank Carson mentioned in his metagame breakdown, or you know, cards that he'd expect to see make their way into these standard decks, and Surge of Salvation definitely high up there.
Yeah, and speaking of, Frank wrote a lot of really awesome pieces for anybody who wants to check out some more deep dives in standard.
Yeah, magic.gg, go look.
Really great stuff. I absolutely love his articles.
Yeah, if you want to find out anything more about our teams as well, you know, Team Channel Fireball, Team Handshake, the Sewer Rats, Sanctum of All. There's so many teams going around.
So many of them.
Reckoner Bankbuster hits the board here for Jim Davis. And a second Blood-Type Harvester.
I like how Jim just slams down these cards too with force. And this is a great draw for Jim. You know, this is exactly what you want. You want these low to the ground curves. You know, you don't want to be having all these really expensive cards. So I bet this matchup really flips where game 1 is basically abysmal for Jim, but games 2 and 3, where you get to really make your deck nice and lean, ends up helping a ton.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, you know, if you do manage to get a win on the Rakdos deck against Esper Legends in game 1, you're very happy about that. Because it's kind of like a freebie, right?
Yeah, and if you're on the play, it's definitely not impossible, you know.
You know, top of the deck variants, all that, land, flood, and screw, it all comes in.
Exactly. We do see big old Atali in Jim's hand as well. You don't have to pay that tax for Thali if you just cast that card straight away. It's kind of the thing that I love the most about these Reanimator strategies, or, you know, Rakdos Breach, however you want to label what these decks are doing, is, you know, you always had to either destroy your own mana base so you could play Atraxa, a bunch of Triumphs, a bunch of Pain Lands, win your base Rakdos.
Yeah.
Or you just pray that you get Cruelty to bring it back. Now you actually have one of your powerful payoffs. You can just cast 7 mana. It becomes a lot more powerful and versatile.
这个可以3杀我靠
Pretty darn good. I mean, the success you've had with similar reanimation lists, you much preferred Atali because of that reason, just being able to cast it if you had to.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
In a pinch, you can still get a big old beater down and steal some good stuff from your opponents. So.
Just being able to automatically hit off of it. You know, if it was a situation where you flip the top and if it's a land, you don't get anything, this card would go from really, really powerful to almost unplayable. You know, so really impressive stuff.
A glow up from the previous version of Atali, where, you know, she'd have to swing first and then get the trigger. So
yeah, exactly.
这个笑到底
the
是
other
啥笑？
side. Oh boy, I wonder if we'll see someone die to infect this weekend.
靠哟！
It's not going to be the toxic death.
到底是谁啊？那个狂笑是啥笑？
More than likely.
We're gonna get down with the
谁
primal
在笑？
sickness.
哇，好
that's
亮
for
哦
sure.！
它这个不会太亮了嘛，哥？
All right, Thalia and Urtai in
你这个
hand
卡
as
有点
well
太
as
闪
that
了。
Ottawara. So now Pedro has a really tough decision here. Do you want to hold up Urtai the whole game, or do you want to get down a threat and start taxing?
萨利亚。
Thalia on the board.
A cool little art.
Yeah, it's a sweet variant.
Cool
on there, I
alternate
like
art there.
先 cut down 处理啊，给我下
And she's
去。
dead. Is she dead?
Now there is that surge of salvation.
好像可以，可以了
And it's got
吗
to be？ pretty
这边
tempting.
用掉
I
很
mean,
贵
otherwise,。what are you really doing with that? You'd also have Ottawara if you just want to bounce it.
Yeah, that doesn't get taxed by Thalia.
Yeah.
Excuse me,
这边
Thalia,
用
but
掉
the
感
social
觉
salvation
怪怪
would be,
的。
so she
因为
survives,
等下
sticks
吃到
around,
造
is
线
going
绝
to
望
be
就落赛
taxing
了。
Jim Davis mana.
And I believe that was a cruelty
Well,
off the
it's
top,
all
so
in chaos,
good
though.
save there from Pedro because you had it all wrapped up to just
不管先
discard
抽
Atali and then play cruelty, bring it back immediately.
Man, that would have been bad beats indeed.
Oh, I lied. It was a fable, not a cruelty.
Not a fable, all right.
But Jim's hand still looks excellent here,
Yeah.
being able to
先
draw
杀
some
吧
cards, play fable for
什么
4. Then you can't really play
哦，没
go
有
for the
先
throat,
顶。
but you can draw off Bankbuster. And Jim's not at a super low life total right now where he
等一
has
下
to
就
be
会
super
翻
concerned about it.
大
Just wants to
恐
find
龙
land
啊！
7
Yeah,
to
no,
jam
no.
a tally.
He's just expanding his battlefield, you know, just getting his threats down.
太这个
Doing his own thing for the time being, and he'll worry about Thalia later, mostly when she's
我
probably
想直接
blocking a big old dragon.
呀
Yep, there you go.
Dinosaur, excuse me.
All right,
Yeah,
this is going to be a
Shieldred.
huge tension point here.
9
Shieldred was the top deck, so if
9
Pedro wants, can get really aggressive and play that, or play more defensive
Yeah,
and have
Shieldred
Urtai
有
available
爆开
for
来
Atali. Makes the defensive
一定
play,
有
says
招啊！
go,
我被尔
and
泰
should
干
probably
掉。
pay dividends here.
Here we go.
尔泰
That's
关
if
键
Jim
的
finds
那
a
个
land, otherwise
Oh,
maybe
he's
it's
gonna
not going to work as much.
Breach
尔
in
泰
hand
关
there,
键
too.。
Yep, and that one is a little taxed. And I
Yeah.
guess Jim can just attack with the Shaman to gain that
Yeah.
7th mana.
Just get the land there from it. Sitting on 25, Jim is at 9.
Yeah, and Breach of the Multiverse, sometimes when you just put the cards onto the stack, you know, Thalia would tax it, but these do just get put into play. So Thalia does not tax the additional
干掉
cards you're
萨利
putting
亚
into
吧
play.
There's an
先
interesting
打
interaction with the
原来
battles.
是这样，是
If
这样的
Thalia's
吗
on the？ board, you don't have any mana, and you try to cast the backside of the battle, and it's a
Yeah.
non-creature, you're getting taxed.
还
That
是
is a
打
good
算
point.
叫恐龙
That
一
is a
决
good
胜
point.
负？叫恐龙会死
Well, let's
哎
see it！show up tomorrow. I don't think we had any of those
叫恐龙会
interactions
死
today,
啊！
but
等
yeah,
一下
just，something to be wary of. And that Phyrexian
叫
Sensor
恐龙
too.
会死。
Yep.
Oh
yep.
boy, there's definitely some gotcha cards in Limited, which we'll see much more of
Ooh,
tomorrow.
叫
But
恐
for
龙会死。
now, we are still trying to find out
直
who
接叫
will
恐龙应该
remain
会
our
死哦。
undefeated player
哦，没有
in
Birch，
the Pro
有
Tour.
Birch，差一点吧。
Yeah, so crazy to think that Jim Davis had his first paper feature match here against
That's
Luis Scott
insane.
Vargas.
He feels like I feel like he's been playing for
太
decades at
多
this point.
Yeah,
and-
and just took 5th at Worlds,
消
just
灭
barely,
目标
you
失
know,
误，
tiebreaker
给
to
你
out
抽
of
一
being in the
张
top
牌
8，with 2 other teammates,
Yeah.
Yakov
不给
Toth
抽
and Neely Cassis
我就
in that
闪现
tournament
就好
not too
了。
long ago in Las Vegas.
I mean, he's just been chaining qualifications together since the Neon Dynasty
有两
Championship. So
杀，
he's been having one heck of a run.
So here is the
有两个杀
Urtai that was just cast,
Okay.
and I believe
阿布尔的
Not-
可能会那个。先把阿布尔交
not
掉，
targeting anything.
Okay.
阿布尔的先交
Just
掉。
happy to hang. Just a flash of friend.
哦，
All right.
Just
Thalia
up,
getting
nigga.
taken care of with a braid there.
Yeah. I suppose maybe this was end step?
再
Yeah,
杀
That
嘛
would，make more sense.
Jim
Otherwise,
just not committing
杀
anything to
好
that turn.
杀满啊，什么都不留给你。
all right,
Get out of there,
minimizing the
Urtai.
battlefield just to have a Denick left, looking really good for Jim, and a
反正
smart
就是
play to
打
not go for
想要
Atali
叫
there.
希欧瑞
Really
嘛，
heads up
这
from
么
Jim.
简
It
单
would。have ran right into
打
maybe
生
kind
气
of a face-up Urtai.
血
It was
量
a little
稳固了
obvious there.
Ottawara, Shieldred in hand for
希欧
Pedro
瑞跟两个
Schiavetto.
大连员。
Tapping out here now.
哦，我先
for
抽牌可不
the
可以？
Apocalypse.
应该是不会抽啊，
Jim
好像不会
Davis
抽，
needs
不会
to
抽，不
take
抽
a。little caution here with his life.
你要
total, 'cause
抽
This is getting too close for comfort for my liking.
也是呢，
But But that
没关
does
系啊，
not
也是可以
mean。that the coast is clear for
只是说那个
shenanigans.
哥布林
Plenty
保
of
不住
shenanigans.
喽
We can either see breach
哦，没关系，
the
马上
moment
换一颗哦，那没问
or
题
a
的。
Tolly here.
What do you
and
like more?
I think breach probably here because you do get 2 things.
但我快晃神了，觉得他们的正常操作有时候变得怪怪的。
But, I mean, Jim did just use a braid and go for the throat on 2 other creatures, so this go for the throat not having an answer to Shieldred could be a problem.
Alrighty, let's do some flippity-flopping of the Fable of the
我也有
Mirror
西欧
Breaker.
蕊，
It's a reflection of Kiki-Jiki hanging out. We have
还是
the
要
pilot,
叫
we've got the
恐龙，
goblin
叫
shaman.
恐龙爆了，没
That
事。
little guy stuck around longer than he usually does.
应该魔石章吧？魔石章有绝吧？对手的西欧人来了，终于！我是第一次看到这张卡来，有点猛。魔石章。
Both player milling the 10 and choosing the creature or planeswalker in their graveyard. So not even
not of the 10 that are milled, yeah.
So no matter what,
他不会被那个卡到。
Yeah, Urtai smacks the Shieldred.
Yeah, Urtai get rid of Shieldred sounds great.
这个最扯的是，他没目标，所以那个卡不到。对那个卡不到这个。这一张牌最神奇的地点。
Hit from Jim, but.
How much does he want to Shieldred of his own?
Oh my god! 一定选恐，Jim Davis 一定选
Jim
恐
would really
龙
like to take
嘛？
2 cards from Pedro here for sure.
Definitely,
if that was
but
possible.
the first thing he has to prioritize is keeping his life total a little higher. So.
啊，按你的恐龙
Yeah,
嘞？
Graveyard Trespasser will help with that.
哥，你的恐龙呢？
Now, what does he grab from Pedro?
Yeah, I think I like this a little bit better. It's a little bit safer. You could get a Shieldred, but then if you lose the Shieldred of your own, all of a sudden now you're in trouble.
Graveyard, finish it off with the spell, 2 triggers on the stack.
Nice.
You can't target, right?
What?
You can target?
Correct. This trigger is good.
Oh yeah, can't target with Denek.
给你，哦，抽一张。
Yeah, and it is put those cards on the battlefield. So Denek doesn't prevent Breach, but it does prevent Graveyard Trespasser from
哦，他还有西欧人，在我在下西欧人。
And now one interesting interaction is Pedro does have Otawara to bounce Urtai to be able to then recast it, bounce it to his own hand.
Yeah, that's pretty neat.
But it's still a little slow.
Yeah.
Crew.
I mean, he's at 25.
还以为要爆炸一点叫大恐龙，只是叫大恐龙可能会落赛。
Another Shieldred off the top.
到时候翻2个会落赛的东西，好像不太妙。
to deal with. So now it's just turn things sideways mode and
主播早安，我起床了，主播还没睡。
Of round number 8.
对啊，现在最后一轮呢，精彩的。
Gonna need a big draw here
有点
from
精彩
Pedro to be able to advance to 8-0 straight away. If not, it looks
他可以用大田园回手
耳
太，
number 3.
又可以再用一次。
Any other way between the 2 undefeated players. And yeah, don't forget Jim Davis does have
又有人在
Tolly
狂笑
to
了，
just have
洗得
some
烤。
fun next turn
yeah.
as well.
Yeah, please, could we? Please, sir. I want some more. Thalia back on the
等
board.
下出西欧人，
Adding to the
就不
legend
用玩游
count
戏
here
了
for。the reduction on Otawara Soaring City.
叫西欧雷
So
啊
one！of these Otawaras can hit Urtai for the low cost of 2. These channel lands end up being so awesome in
Oh,
this
they're
deck.
so good in this list.
Yeah.
全欧类回收耳太，局势可能逆转，有点危
Second
险。
Zen and Besage, nothing against you
反
guys,
正一
but
定是
the Esper colors, so sweet.
Much better, much better for sure.
应该叫西欧雷吧？没有更好的选择吗？还是有？
Hey.
还有杀？
That's a way to get some life back.
Over Atalia.
我在杀你 Danik， 我的狼女在扁你，完美，对不对？
No way to
如
gain
果
life at
这
the
么顺就好
moment
了
with。this Bankbuster out of counters.
Yeah,
Drawing
except for the
cards.
bloods if you really want to.
Yeah, there's that is
哦，
equal
没有，
to
原来
full
要
life
这样
there,
比，
so
是
Yeah,
不是？
that could be huge.
It's not nothing.
不杀，不先杀 Danik 吗？我不杀 Danik。
So Bankbuster
不
just
急啊
getting thrown.
你的耳太等下就不是你的啦。
And a good line of blockers in the back line there for Jim Davis.
Yeah.
话说，好多人在催命琪琪，
Creatures, yeah.
And the red zone coming
催
in.
命琪
Yeah,
琪
you're
哦
usually，
正
ahead,
常
that's。for sure.
All right. Denik jumping ahead there with Thalia's help to kill this 3/3
拜拜。
Trespasser.
哦，和打。
Yeah, what are we killing?
Yeah, I'm ordering that.
Looks like Thalia being up front.
This first. Yep. Okay.
哎，我要回手，是不是？
All right. And it looks
再
like
回
we're
手
gonna bring onto
我的
War
二
Solar
太，请
City
还我，请还我，这是
to
我的
return Urta.
哈哈哈。
Bouncing Urtai. Let's see if Jim has any way to sacrifice it or anything. Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, you don't really want to use a go for the third on that.
Yeah, not really.
爆了，
It's just like, okay, something I have to play around now.
请还我，那是我的二太，笑了。
Urtai and mystery card. You can tell that Jim is a
我
very
大恐龙
popular
还卡在
streamer.
手上，
That
难
is
怪他刚没挖大恐
how
龙
he'd。be talking on his channel.
我觉得问题的是血碎，
Game.
我血碎没问题啦，
Information face up.
血碎只是万金
That's
油
one
而
way
已。
I learned to, you know, how
血
different
碎只是
archetypes
朴
work
实
is
无
by
华的
watching these
中
players
速
yeah,
生
talk
物而已
through。their plays and everything. It's just a great way to get
太
better
牛
at
了
the
吧
game.
Yeah, he's got a
To watch the best play
very,
it.
very informative and a really
我的
fun
二太
stream,，
二太回到手上，又可以杀血人，
And a cute little
反正
dog
补不太
named
到
Arn,，you
一定
know?
可以补到血啦，还有血，
Not everyone loves
还有
Arn
血
the
滴在
Flame
旁
Talker
边啊，
itself,
不
but everyone
就
would
那
love
边的
Arn
血量绝对没有
for
问题。
sure. Cuddly little fella.
对，
I will crew Bankbuster.
看来是要打第三局了啦，要复制一下。
Cute little copy here that comes with 3 counters on it, and I believe, yeah,
我还
this is
能再
at
抽
end
牌
step.。So you get to draw a card and you get to keep it.
杀！
So in response to that, you're gonna Urtai.
Urtai flashes in, targeting.
When this is destroyed, does it still trigger? Like, so the draw.
No， 看不到。
Does the shield still
I was
trigger?
wondering that too.
Sure, thank you.
But the flip side, so this just happened, but the other way. But you know that could be Pedro missing the trigger when it happened the other way.
Ah, right.
Because if it gets destroyed, you still draw the card simultaneously.
John Davis 为什么要这样打？
It affects with Shieldred, but I was not 100%.
为什么要这样子打？有点好奇
This
耶。
one, when it goes on the stack, he's choosing this mode. When it's using modes, it destroys it. It carries out the instructions in the order.
要有被杀掉，才会令你会抽一张牌。
And then you draw a card, and so it'll be out of play when you draw.
Yep. All right, so this is gonna be destroyed. This is mine, right? Yeah. So I'm gonna draw off the Urtai and then draw off the Bankbuster, right? So draw
Yep.
Urtai.
Always worth knowing about how these little
为什么呢
interactions？work. You know,
哦，他的维尔那无所谓
you
了
know, Jim was probably
有人
pretty sure
爆
how
了
it
无所
works,
谓
but。it's always
It's always
better
good
to
to
be
double check,
100%.
yeah, for sure. You know, because that 2 life
反
could make a difference.
正大恐龙来了吗？
Could be the difference in this game.
Yep. So now I have the bank
我
buster
的大
until the
恐
next
龙
turn.
要
It
来
can
了，
crew. It can
大
do
恐龙的
everything
归来。
up until end step where it'll be exiled.
叫大恐龙吧，我好想看他大恐龙上。哎，大恐龙，大恐龙该上喽。
All right, what we got? Land. No.
哎呦，
Takanuma, Rafine. Cool. Ooh.
我们要分。
Rafine and
好了，还行啦
Fable.。
你的都是我的了。
Oh man.
大恐龙 NG 啊，虽然这个头好像没那么有料，就是。
Of triggers off of our dear friend Rafine if everything starts swinging.
Yeah, and here is the time that you just live for as the Rakdos Reanimator gamer, just where you're doing the things, you know you can't really lose the game, and you just have a good old time.
1号。
Get some tokens, we can crew the little creatures. Bankbuster. Oh man, this is looking so good right now for Jim Davis on the other side of things. Pedro is just kind of sitting as he goes through the motions. Doesn't really have all that much.
开车，开复制车。
Yep.
And move to combat.
And here we go.
那个打，生个
Let's
珍
see if he
宝。
remembers his Rafine trigger.
Yeah.
There we go.
Draw 2.
Draw 2. Discard 2. What do you got? Another Fable, Cliffs,
抽
and
2
go for the throat in hand.
给那个哥布林吧。
The Swamp Found.
拉菲因。
And Gix's Command.
Damage. Take 4.
Okay. Takes 4
That's
here.
bad.
Jim was forced to discard at least 1 spell,
Yeah.
with Denek being able to block the Shaman, so
对面
heads up,
自摸西欧了也无
we're
所
gonna
谓
see，that copy token go
他手
away.
上有杀，正杀
It，did its job.
对西欧的也杀啦。
Drew a card, dealt 4 damage, not bad.
I'm gonna keep doing a lot more stuff.
我输，那我继续吧。
Doing
不好
more
了
stuff,，says Jim.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
太狠了 j u
Look at all these.
我可以尿尿一下吗？
Okay,
我
cool.
尿尿一
Yes, you
下，
have it. Let's go. Game 3.
不然尿出来
All
了
right,。big game. Big game, everyone. Let's watch this. Hoping for no mulligans. Looks like there is a mulligan down to 6 here for Pedro.
All right.
But Pedro is on the play.
Yeah, and a pretty good hand there, too.
Yeah, not bad. Couldn't cast Skrelv on turn 1. That's pretty awkward, but Rona can come down decent. Yeah, actually, it's not the best hand. I mean, you need Rona to live. If Jim has a removal spell for that, which you do, we'll see if Jim fires that off instead of the Harvester here. If Jim had perfect information, he'd snap go for throating.
He sure did. He went so fast to drop the card, man.
Looks like it. All right, big draw step. Otherwise, Pedro does nothing here. Okay.
All right, just a little Skrelv, buddy. Go for the throat in hand, Surge of Salvation to protect it, and Shieldred in hand there. So here comes Blood Tithe Harvester from Jim Davis. There is the blood token. Go for the throat, takes care of that creature.
Okay.
Passes the turn back. Let's see what we find here
Big
for
draw step.
Adeline. All right, that's okay. It's not the greatest, but it's okay. This gets a board presence if Skrelv gets going, but he's just going to hang.
That was a great draw. Yeah. That was a great draw, actually. Being able to protect Adeline, a swamp would have been great, too, to have a Shieldred to protect that. Now Jim does have to find something.
Certainly does need to get rid of the Skrelv ASAP because Adeline runs away with games. We've seen her as an absolute all-star in whatever list she's been in. So, Graveyard Trespasser, taking care of Verona, Ding and Drain.
怎么那么快到第4回合了？哎。 好吧，现在标准就蹦蹦蹦蹦 ，OK， 前面都不用再想了，丢一丢就好了。我还有大恐龙在手上，相信大恐龙啊！我是信的啦。
Let's go! All right, Shieldred the Apocalypse.
无情的稀有人。 君 Davis， 你觉得你这个可以吗？我觉得不太行呢。君 Davis。哦，先扁先生一个。
Very well here. That was really huge.
And now he is just putting the foot down.
张一军攻击嘛。挡一下。
There of the little guy. In for 4. Yep. Down to 17 goes Jim.
And now the Shieldred tax begins. Jim needs something right here. Something even like a cut down is great though, because you can cut down Skrelv, and then if it goes to target anything in response, go for the throat Shieldred or Adeline. But
哇，好糟糕哦！现在这样子，那个虫一定要解决掉。
Does he just flip this to nighttime? That would be like worst case.
不然就直接进晚上了，没有关系。
Yeah, it's not bad if you do have the cut down or some other piece of removal, then it's not terrible. Because you do get to just get a little bit of a larger creature.
Go for the throat, targeting Shieldred.
Is this second go for the throat?
哎，我2张，想不到吧？
There you go. All right, Shieldred dealt with.
想不到吧？他的那个Surge没得用，手上那个保护，等于空了一回啊。你扁我没关系，我到你回合再扁回去，然后再吸血，就是这么简单呐。
Blocking the token again, taking 3. This game is going a lot faster than the first 2.
It sure is.
哇，就 Davis 好像不会被奶死的哎，我被奶死哎，主播比赛声音有点小。
But Atali is a great stabilizer here.
有吗？
Mostly to just have a different color creature, just in case Skrelv wants to
go
aggressive, not by attacking,
好猛哦
but by forcing through.
下一个大恐龙出来就差不多了吧？还是有反击咒语，还会留举要级吗？我觉得这个举要级没有问题。
Pedro might be in the situation, especially with that Surge of Salvation in hand, where you just force it through. Be like, all right, take 3, I'll lose the counter, and just keep doing this every single turn and hope that it's enough.
Man, what a great card in this weekend. Surge of Salvation, eh?
Yeah. Yep, and here it goes.
给穿透啊！
Looks like it is time.
呀，还是要打，不然红不来洗。 等下大恐龙出来，他可能就要投降了。哎，Jun Davis 终于没有被那个赛评都在奶人呐、赛评每次说哦谁会赢，他妈谁就会绕赛。对。不能动哎。怕有岩层啊！这时候那个狼女吃用岩层也是蛮尴尬的。 抽牌，一张地就好了。地嘛。可恶，猎尽奇谭啊，没关系，继续弄。就是继续弄呗，先爆掉了。先请他爆了哦。再猎尽奇谭哦。猎尽奇谭哦。交个22哦。再扁人哦，应该扁人吧
？Yeah, that's a little interesting that we didn't surge to protect the Skrell. That was kind of looked like Pedro's, kind of game plan there.
臭虫滚。
Now Jim gets to go on the offensive a little bit.
Yeah, Graveyard Glutton gonna start chomping.
可以吃2只哎。
Without protection.
你吃哪2只？西欧雷跟臭虫。
2 got eaten, so you get to gain 2 life here and lose 2 life. Jim's definitely more concerned about the loss of life. But now, even if Adeline gets in there...
Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize. I didn't hear what you said.
Oh, before damage, just clarifying that to make sure.
Before damage. 好，打到了，打到了吗？请问一下。打到了 ，OK。
locked up to be able to attack and get land number 7 no matter what for Atali. So advantage part definitely swinging back in Jim Davis's favor.
2费，可以杀吗？罗娜，2攻，开扁。
Second 7-0 player alongside Jim Davis.
顶。
Herald of the Invasion on the board. 8 and 10.
好稳哦，大恐龙下来就确定了吧？大恐龙。
Is it Dino time?
I think it's
大恐龙时间，我也好想看大恐龙。
Oh, nice.
哦，有了有了有了有了，大恐龙该上了吧？对不对？
You know, you're either going to find a land or you're going to find spells.
我要大恐龙。
If you didn't have Atali locked up with the shaman, there's no way Jim would have discarded that.
Yeah.
But with the shaman, worst case, Jim drew a spell
我要大恐
and
龙。
gets to still play the dino.
还怕大恐龙？
Checking out the backside of
我要大恐龙，给我大恐龙。
Start swinging.
Yes, absolutely.
Especially at such a low life total here. Jim Davis is sitting at 8.
先扁。2个都扁。
So Jim really has to be afraid right
再叫
now
大恐
of
龙。
those 2 disdainable strokes that are in the sideboard.
现在是晚上。
Jim doesn't know that it's not there.
Yeah.
哦，
just
哎，
says
毛
go.
Says go.
对啊，大恐龙为什么
Being a disciplined.
Too disciplined in this scenario.
Yes. Working with perfect information. Yes.
Jim Davis 不
He's just gonna hang back though.
没有他
I'm
做
feeling like he's gotta push it too much here. Perhaps wanting to just
为
use
什么
what he
不
has
要大
available to
恐
him right
龙？
now, and it could come back to haunt him here.
Definitely
我要
could.
大
We'll see
恐
her second surge of
龙。
salvation picked up, not ideal. Adeline, not ideal. Island, not ideal. So far, Pedro drew really well immediately to get out of
Jim
this.
Davis 就是不出大恐龙啦，大恐龙就是装饰用的，我知道了。一次都不肯相信大恐龙，我觉得他太雷包了。转过来。
What are we doing here? Are we flipping?
翻过来。
And Jim was first like, oh no, is that ow
还有
or
康
is
吧
this just a flip?
It's just a transform.
对
He's
康
gonna be
也
a lot
还好
happier that
啊
it's a。transform.
Yeah.
对，确定没有康了。好了，没康喽，该下大恐龙了吧？我好期待大恐龙那个，主要是 Pedro 对上他会把康给换下来。对 ，Pedro 只会流沙而已。大恐龙总算是可以表现一番。 大恐龙。
All right, let's see. It's only
Happy
What do we get?
好愤哦！
Invasion of Gobukon.
啊，怎么都这么愤？这恐龙不太行啊！果然是个雷包。
Leaking information, be like, okay, if what do
雷
you have
哭
where you would ask that question? Surge of the
给你一张，没关系。
So Jim will probably pick up on that information and also gets to see the hand, so that probably makes it
笑
easier.
了。
Oh, it makes it a bunch easier. And Jim Davis is looking poised here.
笑了。
As our undefeated player heading into day 2 of the Pro
这个大恐龙好像不太行嘿，怎么翻成这样呢？
Especially at your first Paper Pro Tour where you're getting a feature match. Definitely not his first.
红黑色的生物的战斗伤害，对你的生物造成战斗伤害减。
But Pedro's not out of it yet.
不会有。
These Esper decks are wily. Woo! Well, no, that's not a woo. We have to go backwards. Ooh ah!
Ooh ah! There you
we
go.
go.
There you go.
Yep, that's what happens. when it comes daytime.
And
what we got? What we got?
有黑色的那个。
And we'll see if maybe Atali might be flipped. If there's any game where Atali is going to be flipped for the poison, it could be this one.
哦，2费就能捞什么？西欧雷来了，哇，不太妙呢。西欧雷是。罗纳翻面我真的不知道是什么。罗纳翻面的异能是什么？不太清楚。要弃牌是不是？随机弃牌，造成伤害要随机弃牌。那个罗纳绝对那个啦，绝对会被挡死啊！罗纳20000%被挡死。
Yeah, it is kind of awkward though if there is a super powerful card in Jim's hand. We know there's a land, so that ability is not going to be devastating. But
没差啊，我放猪手牌好像可以释放什么的吧？
Didn't really read the ability good enough. You know that could have been a big problem, but.
有一点那个，哪个？
I just want the trigger.
死掉，trigger 来给你。
Oh, that's gonna be it. That's gonna be it.
这是大恐龙的胜利呀
！8-0 on day 1 of approach. Right?
大恐龙的胜利呀，各位。
That really does. Big congratulations to my buddy Jim Davis on an impressive
大恐龙战胜了那个各种传说英雄啊，对，各种英雄传说啊都被大恐龙踩下脚下了。虽然说大恐龙最后面蛮落赛的，
because then all you need is 4 more, and you get
表
to
现挺
sit
落赛。
back and relax and enjoy a MagicCon for the rest of tomorrow. So I bet Jim Davis will be aiming for that. We still have much more Magic to show you before we wrap up for the day, friends. So Maria and Mani are going to tell us what's up next.
还有
Next, everybody, we've got Carl Surratt.
士兵打那个拉罗斯中柱
is on Rakdos mid-range. This build developed by Team Handshake. You do see all the regular hits.
有点想修了啊！我只要看到最上面那个就结束就好了。说实话，
to go alongside their invoked despairs and the spicy
因为我真的累了，
light up the night.
我的身体有一点点在抗议。
With Azorius soldiers the low to the ground aggressive.
算了，看完这一局啊，至少把这局看完。
Get onto the board ahead of the curve from.
我等下就睡觉，睡到下午4、5点。
Of Gobakon,
拿罗斯
really making a splash in this deck.
我士兵很强哎，
Rakdos mid-range versus
士兵很会凹哎，我觉得。对，士兵很会凹哦，你不要太小看士兵。士兵是真的有够会凹的。 主要是士兵的抽牌其实很厉害，士兵的补资源其实很厉害，比我想象中厉害太多了。士兵只怕扫场，其他其实都没有很怕。对，要看抽什么，也是的，不是啊，扫场也是要用抽的、啊。对，士兵的抽牌能力很强，对，有点比我想的还要强。 拉罗斯很多士兵不太能玩，抽很多杀没有。拉罗斯杀其实还好，拉罗斯杀7、8张左右，7、8张。拉罗斯杀大概7、8张了，血碎算进来也就多4张。其实要看，好累哦，真的太累了。 我播多久？哦，我已经播11个小时了、哦。哦，没有12个小时哦。我从晚上10点就开始播了，其实。后来发现，不对，12点才开始。累死！我等一下洗澡，然后睡觉了。好像今天也是晚上12点。 好啦，这次我不会再那个啦，不会再提前了。这一次就是12点准时，不行，我的身体说，你不行，你不能播12小时，对，你的身体会烂掉的。对，12小时真的好久没有12小时直播。 我连续直播最厉害，玩游戏也才10
Welcome
个
back
小
to
时。
the Twin City. It is Pro Tour March
连玩10
Machine
个
from
小时，
Minneapolis,
觉得我
Minnesota.
厉害了。
We are in round number 8, the final round of the day, my
比你
friends.
是
If
不
you
是大概
have
都
been
晚
with us
上
the entire day, thank you so much for hanging out with us. Thank you for watching as we just set Jim Davis
打拉
at
拉
the
多是
perfect
打
record for the day, 8-0. So bravo to him. But we still have more magic for you, friends, before we wrap up for the
我要看
day.
情况。
Let's jump into our next feature
我
match.
觉得
It is
拉
going
多
to
斯
be
打士
Carl
兵
Sarap
比控制打士
versus
兵厉
Yuan
害。
Chen, this awesome Azori Soldiers list up against
主要
Rakdos.
是拉多斯也有压迫士兵的那个啦，也可以用战斗去压迫士兵。
Yep, absolutely. We've seen a
比起
little
控
bit of
制
Azorius soldiers.
都不会，
haven't seen
都只
too
会挨
much of
揍
Carl
来讲
Sarap,
嘛。
but we have seen this exact
Again,
list
yeah.
in hands of other teammates, and this is
拉
not the
多
deck
吃先
that
一
Yuan
顺
wants to play against here. Cut down being an excellent card against these soldiers deck, and it's able to put a clock on this deck as well. But with Yuan going first, that is very helpful.
For sure is. As we do join these players in game number 2, Carl Sarap of the game thus far.
对士兵用
Recruitment
Durus
officer on the board
哦，
to kick things off here.
他也知道士兵的背白会放很多飞生物。
Getting all the information that it can.
Yeah, and a couple
修
of
蕊真
really
的
nice
蛮猛，
hits
修
here.
蕊确实是麻
You
烦。
have the welcome, which is really
哇
the
太
ability
猛
to
了吧
draw.
对士兵用
Yeah.
Durus
You got two
哦
of them though, so it's tough to
这
take
是
that
我
away,
想
so
都不敢想
might
的。
want to take the surge
不
of
愧是高手。
salvation. Just to clear the way of other spot removal, and
真
you
的太
know,
低
I
了
mean, Yuan
吧。
still has to draw land to be able to get
啊，
that
对
card
手也
going.
刚好哦，3张飞生物好了，都给你看了啦。
Exactly right.
And then you have to find creatures on top of that as well. There is the one, you know, the one
我可能会丢
Zephyr
姐姐，这
Sentinel,
个姐
but
姐也真的蛮烦的。
only does so much.
Quick
超
translation
烦的
there
士
from
兵
the
一直
judges.
抽
Thank
的
you
一
very
个
much,
来源
judges.
啊。对，士兵狂抽猛
Long,
抽，
long day for
会
everyone
是
here.
超级
Players,
烦。
judges, everyone
Yeah.
behind the scenes. I mean, we get to just, you know, chill on a couch backstage and have a nap in between
一
rounds.
张
if we
姐姐
really
先
want
干
to.
掉，之后再找机会照片
So
绝
shout out to
望。
all the unseen heroes of
再
the
比
day as we get damage underway here with the recruitment officer getting in for 2
还有啦，
points
士
damage
兵会
against
怕那
Carl.
个，
Okay.
你知道吗？其实
And
拉
I
罗
mean,
斯背白有
2-2-1
放那
here
个
is really excellent.
白绿
That
生物
surge
减
of
3减3
salvation
那个，
can
哦，
kind of force through
那个士
damage
兵
here.
吃一下就
If Yuan
就
wants
落
to,
塞了
you know, you could just block that and
很
then
容易
force
落
it
塞。
through, but top decks
那
a
个烦死
creature
人姐
into
姐
the。welcome. Really nice draws there.
Yeah. You know, just extra ways to draw cards as mono white. You know, the recruitment officer is a good way to
哎，
filter
我那
through
个一下，
Takeshi's
还要
welcome
捡
as
呢。
well.
Yep.
An
扫
excellent
场来
way
了嘛
to get cards
Yeah,
every time
and-
you play a creature. So
没扫场
And
来。
Sky Strike
哦，没有
Officer as
开
well.
吃
This deck has no problem with drawing some extra
我的
cards
那
here.
个大
And
狼
Yuan was
大
not
狼
one of
人
the 3-0
啊，其
drafters,
实
so
才
has
在而已，也
Exode
没有很
standard
大。
so far. Really
当然
impressive
绝望，
stuff.
但是没有那个一
that
点
is very,
的。
very cool indeed.
如果抓到机会的，对，
All right, and we did pick up
他刚
land
那个
number
气什么
4
都不
as
对啊。
well. So you do
他
have the
不可能
ability
放那个结界进
to
来。
to activate that if you want, or just
还
bounce
抽
it.
牌哦。
This 3/3 is a bit of a pain in the butt here for these two-powered creatures.
And so is Zephyr Sentinel. That card has looked so good. We saw it
好扯
against
哦，
the
士
Domain
兵的手
strategy
牌
a
好
little
多哦。
earlier where it was dodge and removal spells, but
给我滚！我再保一次，
Looks a little bit like Teferi in the art, you know, just like
一点
jumping
白
with
那
his
个啊
stick.，
一点白那个，
Teferi with legs.
再一
I
张
like it.
His legs.
一张不够，2张。
Well, Teferi that can attack.
太
is
凶
what I
残
mean.
了
You know,
Oh,
yeah.
yes, right, okay. Yeah.
快点
Cool, cool.
扁
Gotcha.
烂士兵好像要被
Surge
要被
salvation
扁烂了。
Protecting there.
主要拉
from,
多斯
potential
拉
go
多
for
斯
the
不会
throat.
被动的挨打啦，对，拉多斯也会用战斗去压迫 快攻炮牌。
Carl Sarap is tapped out, so now's a good time
所以说拉
to
多斯打
resolve
士兵更
some
厉害，
goodies here
比控
for
制
Yuan Chen, and it is going to be the Denic on the battlefield now.
Yeah,
Alongside the
可以
Sky
抽
Strike.
牌了。
a great turn here, and every first creature is drawing you a card as well.
我全
And
要减
now
3减
this
3就结束了。
officer is threatening to draw a
战
card as
斗
well
Yeah.
right
我要
now.
抽
And
牌。
here's the interesting thing: do you
我
want to
先
tap
抽
and
一
draw?
张。
Yeah.
Yuan says yes, but
But
now
that's a lot of
there's-
damage coming
yeah,
through.
there's 7 damage coming in right now. And
Oh, and the
哇，
deluge.
扫场 没救了，彻底没救。
Oh man, that is rough.
还被扫场，那就没救
was a
了。
blowout here. Nice play by Carl.
也太绕赛了吧
Okay, a little less damage because of the minus effects.
士兵
glistening
这个
damage.
操场专克士兵
But
啊，
still,
哦有够可怕的。士兵直接绕赛，
Recruitment officer back, draw a
变得
card.
超绕
It's
赛
gracious
的。
welcome.
I wonder if that was a slight misstep on there on Carl. I believe you could have just did that second main phase, right?
士兵彻底被暴打了。
Attack first and then do that, but it's looking alright for now. Invoke Despair.
太绝望
Getting
了。
got there by the invasion of Gobkan.
Okay, that will cost
他还要
7
扛那
mana
个
now,
嘞，
so
还要扛2只
pretty far
棒
away
子
from
的那
casting
个
that one, so a nice
攻击。
invasion. Came a little late where you don't have as many creatures
再
now.
吃，
Shout
再
out to
痛
our
血。
card popper uppers for flipping that card so we don't
闪
break
现
our
哦，
neck
又有
every
人
time.
可以挡
Yeah,
了，
no
再抽
kidding.
牌。
I've seen so many pictures of coverage members
还能
turning their
挡
heads
啊！
sideways. Yeah.
And if we go the wrong way, we do what we almost did now at the booth and headbutt each other. So
exactly.
士兵
That's
难道有
our
机会
heads
反
right there.
should
打
have played
吗？
around it.
不会，
Oh goodness
看有
me.
没有机会。那个
Creatures
狼女一定要
appoints
请他下
now
去
back on the
啊！
board. I mean,
那
didn't we
个
just see a board wipe?
全
What's
部都
going
要
on
all
here?
in 那
No
个，
kidding. I mean, that is what we've
这
been
个全部
seeing
都每个都要挡。
all,
对
you know,
不然绝对
weekend when
死。
we've been seeing you in play this
爆
deck
了
is
我们
grab
暂
the
时不会
board,
再
play
被
3
吸
more
血
creatures,
了，
draw
太
2
太
cards,
危险
grab
了。
the board, play 2 more
晚
creatures,
上喽，
and it's looked pretty good so far.
士兵
Flips
顶住了，
nine
我
resolute
看。
reinforcements helping out, getting that pesky graveyard
来一张。
trespasser off the battlefield.
啊
Acacia's welcome.
你是认真的
Doubly
吗？
welcome.
But no other cards in
你是
hand
认
away
真的
from
吗？
you and
士
just
兵
played the land.
士
And
兵
Thornton
玩家，你
plays
是
the
认真的
land
吗？
because if you draw a creature,
这
you
么
want to
猛
make sure
好吗？
you can drop as
要
many
握
lands
手
as
了吗？
possible to chain them
我就
together,
问，
but
是不是要握手？
yeah,
Slowing
not
things
what you
down
want.
here, increasing the tension. What's going to happen?
握手
It's
了
a。handshake, Corey, and that is going to be a clean 2-0 there for Carl
士兵
Sorat.
玩家
Rakdos getting the job done. We need to get
直
out of
接
here,
被
friends,
霸
so
凌
I'm going to send it
了。
straight back to the desk. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today.
哎，今天的比赛
Thank you
高
so
见啊不
much,
再见
Ailey
太
and
快了
Corey.
吧？
Welcome back to the news desk, everybody. As we
士
wrap
兵
up
那个
day
结
one
界啊，
of
抽很多
competition
那个
here
结
in
界，
Monty
然后
Booty and
我没有
Cedric
生
Phillips.
物
Let's
了。
take a look at our leaderboard if we can and find out where we're at after day 1 of competition. Check this out.
Davis
Jim
第一天
Davis,
全
your
胜。
lone undefeated player in the entire field, leading the pack at 8-0, Monty.
修塔竟然2败啊！不过还是有机会。 看来还是挺准的。没办法，吃少场就是绕赛啊！所有快攻绕牌的通病就是这样子，吃少场绕赛。他那个那边11只还好，那边吃少场绕赛，那就是没救了。
Mario, it has to be Fable of the Mirror Breaker. I'm sorry to say it, but it's in the 8-0 deck. 65% of the field. All of those Team Handshake players are on this card. It is just a powerhouse.
It absolutely is. There is no denying that. Fable of the Mirror Breaker, you are our card of the day. And for the player of the day, I turn to Cedric.
Real tough choice there, Monty.
Hard one.
Yeah, choosing this.
Yeah.
Choosing the card that's most.
Yeah, it was
All right, I need a deep cut from you now here, Cedric.
I had to make a tougher choice with the player of the day. I'm selecting the only 8-0 player.
我今天看了10几次，可能20-30次猎金集团的释放吧。OK， 我看到都哦，又是业界集团，哦，好不意外哦，标准开局，哦，旧场卡，哦，猎金集团，哦，深珍宝猎金集团，复制吸血鬼猎金集团。好，我今天就是在看这些东西啊。要吐。应该是不会进去。
Oh, really?
我觉得他应该会寿终正寝啊。
He's feeling fresh.
怎么能因为卡片强就进他呢？没有道理。
I mean, he looked great out there in that final round as we're disintegrating.
没有这种事啊。
I gotta pep my step. Let's start the draft.
怎么能因为这张卡片强，我们就去进他？你说对不对？那买这张卡的人不就冤大头吗？你看现在的进卡不就这样子？这张卡还这么贵啊！买你要逼买这张卡的人退坑吗？不对啊。 对不对？我们当然是先进便宜的牌啊，对不对？要进就先进便宜的牌啊。
Was definitely a bit more tuned and ready for these mid-range decks. We saw the Adelenes coming up big. We saw how much difference these tools made. And he got the first game, but Jim was able to come back and close it out for the clean 8-0.
OK， 好了，那大家要买彩券的就快点吧 ，OK， 我准备要关了。我真的累爆了，我的身体现在在跟我抗议，我整个肚子超痛的。他可能说你快停，你要不要关？他可能一直在跟我说你要不要关？我再问你一次，你要不要关的？他大概要跟我抗议的。好了，晚上12点见了。晚上12点一样啊。 先轮抽再标准。
One of the all-time greats. Then, of course, it was off to standard, where it was non-Fable decks against the world. The world being Fable decks. At the end of the day, it was one of those Fable decks in the hands of Davis, with Rakdos Breach, who remains standing as the final undefeated player in the field. See you back here tomorrow at noon Eastern as we head back to the draft pods and find out who of the 252 will make our top 8. See you then, friends.
要怎么离开那个剧院模式？好了，各位再见啦！我先休息了。